I don't know about that. What do you like to watch?
Rick and Morty.
Oh, that's tight. I love all the time travel and that.
Good, yeah.
That's very cool. What else do you like? Do you like Family Guy?
Oh, I've answered some questions. What do you like?
I like Family Guy.
Oh man, I don't like Family Guy too much. That's like, I used to watch Simpsons. I never got into Futurama. I didn't like Futurama. I didn't like Family Guy. I didn't like King on the Hill.
How don't you like Family Guy?
What'd you say?
How don't you like Family Guy?
I don't know, man. I just never got into it. I mean, I watched a bunch of episodes, but I just never liked it. I don't know. I
Okay.
like Rick and Morty though too. I like a lot of cartoons. I used to watch a lot of them.
What
I
other
just
one?
bought I just bought on Amazon Prime Video Pirates of the Dark Water.
What's that about?
It's this old. You know that one, Rabbi?
No, what's that about?
Oh, that's like an old cartoon from the. I think it must have been from the '90s. And it's just about pirates that go around and they collect treasures. Maybe I'll stream it one day.
Very cool. Do you like anime?
Yeah, anime is good. I like Attack on Titan. What's your favorite anime? I don't know a lot about it.
I don't know a lot about it either. Really, very little. I would probably say Speed Racer because that's like the only one I really know.
Oh, okay. Man, how do you have 20 million terabytes but not at least 2 million about anime?
I have a server channel that's dedicated to anime, but really, anime is not my thing. It kind of wasn't popular when I was a kid, so I didn't get too into it.
But how about Dragon Ball? Wasn't Dragon Ball starting to get popular?
It was starting to.
Oh, who's this new guy?
Welcome. How are you? What up,
Introduce
Mahidi?
yourself, new guy.
How are you, Mahidi Vampire? Is that your friend?
Yeah, that's a
Steven?
buddy.
I'm doing good, thank you.
Excellent. I'm just checking. Is everybody 18?
Yeah.
We're all under 18.
Okay.
Oh, shit, you gotta be 18 to be in here?
Yeah, you have to be 18.
Okay.
Do you have like windows behind you, or is that are you projecting? Or do you have a projection onto your wall, or is that like a window behind you?
I have a projection on the wall.
Oh, what do you project onto the wall? Is that just like another?
I project the Jewish history lectures. Rick Sanchez, you're not
Oh, okay.
Rick Sanchez, you're not 18 years old.
No, I'm 18. I turned 18 yesterday.
No, you didn't. Rick Sanchez, I'm going to ask
No,
you.
he's 18.
I'm going to ask.
18.
No, I'm old, dude. I'm old.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
Over 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm okay.
What's Mahidi Vampire? You're not coming in very clearly. Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah. It was like static or something.
I said I'm over 80.
Okay, very well. How did you guys meet?
I don't know. He sounded pretty young.
Manny, you got the like cavern. It sounds like your house sounds pretty cool, man. It sounds like a traditional Algerian house. It's like a cave. Like,
Whoa, that's like you're knocking this man. Holy shit! What the
Yeah.
fuck, Havens? You know him?
yeah.
Yeah, I know this guy.
Yeah, you know what you're-
You guys together or something? Or
yeah, together.
okay, all right. What do you think about that, Rabbi?
To each their own. Whatever makes you happy.
Yeah. W.
So, Rick Sanchez, you saw just the link somewhere. Was it on Kick?
Yeah, it was probably in a fucking. I think it was a kick clip or something. I don't know. It was.
That's baller, dude. Thank you so much for telling me. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
So, Rick Sanchez, do you stream yourself, or are you just someone who watches streamers?
Yeah, I just watch streamers. You know, just like all the time.
Absolutely. Who are your favorite streamers, if I may ask?
Oh yeah, who's your favorite?
Favorite streamer? Probably Amaranth.
Oh, okay, very well. I kind of know her. She's a nice person.
Rabbi's pretending like he's not going to pass judgment on that. Yeah, we know.
No. She's a nice
That's not very
person.
Jewish.
She's
It's
a
not
nice.
very Jewish to like Amaranth.
Yeah, it is. It most certainly is. She's raised puppies on stream. She travels on stream. Unfortunately, she was recently like robbed at gunpoint for her cryptocurrency, and that was very sad. But fortunately, she was able to get out safely, and I think they arrested the people who did the crime, so that's good. Um, she doesn't do anything on stream that I find inappropriate. Maybe off stream and stuff. I mean, like the worst thing, she games on stream. She's like a pretty big time female gamer. I've spoken to her in her Discord. She's always been nice to me. So that's cool that you like her.
Yeah, she doesn't really like me. She's banned me on a couple of different accounts, but it's all right.
Hey, dude, it
I'll just keep
happens.
coming back.
Absolutely. Do you troll her?
No, I don't troll her.
Oh, why did she ban you?
I don't really know. I just get banned.
Hey, it happens to the best of us.
So Rabbi, let me ask you a Jewish question, because I'm Jewish too, and I was asking ChatGPT something.
Wait, you
But
guys
I
are
wanna-
Jewish?
Yeah, me and Rabbi, we both. I think Rabbi, me and him grew up in the same area. Maybe. Did you grow up in Great Neck, Rabbi?
I don't know where the Great Neck, New York? No.
Oh, Great Neck. No. Okay. I grew up right near there. I was always going around the street, and then like riding my bike around, and then one time some lady called the police on me, and then the police jumped out from behind a bush. He's like, "Stop!" He's like, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "I'm riding my bike." And then he's like, "Let me see what's in your bag." So I showed him my bag. But anyway, my question about Jewish history is, I was asking ChatGPT. I said, how soon after escaping Egypt oppression, I think they went to like Canaan or something, and then they started oppressing the Canaanites. They took over the land of Canaan. So I wanted to see like how soon after escaping oppression did they start, oppressing people. And I think it was within one generation. That's what ChatGPT said. Like not the first generation, but the second generation like took over some land or something, or maybe it was the first generation that took over. I don't know. What's your perspective?
Well, we were in exile for 40 years and roamed the desert, and that was approximately 1200 BCE. So after that, we entered Canaan. We were led by Joshua, and really the battles happened that thereafter, probably about between like 1200 and 1150 BCE. So within a generation or so. And that's covered generally in the book of Yeshua.
That's great.
So is our Bible just about how bad we are? What's that about?
Not at all. It's a story of our people, but it's a story of the beginning of the world all the way to at least Torah is until we make it to the promised land. It's a beautiful
I don't
story.
know, man. I mean, if we start oppressing people in Canaan, we start like committing war, committing genocide, committing like, because if we make a war of aggression, and that's like an immoral act, and that's like a bad thing that we can do. So is it just that? I understand it's a beautiful story, but is it just that? Does it also show that everyone makes mistakes, or it just shows, or it's not really about Jewish people. It's more about God, So it's not, the Jews are just like, they're just like circumstantial or whatever.
Well, I mean, it was 3,200 years ago. and we as a people have learned to mature, or in many ways. We're not perfect. We're still not perfect. Um, the Bible is not a story of a perfect people. It's a story of struggling with God. In fact, that's what Israel means. He who struggles with God.
Oh man, I had to stop in the middle of peeing to come back and tell you that I was like, I need to go pee. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna go pee.
That's okay. Go do your thing. Rick Sanchez, I had asked you who are your favorite streamers. You said Amaranth. Do you have any other favorite streamers?
Hmm. No, I don't think so.
Okay, she's the
Who
only
are your
person.
favorite streamers?
That's a good question. Um, I like a lot of people who like are YouTubers, but they don't necessarily live stream. I'm a big Joe Rogan fan. I like a lot of comedians. So Shane Gillis is funny. Bill Burr is funny. Do you know what Kill Tony is? Oh, okay. Kill Tony's the largest live podcast in the world, and it takes place every Monday night on YouTube, and it's also gone to Netflix now, so that's cool. I'm a big fan of that show. I stream it in here
And
every.
I have a. Oh, sorry, I was interrupted. Go ahead, Rabbit.
That's okay. We stream it in here every Monday. Um, from a streamer perspective, like kick streamers, who do I like? I like Ori. I like X Straight Savage. I like Wappy Flanker. I like Amaranth. I like Aiden Ross. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord. Number one streamer all time in IShow Speed's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord. And the number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. So, from that perspective,
What does that mean? Like number one streamer in the Discord?
yeah, there's
Is that
there's a function that you can see who has spent the most time on camera in their discords, and if you do it in their discords, I show up number one.
okay?
It's like a ranking. So yeah, those are good ones. Who else do I like? Sam Bond, he's a good streamer. Um, who else? Like there are some others. Actually, one of my favorites. Um, his name is escaping me right now. Just one moment, I'll get it. He
CX, you fuck with any of them?
CX Steve.
No, the CX community. Ice Designer?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I like Ice Poseidon a lot. And I like I forget what the ice games that he does. That's really tight. Um, I'm a fan of. Let me find this person's name. Um, he is. Let's see here. So there's Wappy Flanker. From a girl perspective, I like Violet Brandini and Malibu Bailey. She and I have played chess together on stream. I like Shafed and Orlando Jet. He's great. Oda Block is cool. Mike Smalls Jr. I like a lot. Slum, I like him a lot. I don't know where.
Damn, so these are all your favorite?
I mean, it's just like some of them. I like Shakti G. Shakti G is really great. He does a lot of streaming challenges um for charities, so those are really great. Um,
What would you say your favorite genre is? Do you like degenerate shit? Do you like just like gaming streams, IRL?
Great question. I really like boating. There are some Yeah, that's okay. But streamers who actually live stream while on the open ocean, that's really fascinating to me. So, there are some streamers. Oh, I know the name of the one I was looking for. His name is W Vagabond, and he uses Starlink and live streams on Kick and all kinds of other platforms. And sometimes he has to avoid hurricanes, and it's just a really exciting stream. So I really like his streams, but that's kind of a niche genre. I like IRL streams, just people who are doing things around not just the United States, but the world travel are cool. I like desktop streamers as well. People who are just commenting on music and movies and current events. Those are cool streamers. Um, I like people who like do sports streams. Those are a little more difficult to do because a lot of the content is copyrighted, but that's pretty fascinating to me. I just like the connectivity that everyone has as streamers around the world. And when you start to do it, you recognize that a lot of us run into the same issues as other people, like connectivity issues and power issues and device issues. And it
Oh
makes
shit, you got to get yourself a tech guy.
well, it's not just that. I mean, frankly, a cell phone only has so much battery, and then even with a power bank, it only has so much battery. And you get issues where it's difficult to even see when the sun is really bright on a cell phone, and you get issues of overheating on a phone. I mean, all of those things generally even the best tech people can't overcome if it's just a normal phone. That's why at least like Hollywood producers and directors have to use specialized equipment, and that's not something that a normal streamer would have. You also run into issues where you just don't have enough hands, where you're live streaming and you've got your lights and your phone, and you also need to get your wallet out because you need to pay for something or whatever it may be. So those are issues that can occur, and it's just interesting to see all the different people and how they juggle the different problems that come along with streaming. I am a fan of some streamers who like travel the world, and you kind of follow along with them. I think that's cool. If I had unlimited funds, I would like to be a streamer like that someday. And I also like
Wait,
people.
you're not rich?
I'm independently wealthy, but not wealthy enough to be able to travel the world.
I thought all Jewish people were rich.
Well, you're incorrect on that.
Do you stream for monetary reasons, or do you stream for like artistic reasons, for like data gathering reasons?
Purely for data.
No, but well, that I don't understand, because that's why you record the streams. But like, do you stream to Kick and YouTube and Twitch? I know you don't stream to Kick anymore, but YouTube and Twitch and other places
To make money? No, that's not important to me.
Is it to like get your message out or something?
It is. I talk about peace and pacifism, and I talk about future technology and ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. These types of technologies I think could change the world, and I want to bring more awareness to them.
Oh, cool. Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't do it for like bringing awareness to stuff. I do it for like, well, that's why I have the Power Plot Kick channel, but not that type of stuff. But my Twitch channel, I just do it for fun. I don't do it for money or anything. It's just for fun.
Okay. I mean, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So I'm not even monetized or anything like that. I didn't like because I don't want people to get ads or yeah.
I get that. Yeah, it's best to try to avoid that.
Yeah, it's like an art form for me. This evening, I was showing the sunset. It was pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy, or would you say that you are a person who enjoys the freedom that kick or well that just live streaming gives you, or do you feel um like it gives you a do you feel that streaming gives you a voice?
Mm, well, it's more to Well, for the propaganda channel, yeah, it's just for like getting the message out and all that type of stuff. But for this one, I have fun. It's not so much to have a voice, more just to like have fun and like tell jokes and stuff. And I don't know. I like to grow it. Um,
How do you plan on growing it?
just like just by streaming. Um, more I stream, the more people join and stuff. But it's kind of like it's a good medicine because when you're feeling bad, you can just like start streaming, and then people come and they tell you jokes, and you tell jokes, and then it's funny, and it's just like good mental health medicine.
I'm in agreement with you on that. How do you plan on growing your channels?
Um, well, just by people like browsing and stuff. I think. I don't want to advertise and oh, um, I even turned off raids because I don't know. I didn't want. I just want people who voluntarily go there to go to my channel. I don't want anyone to be brought there because then I feel more obligated to be entertaining or something like that. So that's why I turned off raids.
All right. Do you have a Discord?
No,
Have you ever thought it may?
do you like that?
I
What's the advantage?
It allows you to build a community. I mean, I wouldn't have the opportunity to speak with you all without one, and it gives people kind of a home base to be able to have discussions about what you do, or just to be able to connect with other people who have similar interests. And then you can promote it. And then, like if you get people who become your fans, then they'll join and accept, like you can have like little alerts to tell people when you've gone live and such, which can be helpful and get you more people viewing you.
That's cool, man. Yeah, maybe I'll start one day.
Do you do other platforms like Twitter and Telegram and that kind of stuff?
Well, I have a YouTube, I have an Instagram, but I don't I don't stream to it. I just post pictures and videos. For a long time, I was just finding a lot of treasure on the street, like on the floor. So I was taking pictures and videos of the treasure that I found.
How do you find treasure on the floor?
Just because the people's earrings and stuff fall off,
Okay.
and then I find it. And I can only do it in New York City because only in New York City there's enough people walking around that I guess is dropping off stuff.
That's true.
What is that? Sorry.
That's true.
Yeah. So that's why I have on my Instagram. No, but I never live stream from there or anything.
Yeah, Instagram can be a good place to live stream, but you can run into issues with it too. It uses up a lot of battery and data, and it can cause your phone to overheat. And then there are issues that, like, if the app crashes, it may not save your video. So it's hard to live stream on Instagram while you're moving. I'm not saying that you can't do it, people do, but it's much easier if it's in one location.
Yeah. So many wants a Jewish wife, and do you think a Jewish woman is allowed to marry a Muslim man?
No. So if anything, he should seek out his local Orthodox rabbi, and if he's interested,
Yeah.
perhaps it's our culture, just like It's our culture. We have cultural mores, and that's one of them. Jews are to marry Jews.
Is it it's a
That's
cultural thing?
Most certainly.
Or is it is it also a religious thing? Is it in the Bible or something?
It it has become the custom to marry for Jews to marry Jews. Now, the reason why I don't say it's necessarily in the Bible, it is, but we do have some of our ancestors who married non-Jews as well for other reasons, perhaps political or perhaps taking concubines. It was a polytheistic society, so it's not as simple as just saying, "Well, yeah, we've been always marrying Jews since the beginning of time." We have, but there have been instances where other people have intermarried as well. But generally, if we were taking a primary wife that was a Jewish woman, and certainly today that's how it works. Any other marriage won't be considered legally binding within Judaism, at least not within Orthodox
Why?
Judaism.
Why? But if they did it in the past, are you saying because I'm not sure if you're saying that because I don't know the Bible so well. So
That's okay.
um,
Things have changed. So
yeah.
basically, it's rabbinical decrees of the last 2,000 years
Oh, but-
that have
oh,
made and simplified who we can and cannot marry. And the Orthodox view on marriage is that Jews are to
but
marry
bro,
Jews.
there's so many rabbis. How can over 2,000 years? That's like 2 billion rabbis saying all this random stuff. How can you say this guy said some stuff, and now we should follow what this guy says.
Well, it's been recorded in the Talmud, and we generally take our beliefs from the Talmud and Torah, but Talmud is basically the discussions and debates over Torah and the oral Torah. And one of the
Oh,
aspects of oral Torah is that Jews are not to marry non Jews, and non Jews are not to marry Jews. If you want to
so in the
be,
top,
yeah, so it's in the Talmud. If we have a situation where we have a non Jew who wants to marry a Jew, that non Jew should
yeah,
seek out their local Orthodox rabbi for conversion. But that's not generally seen as an ideal situation. People should want to be Jewish on their own accord, not for another person.
yeah, he just thinks they're hot. He just thinks Jewish women are hot. But I try to tell him he should just get a couple camels.
Nah, it's okay. I think the Muslim women are better.
Yeah, but I said if you get a couple camels ready, then you're gonna be able to just start a little tourist thing, and then all the Israeli women are gonna come there and want to ride the camels. Like they're gonna ride the camels on the beach, and then you can have as many Jewish women as you want.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
How did
What
you
does
how did you guys meet?
Just Twitch or something. Yeah, Twitch.
You met on Twitch?
yeah, on Twitch. Yeah.
Very cool. So was he watching your channel or were you watching his channel?
No, we both watch this guy who he likes to get drunk every night under a bunker on the side of a hill, and he drinks a lot of vodka every night. And then recently, his foot got really cold and he lost his foot. He had to take off his foot. So I bought him some food twice. Now he just said that social services came to pick him up like a couple of days ago, and they're gonna bring him somewhere. I don't really know where, but yeah, his name is Aaron DeTires. You can see him getting drunk on YouTube.
Maybe a
Also-
homeless shelter.
Yeah, maybe a homeless shelter.
Wow, he sounds like he has some
I
issues.
think you'll like him.
Yeah, I recommend him. I recommend him too.
What about him specifically do you like?
I think I like that he is like he doesn't like follow like a fake person or something.
Okay, so he seems genuine.
Yeah, exactly.
Very well. And do you think he is generally a positive person or no?
Yeah, I think he stayed really good despite him losing his foot.
Yeah. I think especially on the streams he seems positive, but like I'm not sure how he is outside of the streams. But on the streams he's generally pretty positive.
Well, that's good. So he lost his whole foot?
Yeah, the whole thing. You have to take it off at the I think it was dinner or something.
Wow. Well, that's really
His
unfortunate.
foot got wet. And then it was cold that night or something.
So does he have like a wheelchair now or something?
Well, he was just crawling around because his bunker is on the side of a hill. And you can't take a wheelchair or anything over there. So he was just crawling up and down the hill, I guess. But then once he got to the top of the hill, he got on his wheelchair to go to the stores, I think. But he should be getting a prosthetic foot, but we don't know when or how or anything like that. Yeah.
Is this person homeless?
He needs a rock. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
kind of. Yeah.
And he's
He
still
only like has a bunker.
what do you mean by bunker?
Um,
Uh,
yeah, it's just like pieces of wood that are above, like stuck into the hill, and they're just held up. And then he has to crawl through the bottom because there's a hole in the bottom off the side of the hill.
Wow. That seems like a really difficult situation he's in. So is he in the back in the bunker now?
right now, we're not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure because they said that social services came to pick him up, take him somewhere, but we're not sure where they took him. I didn't see the latest videos. I still didn't see the latest video.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Aaron did tires.
For some reason
They put
is he a Kick streamer or a Twitch streamer?
he's on YouTube.
He's on YouTube.
Oh, he's on YouTube. Okay.
He used to be on Twitch, then he got back.
What happened to him on Twitch?
He got banned.
Oh, okay. Why did he get banned? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Very interesting.
He used there's a way that to call up a nut that uses a racist term, but it's the way that Americans like in rural areas used to call this certain type of nut, I guess. So he used that term for the nut. He was just talking about a nut like that you eat, and then someone reported him, so he got banned. And then he couldn't figure out like his phone password or something like that to get to appeal the ban or to get unbanned or to sign to his Twitch account. So then, yeah, he's just been using YouTube. He tried to go back to Twitch once, but then the bastards who originally reported him, they tracked him down and they reported him again because they were upset. It was Flannel Houlihan and his evil sidekick Zoom.
Wow, that sounds like a comic book.
Yeah. So they were they were Flannel Houlihan was like he was raging every night. He said, "Look what you make me do, you motherfuckers! Look what you make me do! I hate this, I hate this, I hate my life, I hate my life. And he was like that like every night, drinking vodka. Then he was going to Aaron's. So Aaron, you piece of shit. Don't, you don't. Why don't you talk to your children? Why don't you talk to your children, you piece of shit? And then Aaron's like, get out of here, you're banned. And he's like, fine, I'm gonna fucking get you banned, motherfucker. And then, and then he got him banned. And then Aaron tries to go back. And then Zoom was his sidekick. Zoom, he was on patrol. He was always like. He was always scouting for Aaron to see if Aaron's going to show up again. So then, and when he, Zoom, he's from the South, he's from Alabama. So when he's in trouble, he says, "Oh yeah, we're shitting in high cotton. I had to shit in high cotton. Take a shit in high cotton, like tall cotton."
Right.
And yeah. So he says. So when Aaron went back to Twitch, Zoom, he was like on patrol looking for him to show up. So Zoom said to Flannel Houlihan, "Hey Flan, we're shitting in high cotton. Aaron is back. What should we do?" And Flannel Houlihan was like, "Zoom, report. Get him banned again. He's a banned invader." And then he got banned again off of Twitch. And then so then he just been sticking to YouTube. But I don't know if he's even monetized on YouTube. He was pretty much
not yet.
No, not yet. He was making enough to live off of, or maybe not enough to live off of, but enough to, I don't know, the Twitch money was really helping him. But on YouTube, yeah, he hasn't really made much. So, poor guy.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Is he?
Shit situation.
Yeah, definitely. And you haven't seen him stream recently?
No.
He's been like once a week or something.
Okay, so
Yeah,
he's.
not often like he used to.
What'd you say?
I said like not often like he used to.
Oh, I've got you.
Not like he used to.
All right.
But yeah, he hasn't streamed in. I saw the video, Medi. It's just like a short. He got streaming today, but it's just that short.
Yeah, I feel like he's said it didn't go to their stuff.
Yeah. Our friend Dear Butch, Rabbi. Can I call you Rabbi?
That's what you should call me.
Yeah. So our friend Deer Butch, he has a big party. It's called Deer Stock, like a Woodstock, but except it's like deer stock. And
it's like an orgy.
Yeah, it's like an orgy. Yeah. No, we think there's an orgy tent somewhere around there, but so it's going on right now, and I brought Aaron all this food and stuff, and I was taking care of Aaron while no one else was helping him. And then they don't even invite me to the party. I don't even get an invite to the party. Can you believe it?
Why didn't you get an invite to the party?
I'm just like what's it called?
It's only for.
What's it called?
I think it's only for rednecks.
Only for redness? No, I'm just
Yeah.
I'm just a poor what's it called? I'm a poor victim of social ostracization. How do you say it? Ostracization?
Ostracism?
Ostracized. Yeah, I'm ostracized from all the cool guys. They look down on me. All cool. The girls they gossip about me. They say this guy, he's so creepy. That's what they say. All the girls and all the guys are like, yeah, that guy's weird. Yeah, blah blah blah. and then they ostracize me. I don't get an invite to the party. Even Aaron got an invite. Why don't I get an invite? You know.
I did get an invite too.
Betty got an invite. Yeah, Betty got an invite.
Did you do something to bother them?
No, it's just like you know, I'm just getting picked on left and right by these mean mean people. Oh, we're boring, Chief. Maybe I should do something else. I don't know.
Okay, well,
I need to be entertaining. I need to. I'm meaning. Maybe you're. Well, maybe we lost your connection. We lost your connection there for a second. It was making. Oh, my bad. My bad. Yeah. No, Dotson. Is your real name? That's not your real name. You know, doxing. That's not your real name. Yeah. That's a cool name if it is your real name.
well, very well, guys. It's a pleasure to meet you guys. If you'd like, I'm going to continue watching some Jewish history documentaries, Jewish history lectures, I should say, if you're interested in watching them. And if you need anything from me, I'm here for you, okay?
Sure, thank you.
Absolutely, my friends.
Okay.
And then Tito was the destroyer of the temple and went back to live with him in Rome, where under pressure he was forced to send her away. It's a very tragic story that's actually celebrated in a lot of Christian art, this ill-fated romance of the Roman Emperor Titus and the Jewish princess Berenice. But time for another story. At any rate, having no leadership, a whole host of sectarian groups erupted in the Jewish scene, and it was painful to see how you had multiple Jewish groups pitted against each other, including several groups of rebels who all agreed that Rome had to be thrown off, but they disagreed on how to do it, and that they disagreed violently with each other, as we shall see in a moment. We have conflict with pagan communities as well. Don't forget that Israel always has been a multi-ethnic state. There's never been a time when Israel was only populated by Jews. And frequently we don't get along with our neighbors in Israel. During this period, there's a lot of conflict with Greeks who are living in Israel, who are pro-Roman in many of their orientations, especially in cities like Ashkelon and Kizari, this conflict with the Shomronim, what's the English word for the Shomronim? Samaritans. Thank you very much. Why that slipped my mind? It must be because I'm fasting. The Samaritans, who were, how exactly we put them on a Jewish scale is more complicated, but there's a lot of conflicts with them as well. And in fact, the spark that lit the entire conflagration was essentially a real estate dispute in Caesarea between Jews and Greeks over the construction of a synagogue. And then finally, Messianic fervor. This is a period of time where, of course, we have the Messianic movement of Christianity that is quite active up until the 30s, and has kind of like a slow burn through the next few decades until finally it explodes on the scene in the 2nd century. But that was only one of at least a dozen that Josephus himself mentioned. There are several figures, sometimes named, sometimes simply called the Egyptian, for example, of people who proclaim to the Jews that things are so bad right now. Mashiach is definitely around the corner, and in fact, I am Mashiach, and gathering people together, and then ultimately being slaughtered by the Romans or sent, driven away and so on. So this kind of like fever pitch aspect of thinking that it's but it's almost the time for Mashiach, definitely contributed to the conflagration that would erupt in 66. Let me take you now to our time and try to understand the origins of the war from Gaza. So I know, passing around the room, you look like a very intelligent and learned audience, so I hope this won't be too much of an obvious review for you, but for those of you who are younger, perhaps it will be useful. So Gaza is here, of course, this tiny strip that juts out into the southwestern section of Israel. It's called the Strip because it is shaped sort of like that. And its fate between 1948 and 1967 was that it belonged to Egypt, located over here. This map, by the way, is the map of Israel in the 1949 ceasefire line, right after the War of Independence. This was 1948-49. This is what Israel looked like until 1967, when in the remarkable Six-Day War, Israel decides to launch a preemptive strike because Egypt and Syria in particular are going to attack Israel. And when the United Nations, which has its peacekeeping troops in Sinai, decides that it's too dangerous for them, and Hussein, the head of the United Nations, decides to remove the peacekeeping forces separating Egyptian attacks from Israel, Israel decides to launch this preemptive strike, which is amazingly successful. It was over in 6 days, even over in somewhat less because they destroyed the air force of the Egyptians in the first days. Israel expands dramatically. Israel takes over the Golan Heights, which has since been annexed because of its strategic value looking over into Syria. They take over the west bank of the Jordan River, which includes East Jerusalem, which remains a very contentious area, and they take over the entire Sinai Peninsula, this massive area here. And so suddenly, in 1967, Gaza, with its huge population, suddenly becomes part of Israel. It is things happen.
Yo,
in
Pimp.
1978 in the Camp David Accords when
Wondering if
the president of
because I shared your stuff to Betty and Rick.
signed
No, actually Rick.
peace treaty, and it is not an especially
Does that mean I'll be a trillionaire?
Absolutely, 100%, my friend.
Israel, but it
Or
nevertheless
is that shared for like more than?
Nope, you've done sufficient.
in return for this peace treaty, they look very happy here. Unfortunately, Anwar Sadat will be assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood in a public stadium shortly afterwards because he dared to make peace with their neighbor with Israel. The Muslim Brotherhood was, of course, one of the forerunners of Hamas ideologically. And so what that means is shortly afterwards, with great contention, Israel ceded the entire Sinai Peninsula to Egypt.
Will Betty and Rick Beaches, will they be millionaires too, or just me?
No, all three of you.
Israelis from this region and repatriate them to Israel, but nevertheless,
Anybody I've met along my journey has been recorded, and they will be rewarded beyond their wildest expectations in the future, God willing.
So Israel now, by the way, one important point, Egypt refused to take back the Gaza. Egypt says, we'll take all of this desert, thank you very much, but we do not want this massive collection of Palestinians. By this time, they were using the name Palestinians to describe themselves. We do not want to incorporate them into our country. They had a terrible reputation for destabilizing the region. Jordan, Lebanon, Syria all had difficulties with massive Palestinian populations. Jordan is actually a majority population Palestinian. They suffered a coup in the 1970s that they only barely pushed off. And so Egypt simply said, we do not want the headache of Gaza. And so they left it under Israeli control. It was not annexed like the Golan Heights was, primarily because if Israel were to annex the territory and make it part of Israel proper, they would have to find some way of giving citizenship to the Palestinians living there, which would create a demographic unbalance and would remove Israel's status as a Jewish country. As I'm sure you're aware, Israel struggles with two basic values, constantly trying to do two things at once, and many times these values clash. Israel wants to be a Jewish country, obviously. It's designed as a refuge for Jews. That's the way Herzl thought of it. And it also wants to be a democratic country. It wants to, absorb the values of the Enlightenment, very much like America. And that means one person, one vote. And so the challenge is, if you don't have a majority Jewish population, then it could democratically very much vote to simply no longer be Jewish. And so democracy or democratic values are sometimes sacrificed to preserve the other value of being a Jewish state. This is a highly problematic challenge that Israel is constantly faced with, and it's really at the crux of the one-state versus two-state problem. So Israel was forced to administer the state. They use the term either administer or occupy, sometimes those have different connotations. And a small number of Jewish settlements are set up. Here you can see the satellite image. The regions colored blue are where you had Jewish settlements between 1967 and 2005. Some of them were very successful ventures like the Gush Katif, hydroponics and so on were developed in Gaza. However, by the year 2005, Ariel Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, decided that it was a demographic time bomb. There's no way that they could hold on to Gaza with its some 1.5 million Palestinians and roughly 5,000 Jews. It was an extremely expensive endeavor, not only militarily and economically, but also socially to preserve it. So, in a matter of great controversy, but supported marginally by the majority of the Israeli population, Sharon pulled out of Gaza completely in 2005. And so it was a very traumatic moment, much more traumatic than what pulled out of the northern Sinai. But the thinking was, maybe, first of all, someone said, we can't keep Gaza because there are too many Palestinians there. At some point, they're going to demand citizenship. The United Nations will force it upon us. What are we supposed to do with them? We don't want to be jailers. So that's one aspect. And the other aspect was maybe if they finally have their own region with the promise of tremendous investment from Arab nations, from Europe, from America, they will begin to civilize themselves and they will, develop a society that we can live alongside as neighbors. That was kind of like the ultimate sort of maybe utopian hope. The Gazans responded very negatively to this, as we shall see. From 2005 to 2006, it was briefly part of the Palestinian Authority, which was an organization or an entity set up to try and meet the requirements of the Oslo Accords by giving Palestinians a degree of autonomy in both the West Bank and Gaza. It was primarily engineered very much like the previous photograph of the American president in the middle, Yitzhak Rabin on the left, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yasser Arafat, former terrorist who later became the head of the Palestinian Authority, on the right, for his effort. Pretty much like Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated in 1995. But after 2006, when they had their first elections, the Palestinians in Gaza voted for Hamas. It was not an overwhelming result. As you can see from this heat map, this is the West Bank here, and you can see the regions where Hamas did fairly well in the West Bank, but Fatah, which was Arafat's party, did better. And here, the main reason they won in Gaza is because of their strength in Gaza as a city and to the north. But shortly after a narrow victory for Hamas, which was a terrorist organization, so designated at the time, they had an internal civil war, and they drove out Fatah entirely. So the region was, as a result of that coup, it was entirely controlled by Hamas. And their response to Israel was not the peace loving, we're going to use all this foreign investment and they want to build up a society. Rather, they used it as a staging ground for a highly ideological war, which is characterized primarily by an incredible number of rockets sent out from Gaza against Israeli civilian targets. Israel remarkably able to defend against many of those targets with this phenomenal technological achievement of the Iron Dome. And one of the analyses that looks at October 7th, one of the reasons why perhaps Israelis were caught off guard is primarily because they had overly relied on their technological superiority and they were unable to come to terms with the low-tech attack that October 7th represented. So that basically brings us up to the present day, looking at the eve of the war. At this point, I've been speaking for about 45 minutes, so can I take any questions, arguments, any discussions? Yes, please. Yeah, Yochanan ben Zakkai. Right. So, for those of you who may not be familiar with the background of this is a sophisticated question, Josephus is able to garner the support of his captor. He's not killed immediately because he says, wait, you don't want to kill me. First of all, I am a prophet, and I prophesize that you, Vespasian, are one day going to become emperor. Vespasian is sort of, tickled by this a little bit. His son Titus, who is the same age as Josephus, kind of likes the gumption of this person and says, Dad, maybe let's not kill him. Why not? Maybe he's right. So he put him in chains. And Kahava, within a year, Vespasian goes to Rome to claim the emperorship. And at that point, Titus says, Josephus, you were really a prophet, you were correct, and he unchains him, and then, that's the beginning of his practice here. Almost identical story is told of Yochanan ben Zakkai in the Gemara, that he is able to exfiltrate himself from the siege of Rome and go speak to Vespasian and tell him the same kind of thing. For that reason, Vespasian grants Yochanan ben Zakkai three things. He grants him a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok, who is ill. He grants him Yavne and its sages, because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said you need to have a place where the sages can retreat. And there was a third thing which I forgot, which he gave him. Sorry, what was the last one? What was it that he wanted from about Rothschild? I forget what it was. That he should survive. Okay, yeah. Anyways, the stories are almost identical, right? Vespasian doing this for Yochanan ben Zakkai, and Vespasian doing it for Josephus. So, in terms of when these texts were written, we know that Josephus wrote this sometime around the year 76. The Talmud version was probably set to writing about 200 to 250 years later. So, many scholars will simply say that Vespasian, that the Talmud plagiarized and changed it to Jewish purposes. But we also know that Josephus was a horrible plagiarist and frequently steals things from several other historians and incorporates them into his own book. And he is certainly not above self-promotion. So I think there are arguments to say the Talmudic version is adulterated. There are also arguments to say that maybe Josephus made up the story for himself too. Again, don't forget, he's writing for a Roman audience that doesn't know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And if he wants to appropriate that story for himself, he certainly has a history of doing such things elsewhere in the book. He's actually, by the way, a deeply unlikable character. He's like a narcissist. He never misses a chance to knock down his rivals and promote himself. He was actually Not that, people's marriages can fall apart for lots of reasons, but he was given wives by Jews and they ran away from him. Nobody wanted to live with him. Anyway, so I don't have a reconciliation for you, but I can at least give you like major argument. Yes, Vespasian did not. That was Titus, really. Yeah, so Vespasian was not a Jerusalem believer, but Zacchaeus. There's a great 2-volume set that's called Bein Josephus with Chazal that goes through every line of Josephus and compares it to any comparable passage in Chazal, and lots of discussion about this. Okay, yes, please. What is the difference between what we call the 1948 officer and what the Muslims call well, they're really describing different phenomena. We have the war that erupted in 1948 and ended in an armistice, not a peace, in 1949. Israeli historiography tends to call that the War of Independence. They use the term Nakba, or catastrophe, that describes the war, but that's secondary to the main point of the catastrophe, which is the mass displacement of about 750,000 Palestinians in the context of that war. Palestinian historiography tends to emphasize this argument that the Jews forced them out in the context of the war, and it's not extreme to say that there were moments when that definitely happened. There was something called Plan Dalet, which said basically if Palestinians leave these territories, do not try to stop them. Let them abandon their regions, because then it'll be better for military advantage and so on. And I think, if you look at there's definitely a whole range of historiography on this. People who are very extremely anti-Israel, people who are extremely, pro-Israel without critical thought. Somewhere in the middle is a scholar named Benny Morris, who is one of the more moderates of the new historians, right? In my humble opinion, I think probably has the closest vision of how to understand the chaos of that war. It also is important to know that one of the things that receives very little attention, but there is some work being done at Bar Ilan right now on the Jewish background. Because while the Palestinian case is so deeply dependent on that massive displacement of Jews, of Palestinians, there's also almost the same size, something like 820,000 Jews who were expelled between 1948 and 1952 from various Arabic countries in the Middle East and North Africa and so on. And so that aspect of the whole story definitely needs to be brought into the overall historiography as well. Okay, so why don't we go on? Again, it's Tisha B'Av, and I don't mind if you want to leave. That's okay, it doesn't offend me, but we're not going out for lunch, so just here. So let's explore the force of the war. This is David Roberts' famous depiction of the destruction of Jerusalem under Jesus. How exactly did the war break out? We should remember that wars in the ancient world are fought in the spring and summer. The the autumn rains of October, which is ironically reflected in a lot of the writing about the October 7th massacre as well, really cut down any kind of major military activity. So the war begins in our case in the summer of 66. Decius Florus, who I mentioned earlier was one of the Roman procurators, was extremely callous about this one particular property dispute that erupted in Caesarea. Jews approached him with a bride to try to support our position. He said, "I certainly will." He takes the bribe, and then he ignores them. And then violence erupts when some local Greeks set up some avodah zarah in front of the shul. They sacrificed some birds in front of the shul in such a way that the Jews would have to become the Tameh, would have to, it was just basically an insult. It was like spraying a swastika on the door, as it were. And a small fight broke out in Caesarea between Jewish cops, younger Jewish men who were willing to fight against the Greeks. And Decius Florus does not intervene at all. The older Jews are forced to take the sacred Torah out of the synagogue and run away from Caesarea because they're worried that the synagogue will be destroyed. word of this gets to Jerusalem, and the Jerusalemites are extremely incensed with this kind of behavior, and there's protests in the street. Justice Flores sends troops down to Jerusalem. There's actually violence in the street between his troops and Jewish citizens there. And then what hurts Justice Flores in particular is that while he is there, he decides to raid the temple treasury for a small and bizarre amount. There's 17 talents. And just the idea, though, of him penetrating the treasury of the temple and taking any kind of money from there was deeply offensive to the Jerusalemites. And he said he was doing it to repair the damages that occurred in the riots in Caesarea. So at that point, this is what really got him mad. Some Jewish pranksters walked around the city carrying their hats, saying that we need to make a collection for Gessius Flores, who needs to build some walls. And this he found deeply insulting, and he chose to strike back with great violence. This is when Berenice got involved. But basically, Agrippa comes down, this is the king, and he's brought troops and says, hey, this is not right, you can't insult my colleague. But things are spinning rapidly out of control, and ultimately, what Gessius Flores does, he says, I need to call in some bigger troops because I can't handle this violence here, and he calls out to Antioch for the assistance of Cestius Gallus. Cestius Gallus is a regional leader. He leads the entire Syria Colella, which is like what would be say Israel and Lebanon and Syria. And he comes down from Antioch. Well, obviously tensions are very hot in Jerusalem, and he brings with him the 12th region, the Fulminata region, with perhaps as many as 30,000 troops, that's including the legion itself and lots of ancillary troops. And he makes his way down. There's some violence that he uses in the Galilee region as he makes his way down to Antioch, which is in Turkey, down to Israel. And then finally, he comes to Jerusalem, but he does not invade or besiege Jerusalem. Now, at this point, there's a little bit of a confusion in Josephus's chronology. I'm following here the analysis of Guy McLean Rogers and Steve Mason, who argue that basically what he did was he came down to Jerusalem with a show of force, with his massive, terrifying legionnaires, and then he felt at that point, okay, he's demonstrated Roman authority. He does not have to actually attack Jerusalem, which would be difficult. It is a well-defended city. It has a small but reliable water source. He doesn't want to get involved in it, and of course, it is October. And there is no point in starting a major siege in October when the rainy season is about to begin. So he decides that he's done enough, he's maintained his show of force. It is now time for him to return to Antioch. And at that point, he goes through the Beit Horon Pass, which is a very narrow pass that requires him, because he has such a large train of troops and support wagons and so on, he regards him to stretch his way out, and he ignores one of those basic principles of Roman military strategy. He allows the troops to separate themselves from the baggage train. At this point, some of the rebels, under one Shimon bar Giora, who was incidentally the only rebel leader who was later assassinated in a formal execution by the Romans after the war, Shimon bar Giora takes advantage of their knowledge of the mountain passes, the terrain, and they attack the baggage train. They separate it from the troops, and then one by one they start on these harassing guerrilla-type raids down onto the Romans. Ultimately, Cestius Gallus and his vaunted 12th legion is completely destroyed. It was hugely humiliating for the Romans that Shimon bar Giora actually captured their eagle standard, which is considered, the symbol of Roman might. In fact, the Jewish rebels to do so was considered a huge humiliation. Gestius Gallus himself survived and fled first to Caesarea and then back up to Antioch until later he disappears from the story. He was probably forced to commit suicide by the Emperor Nero, who frequently did this to generals who displeased him. So the rebels in the fall of 66 have a sudden massive win. They get a huge influx of weapons from all the things they could capture from the Romans, including lots of striking and piercing weapons, but also things like siege engines and catapults and things like that. And they're feeling really good about themselves. They're feeling that maybe they can actually, fend off the Roman might, which, if you recall the map, was ridiculous. It's kind of like, I don't know, Westchester County thinking they can hold off the rest of the United States of America. It's not going to happen. But nevertheless, there was a moment of the euphoria when they thought perhaps they would be forced to do it. In Jerusalem, and I put this in a different alternate between what the Romans do and the Jews do, the rebels form a provisional council in Jerusalem, which is more moderate than anything they ever have. They still have a lot of aristocracy in Jerusalem, the wealthier classes who are associated particularly with Jerusalem. They still have some of the early rabbis involved in the leadership. This is before the period of Yochanan and Zakkai's escape, for example. And there's this idea of like, okay, look, we did this. What's going to happen now? Oh my gosh, there are rebels who are claiming that we've won. That's it. Rome will never be back. It's just a pipe dream. And others are saying, wait a minute, we got to prepare. They are definitely coming back. We have to deal with it. But they still have a certain level of communication with each other. In the spring of 67, Emperor Nero, hearing about Decius Gallus's horrible defeat, says, okay, we've got to send someone else out there. Now, Decius Gallus was known as essentially an administrator. He was not battle-hardened. He never had to command troops before. And, Nero said, I've got to send someone that is definitely a much more authoritative leader. Vespasian at the time was a low-born person, not like Decius Gallus was a nobleman. He was a low-born person who had risen through the ranks as a warrior and had proved himself in many battles. He also offended Nero, because Nero was a strange individual. I'm sure you've heard stories about him, but at this time, in the spring of 67, he was doing his so-called cultural tour, where he was going to the various outposts of the Roman Empire and proclaiming and performing as a singer and a poet. He regarded himself as something of a pop star, and he was deeply offended because Vespasian fell asleep during one of his concerts and was actually snoring. And so that may have added to his motivation to send Vespasian out, but it was obviously the right choice militarily from his perspective. Vespasian assembles his troops, and he makes the same route down from the north, and he leads a very good campaign in the Galilee region, methodically going town by town, destroying the Jewish rebels up there, which you will recall were commanded this time by Josephus. Josephus describes his extremely heroic and intelligent defense of the towns, which, if we take him at face value, was pretty amazing. Like, for example, at Yotapato, where it was ultimately be a downfall, in order to convince the Romans besieging the city that he, in fact, had plenty of water, and they did not, he ordered them to do laundry and then hang the wet laundry over the city wall. The Romans the water dripping as well. We have to have a good water source in there. This is like harder than often. But it is at this point when Vespasian basically is overwhelmed. He has something like 60,000 troops with us. That's including several legions and all kinds of auxiliaries, including those donated by other client kings, who are only very happy to fight against their rivals in Israel. At this point, Josephus is equally in a fight with one John of Kala, and then Vespasian decimates all these cities. Josephus surrenders, and John of Kala makes it back to Jerusalem, where he would be one of the major rebels after that time. One of the points that I didn't want to really raise, I'm not sure what to do with it, but what I find ironic about this period is that in the first century, we had no clear leader that we all basically agreed was going to represent us. And I think there's a lot of similarities to our days today, especially with the daily politics, so fractured. And those elections every 6-8 months, because you can't simply decide what do we want as a people. That's unfortunate parallel that's part of the way. Then in the summer of 60, again, there was going to be a break because you have to take off, no fighting during the winter. In the summer of '68, Vespasian hears about the unrest in Rome. Nero has committed suicide, and now there's a period of insurrection where there are several candidates for the position of emperor, and he stops the attacks because he's waiting to see what's going to happen. So basically, the Jews in Jerusalem have a period of about a year and a half in the course of this war that they just get their act together. And instead, they do the opposite. They engage in incredible infighting in Jerusalem itself. There's one, Elijah who takes over the sanctuary of the temple. John of Gustala takes over the courtyard. Simon Bar Gloria comes in. The Williams come in. And there's horrible street fighting amongst Jews in Israel, in Jerusalem, for a year and a half before the Romans even approach. At its worst point, the rebels competing with each other actually burned each other's stores of wheat, which was essential for withstanding the siege that they knew was coming. But in their paroxysm of factional fighting, Jews simply could not unify and agree on a common course of action, and each individual rebel during sections of the city literally fighting with each other for operation. At this point, Joseph describes some of the most bizarre behavior of these rebels, and people were living in tremendous privation. Other groups, because they were stolen with goods, were living, essentially nightlife with tremendous destruction. It's one of the most painful things to read how the wait stood their time for a year and a half. It is this point then the Jewish Christians who were in the city fled to Pella, which is Jordan, and they were able to ride out much of the old fighting. In the spring of 70, after the dynastic issues in Rome are resolved, Vespasian's son, now with Josephus at his side, they raise Jerusalem, and that this begins around Pesach time, and then by late fall, the city falls, and the temple is destroyed, Tisha B'Av, or thereabouts. And that's basically the end of the war, but there are a few rebels holdouts right at a couple of fortresses, the most significant one being Masada, which falls so that's basically the course of the war, the three main stages of the fight. You have to assess the Jewish response to it. Based on Josephus, the Jews definitely fought with tremendous ingenuity and with bravery and with chutzpah, but their bravery and their skills not matched by the tremendous infighting that they engaged in that completely undermined any of their attempts to resolve the situation. If we look at our times, October 7th, this is one of the most frightening photographs I've seen. I mean, I'm not going to show you the horrible graphic photographs that are unfortunately readily available. This is a satellite photograph that shows you the Mediterranean here. Here's the Gaza Strip. See where tremendous congestion is right up earlier. And this is on October 7th, the fires burning in the Gaza hospital in the distribution as they were attacked on that horrible day. It was, of course, a simple Torah, and I don't need to go over the basics of what happened because we're all still living it. The IDF was invaded 20 days later after a punishing bombing campaign. And there will be one brief pause from the 24th of November to 1st of December where 155 hostages will be released, but there's still well over 100 still living in Gaza, or there's over 100 in Gaza, of whom around 60 are still alive. Looking at it from a broader perspective, this is a call, however, this is not like a one-front war. This is a war where Israel has been attacked roundly from several sources. Not only the violence that erupted on October 7th in Gaza, but Hezbollah, of course, all of us, I haven't checked my news since we began talking. Everyone's worried about what's going to be happening in North. Hezbollah has launched over 19,000 rockets at Israel. Many of you experience that same kind of certain reality where I'll open up my phone and I will look at Israel or during news or something and I'll see, okay, 30 rockets launched at Israel, and then I'll look at the regular news, there's nothing. It's not important. Bombs are falling on Israel. And of course, we have the dramatic drone attack from Yemen that's due to Israeli in Tel Aviv, and then the counterattack by Israel on their ports. And of course, what we're all worried about today is what will Iran do? Iran save Iraq from I also have a small personal reflection.
You and fucking KG move kind of the same, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. KG likes.
One of my sons was in Israel at the time. We wanted to bring him home for Passover, and his flights were canceled because Iran launched 300 rockets at Israel. And it just seems so weird to me that my life intersects with world history because
do with Mercury retrograde, okay? Connections are nothing right now. It has nothing to do with me. The connection is clear as day. I have a browser right now showing the connection is
I'm not sure how to process it
so it has
myself.
nothing to do with me or rebooting my life. So I would really appreciate if
So
you guys
wrapped up in
cannot
history, there's
currently
much
hear
more
me.
that
I
we ever
cannot
have.
do anything. I'm a woman of solutions, and when I cannot do a solution, there's no way
Okay,
to
let
read
me
it.
pause now that we finished speaking.
I leave the live and come back in. Tell them, Stan, I appreciate it. Thank you, Monica. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely correct. The tremendous disregard and ridiculous level of violence perpetrated on each other because we simply could not appreciate our common humanity and our common Jewishness. That's exactly what the Talmud does. And I think that's why the Talmud's analysis is so perceptive, really. That's ultimately the message, the takeaway message. Not Cestus Gallus, not Vespasian, but Celestina. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, sir. This comment on the goal is sort of distancing themselves from all of this warfare and so, as best as we can tell, Josephus himself says he's one of the creators. And you can't always trust Josephus. We've also said, by the way, Silas, which is probably the same as some of those scholars that you need to do. And he was not in Jerusalem at the time, so his analysis of it is not necessarily as valuable as what the Talmud has to say about it. So we can say, for example, if you look at the second episode, his own family members were among the rebels. Like the Jonah, who tried to stop him from going out of the city, one of them was his nephew. So this is very much like family politics. Like individual families were divided on many different lines of it, and you can have such a younger people who are attracted to topics and rebels and various such. And the Pharisees, as best as you can tell, meant to be a populist group who are largely pacifist. Not pacifist necessarily on a political level, but on a more pragmatic level. But their approach was this. We have to deal with Rome. We are not strong enough to push off Rome. And any kind of, social rebellion is going to result in disaster. So my best assessment of the movement was that there's still part of the people, they still have great ethnic people. They have not really somewhat like Sadducees, for example. And in the case of the Sakai, they definitely have connections with the rebel groups. But they want to cool the jets of the hotheads who that's why the evolution strategy, as articulated by Yochanan Zakkai, is Ten li yavne l'chachamei. Give us a place. We're going to leave, and we're going to establish ourselves there and focus on Torah. Because we can't win this war. That's my question. Yes, question.
I said, I'm so bored in this
Yeah, good argument. So this is, the question was, this may have been, at least my assessment of the movement at this time. But 60 years later, you get to the third Roman Catholic, or led by Bar Kokhba in 135, and that had a lot of support from the evolution later. Like Rabbi Akiva, of course, famously argued that Bar Kokhba was going to be the Mashiach. This is going to be it. So, the evolution of their statistics, how come they could support Bar Kokhba later? I would only argue that it is certainly not a uniform support for the Bar Kokhba. Yosef Bar Gaga, for example, Rothschild says to him, Akiva, laughs will grow from our cheeks before Bar Kokhba is Mashiach. So there definitely were lots of Tanakh who are not in favor of Bar Kokhba, or at least not to the extent that Rabbi Akiva was. However, the fact is, we have 24,000 students of Rabbi Akiva who died, according to the Gemara, of a plague, but according to Rabbi Rothschild, of a persecution. There's not an extreme argument to say that those 24,000 followers of Rabbi Akiva who died in that revolt that they were supporting Bar Kokhba. So, what's the difference between them? I don't know. It's a good question. I think the main difference would be that Bar Kokhba, as far as we can tell, since letters of his were discovered in the Qumran region, he was a frummy. I mean, he was pro-evolution, he was pro-Torah. He was definitely a very kind of like aggressive leader, and so on, and very successful. I mean, he managed to hold up 7 Roman legions in 2 years, which is unbelievable. Rome had to bring legions from England to fight against Bar Kokhba. So it's a pitched battle that was far more threatening to Rome than the first Roman revolt. And maybe that he captured their imagination, that he wasn't here. But it's a good question. There's a lot longer discussion. They have a question in the back. Do you have a question? No? Okay, yes, please. The Greek city is going to release Jews So these are probably not Greeks like from the Peloponnesian region, but local populations that may have originally been ethnically Arab and so on, who adopted Greek culture. There were certain cities like Caesarea, for example, which was a Greek stronghold, and to the south Ashkelon also, and they were populated more by like Greek Celtic culture, where Greek was the lingua franca, and they had like athletic games, where they had idols in the streets, things like that. Not tolerated all in Jerusalem, but they're more like Greek oriented. As opposed to being ethnic. There could be some Jews involved in those as well, and so on that. So those Greeks weren't even Greek, they were Syrians. So that would be the same kind of example where Greek was so overwhelming a culture that lots of populations spoke those Greek, ethnically they looked identical, just like America is like such an overwhelming culture that lots of people. Well, maybe that's not a good example. I'm getting off topic. So let's go back to the material, okay? So here we go in the Diana. So if we go to the ancient period, this was not a diaspora story by and large because Israel didn't have a huge diaspora population. There was a population of Jews specifically in Alexandria that was quite large, and they were deeply involved in the revolt. They suffered actually from massive pogroms directed against them as a consequence of Israel's uprising against Rome. Parthian Jewry, which is where you had the masses of Talmudic Jews. This is the period where you've got an expulsion of Jews there in the 6th century before the Common Era, and a very large population where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet. But they largely stayed out of it. One of the things that Nero was actually worried about is like, wait a second, maybe one of the reasons we better put this down is because what happens here? We can't Rome ends here, right? There's no Roman Empire. This is the Parthian Empire over here. Rome is worried, what happens if all those Jews over here use their imagined muscle and get the Parthians to attack Rome? Never happened, but it was something that they were worried about. We don't know much about what the Parthian Jews thought about the rebellion at the time. We don't have many sources on it. The only real ally that Israel had, or an ally at the time, was tiny Adia Bene, who was here up in southern Syria. This is a region where they had a very famous queen, Hilmi Hamalka, who converted to Judaism sometime in the 40s. And like this is the 40s, not the 1940s. But, and she said, she was extremely charitable. She's mentioned many times in the Talmud for her gracious acts of support, using her throne for the people of Jerusalem. She actually chose to be buried in Jerusalem. They discovered her sarcophagus in Jerusalem, and it's now in the Louvre. And Adia Bene sent troops down to help the Jews in their fight against the Romans. Otherwise, it was a wash for Israel. It's entirely a local conflict. Looking at our times, however, and I'd like to go now because diaspora is where we live, and so many of these things are so relevant. This is really a multi-front war besides the fronts that I described were violent, occurring weapons and so on. And we have all kinds of things happening in the States as well. This is, of course, not too far away. It's off the river at Columbia University. I'd like to show you some of these statistics on the Harvard-Harris poll. This is a really useful device for studying the conflict from the perspective of Americans. This is a poll that's taken every month. It's a very reputable poll, and it's primarily instituted for the purpose of analyzing American politics. It's got about
You want some happy about? You want some happy? We get your mind right. All right, let's get everybody's mind right. A little happy here. We'll help you get that brain right. All right.
I'm telling you right now, it's like they're enjoyment. You want to be like a gym, you got some enjoyment mode. Podcasting, you're just chilling with the kids. I'm like, great. I don't do great. Okay, what is the deal with Korea? I think it's you didn't take it from zero. It's been around for thousands of years. You want some happy about? You want some happy? We get your mind right. All right, let's get everybody's mind right. A little happy here. We'll help you get that brain right. All right. I'm telling you right now, it's like they're enjoyment mode. You want to be like a gym, you got some enjoyment mode. Podcasting, you're just chilling with the kids. I'm like, great. I don't do great. Okay, what is the deal with creative? I think it's you didn't take it from zero. It's been around for thousands of years. You want some happy about? You want some happy? We get your mind right. All right, let's get everybody's mind right. A little happy here. We'll help you get that brain right. All right. I'm telling you right now, it's like they're enjoyment mode. You want to be like a gym, you got some enjoyment mode. Podcasting, you're just chilling.
But that means that more than half of Americans are really paying attention. And interestingly, this will be very important in the next few slides. When you look at
I'm like, great. I'm too great.
what ages of Americans are following, it's fairly evenly divided among all the ages. So it means that across the board, you talk to any American today over the age of 18, there is like a 20% chance that that person will be following more closely, 1 in 5. And that's pretty remarkable, given that sometimes Americans have difficulty identifying the names of the vice presidential candidates. So this is a remarkably large Now, what exactly do they say? This is a question they've asked many, many times, and the numbers have been fairly stable. In this conflict, do you support more Israel or more Hamas? 80% of Americans support Israel. And that's something we should feel very good about. This number has been very stable ever since October. It has not dropped below, I think, 76%. So even though when we look at the news, we see these terrible demonstrations and we see these incredible numbers of people protesting and blocking the streets and things like that, it's a minority of Americans. They're 1 in 5. I don't like the number 1 in 5. That's a very large number of people to support a terrorist group. But nevertheless, we can rely, at least for now, on the fact that 8 out of 10 Americans support Israel more than Hamas. Do you think Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties? 66% say yes. We think that Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties. That's actually a pretty good number as well. However, this is the scary part. When you break it down by age, and this has been a constant as well since October, the younger you are as an American, more likely it is to support Hamas. If you look at this crucial age group, 18 to 24, 46% of children, young adults, 46% of them support Hamas over Israel. That's a terrifying number. 1 in 2 Americans under the age of 24 that Hamas has the right in this fight. As you get older, of course, that number drops. When you get to like my age range, you're over 90% correct. 65 was 93% correct, more than that. But this is a troubling number because it's not the kind of number that's going to go away. Obviously, these people are going to get older, and their values are going to be spread up along this lifestyle. Right now, this is the millennials. They're not power, they're the future, and it's deeply troubling. So we're here, is Israel trying to avoid casualties? 54% of millennials say no. Israel doesn't care about casualties. These are really scary numbers. And this is why I feel that one of the most terrifying fronts of this conflict is what's happening in colleges today. And, I can tell you that at Touro University, like every federally sponsored university, we have to report our crime statistics to the federal government every year. We have 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campuses. I hear there's another university in New York that also has similar statistics. I forget. But I fear for kids on regular campuses. One of my sons, who is studying to be a marine biologist, is not one of Touro University's strongest majors. Therefore, he's gone to a college that has a strong marine biology program, and he describes to me just horrendous things. Like people who are his friends on Instagram suddenly writing the most vile, horrific, and anti-Semitic things on his page, simply because he identifies with the Jew. And, and boycotts. I myself was speaking at the University of British Columbia a few weeks ago, and they have a beautiful Hillel house on campus. And I was speaking in their Hillel house on the second floor, which has windows all around it, in the middle of campus. And they asked me if I mind, can they close all of the window shades? And I said, sure, that's fine, but why do you want to close the window shades on a beautiful sunny day? And they said, because when they see there's a speaker here, they gather around and they chant and they shout obscenities around on the building. And I've never experienced anything like that before, that you can have a spontaneous eruption of hatred just because there's a Jewish speaker in the Hillel house. And by the way, the Hillel, as you can see, is like extremely, a liberal concept itself. And nevertheless, it doesn't help. So these numbers are terrifying. This is a real front, and it's not us who are facing it. We are, most of us in this room are older, we have our circles of friends, maybe we see people at work, but going into college campuses, this is a terrifying kind of statistic. Here's another one. 7 in 10 voters say they only favor a conditional ceasefire with Hamas based on the release of hostages. Also, a fairly comforting number that Americans get it, that the hostages are at the center of this, and if there's no hostage deal, there's no ceasefire. But again, looking at younger people, 54% say no. There should be a ceasefire and let the hostages sit where they are. That's incredible. But this is... Oh no, the other way, sorry, thank you. 46%. Just rewind that part. 46. It's still a scary number, 46%. So this is really a front that we have to be aware of. Our kids are really in danger. Our kids are in deeply hostile environments that I haven't experienced anything like this. This is something that actually just last night, this was an ad that appeared in Jewish Standard this past week. And is taught my class, and look at this here, learn essentials for college life. As a university administrator, I think essential skills for college life, I think, okay, math literacy, English composition skills, but no, it's self-defense as essential skills for college life. This is the environment that we're living in today. It was pretty dramatic. They had it on the air of Tisha B'Av, but shows how serious it is. Anti-Semitic love, it's not a joke either. I don't have to prove this to you, but the level, it's so bizarre that you would think that after Jews are attacked, there would be kind of like a backlash of sympathy. There would be kind of like people saying, no, you shouldn't be attacking civilians like this. But Adirah, we see that it inspires more attacks. And the number of anti-Semitic attacks is just until the end of 2023 skyrocketed after October. As I'm sure many of you have experienced directly. But what I find, I think, most frightening about all this phenomenon, and I'll speak a little bit more about it in the next slide, is this bizarre as a Jew phenomenon that has really gained tremendous prominence, although I doubt that it has appreciable depth. The as a Jew term was coined by a scholar whose name escapes me right now, that basically points to the fact that there are many, many Jews looking at this conflict begin the statement of their opinion with the phrase, as a Jew. The next part of the sentence is going to be, I condemn actions of the state of Israel, McDonald's, and so on, whatever it is. They feel that their Jewish ethnicity somehow, gives them special authority to opine on this deeply complex conflict that has gone on for centuries. And this particular example frightened me very much. This is Jacob Crunzel, is a journalist who works for the Forward right now, and he covered this. There's actually a video which you can watch if you like. Go to his Twitter feed, you'll find it. But it's this young sophomore, I think, at George Washington University in Miriam, and she's at this presser at the Capitol House, and with the Fias and things like that. And she described her experience at the quad at George Washington, which they have renamed Shahada Square. Shahada, of course, is the Islamic proclamation. The faith is also associated with suicide bombers, and it is actually the emblem of the Hamas flag. So they've named the squad after the Hamas flag. So the protesters. Yeah. The protesters. Anyways, this Jewish girl, Miriam, talks about how she's so grateful for the protest, the encampment at her college, because it has given her a uniquely Jewish experience of life, growing up, she says she did not have access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. I think that's a weird term. I guess didn't live in Williamsburg, but she says I never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like virtually impossible to happen. And therefore, I was so grateful, she says, when certain rabbis came and brought a sacred Torah and on Shabbos in the encampment, and she was able to have her her bas mitzvah right there in Shahada Square. And she was proclaiming this was such a wonderful experience for her to be able to connect with her Jewishness. She identifies her protest over Gaza with her Jewish identity. Now, I don't want to minimize the fact that you can see the holiness of her neshama really coming out here, because it's no, I don't mean it viciously, but she identifies with the suffering of human. She identifies with the social goals of the prophets. The blood of the Nevi'im run through her veins. Amos and Yirmiyahu, and they're all in her. They're all saying tzedek, tzedek, and all those things. Absolutely, no question. But the thing is, it's so close. It's so mixed up. It's so confused and so divorced from what actual Jewish values are that we cannot feel that sadness. So, excellent question. The question is, what do I attribute it to? There's a rabbi he's on the east side, Rabbi Amiel Hirsch, spoken publicly about this. Very, very powerful. And he takes an alternative approach. He says basically it's some of the more liberal identifications of Judaism. We have sacrificed so much of Jewish particularism to the concept of universalism. We have really doubled down on teaching our kids that we have to respect all humanity. And we have to it's not like that's wrong. That's absolutely part of our tradition. But we're also a family. We have to protect ourselves. We have to understand our own traditions, our own special specifications. And he says that it's our fault. We have not balanced our education properly. We have not taught our children. And I think we all have to take a piece of this. It's not just because of this denomination. We all have to take a piece of this. We've not taught our kids enough about what specifically is the value of being Jewish. What is in Judaism per se that we don't share with the rest of us. It's kind of like a Shmini Atzeres moment as opposed to a Sukkot moment. Okay, but I'll return to this in 1 second because it's not all bad. Okay, I'm in my concluding bubble now. Thank you for your patience and endurance. I'm surprised so many of you lasted this long. Here's something I enjoyed coming across the other day. This is the Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1859. And this is a period of time when the Tsarist government in Russia was deeply involved in Jewish training. And I actually have a few volumes in my home that have at the beginning a little stamp that says approved by the censor, who's usually a Jewish guy who's employed by the Russian government to remove any kind of thing that the Tsar might feel is offensive. And so this one particularly zealous censor was looking at the Haggadah, and he said, it's going to offend the Tsars. I can please make some small changes. So the printed version, as the year 1939, this is a famous passage I'm sure we're all familiar with. God who stands for us and our fathers, it's not only once in our history that people tried to destroy us. Rather, in every generation, there are people who rise up and try to destroy us. And the Holy One rescues us from their hands. The censor said it's not going to fly, so therefore he made this small change, add this word hayu, and change the mem to a hey, So that instead it reads, in every generation, they used to rise up. No longer. We live in the Tsarist golden age where, we're so happy to live under Russian rule that no one's going to hurt us anymore. They used to rise up against the destroyers, and the Holy One rescued us. Past tense, not present tense. We no longer need rescuing because we live in this, Soviet or Russian paradise. And although it's funny to look at this now, I think in many ways, I felt like this about America. I felt like all that stuff I studied, like here it is. Look at my keynote, right? We were just reading from this, and it's hardcover. It's like solid because it's not going to change. It's great. It has all the past things we've gone through in a conveniently located spot, and I'm never going to have to replace this one. That's why a hardcover is so useful because it'll stay on my shelf forever. And I think we've all been accused of that. We've all kind of like had a wake-up moment. It's October 7th. That what happened in previous generations is very much real to us today. So,
listen on America's #1 podcast network,
I'm going to step out on a limb here. I'm doing this for most of the last hour and a half, but I'm going to step out on a limb and go past my historian, boundaries, and think a little bit more about what are we supposed to do about it. And these are just my personal reflections. They are not, bound in any rabbinic authority or anything like that. But I think that if you go back to the sources, this is actually also from a Russian printed box. The advice we have is Cuba, we feel it, we've got that here in Israel. Where we have a threefold plan that we have relied upon for millennia: repentance, prayer, and charity. And that will ameliorate the situation. So if you look at three things in our context, I'm going to point out these three things. So don't tshuva. This is an amazing story that I just read a couple days ago, and it illustrates a phenomenon that I think many of us have appreciated. This is the Reverend Hannah Levy Leon, who was a very successful Unitarian minister in Manhattan. Her parents, who come from Jersey, were survivors. They hid totally from her the fact that she was Jewish. She didn't grow up with the name Levi, which I think would be a giveaway. But she adopted her family name after she found out later in life that in fact she was Jewish. But she was raised without any sense of Jewish identity because her parents tried to shield her from her past. But at that point, she also married a Jewish guy and married him. They bonded over the shared Jewish tradition and immediately joined the Unitarian Church. But the thing is, she was successful. She wrote a great book. She was very religiously oriented. But after October 7th, despite having a large congregation, very influential congregation, the congregation started pushing her on issues of making public statements in support of Gaza, and she was offended by the text and disturbed by them. She had to get them to include some reference to the hostages later on, and it was so skewed, and she had so much opposition from her congregation that she eventually had an October 7th wake-up moment, and she said, "I can't stay here any longer." And so she quit the church, and now she is in rabbinical school. Maybe not, it's probably not an opening field for her yet, but nevertheless, there is a phenomenon that even though we have seen that as a Jew phenomenon, we've seen that there is a centrifugal force, that when there is pressure on the Jewish people, there are some Jews who will be pushed away. They're not attached firmly enough to the core of our values that when there is pressure, they will disappear. But there's also a centripetal force. There's also a force where, we saw this on Instagram. A friend of mine, Naomi Massman, who's a culinary individual, she does like foodie. She says like right after October 7th, there's like all kinds of people piling on their Instagram trying to find out recipes for challah. Everybody wants to get back in there. Even though he's so far away, when we are under attack, there is something that draws us together as well. And I think we should welcome that and we should encourage that. And when we meet Miriam, whose Jewish experience at Shahada Square gets just a little bit more interested in Judaism, I think that's an opening for a conversation. And I think that's also a small particular for the tremendous disunity that we demonstrated in the first round of Jewish war. Secondly, tefillah. We read this upstairs just a couple hours ago. I mean, I referred to my keynotes as being a hardcover. And now I have to awkwardly add a photocopy into it because I know that this is new history. This is history in creation. That all of these keynotes that we read commemorating the disasters of the past, they're not the last. And we will be creating it. This is the keynote of our generation. This is the keynote that, previous keynotes I've read, and occasionally I've been more moved or less moved. But who can read this keynote by Rabbi Rothschild and not be moved? We cannot feel. We cannot see the images of Fear Bibas, the Chatufim, and be moved. So our tefillah has a new opportunity for energy. Finally, tzedakah. So I began this lecture with a coin. And obviously, tzedakah doesn't need any more explanation. In 1958, on the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel, Israel wanted to mark that milestone in its medallion collection. And so an artist whose name I unfortunately don't know created a modern version of the Judea Kapta poem. You recognize it when you first one began this, right? Judea Kapta, the looming Roman soldier, the despondent woman representing Judea, and it says here, Dalsa Yehuda, the exile of Yehuda, the exile of Judea. But coins obviously have two sides. This is the obverse. This is Israel Liberata, Israel Liberated. And this is a beautiful artistic expression of who we are. A woman playing with her child, celebrating life. A man, the chalutz, one of those Jews hats, planting a tree with confidence. And this is, I think, what really represents us. And let us hope that next time that we meet for Tisha B'Av, we'll be in Yerushalayim or Kodesh. Thank you very much. There's some dispute over what exactly it stands for.
Opposite of white. Black. Okay. Precipitation. The opposite of just wait. Just it's cloudy. It looks like it's going to rain. Participate right now. Rain participation. I don't know.
Thank you all for coming. My goal tonight is to provide a brief historical overview of leading up to the events of October 7th. A very quick look at the incredibly difficult year that we have all experienced, and then to contextualize that history within the larger scope of Jewish history, to look at how have Jews reacted to tragedy in the past, and then perhaps to give a very brief look at how we have so far responded to the current crisis. And I hope to complete this within 20 minutes so that we will have plenty of time for the great disorders and this is a coin that I find very emblematic of not only the situation that we experience right now, but really looking at the larger historical experience of Galus exile. This is one of the 24 Judea captive coins issued by the Roman Empire following the defeat of Judea in the First Roman-Jewish War. On the left is Vespasian himself. Sometimes the coins show his son Titus, who later became emperor after him. And on the right, you see Judea capta. Judea is taken captive. There's a balsam palm tree in the center, which is one of Israel's greatest exports at the time. And then on the left is a looming Roman soldier looking down at a despondent Jewish woman who represents the Jewish polity. The Romans made tremendous propaganda out of these coins, which circulated widely in the ancient Near East, and it was a constant reminder of the humiliation of the Jews. This is not the only time, of course, that currency has been used to humiliate a defeated or to be defeated enemy. Here, for example, are from the 20th century, some examples from Germany, thought that after World War I, local currency was computed to replace the highly devalued yen, and it's frequently included that actually shows
so I left it deposited.
I think when we reflect on what these images mean, I think
I'm all in on
the first
sweet
is
stuff.
that nobody can fool us on what it There's no people on the face of this planet that has experienced more tragedy and has yet come back from that tragedy with renewed strength and vigor. There's no people that can be compared to
There we go. Ding, ding,
that
ding, we're off to a good start.
At the same time,
I bleed,
we
Josie.
all
Got my
have to
veins
learn
fucking
those lessons
as real as it
over
gets.
again.
Till my veins fucking Bill
Not
O'Reilly song
automatically
comes out.
absorb
I
the
love
lessons
the
of
years.
resilience.
I have no
My
issue with
parents, perhaps we look to them for models, but the challenges are always different, and the responses always have to be tailor-made and isolated to individual
So part of me
situations.
goes,
So
play stupid
let's
games with
begin
stupid
first
prizes.
with a quick
So,
overview of why we had just in the first place, and look at the year after that. So, of course, here's a map. On the left, you see the armistice lines after the war ended in 1949. You can see Israel is the green part in the middle. On the right, after the remarkable Six-Day War,
his name is Bruiser. No, his name's Austin.
You know the guy who told Mike Tyson, Mike Tiger, they knocked out Zach Galifianakis. There's 100 other guys just like ownership of Gaza, fucking chomping at the damn. 1948 and 1957, it was part of it.
And I was like, that's my time.
Large territory, it was taken over by Israel temporarily. And then in the Camp David Accord, this time while Saddam and Iraq were presidents of Egypt, Billy Carter was president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, Prime Minister of Israel, signed a historic treaty with Egypt, which, although it is tenuous treaty, nevertheless is holding the Sinai Peninsula entirely back for its efforts at creating peace for the Jewish state. Anwar Sadat was assassinated by members of the Mossad Guard. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is actually an ideological forefather of Hamas. But he just didn't receive the entire Sinai Peninsula, the entire triangular portion of the water, was conquered by Israel in the 6-Day War, but Egypt refused to take back Gaza. Gaza was simply too much of a demographic, economic headache for Egypt, and they were also quite unenthusiastic about taking so many radicalized people, especially associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, into the boundaries of the zone. So then between 1967 and 2005, Israel controlled the territory. There were some very isolated settlements. As you can see here, the blue sections in this satellite photograph are the Jewish settlements in Gaza before 2005, but it was a tiny population, about 5,000 Jews inside of a population of then about 1.2 million very angry, unhappy Palestinians. It is demographically one of the most crowded spaces on the earth, and huge unemployment, an inverted age pyramid where almost half of the population is under the age of 18.
Looks like one
extremely
bullet.
difficult to
If you're outside the building,
military.
you ever tried to get 3 guys outside of a door shooting into one door? In kit, yeah, large men. That ain't happening. No, not happening. I can pick this apart 17 different ways, but I don't think I have to. The only thing I have to say is it didn't happen this way because Tim wasn't allowed to be on the assault. He wasn't so far qualified. What he did was steal a story. The story absolutely happened. There was a 15-6 investigation about it. The problem is you are allowed to have an AK-47. Okay. You have one personal protection weapon.
If not peace, at least not.
I don't want to get the details about it, and what really happened, because I don't know. Only the team knows. But 15-6 was happened, happened, and what they were upset about was like, it's an investigation. It's a formal investigation that's probably happening right now. And what they're saying is, well, he's allowed to have that weapon. He can't reach for that weapon. So they were trying to figure out, was the weapon he was supposed to have? Was it a justified kill that he was moving with intent? Things like that. So 15-6 happened. This story was intent. And you weren't there.
They had elections fairly early
You weren't close to
on.
there.
And in those elections were two major parties.
The next one, which is, don't worry, it gets crazier from there. The night Zarqawi dies is an epic night.
In the West Bank here.
Let's go to 158 to 159.
But in the Gaza Strip, you can see that Hamas has.
We roll out with all the ammo that we can possibly pack on the truck. We are not going out with just any mission. In the words of William Wallace from the Braveheart, we're going to pick a fight. And we do, all of us, all night. The more fights we get in, the more Al-Qaeda resources are leveraged to try and save these assholes or bad guys out of the woodwork. It's awesome. Target 1 is a letdown. It's a giant house in downtown Baghdad that looks like it's going to be packed to the gills with baddies. We're approaching it to the surface. This is entry because we believe there's a 30% chance he is here. So we're all blacked out, silent, moving under night vision, throwing ladders over walls, and even ninja crawling up on this bad boy. Then we hit it all at once and find nothing.
But the state essentially developed a kind of
no worries though, because we still have 5 other named targets to hit. CAG had more luck in their first hit because the radio was hopping. Everyone was on the net. Company Commander Major Jimmy Hester and Sergeant Major Window were even out that night. Things are happening so fast, the reports so quickly, it sounds like they're speaking in guns on the net. On targets, our targets keep changing throughout the night. I see until the interrogation that this other house is high priority. So CAG flexes to that house and we flex to the target CAG was pointed in. This day, that night, is still one of the wildest nights of my life. It is like the world of dangerous 4th of July. Everyone is shooting. You even hear a Bradley fighting vehicle off with a main 5mm cannon. The targets are all close enough to hear it, even the rounds hitting the building. All of Baghdad is being lit up. For the rest of the night, we are non-stop gunfight. I have no idea how many times I've reloaded my rifle. I have no idea how many times I've refreshed all my mags from the go bags. I pre-packed one mission. I have no idea how many men were killed that night. I just didn't have time to think about
Iran is the primary
Good news,
funder
Tim.
of
I
Hamas,
can help
which is
with your memory.
especially ironic because
You
Hamas
changed mags 0 time that night.
movement and Iran
You went to your go bag for extra mags
Israel
0 times that night, and you killed 0 that night. So let me help put a number to it. Just like when he say, what he say? I have countless ones. I put a number to that too. When Afghanistan was Iraq, this has a problem with large numbers, but that's where we're here to help.
Israel. By the
it. I
way,
just know the sound of
bizarre
people
kind
being
of
killed.
this is their official
I thought
government
that was a
slogan.
massive like type of operation that night. Things were going. Like, he's trying to replay. This wasn't Black Hawk Down. It wasn't Black Hawk Down. There was a bomb dropped on Zarqawi. Dad went out there to do a BA on it. He came back. That was how Zarqawi. It's well documented how Zarqawi died. You want to know where Tim was when Zarqawi died?
Various pro-Palestine protests that occurred at many universities in North America and Europe.
Full source reports
One of the
from
dogs that
teammates
does not bark,
and
by
other
the
SIF
way, is
guys.
the fact that there's
And here's a quote. I asked him specifically if they were out that night as part of the op, or maybe even on a different objective. He said, no, all we did was have QRF ready and an assault force ready in case things popped off. And when they announced they had BID and were going up, the squadron went out and recovered the body. We were just QRF and a ready force, but never left the wire that night.
That's from Tim's mouth.
No, that's not. That's from 7 SIF guys' mouth. So, and that's the second time that I heard that. So one guy told me it'd be pretty wild to be that wrong. That's the same story. Someone else told me. That's why I can be so over the top with how many guys he killed that night and how many times he reloaded his mask. That's how I know the exact number. The exact number is 0. This episode's been long enough. We haven't even gotten to the Afghan evacuation, which I intended to. It was 3 hours of lies, and that's what it was. I've tried to maintain what we always want to do, which is be professional, calling people out, holding people accountable, but being professional about it. I would almost say this episode is even more important. It continues to show, hey, it's not just what we uncovered the first time. It's so much everything. It's a lifelong, it's a career-long and lifelong of embellishment and lies. The Maryland National Guard is doing an investigation right now to say, hey, what are we going to do with this guy? Swift, who has the power of pulling tabs, is better be doing an investigation right now. What are we going to do about this guy? The Army better be doing an investigation right now because everyone knows it's been all over the news. And now I'm here to give you the evacuation, and we'll get into that next week, that it has ties to the military. It can't be a Green Beret, a current Green Beret of the National Guard, willingly and purposely test military checkpoints because you deem who gets to come in this base and who doesn't. So that still has weight to that investigation. We're uncovering more lies and more integrity violations from a guy who's supposed to be the spokesman for the National Guard. He's used as a spokesman for special forces. Is this your spokesman? U.S. Army, SWIFT, Maryland National Guard. Is this your spokesman? Is this guy worthy of putting a Green Beret on his head? Is he worthy of putting a long tab on his shoulder? SWIFT. How can you punish anyone right now who's done anything wrong when you have this guy that's done as much damage to our reputation as Green Berets as he's done? How can you punish any Green Beret right now as long as this guy goes unpunished? If I was under any sort of investigation of SWIG or getting a DUI, like, whoa, don't worry about that. This guy's done all of this, and he's going to check. So, yeah, how can you punish me? It's insane. I mean this, and guess what? I don't have to do the Afghanistan evacuation. I don't. The same thing still applies until we can continue doing this dance. You can come clean with everything we've covered now in 2 podcasts. You can come clean about the after evacuation before we cover it. You can actually apologize about things before you get put into a corner. Completely clean, and people will forget this. People will accept you. It doesn't have to be this way. It really doesn't. You gotta wait to do it though. But it does have to be this way if nothing changes. If nothing changes, we have an obligation to continue pressing as long as there's things that need to be said. And there's been no change of heart and no change of course. We'll pay for your plane ticket.
On top is a couple of suggestions. Teshuva relates to song, to fasting. Feel prayer relates to whole voice. And tzedakah, charity relates obviously to money. So if we take a minute and look at each of these 3, if you think about the great destruction after the first Roman Jewish war that I began this presentation with, how did Jews react to that? First of all, they came back to basement. They came back to center. And they sat in that glorious room that we have downstairs, and they said, we've got to get back to Torah. We've got to get the Yavne, the Chachamel, and that's what we have to do. This is always the for us of Tshuva.
If you read about Army Special Forces doing something,
people joining, online classes, all kinds of things. It's not just, the learning the leads who are already learning at very high levels, like here at LTM.
if you read about Army Special Forces doing something, we have done this stuff. This is not the Navy SEALs. We're not writing books. We're not talking about our exploits. We didn't kill Bin Laden. This is us just doing our work, and nobody's supposed to know about it. I'm from Canada. I'm the author and narrator of
They have a 7 a.m.
retelling of
7 a.m.
my life is extraordinary, and it was extraordinary, and it is extraordinary, and you are in for a wild ride.
They're very upset about this. They want to pull this down. Again, that's not me being vindictive about it. If you're going to write this type of book with these amount of lies, if you're going to have stolen valor, you're going to say you've got you say you should have Purple Hearts when you don't, Valor medals when you don't.
There's stolen valor. I've never said anything about having a Purple Heart or a Bronze Star with a megabyte titles going overseas one times or any feathers.
In the Special Force, deployed in Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom, multiple times. Among his multiple awards for the Army are the Bronze Star Medal and the V device awarded for valor under fire.
It only takes one lapse in integrity or judgment to ruin a decade of success and be ostracized from a community. People do bad things for good reasons, and people do things for bad reasons. Whether you agree with someone's choice or not, understand their motivation. The context always gives a more rounded opinion of a person. I never heard of Tim Kaine until a few months ago. But when his name started trickling to the peripheral of my feed, I wondered if he was a victim of his own success, or there's something more nefarious about his story. Chapa, thank you very much for pointing me in the direction of this strange story, and thank you for your tremendous service. This video will hopefully serve as a comprehensive timeline of Tim Kaine's stolen valor accusations, or offenses, depending on what side the bench you're on. After reading his book and watching hundreds of hours of podcasts and reading articles that go back to 2009, I want to give you the critical information and help provide an unbiased synopsis of everything you need to know about Tim's story to make your own decision as well. Hopefully, after watching this video, you have the information you need to feel comfortable to say whether or not Tim is an inspiration or if he's a dishonest salesman trying to expand his reach. All the chapters will be timestamped below. If you want to skip what led up to Tim being called out, then go straight to an accusation. With that, let's go down the rabbit hole of the stolen valor story, polarized the military and civilian communities. Before we start going over Tim's more bravery and questionable points, it is important to give credit where credit is due. He is an unbelievably successful
Welcome, Marty.
He's a master sergeant in the National Guard that serves as an active duty Green Beret sniper, knows Ranger
qualified in a flight to Iraq and Afghanistan theaters of war. He had a
What's up,
successful
girl?
career in the MMA with 8 wins against 7 losses. He is an entrepreneur that has numerous businesses, such as being part owner of
I'm here.
the military clothing company. He is a founder and CEO of Sheepdog Response, a self-defense company, the Apogee School and Mentorship Companies, and is a co-founder of Save Our Allies, a humanitarian company. He has been on several TV shows such as Hunting Hitler and Hard to Kill. He also is a New York Times best-selling author of his autobiography, Scars and Stripes. Now, whether you're a veteran or not, I'm sure you're well aware of the X-Men group of Special Operations Service members called Family Books. This has been an interesting trend in the last 10 years. Obviously, the book is successful and it's respectful of military service. It doesn't mislead civilians. It gets the veteran on the train as a stepping stone. Hey, more power to you. Now, as more and more operators do it, there's more and more competition. So that only leaves a few options for people in that space without falling to get that initial push into the limelight. 1, stay genuine and network for organic traction and growth. 2, have a strong marketing campaign. 3, embellish your line to gain attention. Well, in 2022, Tim released his autobiography, Scars and Stripes, which did amazing. He became a New York Times bestseller and sold just shy of 15,000 the first week. If you look on Amazon, it has a 4.8 from 3,000 reviews. This book, however, would be the catalyst from grace to ignite the spark that's turned the military community against him. Back into the book, I think it's important to understand what the general perception of Tim was before the book actually came out. From what I can see, it was pretty neutral. There were negative comments, which are expected for any individual with a decent-sized following, but I couldn't find anything that really stood out. He was doing interviews with people like Joe Rogan, Steven Crowder, and John Llewellyn, and was on TV shows as he built his brand. Something I found interesting while doing research for this video is the first time he was on Joe Rogan, he actually talked about how he did some writing before. Here are a couple of blogs called Letters from a Foreign Land.
I love writing, like creative writing too. Like I love. Do you write a blog? Yeah, for me. Just for you? Yeah. You gonna publish it someday? Maybe. There are a couple of times where I wrote some blogs where I was deployed, letters from a foreign land, and like people love. Like I'm an okay writer. I'm not that. Like anyways, everybody's the worst critic.
Of course, now with the context of Scars and Stripes, I wanted to find these to see where he started his writing and compare it to the book. I found it listed in multiple places, but couldn't find the actual post. Well, this caused me to learn how to use the Wayback Machine, which proved to be invaluable later. After some digging, and once I got this post on Raindrop's website around 2009 January, I don't think it's been intentionally struck, but does give us a good insight of what's to come. Part 1 is dated from 14 October 2008. In this story, he tells a half-comedic, half-poetic story, sprinkled with dramatic effect about getting rid of flies in his barracks while deployed to a foreign land. Part 2 is dated 28 October 2008. This post is fairly generic. Again, a humorous tone as he explains to civilians what it's like to be deployed and how to get a good workout in on what you got. Part 3 is dated 27 November 2008. This is the most interesting letter. On this one, he talks about how he stopped a patrol war convoy in the Valley of Murderers to take a pomegranate tree so he could plant it as fog. He then refers to himself as a big guy with too many guns wearing a peace sign, hopping out of vehicles while blasting Prince from Madonna. He also stated how he got the green light to go fight in the MMA, and it feels like he implies it came from his leadership. But overall, the tone definitely feels like it's a prelude to Scars and Stripes. From the mouth, also stated pomegranate tree so he could plant it as fog. He then refers to himself as a big guy with too many guns wearing a peace sign, hopping out vehicles while blasting Prince from Madonna. He also stated how he got the green light to go fight in the MMA, and it feels like he implies it came from his leadership. But overall, the tone definitely feels like it's a prelude to Scars and Stripes. From the amount of detail of minute things to injecting humor and a cowboy attitude while deployed in dangerous areas, this prequel to his book was an interesting insight on what's to come. There would be a change in the tides of his public perception after he did an interview with Lance Armstrong on the 21st of March 2018. They would talk about a variety of things during this interview, but he made a comment about gun ownership, and that would be something that really upset a lot of people.
Like everybody does not have the right to have a gun, because that right, if that right is negatively affecting other people, you don't get that. It's not a privilege, but it definitely has to be earned. It has to be shown and demonstrated that you have the right to own it. And then you earn the right, which is background checks and legitimate, not background checks we have right now, which don't really do anything, like real background checks.
Now, obviously, everyone has the right to an opinion. But the reason that this upset so many people is, first, he is still a military member that loves guns and uses them quite a bit recreationally. The argument is, since he's a military member, he swore to uphold the Constitution. It's an argument, but not the strongest. The second argument point is that he had his self-defense in his sheepdog in 2018. Now, I don't want to make baseless accusations. So for transparency, I can't find historical pages to reference what the criteria was to participate in sheepdog training in 2018. But supposedly the minimum age criteria was the same as it is now, being 15 years or older. Again, he didn't say anything about age, just the right needs to be earned and isn't given. Well, the third argument point is that Tim has acknowledged committing crimes that could have been or should have been felonies, which, as a majority of people know, makes it illegal to own firearms. It also makes it virtually impossible to join the military. Now, there are a lot of dumb felonies out there, so him wanting to increase the scrutiny of background checks was an interesting take, but Tim tells us some stories in Scars and Stripes that could easily slap a felony on him, such as a story about him breaking into a hardware store or running up to a car and shooting at people inside of it with a paintball gun as a police cadet. But Tim had taken the stance as well before.
Safe gun laws, save lives. I don't want to have the type of felon, an MS-13 guy, an illegal immigrant that's been dishonorably discharged from the military, take their hands on a gun. We have those laws. Those are forms of gun control, in my opinion.
So leading up to the book release, there was some controversy, but not a ton. Still, there were people that thought he was overly boastful, not consistent in his takes, but there wasn't a consensus opinion in the communities that he was an overall negative representation of military service, or more importantly, the Green Berets. However, that would not last forever. So without further ado, let's look at the catalyst of Tim's downfall, Scars and Stripes. On June 7, 2022, Tim released his autobiography, Scars and Stripes. I read it, I have to say, I think it was a great book. The best way I can describe it is, imagine you're at a bar, a bunch of infantrymen. As the night goes on and on, the drinks keep flowing, the stories get wilder and wilder, and people get more and more open. The tone was definitely unique. I also don't think I've ever read a book with so much profanity, but it created that humorous locker room talk tone that's inviting and unfiltered to the reader. I hadn't watched any of his interviews before reading the book, but how I imagined him talked and how his mannerisms would be fit exactly the same as I imagined they would by reading his words. Tim has explained this book as a collection of failures on display as growth. That is a component of it. However, his humble bragging about being honor graduate and everything he's ever attempted, or how no one can hold a candle to his performance, did become obnoxious. Also, his clear inability to follow rules and be a team player and constantly justifying his actions was an interesting insight and foreshadowing. But the most important piece would be the military claims. Even though I'm a non-deployed infantryman, there were quite a few stories where I had to stop and reread what was on the page. The majority of people I served with and I have friends with have had deployment time and have shared what happens overseas. Comparing those stories with other books, documentaries, and common sense tactic stuff from a slick sleep infantryman perspective, at least raised an eyebrow suspicion to wonder how much of it was at least embellished. But overall, by the end, I had a lot of respect for Tim and was very impressed with what he had accomplished. The book definitely hits hard to make me a Tim Kennedy fan. As I prepared to start digging out all of the accusations, I almost didn't follow through this video, but I'm very glad I did. Because from reading the book to now filming this video, I can say there's been a 180 degrees shift of my perception of Tim Kennedy. There was a
while Scars and Stripes was making its rounds, Tim was continuing his trajectory upward. He was still working on his entrepreneurial endeavors and networking the digital media space of all the biggest names in the industry. But a little over 2 years later, the podcast that's forever altered Tim's image as a soldier and credibility as a role model would be released.
Chance against teams they don't like.
To be as fair as unbiased as possible, I want to do a brief overview of the two channels that are the reason we know what we do know today about Tim, and they're the ones that initially broke the case. First, the Anti-Hero podcast were the ones to initially break down the book. The two gentlemen that are the hosts are Brent Tucker, who is a retired Delta Force operator that also was a Special Forces Green Beret. Then we have Tyler Hoover, who is an 82nd Airborne veteran and is also a police officer. The first time I saw a point where Tim was mentioned on their channel was July 7th, 2023. In this video, Tyler was interviewing his guests, and they were talking about how Russian China schools are dividing us.
as they came out of trams and at certain corners and certain main streets, things like that.
The next time that Tim is mentioned on their podcast is October 23rd, 2023.
And of course involving people riding around on scooters and identifying Jews who have been photographed at the stadium, perhaps involving taxi drivers. We'll see as the investigation goes on exactly how this came to pass.
He did a lot more harm than good.
But in the end, roughly 10 Jews and Israelis were hospitalized, like 60 people were arrested. And Israel
There would be a couple more mentions of Tim's character in their episodes leading up to the notorious episode 101. Most relevant one would be from March 11, 2024, episode 64, where they are critical of his deployment claims and his intentions and actions when he was at the Kabul airport during the evacuation.
So they're talking to Tim Joe Rogan and says, you know, in my 20 deployments, I'm not saying that. Tim Kenny's got 20 deployments. That's impressive. God, 20-something deployments overseas. I've never seen anything like Afghanistan during the fall of Afghanistan. That was the initial promise. And 10 days later, we have 12,000 people out of Afghanistan. 11% of everybody that left the country during the evacuation. Me and 3 of my friends on the ground, 12 of us total in the Middle East moved. And stop there. He continues to go on and talk about the Pineapple Express, and he says, I gotta make sure I get all these numbers right. 3 friends. Him and 3 friends, of the 120,000 people the military or the United States government got out, he claims to have got out 12,000 people. That is 10%. 12,000 people. That's a lot. But again, based off that information alone, I can't question or naysay him. But then he goes on, Joe Rogan goes, how long were you there for? He goes, 10 days. Well, I was homeschooled, but now I got to do a little bit of math. You were there for 10 days. They got out 12,000 people. That's 1,200 people a day. And that's assuming your first day was just as productive as your last day. But we all know that's not how it works. You gotta. It takes you a few days to get your bearing. And then, of course, I'm thinking, well, how'd you get out 12,000 people? Now just not time-wise do I have to question you. Logistically, how did you do that?
The most important thing I took away from that episode is that they invite Tim to be on to explain his side.
And I will say this. The same offer I've given Rob O'Neill. You can, and it's an honest offer. Tim Kennedy, please come on the show and say, hey, I'm glad you asked. This is how we did it. Anyone else has nothing to hide. And I come over very good. I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you exactly how I did it.
Now, there is an argument that their platform wasn't large enough to reach Tim's ears, but this episode has over 40,000 views, which is definitely decent for a podcast. But the important piece is that their audience is primarily veterans with a good amount of them being involved in the SOF, Special Operations Forces community, which makes me believe there's a good possibility Tim was aware but didn't care enough to take the claim seriously to respond in any way. So it was clear that they both were big fans of Tim before they exposed him. But although there might have been bias, I think their accusations were justified leading up to the Buck of Lies episode, and that they did it professionally and didn't make groundless claims. Next, we have Nate from Valhalla BFT. Nate was also Special Forces in the Army like Tim, but served a full career in active duty. The first mention I could find to Tim was a comment from one of his subscribers calling Tim annoying. The video was about Special Forces stereotypes and had no mention of Tim. I did notice that Nate responded and liked a good amount of comments from this video, but didn't interact with this specific comment. The first time Nate actually mentioned Tim in a video was when he said that Tim could fight in his Navy SEALs Fight Club video from November 13, 2024.
I mean, and, they're definitely, and I want to preface this, there is definitely soft operators that can't fight. I mean, we have Tim Kennedy, there's representations of them.
The first time Nate would be critical of Tim was after the Anti-Hero podcast when they exposed the lies in his book. Valhalla BFT would post why these famous special operators can't stop lying about fake war stories on November 29, 2024, 4 days after the Anti-Hero podcast. Nate would share his thoughts on Tim and other veteran influencer situations being exposed.
The stories of Tim Kennedy, I gotta get too deep, but it's starting to look like pretty much all other people's stories were so far embellished that they're no longer even close to reality of what's true, which is sad sad because he's got a career and had a career that was good enough. Later, Nate would draw up one of the most damning videos about Tim, but more on that later. From what I saw, Nate was extremely fair and unbiased, even when being critical of Tim. Nate is also an owner of a firearms training company. Supposedly, there were talks about his company and Sheepdog, Tim's company, working together. But Nate chose to speak out in situations that he prioritizes the integrity of the Green Berets over business. Both these platforms have received a lot of criticism for exposing Tim. So I want to do my due diligence, giving you the context to see if there is some questionable intentions, but I don't think there were. Overall, I'm convinced that these platforms cover the situation in a fair way and weren't slanderous or disingenuous for attention. But again, I want to include this section for context, since both these platforms are as important as Tim himself in the story. There are a lot of ways I want to cover all the strong valor accusations against him, but to maintain the integrity of the timeline, I decided we'll just start the Hero Podcast episode 101, The Book of Lies. There's a lot to unpack in this episode, but we'll start with the four most relevant claims in terms of egregiousness and what was important enough for Tim to respond to. Also, it's important to note that they reached out to Tim's teammates before making this episode to gain as much information as possible.
He named the real names in the books, which you got opportunity to call all these people. And, I never called and said, hey, this is, I said, hey, I'm just looking for the truth. If it lines up with the book, that's fine. But here's what the book says, is this what happened in real life? And 9 times out of 10, it just wasn't.
The first major claim that's brought up is the title of the book.
The name of the book.
There has to be a title, Scars and Stripes.
Show it. If you didn't know, there it is. Scars and Stripes.
The Jews are communists.
Let me show you another book called Scars and Stripes. Are you kidding me?
Or Jew hatred.
The true story of one man's courage in facing death as a Vietnam POW. Are you
something
So this isn't a great look, but Tim did say at the end of his book that his co-author came up with the name for Scars and Stripes. Also, when he was asked about on Jack Hard, he explained how the stripes come from the Army uniform, where he had stripes for service, deployments, and his rank.
Because you're talking at the end of the book, but for those who start off with Scars and Stripes here as the title, where did that come from? What was that?
The stripes part, as you're kind of earning your time in, you're getting your stripes. So in the military, I just had to a couple of days ago, as I'm going to Nick Palmisano, my co-author of that book. His son is graduating from ROTC, so I had to go update my uniform, so I'm going to do his first salute. So on my sleeve are stripes, and the stripes, the number of years he served that I have, the number of months I have in combat zone, and obviously my stripes of my rank. And then behind me over my shoulder, you have stripes of flag that I love so much. Over your left shoulder, I see it. I've seen it forward in hand with widows. I've carried it as I've lost friends back to places where they died. And so stripes alone are so powerful in so many different layers of ways. It's not just red, white, and blue stripes. There's also the military level of stripes.
For the scars, some of them are physical scars from his fight career, infrared shells falling in his shirt, but there are the unseen scars mentally from his deployments.
And then the scars, it's not just, obviously my face was powdered in them from 17, 18 years of being a professional fighter. I take my shirt off, you'll see where bullets melted onto my flesh from brass casings getting stuck in my body armor. I'm sure you have them, every one of us do, on our back and our shoulders. Brass casings literally just melt our flesh. You can see arm marks on my arms. This is, I carry inside and outside all of the scars from what I've done my entire life. And those two things, the scars and stripes, are the things that shape us. Those are the things that create and make who we are as a person.
This interview about scars will be important later. Now, he can claim he didn't know about the original book, which is 100% possible. Since the original by Eugene McDaniel from 1975, where he details his stories of POW in Vietnam, is much less known, as we can see from the 33 reviews. But Tim's book is published by Simon & Schuster, which is one of the 5 largest publishers in the United States. So I would like to think that they did their due diligence and brought up to Tim. Something that does make me question whether he knew or not is how passionately he talks about his fight song "Rooster" by Owls and Chains.
Is that why you come to the Rooster? No, I come out of the Rooster because it's a badass song. It is a badass song. And Roosters like to fight. They do like to fight. But the song's about Vietnam. It's about Vietnam vets, the 101st. They used to call the tail gunners or the machine gunners the Rooster on the team. Is that how it's saying? Yeah. So like POWs, MIA, Vietnam vets, all of them. That song, the song was written by the lead singer about his father who is disenchanted and grew apart, and he kind of resented him for being in the war, and then kind of had this revelation that it was that he had to end up drafted. So he wrote that song to reconnect with his father, who's a Vietnam vet. So that song has a lot of to me and my community, that.
He seems to be very interested in Vietnam and POWs, but there are only so many titles left in the world to be original. So for this claim, we'll just never know. One of the most obnoxious parts of Scars and Stripes is that he's passed every school he's ever gone to without any trouble. It started in his adolescence during the Royal Ranger test of his partners and culminated at the world's hardest leadership training. He supposedly was also supposed to be the valedictorian of his police academy, but since he failed a test by doing it too efficiently and not following instructions, he lost it. He also was supposedly the undergrad in Special Forces training as well. In the book, he tells how his boss John did tell him he needed to go to Ranger School and to be the honor graduate to gain some maturity, or he'd off his SIF team after his first deployment to Iraq. In Ranger School, there are 3 top graduates. There is a distinguished honor graduate, officer honor graduate, and an enlisted honor graduate. Tim claimed that he was an enlisted honor graduate. Any of these awards is very significant. Only the best make it through Ranger School, and in order to make it, you're judged by your competencies and your Ranger skills and your ability to work with the team as a leader and a follower.
So I go to Ranger School. My team sergeant, John, says, hey, if you're going to go to Ranger School, you can't come back to this team unless you're honor graduate. And so you have no choice but to go to Ranger School because you're immature, you don't understand leadership, you don't understand the Army. So go to Ranger School, and if you're not honor graduate, you can't come back to this team. So I go, I'm an honor graduate, I come back to this team, but then I still have a chip on my shoulder because I'm a prick, and I still haven't learned humility, evidently. So I'm like, fuck this team, then I'll go to the Hell Sniper team.
On the anti-hero, they claimed that he was not an honor grad in Ranger School, and he also initially failed Sniper and Safari School.
Again, because he always says he's the best in everything he does. He says, he was the best at Sniper School. He never mentions in the book that he failed Sniper School the first time. Talks about how great he is as an assaulter, but never talks about how he failed Safari. And here he is, he was the best at Ranger School. Tim, you don't think I can call someone and find out if you were the distinguished honor grad of your class? Of course I can, and I did. You were not the distinguished honor grad of your class. In fact, your peers were so low nowadays, you almost got recycled over peers. So quit saying things that you want to be treated that are, because people are going to find out. And if you lie about being distinguished honor grad at Ranger School, what else are you willing to lie about?
Yes, it's shame to lie about being an honor graduate and also leave out that you had those failures, especially when the premise of your book is supposed to be about failure and learning from it. But in the grand scheme of things, this wouldn't be amazing if it wasn't so important to Tim, which he will cover in his response. On a side note, Safari is a top-tier close quarters combat school that seems to be reserved for tenured Special Forces and Delta Force officers. Ranger and Sniper School are very well known, but I'd never heard of Safari before researching, so I hope that gives a little clarity. The most controversial chapter in his book is by far the Valley of Death. It is a story where he was a part of a convoy to forward operating base in Anaconda, where his unit and other forces were going to strategically resupply the base for a year. There's a lot to unpack, but the initial gist is Tim was very junior and didn't understand the logistics of the convoy.
So there we were, in 18, and with RGs and up-armored Humvees, the Czechs and unarmored gun trucks, the Afghan up-armored Humvees, and the typical trucks full of a year's worth of supplies. We talked about this kind of like going, you would learn this in the book, but how many trucks is the convoy with it?
Good question. Let me tell you how junior Tim is in this convoy. He's a junior E6. He's not even a part of an ODA. He's an LNO that gets attached.
Hello, fellow
so he's not
students
even
of
a part
Jewish
of the ODA.
I just returned from an amazing visit to the state
about what's going on
of Israel.
No,
I was there in my capacity
extra
as
insight
the
to Iranian
Arabic
fighters
culture
that are
command.
everywhere. He knows so little about what's going on. He doesn't even know that of all the things that he supersizes that
New
makes
York, speaking at largely English
doesn't even
speaking
know how many trucks are in the convoy.
yeshivot,
There's almost 2
mainly from America, but also from Canada, the UK, and other places,
verified
who
by
reached
several people, almost just short of 200 trucks.
and returning
That's
to
one
the
of
United
the
States
biggest
and
convoys
taking a degree
I've
here
ever
at
heard of.
college.
And
And while I was
that's what
there, I
the
had
story
the
should be.
phenomenal, wonderful experience of seeing my sons who now live in the and while we were traveling on one particular highway, and I was commenting on the
so he doesn't know
incredible prevalence of the yellow
he wants to say, well, sensitive
ribbon
information, I don't
everywhere.
want to put
Sometimes
the number.
in monumental forms like this example here, where
Everyone's real
they
name.
have all over the state of Israel these yellow ribbons. And while I was speaking with my son's car, it came up that they really didn't know the backstory of the yellow ribbon. So I thought I'd take a minute to talk to all of you about it in case there's those of you who were born, let's say, after 1970, who may not be familiar with the famous song associated with it, and the unusual Jewish element to that backstory. So, looking at the state of Israel, this yellow ribbon symbolizes a national solidarity with the kidnapped ones, the 100 odd people who still remain trapped in Gaza by Hamas after their attack on October 7th. These people, many of whom are children under the age of 5 who were kidnapped, who are still not returned. So as a symbol of solidarity,
Next significant is one that we bought from him. It's hit
myself
by
picked up
90,
some
and they
yellow
were able to
bell
get
pins,
back
and
that
the color
piece on
yellow
those
is
of part of the
especially
convoy.
important. Quite often you'll see
Anyone
it
who's been in
like
performance, then that's
with
what happens.
the yellow chairs, the
You run
empty
over ID.
seats that are
And when
placed
someone
in
gets hit with ID, you go recover.
installations all over the land of Israel to remember the people who are not at the table. Really,
He has to
very,
come
very
out
moving and
like
so
Kilo
kind
style,
of
shooting from
demonstration.
the
So,
hip with this
what
sniper
is the
weapon.
story behind that
It's
color
crazy
yellow,
that
and
he's
specifically
shooting
the yellow ribbon?
from the hip with this
So,
sniper weapon.
it is
that
a very
makes no
old
sense.
tradition.
No one can verify that story. Jumped out at me. I
Traced
never
back
had
to
an
European
issue
colonists in
evacuating
pre-revolutionary America, and it seems to revolve around
So
certain
I
themes.
asked
One of the most important is the idea of
essentially the ground force
women
commander.
wearing
He's the one
yellow
that's calling
ribbons
those
as
things
a
and coordinating
reminder
that.
of their
When I talked
loved ones
about that,
who
he
are
goes,
far away,
"We
often
never
taken
had
out
a
of the Lord.
problem
Has
that
a military
evacuated anyone. I don't know
context. The
what
American
Tim's
military
talking
has
about.
adopted
The
it as
next
a
point,
symbol
which
as
will
well.
prove to be the
And
most
it
significant, is how he wrote that
was
he trusted his commander.
popularized in 1917 in particular by a song composed by George Norton, where you can see the sheet music. Around her neck, she wears a yellow ribbon for her
Tim, you're the most junior guy on this
her
convoy.
lover,
If
who
you
is
think for a second
fur away. And there are
that
many
he went
different
up to the ground force commander and called him
variations on the theme. In 1949, a film was made of this. She wore a yellow ribbon starring John Wayne. Really quite a fascinating
I
kind of
couldn't
example
wait
of
to talk to
this
Travis. We began the episode with this about,
ocean expanding into popular culture. But again, very specifically with this military context. In 1973, Tony Orlando and Don came up with a song called Tie a Yellow
This
Ribbon Around
follows the
the
theme of his
Old
book,
Oak
Questioning
Tree. Once
Authority,
again, I
when they're
apologize
supposedly wrong
because
to
for people who
authorize
are my
and puffing
age,
his chest
because
out.
this is
We
such
saw it with the lobster incident with the boat captain, his fire chief, and his drill sergeant basic training. But there are many other instances where Tim conveys his dislike of officers. The next accusation is envious. There's a gentleman in first-class song who was with Tim during intense moments from that mission. The first being that in the interviews versus the book, Tim talks about how, like Global and Door, and Mike pushes Tim away, saving his life.
He's in that vehicle that
The
sees the
storyline
parts
for
as
that
Mike
song
Noble and I are going up this other door.
appeared
And,
first
there's
in a
shotgun barrels sticking
1961
out of this
Reader's
tiny little
Digest
window.
story,
And I lob grenade
and
through
later
that
in a
window. And of course, the
1971
bad
New
guys
York
barricaded
Post
themselves
article,
with a
again with certain
One
elements
of my friends, Mike,
overlapping
he died in
one over the other.
2019 in Afghanistan.
It It was, however, the lyrics of two Jewish songwriters from New Jersey, Berwin Levine, born
Because I walk up and I'm about to push the door open, and as soon as I touch the handle of the
and
door,
L.
it's a push
Russell
door.
Brown, who was born in
He and I
1940,
was like, kind of physical, like we were almost always going to fight over something stupid. I got mad at him because he was carrying a pistol through the village and wanted a pistol kill. And I was like, you're sitting on a machine gun. Why would you be
have a look at the lyrics,
and we end up this
you'll
fight.
get a sense
Chief
of
Sergeant
why this
separated.
song
It's like we're always like really rough. So he shoves me, and I
So he writes,
fall
I'm
back.
coming home, I've done my time.
We're in the middle of a gunfight, and I'm about to like start a fist fight with him because he shoves me, and the whole
Now I've
door
got
starts
to know
getting
what
shredded
is
by
and
the
isn't mine. If
And
you receive my
as soon
letter
as I go
telling you
to
I
reach for the
should
handle
be
of the door,
free,
Mike and I, we always had like some friction.
but you don't want me to sing.
Been in a
Then
couple
you
of
know
fights
just
over some
what
dumb stuff. He was in a machine gun position. He had a pistol out. I was like, why are you on your machine gun? He's like,
still
well, I want
want
a pistol
me.
kill.
He's
Like, you're
speaking as
a stupid
it
idiot.
were to
Fist fight.
his girlfriend and wife, we don't know for sure, saying that, listen,
Fast
you know,
forward
I'm
to the second
coming
one,
back
he had
home
the
from
full
prison, and I
conversation.
know what our relationship is going to be like. I don't know if you're still for me, I don't know if you're coming out of your life,
Hits me
but I
so
want you to
hard
be the simple
and shoves me, and I stumble
for
back
me.
and fall
Then the
over
chorus
as this door starts
tie a
gets
yellow
shredded
ribbon.
with machine gun fire.
But Brian brings up the inconsistencies from other podcasts where he has told this story.
How long years do you still want
and
me?
I are at the front.
If I don't see a ribbon on the
There are
old
two
oak
approaches. A large
tree,
wooden door
I'll
that
stay on the bus.
and
Forget
a smaller
about us.
gardener's door
Put the blame on me.
My first
I don't see a yellow ribbon around me, so
we can get the arch.
that's the whole setting for it. Then, beautifully, the lyrics go,
We are three.
he speaks now to the bus driver. He says, driver, please
We had
look for me.
just turned away
because
from
I couldn't
when the door starts splintering from thousands of rounds.
bear
getting
to
pumped
see
through it
what I
from a
might
PK
see.
machine gun on the other
I'm
end.
really still
If we had been
in
a little
prison, and my
slower,
love, she holds the key.
that's
A
interesting
simple
because
yellow
I not only did I read his book,
ribbon.
I watched almost every podcast I could for to
So basically,
get as much information as I could from Tim's version of the
he
story.
can't bear it.
This
He's waited so long, he hasn't heard from his wife.
is that he's
Apparently, or his
at that
girlfriend.
game.
And he's saying, I don't know what I'm going to see when we get up to the old oak tree. So he asked the bus driver to please tell him what he sees. Is there a sign that he's welcome after coming back to
To his
prison?
book,
And then the last verse goes,
and Mike Keller.
now the whole damn
Never
bus,
in the history of ever was a machine gunner
and I can't believe I
putting his
see
machine gun to the side,
100
taking out
yellow
his
ribbons.
pistol and saying, I want a pistol kill. So I know that's not even what we're talking about here, but I think when I hear that, that's crazy.
Physical prison anymore, but still very much a
Did you hear
mental
the
and
name?
emotional
Who's he
prison.
with now?
And he sees that
He's with Mike
his wife is still
He's
with
with
him.
Mike
His wife is
Goble
still
now.
supporting
Again,
him. His
who's the
wife
book
still
saying
wants
he's
him.
with? Mike
The
Keller.
song has
So,
occasionally been
and these are
criticized as
two
overly
Mikes.
sentimental.
Yes,
and
yes. So yeah, there's several Mikes on the mission.
What I
So
think
in this
in the
book, when he has
context
all the
of
time in the world,
the permanence
he
of
writes
this
what should be
symbol
the
of the yellow ribbon,
Mike Keller.
it
when
speaks
he's
to
not
a very,
constrained by
very
time,
deep
there's no time
of those of
constraints in
us
this. He
who are
could tell the
yearning
story,
for the return of
and
the
go into as
country
much
to
detail in the story.
express how much
He
we
never
care
talk
about them, how
him being
deeply we are
pushed
still connected to them.
and getting
That
into almost
this
getting into a
current
fist fight
conflict
from this
cannot
door.
end
No,
until
when he has all the
of
time in
them
the
are
world,
safe at
he says
home.
they're just
I hope that this
they're
brief
just walking
discussion
away from the
of
door.
the
Well,
Jewish
they're
backstory
walking away from the
of
gate,
the yellow
and
ribbon
now they're over
contributes to
at
the
the
global
door,
sense of how urgent it
and
is
they're getting
that
into
those
this
captives
push.
return.
And if it sounds too good to be true, I'm here to tell you it's too good to be true. He even says it. He goes, I don't know how he heard it. I don't know divine intervention. He just must have known right before we walk into this door that the PKM just started opening up. That's,
Hello, fellow students.
you know why that makes no sense to you, Tim? Because it doesn't make sense to
I'd like
anyone
to
else.
take a
Because
few
it didn't
minutes to
happen.
go through a quick.
The reason this is the most serious accusation is Sergeant First Class Goble was unfortunately killed in Afghanistan in 2019. Since a lot of the most outlandish stories could be only confirmed Goble, the dark thought is that this could be intentional. Going back to the door scene with Mike G, Tim would ultimately throw a grenade in the room after seeing a machine gun in the window. The story is told is that he took the initiative and fortunately made a bad call since there was a family inside.
Half a second later,
The long
if I
stretch
pulled up in there, I'd be dead.
of interaction
And,
between the people of Gaza
I see as this door like kind of starts swinging.
and various
there's a
years
machine
of
gun.
antiquity to the
stick it out of this window.
Right.
And I take a grenade.
First of all,
I
where
throw this frag
exactly is
grenade through this
that?
window.
See it here. I'm sure you've seen it.
Again, it's not like the movies, right? There's not like this flame. You know, there's not this.
Strip of
It's just this flame.
land that's just on the Mediterranean coast.
What you want to hear is silence.
Southwest.
You know, all I hear is women and children start
Miles
screaming.
long, or 45 kilometers.
This guy barricaded himself, drowned himself with women and children in the truck. But this story has also been challenged.
When the RG finally breaks into this compound, and it was getting shot up, was breaking this compound, it's kind of it all happens. Because at some point, the bad guys, whoever it was, shooting that machine gun, was like, okay, they're here, like, I'm going to die. They never find out who. I don't want to spoil the next story.
It was
They never
Joshua is described in the Bible assigned to the tribe of Judah, although it really remained under the control of the Canaanite.
runs up the trap and says, hey, I think I know where it's coming from. Can I throw a grenade in the window?
12th century before the
He's not this guy. I'll take charge. I'll do what's necessary. I'm going to bring the boys home. It's up to me. That's what he wants you to believe.
That
in reality,
Philistine in English or Plishtim in Hebrew was later adopted by the Romans in their attempt to erase Jewish memory from the land. And they named the entire land Palestina. That's where the Arabs get the word Philistine.
And in his
the Roman
his need,
borrowing
his
of
desire to
this
throw a
12th century
grenade, because it wasn't warranted.
Of course, we have lots and lots of biblical stories about
he
the
runs in there and he basically lobs it and kind of chucks this grenade in the
yeah,
window and
for
runs back
example,
out.
the book of Samuel, it's constantly going back and forth.
And then tell us,
I think
because
one
he
of the most
forced this
dramatic
situation,
elements of Gaza
Tell us what
specifically is the
I can hear
scene
kids
in
scream.
which the
I don't
judge
understand why they're
Samson
tapping them.
is taken captive
Mothers that are
and
punctured by
brought
fragments
back
of metal
to
and can barely
the
hold
temple
air
of
in their
Dagon
lungs.
in
There are other
Gaza.
claims that we'll cover later, but those are the main points from this
And
chapter that are
he
covered
is,
in the podcast. The next chapter, called Return to the Valley of Death, has a second accusation of Michael. Tim told the story of how once they got to Bobak on after battling for 3 days, and he and Michael went up to a base tower and ultimately engaged 20 enemy combatants. Also, Tim told a story of taking a shot at someone who was watching the convoy as they leave the base. Turns out that story might also belong to Michael.
Independent from areas under Israelite control, it was briefly conquered by King David, King Hezekiah, King Alexander Yanai,
in a matter of just a matter of a few days,
King Herod.
he kills
But the
20 guys
Talmud
from this tower.
considers it as
And he
not
has to kill 20 guys because there's no other sniper there, according to him, that could have done this. Like, they
It's
were
always been
they're
separate
crawling
and
all over
recognized for its
all over this
distinct.
base because they had just free range.
However, that snipers not live in Gaza.
That's
We have a very
so crazy.
very
You would be an
long
SF
history of
legend
Jews being
if
in
you got
Gaza.
in a tower and
We
in
have
2
some great
days
market
killed 20 guys. You would be an SF legend. You would be a special
discoveries such as
operations
the synagogue
legend. Like
there dating from
that hasn't happened. I don't even know if that happened in World War
6th
II.
century of the Era.
So
You can see they have
outlandish
actually a
and made
representation
for a book. And oh, by the way,
King David
like,
here,
again,
labeled
be
in
his
Hebrew.
only-
And it's clear that
his
Jews
only
lived
witness
in
to this.
after the Muslim conquest in the 7th century.
So if you
It
think
tended to
right outside the wire,
drop the
an
Jewish
unarmed
population
person
dropped
that's just
after
looking
the
at your arm,
Crusaders
you're just going to
entered
start sending rounds at innocent people
in the 12th century,
you just don't
but
like when they look
basically
at you.
began to grow again in the
For
14th
those
through the
guys in
17th
Anaconda to
century.
deal with,
It was only in the
seems
20th
like-
century when the Jewish
seems
population
like
there
a
finally
questionable
disappeared. That was
And when I
primarily
talked about
because
this,
of the uprisings
they
in
said, well, the first thing is like,
1929.
no way.
A lot of
He was like,
conflict
that
between
actually
Arabs
happened.
and Jews
And I was a little bit, I was like, oh,
the Yishuv
fine.
movement
It's
that
been a
is
while since I've
before
even heard
Israel became
anything
a state,
true.
and Jews decided to
He
leave
goes, that
Gaza at
kind
that
of
time.
happened.
So
But it
when you
was
get
Mike
up to
Goble who came over the radio
1948,
and
which
said,
is of
hey,
course a
we got this
crucial
guy,
period
he looks
in the
suspicious,
history of the
he's
region.
looking at us.
You have about 20,000 people
I'm listening
living
to warning
in
shot to
Gaza.
him.
The
Whether
vast
he did or
majority
not, I don't know. But the fact that Tim just took Mike Goble's story and inserted himself,
That's wild, Brent. That is fucking wild.
the British mandate.
On the way
And they
back
have
from Bob
handed it
Anaconda,
over
Tim's
to the
convoy
United
would be
Nations for a
ambushed.
solution.
During the battle,
And they
Tim
came up
writes how he
with this
exits his
kind of
vehicle to
bizarre
engage the
plan
enemy
to
while taking
divide
heavy contact while throwing grenades everywhere he could. The big claim that Anti-Hero Podcast made was the story made no sense and also that he was almost certainly wasn't injured during the ambush.
I took a bunch of
As is
shrapnel
well
in
known,
my neck.
the Arab nations
The
mounting
biggest
the
shrapnel
future
bounced
state of
off my
Israel
5.11
refused to
ballistic
accept
chopper
this
launch,
new
destroying it.
plan,
But probably
and they
saved my
attacked,
hands
and
on my
this
feet
resulted
like
in the very
dangerous.
bloody War of
The most
Independence.
dangerous
Amazingly, the state of
piece of
Israel was
shrapnel
not
is my
only
carotid
able
artery
to
by
make itself to
or about the
not have
thickness
all
of
the
2
Jews
pennies
pushed
stacked
into
on
the
top of
sea,
each other.
but they actually
Later,
even
I was told
consolidated
that the
their
right side of my
territory.
body looks like a guy.
Gaza, however,
Birdshot.
was left under
Honestly,
Egyptian
it
control.
isn't a
The
big deal.
Arab population
But
of the
my
Gaza
Jews
Strip
were,
expanded
despite me telling
tremendously
you to shut
as
the fuck
tens of
up,
thousands of Arabs fled the conflict.
Tim, I have your
Made their way into
8214.
Gaza. So
And
they
let's
spent
go
about
over your list of
88,000.
awards. Here we go. You know what medal's
And
not
then
in there?
after the armistice, it
The
actually
Purple Heart.
360,000, which is characteristic of the Gaza Strip.
You're damn right my
There
DD-214
is
has
a
a Purple Heart.
phenomenally overpopulated
Everyone that got injured in combat, especially with
there
now
were
the
8
medic knows about it,
refugee camps set
has
up in
a Purple Heart.
And here's the
Again, there are a lot of points and accusations in this podcast, but these are the ones I feel are most important and the ones that Tim will respond to. It'll be some of them we'll cover.
area is plagued by huge
The
unemployment.
Book of Wise episode came out November 25th, 2024. It immediately started to spread like wildfire in the Metro South community. 8 days later, on December 3rd, Tim would upload his response video titled Setting the Record Straight. In all fairness to Tim, there were a lot of accusations thrown at him, but some of the points he picked to defend were interesting. Tim started the video of him confirming his resume, which was never questioned.
But this idea that there is some universal
Unquestionably,
truth
however, the
that
most
is,
significant
the
date
opposite
in
of
the
what
history
I
of
said
Gaza
is
and its
absolutely
relations to
absurd.
the land of Israel
I am a Green
is
Beret.
June of
I was US.
1967,
I am a special
when
forces
the
sniper. I was
remarkable
sworn.
Six-Day War
I went to
occurred.
Ranger School.
In 1967,
I was born in
Israel was
Afghanistan during
preparing for a
evacuation. I
massive
went to
attack
Ukraine
by
immediately
the
following the
Arab
Russian
armies
invasion.
that surrounded
I'm in
it,
Iraq
particularly
and
from
Afghanistan
Egypt and
combat
from Syria.
veteran.
So they
And
launched a
I didn't see
preemptive strike,
anyone
largely
from the
using
podcast
superior
places.
air power.
Then Tim's first argument was that this was done for monetary gain. We won't go super into this, but this is a non-starter. Yes, they did have a handful of sponsors, which to be fair was distracting in the middle of the episode. But where do you draw the line? Of course, if you invest a lot of time into something, you hope to be rewarded for it. But Tim, the same argument can be made that your whole career is based on you using your military stats for notoriety, which again, I think is dumb. Whether someone has good news or not, it boils down to content, which they obviously delivered. It is really important to note that he knew this podcast was coming out.
The state of Israel had to determine what it was going to
I
do
want
with
you to
these
know that I knew
territories.
this podcast
Some
was coming out. How?
territories were
Because they
annexed, meaning they were
contacted
made
every
part
single
of
one of my teammates
Israel permanently.
to try to get
That
dirt on.
includes
Almost
East
everyone told
Jerusalem,
them the same thing.
for
That they were
obvious
interested
reasons,
and that
because
they
that
called
is the
and let me know.
historical capital.
So your teammates gave you a heads up, or you were prepared. Of all the accusations,
which
one
had
that you seemed very upset about was the suspicions.
overlooks Damascus,
That I
and it
felt
also
sniper school.
overlooks the
You know,
Galilee.
and this is the next thing where, and that's super
But
hypocritical
the
because they're
Sinai
taking things out of
Peninsula,
context. Yes,
the
I did
West
tell
Bank,
sniper school.
and the
You
Gaza
could say
Strip
that.
were
What
not
happened is,
annexed.
when I got my
And
sniper
they
school
were
date,
rather
it was going to be 10
occupied,
days
and
before
there was
my
a lot of
wedding.
mixed thoughts
So
in
I
Israel
asked
about
Sergeant Major Fernandez,
what
Conrad
to do
Fernandez,
about these
if
territories.
I could
A
go
large
take a
body of
class.
public
Man,
opinion
he
felt
gave me a tough pill to swallow. He says, yeah, man, but what you have to do is you have to show
now
up on day
that
one.
Israel had
Because
really
if you don't
demonstrated
show,
that it
we
was
will
here
lose our
to
slot to
stay,
future course.
the Arabs
And
would then come to
show up,
the
you're gonna have to
negotiating
fail.
table, and they would
So I went 0 for 25 for the Special
be
Forces
able
Sniper
to
School
exchange
shooting.
land for peace.
And then I went to the second,
Surprisingly, that
very next class and graduated.
that did not happen until 1978, when
For
President Anwar Sadat of Egypt
that
made
was
a
20 years ago.
very heroic gesture.
This
and
is just
essentially
one of the failures
traveled
of the editing and book process.
Israel, met with Menachem Begin, the Prime
I
Minister,
knew I was one of the honor
and
guys.
together
I
with
didn't
the
know what award I
work
got.
of President Jimmy
And
Carter,
Nick,
they hammered out
I,
the Camp
and
David
editor,
Accords in
complete
1970.
failure and
As part of the
oversight.
Camp David
As an honor
Accords, which is
graduate,
very important for our purposes, the entire Sinai
Sincere,
Peninsula
getting the
was given
tomahawk
back to
and getting
Egypt.
the award with
So
my team
Israel
sergeant
from
and my team leader, Ed Wings, and
67
Mike
till
Gomez.
78 gave it back in exchange for
20 years
a
removed,
peace
being a
with
graduate,
Egypt,
and immediately
has basically held.
going on
There have
another
been some
trip.
moments of tension,
I couldn't remember which one I
times, but nevertheless, it's basically
complete
a
mistake
peace
on
that
that
is
one.
held. But the
Then
thing is,
for
Egypt did not
another
want
thing
to
that you
take
took
the
out of
Gaza Strip.
context,
Yes, I have been to Safari 2 times. I've successfully completed Safari 2 times. I consider that a great and wonderful thing because it has a very high attrition rate. The first time I went to Safari, B17, 7th Group Bravo Company, Italian, they were covering down on the C-37 in South America, while C-37 went to Iraq. For that mission right there, to go and hunt and be part of the Special Operations Task Force in Iraq. For them to come down that mission, they had to have skills that were taught during Safari. They've never sent an entire company before. I was already in C-37, but you have to be a Safari graduate to be in C-37. So this was my class to go to Safari. They didn't issue anybody identifier for completing that Safari class because they taught an entire company. So came back and went back to Safari and graduated a second time. Pretty awesome.
So he has a defense for Sephardic and a story for Sniper School, which maybe it's true, but maybe it isn't. But I think those stories would have been really relevant in the book or the mini podcast you've done. But the Ranger School one's particularly interesting to me. So you knew this video was coming out and you had time to set up a second camera for B-roll and add transitions to your video. But you were able to put that picture in the video so we could actually see it. Again, I know this is a really dumb point, but he chose his hill to defend. I tried very hard to find out who the honor grads were from that Ranger School class of 2007, but I couldn't find anything definitive. But what I did do is go through all 6,000 plus pictures of Tim's Instagram and Facebook to look for when he showed the video. I saw his first ever picture from December 11, 2013. I saw pictures from basic training. I saw pictures from his Special Forces training. I saw pictures from when he deployed. I saw funny pictures. I saw questionable pictures. I saw a bunch of big spiders, which I feel like is an inside joke I know. But most importantly, I saw pictures from Ranger School. But oddly enough, not the one he showed his response. I find it hard to believe that this picture is actually of him on the video with all these other pictures from his Instagram history. Well, if he was an honor grad, show the plaque certificate, or post a picture if you actually cared. Maybe it's a 3D chess move, so down the road he can prove it is actually real, and he can minimize other accusations. One last hypothesis I have is that the plaque he showed is actually this one I found in video from October 20th, 2013. What it says is, thank you for presenting awards as a special guest for the Army National Guard 2009 Combat Instrument Fort Benning, Georgia. Well, being the co-owner of Ranger Up and lying about Ranger School is definitely an interesting parallel. Next, he tries to explain the injury and purple mark claims.
It's insane that you're using like 2011 to 2014 as your document proof. You know, it's 13 years old now. A lot of things have changed in their careers since then. But one of the things that wasn't on that DD-214 is a purple mark.
What I took from that is that he implies that there is a more accurate version of his DD-214. Then why not show that piece to us? Also, he defends his injury claims.
I was injured while I was in combat. You can watch the fights in 2003, 4, 5, 6, and you're going to see my neck and my back one way. Then from 2007, 8, 9,
after 1967, there was actually a period of some prosperity for Gaza.
And as you're going to notice a bunch of brown marks on my shoulder and my neck. What I didn't have is a chain of command, a direct chain of command. I was not on an OTA when I went to Afghanistan in 2008. I didn't have a team leader, I didn't have a team sergeant, I didn't have anyone who would for orders. When I came out of the Uruzgan Valley, after those ambushes, we made it back out of fire basing Anaconda by the grace of God, by the heroes to my right. Like, you're 100% the heroes in all this. There's no one. I just wanted to stay in the fight. There was no one to put me in the fighting wars. There was no one there to do anything. I was a coalition asset traveling with a NATO allied
by 1996, it was at 36.1%. It was a steady increase.
When I retired,
I'm
no longer useful in the military. When I don't do a uniform, the flag, which is like the greatest war of my life. To have the opportunity to be next to the men and women, the best and brightest in this country.
But nevertheless, there was at least funds.
When that day comes, you know,
in 1987, however, things exploded with the first kind of a Palestinian
I've never been the great people
disgust
guy,
at
the admin
lack
guy.
of progress
I've
that
definitely
they
never been the guy
had
that's
made
going to walk into the med shed to have
towards
something
stable.
get fixed.
And Israel responding to many of these violent demonstrations.
But yeah, that is not on my records, and that will get fixed.
Well, remember when I said we go back to that Jack Carr interview? Why didn't you share that story with Jack Carr when you were talking about your scars if it actually happened?
If I take my shirt off, you'll see where bullets melted onto my flesh from brass casings getting stuck in my body armor. I'm sure you have them, every one of us do, on our back and our shoulders. Brass casings literally just melt our flesh. You can see burn marks on my arm. See, like, this is, I carry inside and outside all of the scars from what I've done my entire life.
As far as him explaining wrong,
You're forgetting the names of former compatriots on podcasts, and I've done hundreds. By 2008, 2009, I couldn't go to the JFK Memorial on Fort Bragg anymore because we were having funerals every single weekend.
Thinking that, hey,
That
things were getting
sucks,
better.
man.
It looked like the guys
It's like a knife straight to the heart.
realized
And when
that,
you're having Memorial Day, and
working
I
for
can't
a
remember
living
their names,
and
I can sit down and try to jot their names. And I'm on a
much better
podcast,
than trying to
there's
destroy
lights
it
on,
with
and then I forget
barbarism
one of
and
those
with
names.
war.
Yeah,
And
it
in fact,
freaking
the
sucks.
number
And for you to
of
insinuate that I don't
permits
care
that were
about
given
them,
I do think that was a completely reasonable answer, and I agree with for confusing Mike Goble, Mike Keller between the book and podcast. But my opinion would be changed later. But most importantly, he talks about the process and accuracy of his book.
war stories are never the same. And ask anyone who's been to combat or
kind of
war
relationship
what happens when you interview 5 guys in the same battle. You're going to get 5 different stories.
Throughout this period,
And if they're running, you get a 6.
rockets,
At the
particularly
beginning of my book, I
cities in the
literally
south like
outlined that
Sderot,
fact as clearly as I
newer
could. There's no chance that my
technologies
version is
beginning to reach
100% reality
villages
accurate,
like
but that
Tel
is what
Aviv,
I
even
remember.
Jerusalem,
It's reality.
although the
That's my recollection.
countered with the
And
development of a
that was supported with my journals and point interviews of other people throughout the whole entire book.
bullet
For the most part, I would agree with this claim. But he has let us know over the years that he has kept detailed journals during his military career.
Very ideas. I go everywhere with these things. Like I journal, kind of. Like I take little weird notes. And you can go, they're all dated from trips to Iraq to Afghanistan to Niger to Nigeria to Burkina Faso to Mauritania to Morocco to South Africa. Like every freaking crazy place that I have to go. And you can look and then like go forward 2 years, twist it, and look again.
controversial deal.
I love writing.
Releasing
You know, like
1,027 Palestinian
creative writing too. Like
Some of
I
them have
love.
been jailed for
Do you want a
violent
blog?
terrorist
Do you keep a blog or
crimes.
anything? Yeah, for
in
me.
order to get back
Just for you? Yeah. You gonna publish it
And
someday?
that's basically
Maybe
where
there are a couple of times where I wrote some blogs when I was deployed, like letters from a foreign land, and like people love. Like, I'm an okay writer. I'm not that. Like, anyways, everybody's so much better.
He also says he tried his best to reach out to people.
And all I can
More on
see
that later. But overall, knowing that the podcast was coming and waiting 8 days to respond, I can't imagine a much worse response.
suffering of their population, rather than pursuing the
On
root
18 December 2024, a gentleman named Clay Moore posted a video also calling Tim out for failing Sephardic initially twice.
to more and more bombs,
Hey, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Clay Martin. I'm a retired 18 active 18 Fox from 3rd Special Forces Group. Reasonably well known. Retired Green Beret myself, written 6 books, did a bunch of gun journalism over the years, all kinds of stuff out there on me. I've personally known Tim for almost 20 years. We were in the Q course together, although not in the same class. We were there, but Dick out was writing his book. We kind of made that class, a little bit of a spotlight. It was hard to miss them. So I'm going to address first the thing that I know personally that I saw from Tim's rebuttal video. Tim, you said that you went to Sephardic twice and passed twice. Well, that is absolutely not true. You went to fake Sephardic once. You went to real Sephardic twice. And of those 2 times at real Sephardic, you failed one. I know because I was in your class. That would be the class.
educational content. I'm just trying to discuss a historical
26 March 2007 to 11 May 2007. And you failed the stress test. I remember this distinctly because I was actually with both FAGs at the time. You were one of the few guys at the Sephardic course that I knew, besides my brother, that came with me from 3rd group. I was there. You failed the stress test. You were removed from the class. You went back and passed later. And that's an incredibly stupid thing to lie about. I don't know why you would do that. Especially if the title of your book was supposed to be what it was that Failure's Not Final. When I told the real story behind the redemption arc, the story, but it's actually true in this case. So that's kind of unbelievable. There's another reason, actually, that was a stupid thing to be quiet about. That class had another anomaly that anybody who was there will never forget. That is the first, and to my knowledge, only time in the long storied history of the Sephardic school that after the failure of having a class on the stress test, which is totally normal, right? The commanding general swing, General Parker, called down to range 37, and over the objections of the range 37 commander, as well as all the Sephardic instructors under him, made them only run the stress test for everyone who failed. And amazingly, after they failed the first time, failed the second time too. So not only did you fail Sephardic, you actually managed to fail it twice in one day.
Now, this video is more of a deep dive. I'm not too sure why. From what I can tell, Clay is also a Special Forces soldier and seems to be connected to the right people in that community. But it's just another piece of the giant puzzle of Tim's lies. 7 days after Tim's first response, he made a video on December 20th, 2024 with the commander from his book that he talked about in Afghanistan, Travis Warlock. They started the interview acknowledging that they had not seen each other since the convoy in Afghanistan.
Travis Warlock. Last time that we physically saw each other was in Uruzgan Valley of Afghanistan 16 years ago.
The first 15-ish minutes of the video is an interview about Travis's military career. Overall, the tone is very comfortable and positive. Travis looks very happy to be in the video, and Tim is very humble.
And also understanding of you were dealing with things in your seat that I could truly comprehend at that time of my career.
Yeah,
so I even like disparage. I talk shit about you. And when you were doing the one thing that probably kept us all alive, your job. And I'm outside being like, banging my chest like an ape, thinking I'm the war fighter. Don't be too hard on yourself. We're designed, we're bred to be that way.
So that did sound like an okay acknowledgement of what happened in the book, and Travis seems okay with it. Then Tim brings up the door incident with Travis.
This is psychology. Mike Goebel and I go to a door, and machine gun fire goes through this door. Right? Mike Goebel, I don't know how he knew this. He pushes me, and he saves my life. And if I've been standing in front of the door, just like you just taught me a few minutes in there, I'll be a dead guy on the other side of the door. And I swear I could see him sticking out of a window, and I threw a grenade in there. No, Tim, I remember that time. Remember I tried to argue up and knock the gate, and you ran through an entire reinforced gate, and I think Mike K is in a spot raining down hell from. That's right.
Travis doesn't quite remember, but he does remember the grenade.
I jump out real quick and join the guys, the team that's on the stack. They're really this wall just pushed down. And there you are, Tim. You're sitting there. And you're like, man, I know I saw a gun coming out of that window. Should I throw a grenade? I was like, hell yeah, man. Absolutely. It's a good throw. That is, hey, if I had to know me, I'd do it too. But your idea, you came up with it, and it was the sweetest throw of a grenade I've ever seen in my life. I was looking over your shoulder, just across the courtyard, and right down through a window. And of course, we stood back behind the wall. Now, we didn't go in there and clear it, because whatever was in there, whether it was still alive, who cares? But yeah, with some stains on the battlefield that came out. What was that giant of an 18 Delta Adam. Yeah, they jumped right to it. So Daniel B. He came out of the crow's nest of the vehicle we ran the gate with. And it was a tearjerker, wasn't it? It was unbelievable. What we saw coming out with a young child. I remember we saw the couple come out, the family, that child was held in arms. I did the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. And I saw it, and I let my emotions take it. And I remember just stepping over the wall and going out there, that courtyard wasn't clear, and grabbed a baby out of my arms. I was stupid. I mean, I could have been lit up, and now it could have been, a guy with an American laying there wounded, creating more possible chaos for the team to try to clear and go get me. It was a bad decision.
So Travis does say that they didn't clear the building, but the civilians came out. So that's pretty different from what was written. Turns out Travis is the one that actually had the baby, which was one of the biggest points in the Anti-Hero podcast.
But again, look at how much detail he goes into, like the smells, the screams, like what walking into this room feels like when he comes across the carnage that he created with the grenade throw.
That was established.
You want to know how it really got the women and children out? Yeah.
Motivating
they call it
around the world to contribute. Purchasing land.
It goes into crazy detail about the structure, the screams coming down the hall, and then closer, the walking carnage that he created. Travis just called the hurt people out, and they walked out to them, and that's how they started giving aid to these people from a grenade that should have honestly never been thrown.
After talking about that, they start to talk the ambush that they hit coming out of Fob Anaconda, but Tim does a hard pivot back to Travis's career.
We leave, immediately get in it, and close, danger close mission, fire missions from A-10s that save our life and get us out. And so then from 2008, I kind of lose touch. You have 8 more years in your career before you retire. What are these last, the last era of your career?
After a few minutes of talking about Travis's career, they then talk about Travis's company in Tennessee, and that's the end of the interview. Out of the 40-minute video, only about 10 minutes of it was actually about Afghanistan, which is fine. Travis had a very interesting career to hear about, but the flow was interesting. It felt like Tim shoehorned his perspective in and wanted to jump off a bit before going to detail the mission that was being criticized. Well, as you can see from the comments, this did not help Tim's situation at all.
Until the arrival of the Messiah.
Baha'u'llah VF2 would post a video on December 21st, 2024 that would start the final chapter of Tim's controversies that's considered the most damning. On his Authentic Speakers page where Tim or his agent set bookings where you can pay a hefty fee to have Tim come speak, he has listed a Bronze Star award for an hour. Okay, so let's put it up on the screen. Take a look. So what are we looking at? We're looking at Dick Kennedy's speaking agency profile. Now, what this profile is for booking him for speaking engagements. As you can see there, charges $50,000 to $100,000 to have you come out, or have him come out and tell a bunch of made-up stories on the back of, look at that, what is that? A Bronze Star medal with Valor. That's a really high Valor. Then the next day, Nate would post a treasure trove of pages where Tim's bio lists earning a Bronze Star for Valor. One thing that wasn't on those pages is the dates. So here's all the pages from Nate's video, plus a couple more that I found, with the dates included, just to give you a perspective when all this was posted. Now keep in mind, his book was released on June 7th, 2022. All these pages are dated before then, except for one. I truly believe, after researching this, that he was trying to do the war judo that most do when building a resume, implying he did something or were something and getting as close to the line as possible without directly crossing it yourself. And hey, if someone says it for you, it doesn't matter since you didn't say it, so you don't have to correct them. Now, to be fair, Tim does have a Bronze Star, but it is not for Valor. I was thinking the best way to explain the difference. I came up with this. Say I took an online class at Harvard for one of those generic certification programs. There's no entry qualifications, just pay the money, and then you get the certificate if you take the class. But then I get an MBA. Grand Canyon University. Then I tell you, I took it from Harvard and ultimately got my MBA. That is technically true, but I'm definitely implying that I got my MBA at Harvard. For military words have a beta bias, it's a whole different level than without. I have another example for everyone. I received this while I was in the Army. I met a couple through my parents after graduating infantry school at Fort Benning. They were extremely nice people, and when they found out I went to the Old Guard and was an honor guard company, they had this made for me. I love it and greatly appreciate it, but in over 10 years of me having it, this is the first time it's ever seen a camera. Why? It has a Tomb Sentinel badge on top of it. I get why they put it there. To the uninitiated, it makes sense. Honor Guard badge for Honor Guard soldiers. But I know better. So even though I would like to have this at my office at work, it would be wrong. I know better, just like Tim does. Which brings us to the next part of the story.
political party called the
On January 6, 2025, the Anti-Hero Podcast released their Book of Lies Part 2 podcast. This one would feature 3 of Tim's former teammates. First, they had a senior communications sergeant from the convoy, Kevin Wolf. Second, had Matt Jenkins, the canine handler. But most interestingly, they Travis Warlock, Tim's commander from the mission that was in the previous video with Tim. Now look how likable Tim and Travis seemed in the previous video. It is surprising that he would go on Anti-Hero to perpetuate the claims that they were good, right? Well, Travis gives us some context on why.
He released the podcast without the intro filmed. And when I sat back and looked at the context of it, I was just like, oh my gosh, man. And I said to him in text, I was like, dude, why didn't you put that on there? Right. And I don't know, he had some ridiculous excuse. He always has excuses. And actually, really, when you sit down with him, he's got a great personality. Very likable individual.
Yeah. Still nevertheless significant.
So are the best used car salesmen.
Right. At this point, you feel like you've been bitten twice by him.
No, was it twice?
Yeah, I feel like it. Yeah, you were bitten twice by him.
At first, it was just this was insult and injury. And so at that point, I think I got in touch with him. Like, man, I've had it.
So if that is true, that would make a lot of sense. Look how happy Travis was and how Tim was on more of a quiet, serious tone. I definitely could see it making sense that there was some dialogue before that. The teammates also make it very clear they don't reach out to them to verify what's in Tim's book.
Travis, did he call you about the book? Did he call you? Of course he did, because you said you didn't even know you wrote a book. Right, you didn't know that. Kevin, just real quick, and I don't know the answer to this. I assume you'd have told me, but did anyone ever reach out to you in regards to the book, just trying to verify the record?
No. Several of the team members that I've talked to since the podcast came out, their phones were silent too.
With that, Travis starts out when correcting Tim on if he really dressed him down or not like he wrote in the book.
So, I mean, to think that Tim would have walked up there and said something like that to me, I would have just ruined his career. You just can't let, I don't care if you're in a leadership position as an 85. Yeah. You can't let that happen, especially in the intensity of that situation. I would have just killed him, literally, but I would have been on a Black Hawk. He would have tried to Anaconda.
Then Travis counters Tim's claims about how the convoy was doomed from the start and there was no sabotage.
This 200 big convoy rolls out into the heart of battle. He talks about there immediately being problems with holes punched in the radiators that they're already trying to sabotage this convoy. Kevin, do you remember having to stop the convoy at all due to screwdriver holes?
No, I don't remember the sabotage. We did have to stop for other reasons, though. A lot of wear and tear. Running through these mountains of Afghanistan in jingle trucks.
But we see it.
Right, and that's a huge difference. So no sabotage of vehicles.
Then the podcast starts going over the more serious accusations. They transition to covering the IED. The team's recollection is significantly different from Tim's.
The problem is this, is that, he says he runs up there with his SR-25 and he's hip firing it like Rambo, keeping the Iranian horde at bay. And then as he's pulling this, has this legless Afghan that's bleeding all over him, and he's got guts and blood, everything all over his kit, and that he would have died if it wasn't for getting on the 50 cal gun and just red misting, like going right over his head, just red misting the Iranians.
None of that happened. I saw these 4 Afghan National Army soldiers as we made it to like a casualty collection, just out of Choctaw Pass. Everybody had their legs. Really? Everybody had their legs, and it was just the front half of the vehicle was blowing off. And the only way somebody would have lost their legs if they had them outside the door.
Yeah, but everyone had their legs. He's not covered in blood and guts of a legless Afghan. And the other thing, it's just like the point he tries to make with you, where he makes up a story, and then he uses that story to get like a point across. And what he does on this one is he gets really upset that American aviation medevac would not fly for these Afghans.
Totally false. It's hard to watch and see how drastically different the two stories are. To lie about someone losing their legs and the way Tim told the story in his book is unbelievable. Travis then gives us some insight about Tim supposedly running out of ammo.
He also says at this point, he's sleeping under a Humvee and he's out of ammo. He has no ammo in his M4. He's almost Winchester on his sniper weapon, and he's about to go out and recover, do like a battlefield recovery from AKs because he's so low on ammo. You guys were
we were a rolling resupply for the fire base. We had more than enough for that.
The next major thing is him shooting the dead bodies through his sniper scope after the battle.
The next part would be difficult for it to happen, where he says he was using the crow system of the vehicle to identify the sea of dead bodies, their heat signatures, using the sniper weapon to just, I believe he said, I know he said for hours he had to engage either dead bodies or people pretending to be dead or people who were wounded for off this sea of bodies, because he had to make sure they were all dead in order to protect you guys. So you guys could leave without them jumping up and playing dead and attacking you guys.
You know, this is something that, gosh, Tim, you know, even if you did do that, man, why in the hell would you talk about it? You made us look like idiots. Regardless of the Geneva Convention, Article 12, 14, 15, 16, and Rule 47, which, Tim, you know, just you filleted yourself, brother, when you did that. So I'm doing you a favor by telling everybody that did not happen. So the International Criminal Courts will come after you. It did not happen.
We hadn't talked about this yet, but they did cover it on the initial episode as well. I think the story's ridiculous and it didn't happen. And even if it did happen, why would you write about it? Because the DoD would probably investigate it. But I don't think it happened because when Tim was on Jocko's podcast, they went through his book. That wasn't mentioned. But Tim himself did mention it on Sean Ryan.
Every night, as we moved forward, I would sit there all night long with a thermal imager, and I would splash rounds into every heated body on the battlefield. Holy shit, dude. I did it every night for 8 hours. A couple hundred rounds a night.
But like what they said in the anti-hero podcast and what's echoed in the comments, it makes the military look horrible and no one believes it even happened since it doesn't even make logistical sense. Next, they talk about the Mike Global incident and talk about the grenade.
Do you remember like the man door and that there's two guys there? So I know one was Mike. I'm not 100% certain who's the second one.
Right.
So
You seen that guy get pushed on the ground?
I do not recall that.
Does he throw the grenade from that walk-in door that remembers, or does he go over to where you guys may have punched a hole?
Yeah, that's right. We punched the hole. He was right off the front of the vehicle. Some rubble wall was almost coming down at 45 degrees.
So there's another reason we know he didn't throw it to save your guys' life. Not only because he asked you for permission, but he went to the same hole that you guys were.
Right.
That made you guys and your family out. Did Tim go in and clear it?
No. Well, I have no idea.
Did he go find the family?
No. So we threw the grenade. We moved back behind the wall. Boom. Right. Look back. Don't see anything. Not hearing any machine gun fire. I hadn't heard any since I got out of the truck. And it's like we came back behind the wall. For some reason, we looked again, and there's the whole family had already come out. They're away from the building, out in the middle of the courtyard, and we can see this woman holding a child in her hands.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I said on Tim's podcast there, a little video we made. I made the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life, and it was just an emotional decision to run out there and grab the child. It was, the wound was just horrible. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
What my 2 cents is, after reading and hearing all the versions of this, Tim was pumping from adrenaline and made a bad call. And after it happened, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, he lies about the incident or purposely uses this story to rationalize what he did. Either way, he didn't take the time to talk to his teammates before he wrote the book, and it's shameful. After that, they talk about how the sniper tower incident of Mike Noble is also a ridiculous claim.
You guys would have known if anybody went up into a tower and sniped 20 dudes in 36, 48 hours, just up there as just a wrecking ball. Do you remember hearing reports that, man, your boy that you guys brought with you, Tim Kennedy, he's out there doing the Lord's work?
You know, there was the fire bases I was on for a couple of deployments. Never at any time or anyone was it commonplace for the security element to just randomly start firing from the tower without getting everybody up and armed.
Kevin, do you remember Tim killing 20 people from the wall when you guys were there?
No.
It's one of the most outlandish of the outlandish, which is what you do in this book. It's hard to pick up.
Michael would have been just, he was the kind of guy, if that would have happened, man, he couldn't have stopped happening.
Now, the next point, which I'm glad they brought up, is the ambush where Tim supposedly got hurt by taking shrapnel to his neck. And the medic in our field never mentioned it.
The medic that he talks about in the book called him yesterday.
Yeah.
And said, hey, man, I'm coming on the show now. He wants nothing to do with this whatsoever.
He's still on duty, right?
So we had 2 medics. I'm just going to say it was one of the 2 of them for his anonymity. So he said there was absolutely, he has no recollection of that whatsoever.
As this all unfolded, I was wondering if anyone had made contact with the medic. What Travis said is completely reasonable, that someone that is still active in the military wouldn't want to be any part of this. We will expand on that later if you're wondering why not more people are speaking up. The last major point is a tree Tim talked about with the hanging body before the beautiful village.
It's the final village.
If you look at
it's just a
where
weird
the arrow
story.
here,
Basically, the final village you guys go to, and everyone's friendly. And there's a dead guy hanging from the tree, and, a scene out of 300, where this rotting corpse is there. He goes up to the village elder, and he's like, are there any Taliban here? And he's like, no. He's like, there's no Taliban here at all? He's like, well, there's one. He's hanging from that tree. It seems silly, but I gotta ask you, because you guys were there. Do you remember seeing, Kevin, do you remember seeing a dead guy hanging from a noose?
I do not remember gallows.
I gotta ask you, Matt, because maybe you were somewhere else in the village. Do you remember seeing a rotting dead corpse with the skin falling off of it, hanging from a tree in that village, and then Tim getting washed clean from the left-hand girls on the body parts that were still on him?
No, I don't remember. I swinging from a tree or the local villagers giving us ass. So no. After going through everything in a weird twisted way, I feel like that dead scary tree was born from the pomegranate tree so many years ago. Ironically, trees represent strength and growth in literature. Going from a healthy pomegranate tree to the dark menacing tree is almost a perfect metaphor for where Tim started with Public Eye to where he is now.
Holocaust revisionism and the reason.
Now, a lot of people wonder why the claims in this book made so many people in the military community so upset. The first reason is he makes light of cheating during military training. The first time he talks about cheating is in Special Forces selection, when they keep one guy up to make sure no cadre are coming while everyone else is sleeping. That's not too major. You probably get smoked, but nothing serious. Then he tells a story of a cheated in the Robin stage portion of Special Forces Select cell phone. I'm not going to pretend I know what the atmosphere is like in that process, but I imagine if you got caught with cell phone cheating, you'd immediately fail selection and probably be permanently banned from ever participating again. But the most egregious cheating he ever did was during Sears School, where he buried the MREs.
the guy that had been recycled, which was one of my friends and teammates that had gone through all these phases too, he was working with the cadre and it was learning like all the different escape and evasion routes. So there were lanes that were designated to each of the teams. He told us which lane we were going to be on, and I went and I stole MRE boxes, and I went out and I plotted 10-digit grid coordinates, and I buried boxes of MREs during my evasion lane. Totally cheating. Like, this is not allowed. I'm not recommending anybody do this, but this is what we do. Because we knew, like, we see the guys that were coming out of SEER school, you know, they lose 30, 40, 50 pounds during SEER school. Their cheeks are sunken in, their eyes are sunken in, and they're about to go to a team. It's one of the very last things you do, and their bodies are broken. We want to go to war. So not only did I want to graduate, but I wanted to graduate physically capable of going to a team to immediately hop on a plane to go overseas. So the motivation was kind of the route was very unethical.
That sends such a bad message to aspiring soldiers. Very similarly, when I was in infantry OSET, there's a group of guys that got caught stealing MREs. All of them except for one got the company level Article 15s, and one got field grade. I'm very sure he got kicked out of the Army for that. Again, something so stupid, you don't want to send that message that it's going to slide. Integrity violations are very serious in the military, and it can leave a mark on your entire career or even end it. So having a nonchalant tone is very irritating to say the least. The next reason that this bothered so many people is Tim is setting a fake example of how soldiers act in the battlefield, and he might inspire some service members to do something that could get them injured or killed.
We talked to with P. Blaber on the episode. P. Blaber has a huge problem with veteran liars because it's stolen valor. Everyone should have a problem with stolen valor. Yeah. But he has a bigger issue. And he broke it down to two folds. One, you read this book and you think this is how Green Berets act on the battlefield, and one day you hope to be a Green Beret, you become a Green Beret, you emulate things you read. Let me tell you, if you run around the battlefield the way Tim Kennedy says he did, which he didn't, you're going to get killed. So it's a horrible outline for how special operations work on the battlefield. That's a lot.
I don't think he understands how much influence he has. So to him, it might not be the biggest deal if he exaggerated or lied, but if it's crunch time and a young soldier's point of reference is Tim Kennedy and his grenades, it can have serious consequences. The last reason why we care so much as a veteran community is that valor words mean something. There are heroes that go above and beyond the battle and lose more than a medal could ever replace, but that's how we honor and recognize their sacrifice. So for someone that knows better to use as a selling point, well, it turns all our stomachs. But if you're still not convinced that he was aware of what he was doing, here's a clip from a podcast that he did in 2018 that'll be linked below, where the host explicitly says he has a Bronze Star Review device and then asks him if there is anything that need to be corrected. And Tim says no.
Well, joining me today in Manhattan, New York, and headed to Fort Bragg very soon is Tim Kennedy. Tim, thank you so much for joining us on Beyond the Uniform.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Quick background for listeners: Tim is a former UFC middleweight contender, competed in the Octagon, also serving in the U.S. Army as a Green Beret sniper. He started his military career in the Army in 2014 and has served in both Afghanistan and Iraq, earning a Bronze Star Medal, which was awarded for valor under fire. He works military-themed clothing line and also leads Sheepdog Response, an organization to train civilians in self-defense and counter-terrorism skills. He has been featured on television shows, including the Spike TV series Deadliest Warrior, Hunting Hitler on the History Channel, and the 2006 indie film Range 15. He is currently involved in an upcoming Discovery Channel show called Hard to Kill, which launches on Tuesday, July 31st at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on the Discovery Channel. And in April 2017, he re-enlisted and is currently a member of the Special Forces Wing of the Texas National Guard. He is a 3-time winner of the Modern Army Combatives Tournament, a grueling 3-day event that tests mixed martial arts skills, among other things. And so, maybe, Tim, before we dive into the questions, anything to add or amend to that intro?
We're all together. We just summarize, like, he's stupid and he doesn't ever never hold still.
And then there's another audio clip. Okay, man. Last question about military, then I want to jump back into combatives a little bit. You, per the source I have here, you have a Bronze Star. Is that correct?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find its origins, and when I reached out to originally posted, I received no response. If anyone sees this and knows where the interview is, please send it to me so I can pin it below in the comments. But I'm convinced at this point the clip is real. Things that I did in my fighting career, fighting world titles, going overseas multiple times, earning medals for valor.
Then there are the Silver Star points as well. There's just so much evidence against him, and I'm sure there's so much more out there that's hidden. There's other points I didn't even cover, like him implying that he's Halo qualified.
6 years as a door kicker assaulter, and then 4 years as a Halo sniper guy. Halo sniper team, direct action, counterterrorism, hostage rescue.
Kennedy is a soldier, once a Green Beret, a Ranger sniper, awarded the Bronze Star for combat heroism.
Distinction between the two. Okay. So I'm a Green Beret, that is Ranger qualified, that's a Special Forces sniper. That is from a Halo sniper team and 7th Special Forces group.
Okay. Now, when you say Halo, are we talking original or Xbox One? Where are we going with this?
Or some other stories that he told back in the day that seemed to have disappeared that definitely seemed book-worthy.
I did it standing in combat to a guy that tried to grab some stuff off my kids. The Kimura is like the best technique to defend if somebody's trying to take stuff off of you. Like law enforcement, it's one of the first techniques that they should learn about how to keep their weapon on them, right? Lock the wrist, reach over, grab their own wrist, bring wrist back behind their head. And in like a snap, I break literally every bone in his whole entire arm and dislocate his shoulder, and his collarbone snaps as he's falling and breaks all the bones in his face. I have the aids and flashbangs and knives and guns all on my body armor. So you can't take that stuff.
I know the Shy-Tac sniper is a big deal for a lot of people. It seems he also lied about the weapons he used in Afghanistan. In the grand scheme of things and in the context of stolen valor, we'll save that for another time. But this is just a gist in the context. I think you need to make a decision whether he's guilty or not. There have been a lot of calls for his supporters to make a statement. I think that's very fair. There's too much evidence out there to not accept that he lied. To people like Sean Ryan and Jocko Willink, just so you know, people don't blame you for being tricked, but as veterans, we do feel betrayed that you'd rather sweep this under the rug. It feels like a choice between additional monetary gain or maintaining integrity in your relationship with the veteran community. But hey, who knows? Maybe they're actually not aware of the situation. The person that seems to be getting the most attention is Tim's former boss, John McPhee. John was eager to share stories in the Sean Ryan show back in September of 2024 before everything came out.
Well, Shrek, I really appreciate you being here. It was an honor to interview you and all your social media and website and all that stuff will be in the description. And yeah, thanks, man. I just I wish you the best of luck. Thanks, man. Hey, you didn't even ask me any serious Timmy Kennedy questions. What's up? I didn't see this coming. Do you want me to? Yeah, you know Timmy. You should be asking me. He talks massive shit, wrote a book. Although I thought I was the best 40% of his book. Well, I already interviewed. What do you want me to ask you? Like, ask me, I don't know anything about it.
Then radio silence. But I did find it interesting that John and Joe did discuss Tim at all, even though they both know on a personal level. Maybe the word's out and people are trying to distance themselves behind closed doors. The V device comment has been altered on his IMDb and athlete speaker page. So the question still remains, did Tim commit stolen valor? I think the answer is clearly yes. He claimed military words that he did not have for financial gain. Do I think this could be proven in court? Maybe. It's hard to believe that Tim would be able to explain away all the claims against him at this point. I think the saddest part of this whole story is the Army's response. They know Tim is a great recruitment tool, so they're turning a blind eye. But the question is, the Army is this an example you want to set for future soldiers? This video was intended to give the context of his stolen valor accusations and to give everyone that information to draw their own opinion. But there's so many other layers to peel back.
Very sad. The accusations against him from the Kabul withdrawal to him posing in Ukraine for clips is just disgusting. I know a lot of people wonder why more military members aren't coming forward with first-hand experience, but for those that don't understand, Tim is very well connected. This year, we've seen him start pivoting into the political space, rubbing elbows with the most powerful people in the country and the world. If you're still in the military and speak out, you're risking your career. It's not like the civilian world where you're protected and have the freedom of speech. There are consequences if you pick the wrong side. I hope in the future we will hear more true stories about Tim and give them the attention they deserve. It was talked about on anti-hero, but I think Tim's motivations are derived from the following. One, he has served with legends that have the most amazing experiences and felt insecure about his service. But Tim, if you ever see this, we all consider your service legendary, even without the fluff and all the BS attached to it now, which that's been stated on every platform that's called you out. You are a huge inspiration to the community. I think you thought these white lies were harmless and essentially get your businesses going. And that's other sickness. Your companies like Apogee and Sheepdog are amazing concepts, are invaluable to society right now. As a veteran and as a consumer, I would love to partake in that and have my friends and family partake. But knowing what I know now, it feel dishonest of myself to support you because you won't come forward and man up and own what you did. Tim, we all just wish you need some humble pie. Please just go on Anti-Hero, go on Sean Ryan, go on Joe Rogan, go on your own YouTube channel. Just own what you did because it's not going away. And it's weird to see that you're more in the community than an inspiration. But I think that if you could own up to what you did and make this truly a redemption story, you may accept it back in the veteran community. But that's always a question of someone's character. If they're able to choose a harder right over the easier wrong. To Valhalla EFT, to Anti-Hero, I hope I did your videos respect all your word justice in this video. I hope I covered the way you expect to be covered. To El Chapo, sorry it took so long. I hope this is what you're expecting from me. And to everyone else watching this, there's so much to digest. But I found a clip from way back in the day when you were on Joe Rogan that might give us a little more insight to why Tim made his decisions, why this attention is so important for him to garner. Take a look.
I want that the access to the audience, to influence lives. Would my words have enough meaning to draw in enough people?
Of course they would.
I hope so.
They were there doing that right now. If right now, millions of people are going to listen.
If I jump out of an airplane, into the water, into the ocean with a whole bunch of sharks, and go swim with them, like people are going to tune into that. Well, what if you get eaten? I'll start, and they're like, this whole thing is fucked now. The water, and I can talk to them. It's like 16 million people watched Tim parachute out of this plane into shark-infested waters, and then rode a motorcycle up on the beach. And then I have them.
But you have them already, man. You don't have to do that. Trust me. You don't have to do that. You've already done enough that you're qualified.
There's 12% involved in crafts.
If you read about Army Special Forces doing something, we have done messed up. This is not the Navy SEALs. We're not writing books. We're not talking about our exploits. We didn't kill Bin Laden. This is us just doing our work, and nobody's supposed to know about it.
I'm Tim Kennedy. I'm the author and narrator of my new book, Scars and Stripes. This is a retelling of my life is extraordinary. And it was extraordinary, and it is extraordinary, and you are in for a wild ride.
What's going on? They're very upset about this. They want to pull his tab. Again, that's not me being vindictive about it. If you're going to write this type of book with these amount of lies, you're going to have stolen valor. You're going to say you got injured when you didn't. You say you should have Purple Hearts when you don't. Valor medals when you don't.
There's stolen valor. I've never said anything about having a Purple Heart or a Bronze Star with a Vita Bike or a world title, going overseas multiple times, or medals for valor.
In the Special Forces, he deployed in Operation Rocky Freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom, multiple times. Among his multiple awards from the Army are the Bronze Star Medal and the Vita Bikes awarded for valor under fire.
It only takes one lapse in integrity or judgment to ruin a decade of success and be ostracized from a community. People do bad things for good reasons, and people do good things for bad reasons. Whether you agree with someone's choice or not, Understanding the motivation and the context always gives a more rounded opinion of a person. I never heard of Tim Kaine until a few months ago. But when his name started trickling to the peripheral of my feed, I wondered if he was a victim of his own success, or there's something more nefarious about his story. Chavo, thank you very much for pointing me in the direction of this strange story, and thank you for your tremendous service. This video will hopefully serve as a comprehensive timeline of Tim Kaine's stolen valor accusations or offenses, depending on what side of the fence you're on. After reading his book and watching hundreds of hours of podcasts and reading articles that go back to 2009, I want to give you the critical information and help to provide an unbiased synopsis of everything you need to know about Tim's story to make your own decision as well. Hopefully, after watching this video, you'll have the information you need to feel comfortable to say whether or not Tim is an inspiration or if he's a dishonest man trying to expand his reach. All the chapters will be timestamped below if you want to skip what led up to Tim being called out and go straight to a specific accusation. With that, let's go down the rabbit hole of a stolen valor story that's polarized alternate civilian communities. Before we start going over Tim's more unsavory and questionable points, it is important to give him credit where credit is due. He is an unbelievably successful individual. He is a master sergeant in the National Guard that served as an active-duty Green Beret sniper that was Ranger qualified and deployed to the Iraq and Afghanistan theaters of war. He had a successful career in the MMA with 18 wins against 7 losses. He is an entrepreneur that has numerous businesses, such as being part owner of Ranger Up, the military clothing company. He's the founder and CEO of Sheepdog Response, a self-defense company, the Apogee School and mentorship companies, and is a co-founder of Save Our Allies, a humanitarian company. He has been on several TV shows such as Hunting Hitler and Hard to Kill. He also is a New York Times best-selling author of his autobiography, Scars and Stripes. Now, whether you're a veteran or not, I'm sure you're well aware of the exponential growth of special operations service members coming out with books. This has been an interesting trend in the last 10-ish years. Obviously, the book is successful and it's respectful of military service. It doesn't mislead civilians and gets the veteran where they're trying to go as a stepping stone. Hey, more power to you. Now, as more and more operators do it, there's more and more competition. So that only leaves a few options for people in that space without falling to get that initial push into the limelight. 1, stay genuine and network for organic traction growth. 2, have a strong marketing campaign. 3, embellish or lie to gain attention. Well, in 2022, Tim released his autobiography, Scars and Stripes, which did amazing. He became a New York Times bestseller and sold just shy of 15,000 copies the first week. If you look at it on Amazon, it has a 4.8 with over 3,000 reviews. This book, however, would be the catalyst of Tim's fall from grace and ignite the spark that has turned the military community against him. Before we do a deep dive into the book, I think it's important to understand what the general perception of Tim was before the book actually came out. From what I can see, it was pretty neutral. There were negative comments, which are expected for any individual with a decent-sized following, but I couldn't find anything that really stood out. He was doing interviews with people like Joe Rogan, Steven Crowder, and Jonathan Willick, and was on TV shows as he built his brand. Something I found interesting while doing research for this video is the first time he was on Joe Rogan, he actually talked about how he did some writing before. He wrote a couple of blogs called Letters from a Foreign Land.
I love writing, creative writing too. Like I love. Do you have a blog? Do you blog or anything? Yeah. Just for you? Yeah. You gonna publish it someday? Maybe. There are a couple of times where I wrote some blogs when I was deployed, like Letters from a Foreign Land, and like people love. Like I'm an okay writer. I'm not that. Like anyways, everybody's worse than me.
Of course, now with the context of Scars and Stripes, I wanted to find these to see where he started his writing and compare it to the book. I found it listed in multiple places, but couldn't find the actual post. Well, this caused me to learn how to use the Wayback Machine, which proved to be invaluable later. After some digging, it looks like it was posted on Ranger Up's website around 2009 January. I don't think it's been intentionally scrubbed away, but does give us a good insight of what's to come. Part 1 is dated from 14 October 2008. In this story, he tells a half comedic, half poetic story sprinkled with dramatic effect about getting rid of flies in his barracks while deployed to a foreign land. Part 2 is dated 20 October 2008. This post is fairly generic. Again, a humorous tone as he explains to civilians what it's like to be deployed and how to get a good workout in with what you got. Part 3 is dated 27 November 2008. This is the most interesting letter. On this one, he talks about how he stopped a patrol or a convoy in the Valley of Murderers to take a pomegranate tree so he could plant it as fob. He then refers to himself as a big guy with too many guns were a peace sign, hopping out vehicles while blasting Prince or Madonna. He also stated how he got the green light to go fight in the MMA, and it feels like he implies it came from his leadership. But all the tone definitely feels like it's a prelude to scars and from the amount of detail of minute things to injecting humor and a cowboy attitude while avoiding dangerous areas. This prequel to his book was an interesting insight of what's to come.
Hello, fellow students of history.
There would be a change in the tides of his public perception after he did an interview with Lance Armstrong on the 21st of March 2018. They would talk about a variety of things during this interview, but he made a comment about gun ownership, and that would be something that really upset a lot of people.
Like, everybody does not have the right to have a gun. Because that right, if that right is negatively affecting other people, you don't get that. It's not a privilege, but it definitely has to be earned. It has to be shown and demonstrated that you have the right to own it. And that you've earned the right, which is background checks. And religion, not the background checks that we have right now, which don't really do anything, like real background checks.
Now, obviously, everyone has the right to an opinion, but the reason that this upsets so many people is, first, he is still a military member that loves guns and uses them quite a bit recreationally. The argument is, since he is a military member, he swore to uphold the Constitution. It's an argument, but not the strongest. The second argument point is that he had his self-defense company sheepdog in 2018. Now, I don't want to make baseless accusations, so for transparency, I can't find historical pages to reference what the criteria was to participate in sheepdog training in 2018. But suppose the minimum age criteria was the same as it is now, being 15 years or older. Again, he didn't say anything about age, just the right needs to be earned and isn't given. Well, the third argument point is that Tim has acknowledged committing crimes that could have been or should have been felonies, which, as a majority of people know, makes it illegal to own firearms. It also makes it virtually impossible to join the military. Now, there are a lot of dumb felonies out there, so him wanting to increase the scrutiny of background checks was an interesting take. But Tim tells us some stories in Scars and Stripes that could have easily slapped a felony on him, such as a story about him breaking into a hardware store or running up to a car and shooting at people inside of it with a paintball gun as a police cadet. But Tim had taken this stance as well before.
Safe gun laws, save lives. I don't want to have a felon, an MS-13 guy, an illegal immigrant who's been dishonorably discharged from the military to get their hands on a gun. We have those laws. Those are forms of control, in my opinion.
So leading up to the book release, there was some controversy, but not a ton. Still, there were people that thought he was overly boastful and not consistent in his takes. But there wasn't a consensus opinion in communities that he was an overall negative representation of military service, or importantly, the Green Berets. However, that would not last forever. So without further ado, let's look at the catalyst of Tim's downfall, Scars and Stripes. On June 7, 2022, Tim released his autobiography, Scars and Stripes. I read it and I have to say, I think it was a great book. The best way I can describe it is, imagine you're out on a bunch of infantrymen. As the night goes on, the drinks keep flowing, the stories get wilder and wilder, and people get more and more open. The tone was deep. I also don't think I've ever read a book with so much profanity. But it created that humorous long talk tone that's inviting and unfiltered to the reader. I hadn't watched any of his interviews before reading the book, but how I imagined Tim talked and how his mannerisms would be fit exactly the same as I imagined they would by reading his words. Tim has explained that his book is a collection of failures on display as growth. That is a component of it. However, his humble bragging about being an honor graduate and everything he's ever attempted, or how no one can hold a candle to his performance, did become obnoxious. Also, his clear inability to follow rules and be a team player and constantly justifying his actions was an interesting insight and foreshadowing. But the most important piece would be the military claims. Even though I'm a non-deployed infantryman, there were quite a few stories where I had to stop and really read what was on the page. The majority of people I served with and I'm friends with have had deployment time and have shared what happens overseas. Comparing those stories with other books, documentaries, and common sense tactic stuff from a sleep infantryman perspective at least raised an eyebrow suspicion to wonder how much of it was at least embellished. But overall, by the end, I had a lot of respect for Tim and was very impressed with what he had accomplished. The book definitely hit its mark and made me a Tim Kennedy fan. As I prepared to start digging on all the accusations, I almost didn't follow through this video, but I'm very glad I did, because from reading the book to now filming this video, I can say there's been a 180 degrees shift of my perception of Tim Kennedy.
anxiety, and so on.
While on Scars and Stripes was making its rounds, Tim was continuing his trajectory upward. He was still working on his entrepreneurial endeavors and networking the digital media space with all the biggest names in the industry. But a little over 2 years later, the podcast that has forever altered Tim's image as a soldier and credibility as a role model would be released.
Look at the itinerary itself.
To be as fair as unbiased as possible, I want to do a brief overview of the two channels that are the reason we know what we do know today about Tim, and they're the ones that initially broke the case. First, the Anti-Hero podcast were the ones to initially break down the book. The two gentlemen that are the hosts are Brent Tucker, who is a retired Delta Force operator that also was a Special Forces Green Beret. Then we have Tyler Hoover, who is an A-Second Airborne veteran that is also a police officer. The first time I saw a point where Tim was mentioned on their channel was July 7th, 2023. In this video, Tyler was interviewing his guests, and they were talking about how Russia and China's goals are to divide us.
So, Professor Klein suggested maybe this guy's actually a Jewish.
The next time that Tim is mentioned on their podcast is October 23rd, 2023.
What's your thoughts on anyway, that's sort of an opening question. What I want to talk about today is this Urachu prayer, which is well known in particular to men.
So, he did a lot more harm than good in Afghanistan, but didn't stop him from basically trying to get clicks, stay relevant, famous all of it.
There would be a couple more mentions of Tim scattered through their episodes leading to the notorious episode 101. The most relevant one would be from March 11, 2024, episode 64. Where their critical of his deployment claims and his intentions and actions when he was at the Kabul evacuation.
So they're talking to Joe Rogan and says, you know, in my 20 deployments, I'm not saying, man, Tim Kenny's got 20 deployments. That's impressive.
Yeah, with 20-something deployments overseas, I've never seen anything like Afghanistan during the fall of Afghanistan. That was the initial promise. And 10 days later, we moved 12,000 people out of Afghanistan. 11% of everybody that left the country during the evacuation, me and 3 of my friends on the ground, and 12 of us total in the Middle East moved.
Didn't stop there. He continues to go on and talk about the Pineapple Express, and he says, I gotta make sure I get all these numbers right. 3 friends. Him and 3 friends, of the 120,000 people the military or the United States government got out, he claims to have got out 12,000 people. That is 10%, 12,000 people. That's a lot. But again, based off that information alone, I can't question our day, Sam. But then he goes on, Joe Rogan goes, how long were you there for? He goes, 10 days. Well, I was homeschooled, but now I got to do a little bit of math. You were there for 10 days and got out 12,000 people. That's 1,200 people a day. And that's assuming your first was just as productive as your last day. And we all know that's not how it works. You gotta. It takes you a few days to get your bearing. And then, of course, I'm thinking, well, how out 12,000 people? Now, just time-wise, do I have to question you? Logistically, how did you do that?
The most important thing I took away from that episode is that they invited Tim to be on to explain his side.
And I will say this: the same offer I've given Rob O'Neill. You can, and it's an honest offer. Tim Kennedy, please come on this show and say, hey, I'm glad you asked. This is how we did it. Anyone else that has nothing to hide, I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you exactly how I did it.
Now, there is an argument that their platform wasn't large enough to reach Tim's ears, but this episode has over 40,000 views, which is definitely decent for a podcast. But the important piece is that their audience is primarily veterans, with a good amount of them being involved in the SOF, Special Operations Forces community, which makes me believe there's a good possibility Tim was aware but didn't care enough to take the claim seriously to respond in any way. So it was clear that they both weren't big fans of Tim before they exposed him, but although there might have been a slight bias, I think their accusations were justified leading up to the Book of Lies episode, and that they did it professionally and didn't make groundless claims. Next we have Nate from Valhalla VFT. Nate was also Special Forces in the Army like Tim, but served a full career on active duty. The first mention I could find to Tim was a comment from one of his subscribers calling Tim annoying. The video was about Special Forces stereotypes and had no mention of Tim. I did notice that Nate responded and liked a good amount of comments from this video. but didn't interact with this specific comment. The first time Nate actually mentioned him in a video was when he said that Tim could fight in his Navy SEALs Fight Club video from November 13, 2024. I mean, and, you know, they're definitely, and I want to preface this, there is definitely soft operators. Like, I mean, we have Tim Kennedy, there's representative. The first time Nate would be critical of Tim was after the Anti-Hero podcast when they exposed the lies in his book. Baha'u'llah BMT would post why these famous special authors can't stop lying about fake war stories on November 29, 2024. 4 days after the Anti-Hero podcast, Nate would share his thoughts on Tim and other veteran influencer situations being exposed.
All right, the stories, Tim Kennedy, I'm not going to get too deep, but it's starting to look like pretty much all of them are just other people's stories are so far embellished that they're no longer even close to reality of what's true, which is sad because, you know, he's got a career and had a career that was good enough.
Later, Nate would drop one of the most damning videos about Tim, but more on that later. From what I saw, Nate was extremely fair and unbiased, even when being critical of Tim. Nate is also an owner of a firearms training company. Supposedly, there were talks about his company and Sheepdog, Tim's company, working together. But Nate chose to speak out on the situation, prioritizes the integrity of the Green Berets over business. Both these platforms have received a lot of criticism for exposing Tim. So I want to do my due diligence, give you the context, to see if there is some questionable intentions. But I don't think there were. Overall, I'm convinced that these platforms come to the situation in a fair way and weren't slanderous or disingenuous for attention. But again, I want to include this section for context, since both these platforms are as important as Tim himself in the story. There are a lot of ways I want to cover all the $1 accusations against him, but to maintain the integrity of the timeline, I decided we'll just start with the Anti-Hero Pod 101, the Book of Lies. There's a lot to unpack in this episode, but we'll start with the 4 most relevant claims in terms of egregiousness and what was important enough for Tim to respond to. Also, it's important to note that they reached out to Tim's teammates before making this episode to gain as much information as possible.
He named real names in the books, which gave me an opportunity to call all these people. And, you know, I never called and said, hey, like, you know, I just said, hey, I'm just looking for the truth. You know, if it lines up with the book, that's fine. You know, but here's what the book says. Is this what happened in real life? And 9 times out of 10, it just wasn't.
The first major claim that's brought up is the title of the book.
The name of the book.
The book is titled Scars and Stripes.
Show it to her. If you didn't know, there it is, Scars and Stripes.
Basically, it's really boring.
Let me show you another book called Scars and Stripes. Are you kidding me?
But important if you're traveling.
The true story of one man's courage in facing death as a Vietnam POW. Are you kidding me?
So this isn't a great look, but Tim did say at the end of his book that his co-author came up with the name for Scars and Stripes. Also, when he was asked about on Jack Hart, he explained how the stripes come from the Army uniform, where he had stripes for service, deployments, and his rank.
Because you talk about it at the end of the book, but for those who start off with Scars and Stripes here, just as the title, where did that come from, and what does that mean to you?
There are 4 of them.
So,
most of it except for the
stripes part, you know, as you're kind of earning your time in, you're getting your stripes. So in the military, I just had to a couple of days ago, as I'm going to Nick Palmashano, my co-author of that book, his son is graduating from ROTC, so I had to go update my uniform because I'm going to go do his first salute. So on my sleeve are stripes, the number of years of service that I have, the number of months I have in a combat zone, and obviously my stripes of my rank. And then, you know, behind me over my shoulder, you have stripes of the flag that I love so much. Over your left shoulder, I see it. I've seen it folded and handed to widows. I've carried it as I've lost friends back to the places where they died. And so stripes alone are so powerful in so many different layers of ways. It's not just red, white, and blue stripes. There's also like a military level of stripes.
For the scars, some of them are physical scars from his fight career, infrared shells falling on his shirt. But there are the unseen scars eventually from his deployments.
One of the scars, you know, it's not just, obviously my face is covered in them from 17, 18 years of being a professional fighter. take my shirt off, you'll see more bullets melted onto my flesh from brass casings being stuck in my body armor. I'm sure you have them. Every one of us do on our back and our shoulders. Brass casings literally just melt our flesh. You can see burn marks on my arms. This is I carry inside and outside all of the scars from what I've done my entire life. And those two things, the scars and stripes, are the things that shape us. Those are the things that create and make who we are as a person and our perspective as human.
This interview about scars will be important later. Now, he can claim that he didn't know about the original book, which is 100% possible. Since the original by Eugene McDaniel from 1975, where he details the stories of POW in Vietnam, is much less known, as we can see from the 33 reviews. But Tim's book is published by Simon & Schuster, which is one of the 5 largest publishers in the United States. So I would like to think they did their due diligence and brought up to Tim. Something that does make me question whether he knew or not is how passionately he talks about his fight song "Rooster" by Alice in Chains.
Is that why you come out to the Rooster?
No, I brought the Rooster because it's a badass song.
It is a badass song.
And
Roosters like to fight.
They do like to fight, but the song's about Vietnam. It's about Vietnam vets, the 101st. They used to call the tail gunners or the machine gunners the Rooster on the team.
Is that Alice in Chains?
Yeah. So like POWs, MIA, Vietnam vets, all of them. That song, the song was written by the lead singer about his father, who kind of disenchanted and grew apart, and he kind of resented him for being in the war, and then kind of had this revelation that it was like he had to, he didn't have a choice, drafted. So he wrote that song to reconnect with his father, who was a Vietnam vet. So that song has a lot of meaning to me and my community. Veterans.
He seems to be very interested in Vietnam and POWs, but there are only so many titles left in the world to be original. So for this claim, we'll just never know. One of the most obnoxious parts of Scar and Stripes is that he has passed every school he's ever gone to without any trouble. It started in his adolescence during the Royal Ranger test with his partners and culminated at the world's hardest leadership training, Army Ranger School. He supposedly was also supposed to be the valedictorian of his police academy, but since he failed the test by doing it too efficiently and not following instructions, he lost it. He also was supposedly the honor grad in Special Forces training as well. In the book, he tells how his boss, John, did tell him he needed to go to Ranger School and to be the honor graduate to gain some maturity, or he'd be off his team after his first deployment to Iraq. In Ranger School, there are 3 top graduates. There is a distinguished honor graduate, officer honor graduate, and an enlisted honor graduate. Tim claimed that he was an enlisted honor graduate. Any of these awards is very significant. Only the best make it through Ranger School, and in order to make it, you're judged by your competencies and your Ranger skills and your ability to work with the team as a leader and a follower.
So I go to Ranger School. My team sergeant John says, "Hey, if you're going to go to Ranger School, you can't come back to this team unless you're honor graduate." And so you have no choice but to go to Ranger School because you're immature, you don't understand leadership, you don't understand the Army. So go to Ranger School, and if you're not honor graduate, you can't come back to this team. So I go, I'm an honor graduate. I come back to this team, but like I still have a chip on my shoulder because I'm a prick, and haven't learned humility, evidently. So I'm like, fuck this team, then I'm gonna, I'll go to hell with sniper team.
On the anti-hero, they claimed that he was not the honor grad in Ranger School, and he also initially failed sniper and safari school.
Again, because he always says he's the best in everything he does. He says, he was the best at sniper school.
Spoiler alert.
Never mentions in the book that he failed sniper school the first time.
I don't think
he talks about how great he is as an assaulter. He never talks about how he failed safari. And here he is saying that he was the best at Ranger School. Tim, you don't think I can't call someone and find out if you were the distinguished honor grad in your class?
Or the audience.
Of course I can. And I did. You were not the distinguished honor grad of your class. In fact, your peers were so low in mountain phase, you almost got recycled over peers. So, quit saying things that you want to be true that are, because people are going to find out. And if you lie about being distinguished honor grad at Ranger School, what else are you willing to lie about?
Now, yes, it's shame to lie about being an honor graduate and also leave out that you had those failures, especially when the premise of your book is supposed to be about failure and learning from it. But in the grand scheme of things, This might be a main point. It wasn't so important to Tim, which he will cover in his response. On a side note, Safari is a top-tier close-quarters combat school that seems to be reserved for tenured Special Forces and Delta Force operators. Ranger and Sniper School are pretty well known, but I had never heard Safari before researching this, so I hope that gives a little clarity. The most controversial chapter in his book is by far the Valiant Death. It is a story where he was a part of a convoy to forward operating base in Anaconda, where his unit and other forces were going to strategically resupply the base for a year. There's a lot to unpack, but the initial gist is Tim was very junior and didn't understand the logistics of the convoy.
So there we were, an 18 and me with RG and up-armored Humvees, the Czechs and the unarmored gun trucks, the Afghans and up-armored Humvees, and 80 Ocean trucks full of a year's worth of supplies. We've talked about this kind of like, you would learn this in the book, but how many trucks in the convoy was there?
Good question. Let me tell you how junior Tim is in this convoy. He's still a junior E6. He's not even a part of an ODA. He's an L&O that gets attached to this thing. So he's not even a part of the ODA. He gets attached to this, and he knows so little about what's going on. So he has no extra insight into Iranian fighters that are apparently everywhere. He knows so little about what's going on. He doesn't even know that of all the things that he sizes and makes these exaggerated claims, he doesn't even know how many trucks are in the convoy. There's 200 trucks in this convoy.
Verified by people on the ground.
Verified by several people, almost just short of 200 trucks. That's one of the biggest convoys I've ever heard of, and that's what the story should be.
Liaison for a multinational mission involving U.S. Special Forces, ODA, blank. Well, he said 782. Go with it what you will.
Which is not the right one. It's not even the right ODA number. So he doesn't know the ODA number. Or if he wants to say, well, that was sensitive information, I didn't want to put in the ODA number.
Don't put it in.
Yeah. You put in everyone's real name into this.
Combat veteran he is, the ODA Sergeant Major starts pushing all the units to the high ground to take the fight to them, and the guy is out of the line of fire.
The ODA Sergeant Major says. Let me tell you how junior Tim Kennedy is. Not only does he not know how many vehicles are in this convoy, he doesn't know the rank structure of an ODA because he's never been on one at this point. He was on a SIF before this, and he's attached to an ODA. He's still not part of an ODA, and he calls it the ODA Sergeant Major. Sergeant Major's an E9. The ODA Team Sergeant is E8, which is a Master Sergeant. Which is crazy to me. You had all this time, and you wrote in the book. I expect that from Hollywood to get ranks wrong. I don't expect that from Green Berets who are doing research and writing books.
The next significant event is when the vehicle from him is hit by an IED, and they are unable to medevac an Afghan soldier that was a part of the convoy.
Anyone who's been in deployments, and that's what happens. You run over IEDs, and once he gets hit with IED, you go recover. But that's not enough. Like at some point, he has to come out like Rambo style, shooting from the hip with his sniper weapon. It's crazy that he's shooting from the hip with his sniper weapon. That makes no sense. You can verify that story. Jumped out at me. I've never had an issue evacuating a wounded Afghan. So I asked who would be in charge of that, essentially, the ground force commander. He's the one that's going to call on those things and coordinate that. And when I talked to him about that, he goes, we never had a problem.
So we have
I don't know what Tim's talking about.
The next point, which will prove to be the most significant, is how he wrote that each commander
by invasion in the first century
colorful insults about his height,
these rudderless ships wandered throughout the Mediterranean and landed at the city of Otto, located at the Rhone River. And made their way upstream to Lyon, and further on that same river,
and made fun of his
another
height,
one went
his hair,
somehow
his
all the way
size,
around, I guess, the Strait of
dressed him
Gibraltar
down.
to
that I couldn't wait to talk to Travis. We began the episode with this about, we're going to we'll talk about Travis. He's talking about Travis right now. And at some point, when your lives get personal, you went too far. This is what really got him in trouble.
Again, this follows the theme of his book, Questioning Authority, when they're supposedly wrong or compromised and puffing his chest out. We saw it with the lobster incident with the boat captain, his fire chief, and his drill sergeant in basic training. But there are many other instances where Tim conveys his dislike of officers. The next accusation is heaviest. There's a gentleman named Sergeant First Class Goble who was with Tim during intense moments from that mission. The first being that in the interviews versus the book, Tim talks about how Mike Goble and him are on a door, and Mike pushes Tim away, saving his life.
He's in that vehicle that is getting released to port as Mike Goble and I are going up this other door, and there's machine gun barrels sticking out of this tiny little window, and I lob my hand through that window, and of course the bad guy barricaded himself from within a charge.
One of my friends, Mike, he died in 2019 in Afghanistan. He was with me. He saved my life that day. Mike Goble, I walked up to a door. I don't know how because I walk up and I'm about to push the door open, and as soon as I touch the handle of the door, it's a push door, he shoves me. You know, it's like we're kind of physical, like we're almost always going to fight over something stupid. I got mad at him because he was carrying a pistol through a village, a pistol kill, and I was like, oh, you're sitting on a machine gun, why would you be holding a pistol? Put your pistol away, and we end up fist fighting. The team sergeant came over, separated. It's like, we're always like really around. So he shoved. I like fall back, and I'm like getting ready, like we're in the middle of a gunfight, and I'm about to like start a fist fight with him because he's and the whole door starts getting shredded by machine gun fire.
And as soon as I go to reach for the handle of the door, Mike and I, we always had like some friction. We've been in a couple of fights over some stuff. He was in a machine gun position, had a pistol out. I was like, we're going to a machine gun. He's like, well, I'm a pistol kill. I'm like, you're a stupid idiot. We're in a fist fight. So like, fast forward to the Neanderthal conversation. 100%. I put my hand on this door, and he hits me so hard and shoves me, and I stumble back over as this door gets shredded by machine gun fire. But Brent brought the inconsistencies from other podcasts where he has told this story.
Observe that 300-odd years that Bordeaux had independence from France, being attached to England, may have contributed to a certain cultural orientation that we certainly see more of as we move into the early modern period of being willing to defy central authorities, specifically with regards to the treatment of their Jewish population. So, if we go back to our expulsion situation, the Jews of Bordeaux were not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they did get exposed to 3 rapid expulsions in swift succession. 1284, 1305, and 1310. And as you might wonder, how can you expel a population in 1284 and then expel them again in 1305? Did they get invited back? It happens in other parts of Europe. And then expel them again 5 years later in 1310? I mean, it doesn't make sense. In the case of Bordeaux, it seems that the expulsions were not actually implemented. There were orders of expulsions, but they were really just tools to extort bribes to allow them to remain in place. This is another illustration of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. I want a pistol kill. Confronted with various threats, including
I know that's not even what we're talking about here, but even when I hear that, that's crazy. Besides that,
parties,
did you hear the name? Who's
he with now? The kings that were demanding their expulsion and remain in place, or they can simply say, well, it's too dangerous, or the price is too high, so it seemed that the fee strategy was working at the turn of the 14th century in Bordeaux. In 1320, however, the Jews of Bordeaux suffered horribly from attacks by a group called the Pasteurs. These are the shepherds. It's a populist movement, very similar to the Crusades, which of course began in 1096. So this is like a century after the First Crusade, but they continued for some time. It was originally an anti-Muslim movement, the idea of the European Christian effort to wrest Jerusalem and the Holy Land from the Muslims had lots of very negative spillovers in Europe proper. and
then
particularly
getting
for the
into
Jewish
this
communities
push.
living in Europe.
And if it
Particularly
sounds
because
too
the whole
good to be
idea
true,
of the Crusades
I'm
is
here to tell you
to
it's too
reclaim
good to
the
be true.
Holy Land for
He even says it,
Christianity
because
and
I don't
drive
know how
out the
he heard it.
infidel.
I
Well, a
don't
lot
know
of
divine
locals and
intervention.
populace,
He
we
just
have
must have
infidels
known
living
right
right
before he
here in
walked
our
in
own
this
communities,
door that the
obviously
PKM
referring
started
to the
opening
Jews.
up.
So
That's
there was also a class
you know what,
element
that makes no
specifically
sense to
to
you,
the
Tim, because it doesn't make sense to
uprising,
anyone else, because
in
it
that
didn't
they
happen.
wanted to,
The reason this is the most serious accusation is certain first Episcopal unfortunately killed in
the Jews
Afghanistan in
were
2019.
unfortunately an ideal
Since a
target
lot of the
because
most outlandish stories could be
urban
confirmed
centers
by
like
Mike
Bordeaux,
Goebel,
and
the
also
dark
they
thought
were
is that
more
this could
openly
be intentional.
associated
Going
with
back to the door scene of Mike G, Tim would ultimately throw a grenade in the room after seeing a machine gun in the window. The story is told is that he took the initiative and fortunately made a bad call since there was a family inside.
Half a second later, and Mike Goebel not been there, I'd be dead.
They suffered horribly in the year 1320.
I
The
see
upper church and the
as
Pope
this
in
door
particular
kind of starts swinging,
defended the
that there's a
Jews,
machine gun
like they did with
sticking
blood
out this
libels and things like
window,
that, saying
and I
that
take a
this is
grenade,
not right, this is
I throw this frag grenade through this window.
Christianity, we should not be doing these
Again,
things.
it's not like the movies,
However,
right? There's not like
when
this
the
flame, like
there
there's not
had forcibly
this,
baptized
just this
Jews
thud.
in their rioting,
And
the church would
what you
not
want
allow
to hear
them
is
to return
silence.
to Judaism because, as we
You know,
discussed many
all I
times,
hear is women and children start screaming.
it's that fake guy.
This guy barricaded himself and surrounded himself with a bunch of women and children in this rock.
But this story has also been challenged.
Otherwise,
When the RG finally breaks into this compound, and it was getting shot up as it was breaking this compound, it's kind of it all happens.
So at any rate,
whoever it was,
1453,
showing
Bordeaux
the machine gun was like,
to
okay,
French
you're here,
control,
like,
which
I'm
was
going to die.
technically at this
They
time
never find out.
Union because there had
I
been
don't want to spoil the
a
next
major
story,
expulsion of Jews in
they never find out
1306
where
from a large amount of
shooting
French
at.
territory.
It
And it's
stops.
not certain if this
And during the
decree
slow,
was imposed on the Jews
Tim
of Bordeaux.
runs
What
up
we
the
do know,
trap
however,
and
is
says,
that
hey,
there were
I
significant
think I know where she's coming from. Can I throw a grenade in the
of
window?
Jews, and especially crypto Jews, who
He's
had
not
been
this guy
making
that
their
I'll
way
take
up
charge,
to
I'll do what's
Bordeaux from the
necessary,
15th
I'm going to
century
bring the
on.
boys home.
And you'll recall that
That's what he
in
wants you to
Spain,
believe.
there was
In
a
reality,
massive
what is
wave of pogroms and forced conversions
Yeah,
that
he can ask
people
that
status
for permission to
Christians.
throw a
I
grenade.
mentioned a second ago,
When it's
they
time to throw a
were
grenade, you
officially
know when
Christians,
it's time to throw a
even
grenade.
though they
But you
did not
just
necessarily want to regard
to
themselves
throw a
as
grenade.
Christians, but they
And
had the
in his
privileges of
want,
free
his
movement
need,
as
his
Christians.
desire to throw a
There
grenade,
would be
because it
attempts to
wasn't
lock this
warranted,
down
he
by both
screws up.
Spain and especially
He
Portugal,
runs in there and he basically lobs it, and
where a
he
lot
kind
of
of
these
chucks
Jews
this grenade in
fled.
the window
But in
and
the
runs
15th,
back
16th,
out.
and 17th centuries,
And
there
then-
was periods
and
of
then
time
tell us,
when this was
because he
relaxed.
forced
And
the
a lot
situation,
of these
tell us what
nominal
happened.
Christians, these
I
so-called
mean,
new
kids
Christians or
they don't
conversos,
understand why this is
sometimes
happening.
called Marranos, which is a derogatory term,
Mothers that are
they
punctured
made
by
their
fragments of
way
metal.
out of the
It's
Iberian
barely
Peninsula
more than
and
a
looked to other
There are other
places
claims
to
that
live.
we'll cover later, but those are the main points in this chapter that are covered in the podcast. The next chapter, called Return to the Valley of Death, has a second accusation of Mike Goebel. Tim told the story of how once they got to Bombay after battling for 3 days, that he and Mike Goebel went up to a base tower and ultimately engaged 20 minutes. Also, Tim told a story of taking a shot at someone who was watching the convoy as they leave the base. Turns out that story might also belong to Mike Goebel.
Combines with the sort of
And they say,
contrarian spirit of the Bordeaux population, and the Jews get to get more and more privileges for their independent communities, even though they're still technically considered Christians. We see that they develop separate cemeteries. We see that they develop unique processes for marriages, which are recorded in church documents as these people were married according to the Portuguese rites, which are essentially they're married Jewishly. And by
so crazy.
1723,
You'd be an
just
SF
totally give up
legend
on
if you got up in a
bothering to
tower
call
and in 2 days
themselves
killed
Portuguese.
20
Even though technically
guys, you would be
Jews
an
are not
SF
allowed to live
legend.
in France.
You would
They
be
are
a special operations
openly
legend.
living
Like
as
there's
Jews in
that
Bordeaux
hasn't happened.
At this time, we also begin to see Jews migrating from Papal states, where there were also thousands of Jews that were not initially affected by the expulsion of 1306. Increasing pressure would place on the Jews of Avignon and the Comté
So
de
if you think
Venessin,
right outside
which
the
are regions that
wire,
were
an
controlled
unarmed
directly
person
by the
that's just
Popes
looking
rather
at
than
you
the
wrong,
French kings.
you're just going
And
to
so
start
Jews
sending
began to
rounds
make their way
at innocent
over to
people
Bordeaux as
that
well.
you just don't like the
Over
way
the
they look
course
at
of the
you.
18th century,
to-
you have
For
two distinct
those guys in
communities living in
Anaconda to
Bordeaux,
deal with,
the Portuguese
seems
Jews
like
and the Avignon and Cabernet Saint Jews
And when I talked about this,
they're not exactly
one
Ashkenazi.
person said, no way. He was like, that actually happened. And I was like, oh, it's being fun. It's been a while since I've even heard anything true.
To really establish
he goes, that kind of happened,
which were
but it was Mike Goebel who came over to the radio and said, hey, we got this guy, he looks suspicious, he's looking at us,
especially for the sick.
I'll send a warning shot to him. Whether he did or not, I don't know.
And
But the
eventually,
fact
the Jews from Avignon
Tim
claimed
just took Mike
similar
Goebel's story
status
and inserted himself.
as the Portuguese, even though they had never been Christians at all. By the time you get to 1806, which is where
Tim's convoy would be ambushed. During the battle, Tim writes how he exited his vehicle to engage the enemy while taking heavy contact while throwing grenades everywhere he could. The big claim that Antero podcast made was the story made no sense and also that he was almost certainly wasn't in ambush.
144 and another 306 were attracted from other Germany,
destroyed it.
absolutely
But probably
fascinating.
my hand from my
All kinds of different strands of
The
thought
most
coming in.
dangerous
I'm really looking forward to visiting Bordeaux
by
in
3
November,
millimeters,
and
or about the
you'll be
thickness
able
of
to
2 pennies stacked on top
Thank you
of each
very much
other.
for watching this video.
Later, I would be told that the right side of my body looked like it got hit with birdshot. Honestly, it isn't a big deal to me, but Mike G is worried. Despite me telling him to shut the fuck up, he goes and tells the Gingenator on me.
Tim, I have your DD-214, and let's go over your list of awards. Here we go. You know what medal's not in there?
Purple Heart.
The Purple Heart.
That's it.
You didn't.
Does your DD-214 have a Purple Heart?
You're damn right my DD-214 has a Purple Heart on it. Everyone that got injured in combat, especially when now the medic knows about it, has a Purple Heart.
And here's the thing, Tim.
Again, there are a lot of pointed accusations in this podcast, but these are the ones I feel are most important and the ones that Tim will respond to. There will be some more that we'll cover later. The Book of Lies episode came out November 25th, 2024. It immediately started to spread like wildfire in the veteran South community. 8 days later, on December 3rd, Tim would upload his response video titled Setting the Record Straight. In all fairness to Tim, there were a lot of accusations thrown at him, but some of the points he picked to defend were interesting. Tim started the video of him confirming his resume, which was never questioned.
But this idea that there is some universal truth that is, the opposite of what I said is absolutely absurd. I am a Green Beret. I was a UFC fighter. I am a Special Forces sniper. I went to Spartan. I'm a graduate. I went to Ranger School. I was part of Afghanistan during the evacuation. I went to Ukraine immediately following the Russian invasion. I'm an Iraq and Afghanistan combat veteran, and I didn't see anyone from the podcast that was places.
Then Tim's first argument was that this was done for monetary gain. We won't go super into this, but this is a non-starter. Yes, they did have a handful of sponsors, which to be fair was distracting in the middle of the episode, but where do you draw the line? Of course, if you invest a lot of time into something, you hope to be rewarded for it. But Tim, the same argument can be made that your whole career is based on you using your military status for notoriety. Which again, I think is dumb, but whether someone has good tips or not, it boils down to content, which they obviously delivered. It is really important to note that he knew this podcast was coming out.
So before I address the allegations, I want you to know that I knew this podcast was coming out. How? Because they contacted every single one of my teammates to try to get journals. Almost everyone told them the same thing, that they weren't interested, and then they called me. And let me know.
So your teammates gave you a heads up. Why weren't you more prepared? Out of all the accusations, one that he seemed very upset about was the school accusations.
Number one, that I feel so, and this is the intellectually dishonest thing, where, and that's super hypocritical, because they're taking things out of context. Yes, I did fail sniper school. You could say that. What happened is, when I got my sniper school date, it was going to be 10 days before my own wedding. So I asked Sergeant Major Fernandez, Conrad Fernandez, if I could go to a different class. And he gave me a tough pill to swallow. He says, yeah, man, but what you have to do is you have to show up on day one, because if you don't show, we will lose our slot to a future course. And show up, you're going to have to learn. So I went 0 for 25 for the Special Forces Sniper School shooting. And then I went to the second, next class. Graduated. That's what happened for Ranger School. man, that was 20 years ago. And this is just one of the failures of the editing and book process is I knew I was one of the honor graduates. I didn't know what award I got. And my editor, complete failure and oversight. As an honor graduate, here, getting the tomahawk and getting the award with my team sergeant and my team leader, Ed Wings and Mike Gomez. Love you guys.
His story is
20 years removed, being a graduate, and then immediately going on another trip. I couldn't remember which award I got. So, complete mistake on that one. Then, forms. Another thing that you took out of context. Yes, I have been to Safari 2 times. Successfully completed Safari 2 times. I consider that a great and wonderful thing because it has a very high attrition rate. The first time I went to Safari, B17, 7th Group, Bravo Company, 1st Battalion, they were covering down on the C-37 mission in South America, while C-37 went to Iraq. For that mission right there, to go and hunt and be part of a special operations task force hunting Charlie. For them to cover down on that mission, they had to have the skills that were taught during Safari. They'd never sent an entire company before. I was already in C-37, but you have to be a Safari graduate to be in C-37. So this was my class to go to Safari. They didn't issue anybody the identifier for completing that Safari class because they taught an entire company. So, went to Iraq, came back, and went back to Safari and graduated a second time. It's pretty awesome.
So he has a defense for Sephardic and a story for Sniper School, which maybe it's true, but maybe it isn't. But I think those stories will be really relevant in the book or the many podcasts you've done. But the Ranger School one is particularly interesting to me. So you knew this video was coming out and you had time to set up a second camera for B-roll and add transitions to your video. But you weren't able to put that picture in the video so we could actually see it. Again, I know this is a really dumb point, but he chose his hill to defend. I tried very hard to find out who the honor grads were from that Ranger School class of 2007, but I couldn't find anything definitive. But what I did do is go through all 6,000 plus pictures of Tim's Instagram and Facebook to look for that one he showed in the video. I saw his first ever picture from December 11th, 2013. I saw pictures from basic training. I saw pictures from his special forces training. I saw pictures from when he deployed. I saw funny pictures. I saw questionable pictures. I saw a bunch of pictures of spiders, which I feel like is an inside joke I don't understand. But most importantly, I saw pictures from Ranger School. But oddly enough, not the one he showed his response. So I find it hard to believe that this picture is actually of him in the video with all these other pictures from his Instagram history. While he was honor grad, show the plaque or certificate, or post a picture if you actually cared. Maybe it's a 3D chess move, so down the road he can prove it is actually real and he can minimize other accusations. One last hypothesis I have is that the plaque he showed is actually this one I found that video from October 20th, 2013. What it says is, thank you for presenting awards as a special guest for the Army National Guard 2009 Combatives Tournament Fort Bend, Georgia. Well, being the co-owner of Ranger Up and lying about Ranger School is definitely an interesting parallel. Next, he tries to explain the enduring Purple Heart claims.
The non-Purple Heart. First of all, it's insane that you're using like a 2011 DD-214 as your document of proof. You know, it's 13 years old now. A lot of things have changed in the career since then. But one of the things that wasn't on that DD-214 is a Purple Heart.
What I took from that is that he implies that there is a more accurate version of his DD-214. Then why not show that piece to us? Also, he defends his injury claims.
I was injured while I was in combat. You can go back to fights in 2003, 4, 5, and 6, and you're going to see my neck and my back one way, and then from 2007, 8, 9, until today, you're like, whoa, he looks significantly different. And you're going to notice a bunch of brown marks on my shoulder and my neck. What I didn't have is a chain of command, a direct chain of command. I was not on an ODA when I went to Afghanistan in 2008. I didn't have a team leader, I didn't have a team sergeant, I didn't have anyone putting me in for orders. When I came out of the Urdesgan Valley, after those ambushes, and then they made it back out of front of this anaconda by the grace of God, and by the heroes to my left and to my right. Like, they're 100% heroes in all of this. There's no one. I just wanted to stay in the fight. There's no one to put me in for any wars. There's no one there to do anything. I was a coalition asset traveling with a NATO allied partner in and out of that place. When I retire, when I'm no longer useful in the military, when I don't get to wear the uniform, the flag, which is like the greatest honor of my life, to have the opportunity to be next to the women, the best and the brightest in the country. When that day comes, and I'm sure I'm running the bet on it. I've never been the great people guy, a great admin guy. I'm definitely the guy that's going to walk into the med and have something get fixed. Like, we're going to fix it with AT Delta. And my eyes watch. That's not on my records. That will get fixed.
Well, remember when I said we go back to that car interview? Why didn't you share that story with Chad Moore when you're talking about your scars if it actually happened?
I'm like, I take my shirt off, you'll see where bullets melted onto my flesh from brass casings inside my body armor. I'm sure you have them. Every one of us do, or our back and our shoulders. Brass casings literally just melt our flesh. You can see burn marks on my arms. This is, I carry inside and outside all of the scars from what I've done my entire life.
As far as explaining the teammate names wrong,
You're forgetting the names of former compatriots on the podcast, and I've done hundreds. By 2008, 2009, I couldn't go to the JFK Memorial or Fort Bragg anymore because we were having funerals every single weekend. And that's it's like a knife straight to the heart. And when you're having Memorial Day, and I can't remember their names, I try to jot their names, and I'm on a podcast, there's lights on, and then I forget one of those names. Yeah, it freaking sucks. And for you to insinuate I don't care about them.
I do think that was a completely reasonable answer, but I agree with her confusing Mike Gold and Mike Keller between the book and podcast. But my opinion would be changed later. But most importantly, he talks about the process and accuracy of his book.
War stories are never the same. And ask anyone who's been to combat or what happens when you interview 5 guys in the same battle. You're going to get 5 different stories. And if there's a feed running, you get a 6th. I literally outlined that fact. There's no chance that my version is 100% reality and accurate. That is what I remember. It's reality. That's my recollection. And that was supported with my journals and supporting interviews of other people throughout the whole entire book.
For the most part, I would agree with this claim, but he has let us know over the years that he has kept detailed journals during his military career.
I go everywhere with these things. Like, I journal, kind of. Like, I take little weird notes. And you can go, they're all dated. From trips to Iraq to Afghanistan to Niger to Nigeria to Burkina Faso to Mauritania to Morocco to South Africa, like every freaking crazy place that I have to go. And you can look and then, like, go forward 2 years, 3 years, and look again. Be like, what? I love writing, like even, creative writing too. Like, I love.
Do you write a blog or anything?
Yeah, for me.
Just for you?
Yeah.
You gonna post it someday?
Maybe there are a couple of times where I wrote some blogs when I was deployed, like letters from a foreign land, and like people love. Like, I'm an okay writer. I'm not that. Like, anyways, everybody's the worst critic.
He also says he tried his best to reach out to people. More on that later. But overall, knowing that the podcast was coming and waiting 8 days to respond, I can't imagine a much worse response.
I'm really interested in looking.
On 18 December 2024, a gentleman named Clay Martin posted a video also calling Tim out for failing Sephardic initially twice.
Hey, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Clay Martin. I'm a retired 18 Echo 18 Fox 1st Special Forces group. Reasonably well known. Retired Green Beret myself, with 6 blokes, did a bunch of country work over the years, all kinds of stuff out there. I've personally known Tim for almost 20 years. We were in the Q course together, all in the same class. We were there. Dick out to write his book. Kind of made that class a little bit of a spotlight. It was hard to miss that. So I'm going to address first the thing that I know personally that I saw from Tim's rebuttal video. You said that you went to Safari twice in past twice. Well, that is absolutely not true. You went to fake Safari once. You went to real Safari twice. And those 2 times I real Safari, you won. I know because I was in your class, and I would be the class.
Last years before the revolution,
26 March 2007 to 11 May 2007, and you failed the stress test. I remember this distinctly because we were both FNGs at the time. You were one of the few guys at the Safari course that I knew, besides my brother, that came with me from third.
The story goes that
I was there. You failed the stress test. You were removed from the class.
possibly his father
Went back and passed it.
Lisbon.
And that's an incredibly stupid thing to lie about. I don't know why you would do that. Especially if the title of your book was supposed to be what it was that Failures Not Final. When I told you the story, the redemption
Fire
of
broke out.
I couldn't do this thing. I went back and I passed it later. Not only is our story, but it's actually true in this case. So that's kind of however, there's another reason actually that was a stupid thing to pick a lie about. That class had another anomaly that anybody who was there will never forget. As the first, and to my knowledge, only time in the long storied history of the Sephardic school that after the failure of the math class on the stress test, which is totally normal, right? The commanding general swing, General Parker, called down to range 37 and upon objections of range 7 commander, as well as all the Sephardic instructors under him, made them rerun the stress test for everyone to fail.
According to
And
many
amazingly,
accounts,
they failed the first time, failed the second time too. So not only did you fail Sephardic, you actually managed to fail it twice in one day.
Now, this video is more of a deep dive. I'm not too sure why. From what I can tell, Clay is also a Special Forces soldier and seems to be connected to the right people in that community. But it's just another piece of the giant puzzle of Tim's lies.
9 months later, it's an incredibly tragic moment.
17 days after Tim's first response, he made another video on December 20th, 2024 with the commander from his book that he talked about in Afghanistan, Travis Warlock. They started the interview acknowledging that they had not seen each other since the convoy in Afghanistan.
Travis Warlock. Last time that we physically saw each other was in Uruzgan Valley of Afghanistan 16 years ago.
The first 15-ish minutes of the video is an interview about Travis's military career. Overall, the tone is very comfortable and positive. Travis looks very happy to be in the video, and Tim is very humble.
And also understanding of you were dealing with things in your state that I couldn't truly comprehend at that time of my career. Yeah, so I even like disparage. I talk shit about you. And when you were doing the one thing that probably kept us all alive, your job. And I'm outside being like, banging my chest like an ape, thinking I'm the warfighter. Don't be too hard on yourself. We're designed, we're bred to be that way.
So that did sound like an okay acknowledgement of what happened in the book. And Travis seems okay with it. Then Tim brings up the door. Travis.
This is psychology. Mike Goebel and I go to a door, and machine gun fire goes through this door. Mike Goebel, I don't know how he did this. He pushes me and saves my life. If I've been standing in front of the door, just like you just told me a few minutes in there, I'll be a dead guy on the other side of the door. And I swear, I could see a machine gun sticking out of a window, and I threw a grenade in there. Now, Tim, I remember that time is remember I took the RG up and knocked the gate. You ran through an entire reinforced gate.
Also have
an interesting population of in a small raining down hell from
Travis doesn't quite remember, but he does remember the grenade incident.
So I jump out real quick, join the guys, the team, so we stacked there, really small, we're just pushing down. And there you are, you're sitting there. And you're like, man, I know I saw a gun coming out of that window. Should I throw a grenade? Hell yeah, man. Absolutely. It's a good throw. That is, if I had one on me, I'd do it too. But your idea, you came up with it, and it was the sweetest throw of a grenade I've ever seen in my life. I was looking over your shoulder, just across the courtyard, and right down through a window. And of course, we stood back behind the wall. Now, I didn't go in there and clear it because whatever was in there, whether it was still alive, who cares?
They are very, very different.
But yeah, we had some civilians on the battlefield that came out. Who was that giant? Adam. Yeah, they jumped right to it. So did Daniel B. He came out of the crow's nest, the vehicle we ran the gate with, and it was a tearjerker, wasn't it? It was unbelievable what we saw coming out with a young child. I remember when we saw the couple come out, the family, that child was held in arms. I did the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. And I saw it, and I let my emotions take over. And I remember just stepping over the wall, going out there in the courtyard, walking clear, and grabbed a baby out of my arms. I'm stupid. I mean, I could have been lit up, and that could have been, a guy out of an American laying there wounded, creating more possible chaos for the team to try to clear it up. It was a bad decision, horrible decision.
So Travis does say that they didn't clear the building, but the civilians came out. So that's pretty different from what was written. Turns out Travis is the one that actually had the baby, which was one of the biggest points in the Anti-Hero podcast.
But again, look at how much detail he goes into, like the smells, the screams, like what walking into this room feels like when he comes across the carnage that he created with a grenade throw. You want to know how they really got the women and children out? Yeah, but they did call them out. They walked out. Carnage. He goes into crazy detail about clearing the structure, the screams coming down the hall, and getting closer, walking this carnage that he created. No, Travis just called the hurt people out. They walked out to them, and that's how they started giving aid to these people. From a grenade that should have honestly never been thrown.
After talking about that, they started to talk about the ambush that they hit coming out of Anaconda. But Tim does a hard pivot back in Travis's career.
We leave, immediately get in it, close, danger close mission, fire missions from A-10s that save our life. Truly. So then from 2008, I kind of lose touch. You have 8 more years in your career before you retire. What did this last? The last era of your career.
After a few minutes of talking about Travis's career, they then talk about Travis's company in Tennessee, and that's the end of the interview. Now the 40-minute video, only about 10 minutes of it was actually about Afghanistan, which is fine. Travis had a very interesting career here about, but the flow was interesting. It Tim shoehorned his perspective in and wanted to jump off of it before going to detail the mission that was being criticized. Well, as you can see from the comments, this did not help Tim's situation at all. Bahal of VFT would post a video on December 21st, 2024 that would start the final chapter in Tim controversies that is considered the most damning. On his authentic speakers page where Tim or his agent set up bookings where you can pay a hefty fee to have Tim come speak, he has listed a Bronze Star award for valor.
Okay, so let's put it up on the screen and take a look. So what are we looking at? We're looking at Tim Kennedy's speaking agency profile. Now what this profile is for booking him for speaking engagements. As you can see there, charges $50,000 to $100,000 to have you come out, or have him come out and tell a bunch of made-up stories on the back of. Look at that. What is that? A Bronze Star medal with valor. That's a really high valor.
Then the next day, Nate would post a treasure trove of pages where Tim's bio was to earn a Bronze Star for valor. One thing that was on those pages is the dates. So here's all the pages from Nate's video, plus a couple more that I found, with the dates included, just to give you a perspective when all this was posted. Now keep in mind, his book was released on June 7th, 2022. All these pages are dated before then, except for one. I truly believe, after researching this, that he was trying to do the war judo that most do when building a resume, implying that you did something or were something and getting as close to the line as possible without directly crossing it yourself. And hey, if someone says it for you, it doesn't matter since you didn't say it, so you don't have to correct them. Now, to be fair, Tim does have a Bronze Star, but it is not for valor. I was thinking the best way to explain the difference, I came up with this. Say I took an online class at Harvard for all those generic certification programs. There's no entry qualifications, just pay the money, and then you get the certificate if you take the class. But then I get an MBA at Grand Canyon University. Then I tell you I took classes at Harvard and ultimately got my MBA. That is technically true, but I'm definitely implying that I got my MBA at Harvard. For military work, so with V device, it's a whole different level than without. I have another example for everyone. I received this while I was in the Army. I met a couple through my parents after graduating infantry school at Fort Benning. They were extremely nice people, and when they found out I went to the Old Guard and was an honor guard company, they had this made for me. I love it and greatly appreciate it, but in over 10 years of me having it, this is the first time it's ever seen a camera. Why? It has a Tomb Sentinel badge on top of it. I get why they put it there. To the uninitiated, it makes sense. Honor Guard badge for Honor Guard soldiers. But I know better. So even though I would like to have this in my office at work, it would be wrong. I know better, just like Tim does. Which brings us to the next part of the story. On January 6, 2025, the Anti-Hero Podcast released their Book of Lies Part 2 podcast. This one would feature 3 of Tim's former teammates. First, they had a senior communication sergeant from the convoy, Kevin Wolf. Second, they had Matt Jenkins, the K-9 handler. But most interestingly, they had Travis Warlock, Tim's commander from the mission that was in the previous video with Tim. Now, with how amicable Tim and Travis seemed in the previous video, it is surprising that he would go on Anti-Hero to perpetuate the claims if they were good, right? Well, Travis gives us some context on why.
He released the podcast without the intro filmed, and when I sat back and looked at the context of it, I was just like, oh my gosh, man. And I sent Tim a text. I was like, dude, why didn't you put that on there? And I don't know, he had some ridiculous excuses. He always has excuses. And actually, you sit down with Tim, and he's got a great personality. Very likable individual. Yeah.
We know from other things that he wrote.
So one of the best used car salesmen.
Right. And there's a point you feel like you've been bitten twice by it.
Was bitten twice.
Yeah, I feel like it. Yeah, you were bitten twice by it.
Yeah, first it was just this was insult in the intro. And so at that point, I think I got in touch with you. I'm like, man, I've had it.
So that is true. That would make a lot of sense. With how happy Travis was and how Tim was on more of a quiet, serious tone, I definitely could see it making sense that there was some dialogue before that. The teammates also make it very clear that no one reached out to them to verify what was in Tim's book.
Travis, did he call you about the book? Did he call?
No,
of course he didn't, because you said you didn't even know he wrote a book. So you would know that. Kevin, just real quick, and I don't know the answer to this. I assumed you'd have told me, but did anyone ever reach out to you in regards to the book, just trying to verify the record?
No. Several of the team members that I've talked to since the podcast came out, their phones were silent too.
With that, Travis starts out with correcting Tim on if he really dressed him down or not, like he wrote in the book.
So I mean, to think that Tim would have walked up there and said something like that to me, and I wouldn't have just ruined his career. I mean, you just can't let, I don't care if you're in a leadership position as an E5.
Yeah.
You can't let that happen, especially in the intensity of that situation.
Yeah.
I would have just killed him. I mean, not literally, but he would have been on a Black Hawk. He would have tried to Anaconda.
Then Travis counters Tim's claims about how the convoy was doomed from the start and there was no sabotage.
This 200 vehicle convoy rolls out into the heart of bad country. He talks about there immediately being problems with screwdriver holes punched in the radiator. They're already trying to sabotage this convoy. Kevin, do you remember having to stop the convoy at all due to screwdriver holes?
No. I don't remember any sabotage. We did have to stop for other reasons, though. Wear and tear. Running through these mountains of Afghanistan and jeep trucks.
Right. And that's a huge difference. So no sabotage of vehicles.
Then the podcast starts going over the more serious accusations. They transition to covering the IED. The team's recollection is significantly different from Tim's.
The problem is this, is that, he says he runs up there with his SR-25 and he's hip firing it like Rambo, keeping the Iranian horde at bay. And then as he's pulling this, has this legless Afghan that's bleeding all over him, and he's got guts and blood and everything all over his kit, and that he would have died if it wasn't for Mike K getting on the 50 cal gun and just red misting, like going right over his head, just red misting the Iranians.
None of that happened. I saw these 4 Afghan National Army soldiers as we made like a casualty collection point just out of Chalk as we passed. Everybody had their legs.
Really?
Everybody had their legs, and it was just the front half of the vehicle was blowing off. And the only way somebody would have lost their legs if they had them outside the door. Right?
Yeah. But everyone had their legs. He's not covered in blood and guts of a legless Afghan. And the other thing, it's just like the point he tries to make with you, where he makes up a story, and then he uses that story to get like a point across. And what he does on this one is he gets really upset that American aviation medevac would not fly for these Afghans.
Totally false. It's hard to see how drastically different the two stories are. To lie about someone losing their legs and the way Tim told the story in his book is unbelievable. Travis gives us some insight about Tim supposedly running out of ammo.
He also says at this point he's sleeping under a Humvee and he's out of ammo. He has no ammo in his M4. He's almost Winchester on his sniper weapon, and he's about to go out and recover, do like a battlefield recovery from AKs because he's so low on ammo. You guys remember this?
We were a rolling resupply for the fire base. We had more than enough even for us.
The next major thing is him shooting the dead bodies through his sniper scope after the battle.
The next part would be difficult for it to happen, where he says he was using the crow system of the vehicle to identify the sea of dead bodies, their heat signatures, and using his sniper weapon to just, I believe he said, I know, he said for hours he had to engage either dead bodies or people pretending to be dead or people who were wounded on this sea of bodies. He had to make sure they were all dead in order to protect you guys, so you guys leave without them jumping up and attacking you guys.
This is something that, gosh, Tim, even if you did do that, man, why in the hell would you talk about it? You made us look like idiots. Irregardless of the Geneva Convention, Article 12, 14, 15, 16, and Rule 47. Which, Tim, you filleted yourself, brother, when you did that. So I'm doing you a favor by telling everybody that did not happen. So the International Criminal Courts will come after you. It did not happen.
We hadn't talked about this yet, but they did cover it on the initial episode as well. I think this story is ridiculous that it happened. And even if it did happen, why would you write about it? Because the DOD would probably investigate it. But I don't think it happened because when Tim was on Joppa's podcast and went through his book, that wasn't mentioned. But Tim himself did mention it on Sean Ryan.
At night, as we moved forward, I would sit there all night long with thermal imager, and I would splash rounds into every heated body on the battlefield. Holy shit, dude. And I did it every night for 8 hours. A couple hundred rounds a night.
But like what they've
said the anti-hero podcast and was echoed in the comments. It makes the military look horrible and no one believes it even happened since it doesn't even make logistical sense. Next, they talk about the Mike Goble incident and talk about the grenade.
Do you remember like the man door and that there's two guys there? So I know one was Mike. I'm not 100% certain who was the second one. Right. So seen that guy get pushed on the ground? I do not recall that. Does he throw the grenade from that walk-in door that Matt remembers, or does he go over to where you guys made him punch the hole?
Yeah, that's right. We punched the hole. He was right off the front of the vehicle. Some of the rubble wall was almost coming down at 45 degrees.
Okay. So there's another reason we know he didn't throw it to save your guys' life. Not only because he asked you for permission, but he went to the same hole that you guys were that made. How'd you guys get your family out? Did Tim go in and clear it?
Yeah. Well, I have no idea.
Did he go find the family?
No. So we threw the grenade. We both back behind the wall. Boom. Right. Look back. Don't see anything. Not hearing any machine gun fire. I hadn't heard it since I got out of the truck. And it's like we came back behind the wall. For some reason, we looked again, and there's the whole family that already come out. They're away from the building, out in the middle of the courtyard. We can see this one holding the child. And I think that's when I said on Tim's podcast there, little video we made. I made the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. And it was just an emotional decision to run out there and grab the child. The wound was just horrible. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Well, my 2 cents is after reading and hearing all the versions of this, Tim was pumping from adrenaline and made a bad call. And after it happened, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, he lies about the incident or purposely uses this story to rationalize what he did. Either way, he didn't take the time to talk to his teammates before he wrote the book, and it's shameful. After that, they talked about how the sniper tower incident of Mike Goble is also a ridiculous claim.
You guys would have known if anybody there would have went up into a tower and sniped 20 dudes in 36, 48 hours. Just up there as just a wrecking ball. Do you remember hearing reports that, man, your boy that you guys brought with you, Tim Kennedy, he's out there doing the Lord's work?
You know, there was the fire bases I was on for a couple of deployments. Never at any time with anyone was it commonplace for a security element to just randomly start firing from the tower without getting everybody up and armed.
Kevin, do you remember Tim killing 20 people from the tower while you guys were there?
No.
It's one of the most outlandish. Just what you do in this book. It's hard to pick up.
Mike Goble he was the kind of guy, if that would have happened, man, he couldn't have stopped him.
Now, the next point, which I'm glad they brought up, is the ambush where Tim supposedly got hurt by taking shrapnel. And the medic in our vehicle never mentioned it.
The medic that he talks about in the book called him yesterday. And said, hey, man, I'm coming on the show now. He wants nothing to do with this. He's still active duty. Right. So we had 2 medics. I'm just going to say it was one of the 2 of them. There's anonymity. So he said there was absolutely, he has no recollection of that whatsoever.
As this all unfolded, I was wondering if anyone had made contact with the medic. What Travis said is completely reasonable that someone that is still active in the military wouldn't want to be any part of this. We will expand on that later if you're wondering why not more people are speaking up. The last major point is the tree Tim talked about with the hanging body before the beautiful village.
It's the final village, and this is a weird story. And basically, the final village you guys go to, everyone's friendly, and there's a dead guy hanging from the tree, and it sounds like, a scene out of 300, where this rotting corpse is there. He goes up to the village elder, and he's like, are there any Taliban here? He's like, nope. He's like, there's no Taliban here at all? He's like, well, there's one, and he's hanging from that tree. It seems silly, but I gotta ask you, because you guys were there. Do you remember seeing, Kevin, do you remember seeing a dead guy hanging from a noose?
I do not remember gallows.
Yeah, I gotta ask you, Matt, because maybe you were somewhere else in the village. Do you remember seeing a rotting dead corpse with the skin falling off of it, hanging from a tree in that village, and then Tim getting washed clean from the last name girls, all the body parts that were still on.
No, I don't remember. Guys swinging from a tree, or the local villagers giving us baths. So no.
After going through everything in a weird, twisted way, I feel like that dead, scary tree was once a pomegranate tree so many years ago. Ironically, trees represent strength and growth in nature. Going from a healthy pomegranate tree to the dark, menacing tree is almost a perfect metaphor for where it started in the public eye to where it is now. Now, a lot of people have wondered why the claims in this book made so many people in the military community so upset. The first reason is he makes light of cheating during military training. The first time he talks about cheating is in Special Forces selection, where they keep one guy up to make sure no cons are coming while everyone else is sleeping. That's not too major. You'd probably get smoked, but nothing serious. Then he tells the story of how he cheated in the Robinson portion of Special Forces selection with his cell phone. I'm not going to pretend I know what the atmosphere is like in that process, but I imagine if you got caught with the cell phone cheating, you'd immediately fail selection, probably permanently banned from ever participating again. But the most egregious cheating he ever did was during SEER school, where he buried MREs.
The guy that had been recycled, which was one of my friends and teammates that I go through his faces to, he was working with the cadre and was learning like all the different escape evasion routes. So there were lanes that were designated to each of the teams. He told us which lane we were going to be on. And when I stole MRE boxes and I went out and I bought it, I attempted to bring coordinates and I buried boxes of MREs during my evasion. Totally cheating. Like, this is not allowed. I'm not recommending anybody do this, but this is what we did. Because we knew, like, we see the guys that were coming out of SEER school and they lose 30, 40, 50 pounds during SEER school. Their cheeks are sunken in, their eyes are sunken in. Like, and they're about to go to a team. It's one of the very last things that you do, and their bodies are broken. We want to go to war. So not only did I want to graduate, but I wanted to graduate physically capable of going to a team to immediately hop on a plane to go overseas. So the motivation was kind of pure, but the route was very unethical.
That sent such a bad message to aspiring soldiers. Very similarly, when I was in infantry OSET, there was a group of guys that got caught stealing MREs. All of them except for one got the company little Article 15s and one got field grade. I'm very sure he got kicked out of the Army for that. Again, something so stupid, but you don't listen to that message that it's going to slide. Integrity violations are very serious in the military, and it can leave a mark on your entire career or even end it. So having a nonchalant tone is very irritating to say the least. The next reason that this bothered so many people is Tim is setting a fake example of how soldiers act in the battlefield, and he might inspire some service members to do something that could get them injured or killed.
We talked to with Pete Blaber on the episode. Pete Blaber has a huge problem with veteran liars because it's stolen valor. Everyone should have a problem with stolen valor. Yeah. But he has a bigger issue. And he broke it down to two folds. One, you read this book and you think this is how Green Berets act on the battlefield. And one day you hope to be a Green Beret. You become a Green Beret. You emulate things. Let me tell you. If you run around the battlefield the way Tim Kennedy says he did, which he didn't, you're going to get killed. So it's a horrible, outline for how special operations work on the battlefield because it's a lie.
I don't think he understands how much influence he has. So to him, it might not be the biggest deal if he exaggerated or lied. But if it's crunch time and a young soldier's point of reference is Tim Kennedy and his grenades, it can have some serious consequences. The last reason why we care so much as a veteran community is that valor awards mean something. There are heroes that go above and beyond in battle and lose more than a medal could ever replace. But that's how we honor and recognize their sacrifice. So for someone that knows better to use it as a selling point, well, it turns all of our stomachs. But if you're still not convinced that he was aware of what he was doing, here's a clip from a podcast that he did in 2018 that'll be linked below, where the host explicitly says he has a Bronze Star defeat device and then asks him if there's anything that need to be corrected. And Tim says no.
Well, joining me today in Manhattan, New York, and headed to Fort Bragg very soon is Tim Kennedy. Tim, thank you so much for joining us on Beyond Network.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Quick background for listeners. Tim is a former UFC middleweight contender who competed in the Octagon while also serving the U.S. Army as a Green Beret sniper. He started his military career in the Army in 2014 and has served tours in both Afghanistan and Iraq, earning a Bronze Star Medal in device, which was awarded for valor under fire. He works with Ranger Up, a military-themed clothing line, and also leads Sheepdog Response, an organization that trains civilians in self-defense and counter-terrorism skills. He has been featured on television shows, including the Spike TV series Deadliest Warrior, Honey Hitler on the History Channel, and the 2006 indie film Range 15. He is currently involved in an upcoming Discovery Channel show called Hard to Kill, which launches on Tuesday, July 31st at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on the Discovery Channel. And in April 2017, he re-enlisted and is currently a member of the Special Forces Wing of the Texas National Guard. He is a three-time winner of the Modern Army Regatta Tournament, a grueling three-day event that tests mixed martial arts skills, among other things. And so maybe, Tim, before we dive into the questions, anything to add or amend to that intro?
Students of Jewish history. Unfortunately, my research was
when you just put it all together, we just summarize, like, he's stupid and he doesn't ever hold still.
And then there's another audio clip like this. Okay, man. Last question about military. I don't want to jump in back into coming out a little bit. Per the source out here, you have a Bronze Star with a V. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find his origins, and when I reached out to originally post it, I received no response. If anyone sees this and knows where the interview is, please send it to me so I can pin it below in the comments. But I'm convinced at this point the clip is real.
My fighting career, fighting full world title, going overseas multiple times, earning medals from Allen.
Then there are the Silver Star points as well. There's just so much evidence against him, and I'm sure there's so much more out there that's hidden. There's other points I didn't even cover, like him implying that he's Halo qualified.
That's 6 years as a door kicker or soldier, and then 4 years as a Halo sniper guy.
Halo sniper team, direct action, counterterrorism, hostage rescue.
Kennedy is a soldier. Once a Green Beret, Ranger sniper, Bronze Star for combat heroism. Distinction between the two.
So I'm a Green Beret, Ranger qualified, that's a special forces sniper. From a Halo sniper team that was special forces.
Okay. Now, when you say Halo, are we talking original or Xbox One? Where are we going with this? Or some other stories that you told back in the day that seem to have disappeared that definitely seem to look worthy?
I did it standing in combat to a guy that tried to grab some stuff off my kids. And the core is like the best technique to defend. If somebody's trying to take stuff off of you, like law enforcement, it's one of the first techniques that they should learn about how to keep their weapon on them, right? Lock the wrist, reach over, grab their own wrist, bring their wrist back behind their head. And in like a snap, I break literally every bone in his whole entire arm and dislocate his shoulder and his collarbone snaps as his face hits the wall and breaks all the bones in his face. I have grenades and flashbangs and knives and a gun all my body armor. So you can't take that stuff.
It seems you also lied about the weapons in the grand scheme of things, and context is stolen power. We'll say that word every time. But this is just in the context, I think, to make the decision whether these kills are wrong. There have been a lot of calls for whistleblowers to make the statement. I think that there's too much evidence out there to not accept that he lied. Like people like Sean Ryan and John Willis. So people are blaming you for being tricked by the veterans who feel betrayed that you rather sweep this under the rug. It feels like a choice between additional monetary gain or maintaining integrity in a relationship with the veteran community. But hey, who knows? Maybe they're actually not over the situation. The person that seems to pay close attention is Ted's former boss, John McPhee. John wanted to hear the share stories on the Sean Ryan show back in September 2024 before everything came out. Well, Chuck, I really appreciate you being here to interview you and on your social media. And
website and all that stuff will be in the description. Yeah, thanks, man. I just wish you the best of luck. Thanks, man. You didn't even ask me any serious Timmy Kennedy questions. What's up? I didn't see this coming. Do you want me to? Yeah, you know, Timmy. You should be asking me. That's the shit, bro. You know, that's what I thought was the best 20% of his book. Well, I already know where to enter it. What do you want me to ask you about? I don't know. You know, I'm like, ask me. And silence. But I did find it interesting that John and Joe didn't discuss Tim at all, even though they both know on a personal level. Maybe it turns out people are trying to distance themselves behind closed doors. The Vietnamese comments were altered on his IMDb and athlete speaker page, so the visual names. Did Tim commit stolen valor? I think the answer is clearly yes. He claimed military awards that he did not have for financial gain. Do I think this will be proven in court? Maybe. It's hard to believe that Tim would be able to explain away all the claims against him at this point. I think the saddest part of this whole story is the Army's response. They know Tim is a great recruitment tool, so they're turning a blind eye. But the question we should all ask the Army is this an example of being unsympathetic for soldiers? This video was intended to give the context of his stolen valor accusations and to give everyone the information on how he did. But there are so many other layers to peel back. It's very sad. The accusations against him like a bold withdrawal to him posing Ukraine for clips is just disgusting. I know a lot of people wonder why more military members aren't coming forward with first-hand experience. But for those that don't understand, Tim is very well connected. This year, it seems to start shifting into the political space, rubbing elbows with the most powerful people in the country and the world. If you're still in the military to speak out, you're risking your career. It's not like a civilian world where you're protected and have the freedom of speech. There are consequences if you pick the wrong side. I hope in the future we'll hear more true stories about Tim and give them the attention they deserve. There is talk about Europe. I think his motivations are derived from the following. One, he has served on one who's had the most amazing experiences and felt about his service. But Tim, if you ever see this, we all consider your service legendary, even without the fun and all the BS attached to it now, which that's been stated on every single platform that's called you out. You are a huge inspiration to the community. I think you thought these white lines were harmless and essentially get your businesses going. And that's the other side of this. Your companies like Apogee and Sheepdog are amazing concepts that are invaluable to society right now. As a veteran and as a consumer, I would love to partake in that and have my friends and family partake. But knowing where I am now, and feeling dishonest in myself to support you because you won't come forward and man up and own what you did. Tim, we all just wish you peace and alive. Please just go on Nancy Europe, go on John Ryan, go on Joe Rogan, go on your own YouTube channel. Just own what you did, because it's not going away. And it's weird to see that you're more of a meme in the community than an inspiration. But I think that if you could own up to what you did and make this truly a redemption story, you'd be accepted back in the veteran community. But that's always the question, so that's characters. If they're able to choose a harder right from the hero, to go all the VMT, to anti-hero, I hope you did your videos respect all your work justice in this video. I hope covered the way you expect to be covered. Jill Chaco, sorry it took so long. I hope this is what you're expecting from me. And to everyone else watching this, there's so much digest. I found a clip from way back when you were on Joe Rogan that might give us a little more insight into why you make these decisions, why this attention was so important for the garner. Take a look.
I want that the access to the audience, to influence lives. Would my words have enough meaning to draw in enough people? Of course they would. I hope so. They are doing it right now. Right now, millions of people are doing it. If I jump out of an airplane, into the water, into the ocean with a whole bunch of sharks and go swim with them, people are going to tune into that. What if this whole thing is fucked now? But then I get out of the water and I can talk to them. It's like 16 million people watching him parrot out of his plane into shark-infested waters, and then on a motorcycle up on the beach. Then I have them. But you have them already, man. You don't have to do that. Trust me. You don't have to do that. You've already done enough. If you read about Army Special Forces doing something we have done messed up. This is not the Navy SEALs. We're not writing books.
we're not talking about our exploits. We didn't kill Bin Laden. This is us just doing our work, and nobody's supposed to know about it.
I'm Tim Kennedy. I'm the author and narrator of my new book, Scars. This is a retelling of my life. But my life was extraordinary. And it was extraordinary, and it is extraordinary, and you will in for a wild ride.
And they're very upset about this. They want to pull his down. As they again, that's not me being vindictive about it. If you're going to write this type of book with a decent amount of lies, you're going to have stolen valor, you're going to say you got injured when you didn't, you say you should have Purple Hearts when you don't, Valor medals when you don't.
There's stolen valor. I've never said anything about having a Purple Heart or a Bronze Star with a Vita outlawed titles going overseas multiple times, earning medals for valor.
The law of 11 Germinal restricted the choices of names that French people could give their children to names that were recognized from antiquity, ancient Roman and Greek period, and also names that had been enshrined in the Christian calendar of saints and things like that. But they could not use, for example, very popular names that had been adopted during the Revolutionary period, like names of particular heroes from that revolution who may later have been discredited, or names of particular battles, or even the names of the months of the year under the Republican calendar. All of those names were considered way too strange, and Napoleon said, no more using those names. You got to focus only on a list of names, which apparently was never actually published. That the idea was that by giving people names that people recognize, this would develop stability. This would develop kind of like a flow through from the pre-revolutionary past and things like that. But it left a gap, because what about the Jews? Jews are not going to typically choose names of Christian saints for their children. How do we deal with that? So hence the idea of the law of 1808, which was to impose the same kind of stability on the Jewish population as the law of 11 Germinal did on the French population as a whole. I read a really interesting article on this issue by Pierre Birnbaum, who was a professor emeritus at the Sorbonne, and he says that unfortunately there's never been any good study done of how this law was implemented. Apparently, many of its provisions were abandoned shortly thereafter, but there definitely was a transformation that was effected on the Jewish population. Women with names like Gidel or Gidel became Julie, Rachel became Regine. All kinds of names were transformed as a result of this law, and it leads to the long-standing practice of Jews having really two separate names. It's fascinating to see Napoleon's attempt to regulate the Jewish community, which really could only happen when the Jews believed in the overall project. And in general, this was the case for much of the 19th century. Jews adopted French names with enthusiasm, and it was only with the Dreyfus affair that we really begin to see the reversal of this trend as Jews begin to wonder, was emancipation really a success overall? I hope you found this as fascinating as I do, and look forward to speaking with you in the future. Thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, Kosher River Cruises is going to Bordeaux this fall. Really excited to see this place. Has such an interesting role in Jewish history. But of course, a good part of what we'll be doing there is learning about French wine, and specifically the wine of the region of Bordeaux. So I figured I got to learn a little bit about it myself. I am not a wine connoisseur, but here's something about the history of Jews and wine, and then we'll look a little bit at Bordeaux specifically. First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important part of Jewish ritual. In fact, I had my first taste of wine when I was only 8 days old. Well, this part of the traditional initiation rite into Judaism. I don't remember it very well, but I'm sure I enjoyed the wine very much, as I can judge from my own sons. There's not an extensive history of Jews as wine producers in the ancient world. It's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews as beer distillers in Babylonia. We only begin to see Jews really engage in production of wine on a significant level in Christian Europe, already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy that Jews were not allowed to own land. The reality is that Jews were allowed to own land in lots of parts of Europe. The only challenge is that, especially after the Crusades, the Bible, and the Host Desecration, which is like 11th, 12th, 13th century onward, owning land actually became a very poor investment, because if you were expelled from your region as a result of anti-Semitic activity, then you would lose your investment. So Jews started to invest far less in land by the time you get to the High Middle Ages. But before that, you have lots of Jewish vintners, and it's also interesting because they apparently were such popular producers of it that they would sell their wine to non-Jews as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that Jews were making wine that was very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. This is something that Agobard of Lyon complained about in around 825, and Pope Innocent III was complaining about it still in the early 13th century, saying that churches are using specifically Jewish-made wine for communion. I guess it must have been especially tasty. Jews were also producing wine in Muslim countries where this would be forbidden to Muslims, although apparently they had enough Muslim customers to keep their businesses open, and they did not have to rely entirely on Jewish consumers. Let's just take a minute and understand what is it that makes wine kosher, or what could possibly make wine non-kosher. For most people have some sense of what kosher refers to in general. There's basically two types of rules that could make something kosher or non-kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, pigs, not a kosher type of food, shellfish, not kosher types of food. And then there are kosher and non-kosher mixtures. Meat and milk in themselves are kosher, but if you mix them, not kosher, that kind of thing. So wine typically does not have any non-kosher ingredients. Nobody puts lard or shellfish in wine. So it's not non-kosher on the basis of its ingredients. And if it is basically, grapes and maybe some kind of yeast, which could make it non-kosher or Pesach, and water, like how does it become non-kosher? There's nothing mixed in there that would render it a forbidden mixture as well. So the basic rule is ritual and purpose. It goes back to laws which are explained in great detail in the Talmud, where if wine was used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, like for example, wine dedicated to a Greek god or something like that, that would ipso facto render wine, which would otherwise, on the basis of its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher, that dedication to a particular god would immediately render it non-kosher. So it's really not non-kosher in the same sense as the other types of food. It's really like forbidden, but for specific reasons. So the rabbis came up with a rule that said that in order for wine to be consumed by Jews, it had to be supervised all the way through its process by Jews, so that nobody could somehow dedicate it to a foreign god. That's kind of like a short and somewhat distorted view of it, but that's basically what it is. So in other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of ritual law. And that's why Jews have to be involved in the process in order to make sure that the wine would be kosher in the end. There is a significant shift from producing wine to trading in wine around the 15th century, especially because of the reduction in arable lands under Jewish control for reasons that I just mentioned. In Central and Eastern Europe, there's a lot more Jews at this point involved in distilling, but primarily distilling beer and spirits. This is related to the unusual economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called propinatia. I really should call it a privilege, where noblemen would give Jews the monopoly in producing alcohol in exchange for a very heavy tax or tariff on the sale of alcohol. So as a result, you've got a significant number of Jews involved in the alcohol trade in Eastern Europe. In 1765, there was a survey of Jews in Poland that revealed that about 15% of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically. But that's not so much in wine as it is in beer and in alcohol. Now look at Bordeaux. There's definitely a lot of Jews who were settled in the region from the 15th century and onward. But there's not a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines being produced. In fact, the first mass-produced kosher wines released for general circulation was when the Barons Edmond and Benjamin de Rothschild established the Chateau Clark, and they, in 1988, released the first kosher wine to the rest of the world. But this area of Bordeaux, we should realize, is like one of the most fantastic wine-producing regions of the world. In fact, even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains of wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, these are all Bordeaux vintages. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be using that word, but still, since 1988, the rest of the world has developed a significant taste for kosher wine that comes from Bordeaux. And so as a result, it has exploded. Okay, that's a very quick overview of Jews and wine up to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I try tasting some of these wines myself. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating aspects of the history of the Jews of Bordeaux is its influence on modern Jewish history in particular. And today I'd like to look at something that I really didn't understand until I started delving much more deeply into the source, in particular, Gerard Nahum's amazing book, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux, which has a fantastic section on this. Specifically, the role that Bordeaux Jews played in founding the Alliance Israélite Universelle, which was one of the most important and longest lasting, and I believe the first international Jewish organization defending specifically Jewish rights all around the world. So let's have a look at this story. It's actually an amazing thing. Alliance Israélite Universelle, which let's just call it the Alliance in translation, just like it sounds in French, the Alliance of Israelites, that is universal Israelite Alliance. An Israelite is like sort of like a Jew. In some languages, particularly in the late 19th century, the term Jew was considered slightly derogatory. I don't know why. And so they preferred other words like Israelite or Hebrew. We see that, for example, in Russian, the term Jid is definitely derogatory, not necessarily so important as Ukrainian. And so they prefer the term Yemare, which means like Hebrew. In French, the term Juif is not nearly as shaded as it was in the East, but nevertheless, they prefer the term Israelite, meaning member of the house of Israel. So anyways, this organization, we'll call the Alliance in English, was founded in 1860 in Paris. The motto was Kol Israel Chaverim. All Israel are colleagues, all Israel are comrades. It also has a very famous passage at the top that says Kol Israel Arevim, not Chaverim, but Arevim, which is part of a larger sentence that says all Jews are responsible one for each other. And this really encapsulates the idea of this particular organization, which is, I believe, the oldest international organization currently still in existence that is dedicated to Jewish causes worldwide. Its principal activities are Jewish education, vocational training, things like that, and it had some diplomatic efforts, especially until the Second World War, when it was severely
Also,
by, of course, the Holocaust. And its army, here is a look at the logo of the alliance. You can see it has the gold that it captures the international aspect of it, the shaking of hands, and on top of it, the two tablets of the law and the word Echad, which means God is one, are fascinating kinds of things in their mission statement. But I want to get right to the story. The two major international events that sparked the idea for the alliance, which was born by particularly one individual, Jean Carvalho, who's shown here. Was born in 1820, died in 1893, one of the founding members of the Alliance, and he was from Bordeaux. He was one of the first to really raise the idea that Jews need an international organization to defend them. One of the two major events that really brought this to the fore was the Damascus affair and the Mortal affair. 1840 and 1858, respectively. The Damascus affair was this terrible story where in Damascus, a Catholic monk and his servant disappeared in February 1840. And this crazy idea circulated that somehow Jews of Damascus were responsible for the disappearance as a recrudescence of that bizarre medieval myth called the blood libel. This is something that first appeared in England in the 12th century and rapidly spread throughout Europe. This insane notion that Jews somehow got to consume the blood of Christian children for various ritual purposes. Ridiculous libel lie that had been perpetrated through much of medieval history and had no basis whatsoever to it. But nevertheless, it's stuck in the popular mind. It's very hard to let go of this thing. The Nazis made a big deal of it and so on. 7 Jews were arrested, and they were accused of this blood libel, and they were exposed to horrific torture. 2 of them actually died while in custody. 1 converted to Islam in an attempt to avoid the torture. The remaining 4 issued a false confession, much like under the tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. The tortures extended beyond these 7 individual Jews as well. 63 Jewish children were arrested in an attempt to coerce their mothers to divulge information as to the whereabouts of Thomas and his servant Tamar, and no information was ever found. Absolutely horrific, awful medieval revival in the 19th century, this era already of the telegraph and things like that. The Jewish world was absolutely shocked that this would still be happening in the 1940s. Now, it happened that one of the arrested Jews was an Austrian citizen, and so this helped a lot of European powers get involved and say to the Ottoman Empire, what are you doing here? Moses Montefiore, a very important, wealthy British citizen, traveled to the Middle East and he demanded, together with other prominent Jews, including Adolphe Bendieu, a very important French Jew, that the case be transferred out of the backward judicial center of Damascus to a much more advanced Alexandria, where the case could be tried properly, and of course they would be released. In fact, what happened when Moses Montefiore pressed on this, Damascus ultimately had to admit that this was just a sham, and they released the prisoners, and so they were able to shamble out of prison after this horrific and the Damascus affair subsided afterwards. But it was a tremendous example of horrific wrong that was executed on a helpless Jewish community, and only through the exertion of international effort, particularly from wealthier, more powerful nations that had Jewish populations in it, like France and England, was a resolution able to be sought. So this was kind of a major inspiration for the idea that maybe Jews should establish some kind of organization that could dedicate themselves to it more effectively and consistently. However, the revolution era of 1848 slowed the progress towards this goal, but 10 years later, another major, absolutely horrific event, very similar in some ways, led to the moment that created the alliance specifically. terrible story of the kidnapping of his daughter. Basically, what happened was we're going to Italy, which was part of the Papal States at this time. There was a young child named Edgardo, a Jewish child. The Mortara family employed a Christian maidservant named Anna Morisi. And when the child Edgardo was about 2 years old, he was very, very ill, some kind of scarlet fever. And Morisi worried for the eternal life of this unbaptized child, and so she secretly took him to be baptized without letting her employers, the parents, know that the child was now, officially the part of the church, albeit unwittingly. Now, later on, when she was 6 years old, Morisi happened to mention that she had a child baptized secretly, and the Vatican
Yeah, this fuck.
and they kidnapped a child from his family. This is in 1858. This is really quite late, and the church is going and following an evil doctrine that once a child has been baptized, he becomes a Christian. Even if this happened against the will of the child and the will of the parents and so on, the church insisted on taking him in their control. Here's a horrific painting of that event by Fritz Oppenheimer that really captures the horror of the family must be experiencing.
Classical gas, kids.
Was unmoved by any kind of protest by the family, and they took young Bologna. And despite the protests worldwide, including George at this time, and including the religious efforts of Moses Montefiore, the hero of the Damascus affair, were pious enough refused to release the child back to his family. Comprehensible strategy. The young Edgardo ended up growing up and becoming a priest. He specifically dedicated his life afterwards to proselytizing among the Jews, and only as an adult was he finally reunited with his family, as you can see here on the right, with his mother.
Fuck you, Ben. I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I gotta act like a fucking individual.
Before the Nazis invaded, the Nazis would certainly consider him a Jew, regardless of his baptism and Christian.
Fuck you, Ben. I was on vacation. I don't take vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I gotta act like a fucking individual. I can't just, I didn't take my, listen, I was with my wife 15 years.
Never took her?
That's where I'm from. Never fucking took her. Never. Not the moment. I only go out the back when I do comedy. I don't go back to the dilly-dally. When I go back to New York, I fly in, I go to my favorite Chinese restaurant. I do radio. The next day after fucking radio, I go to the cemetery, I put flowers on my mom's grave. And then I do my 4 fucking shows, and I get the fuck out of the first flight on Sunday, just like I do every other goddamn city. That's it. I try to see some people in between, a school teacher or two, some really? Yeah, I still public high school teachers, 2 of them. I was going to dinner with the one, but he had to take his grandkid out of the hospital. He wanted to meet me later on, but we were leaving early, so I couldn't meet him at 10. That's fucking awesome, dude. So, we never really took a break from the podcast. And we did last Monday and last Wednesday. I took off Monday. We were going to do last night. But I tell you, Theo, I hate fucking doing podcasts when I'm tired. I don't want to give nobody, as Jimmy Schumer says, the short script. You follow me? I was just out of it last night. 5.5-hour flight with the fucking... Oh, that's miserable, dude. See, by myself, I'll eat a fucking pot cookie. Right. And I get stoned, get the family. When you have the family, you gotta get... And I got caught smoking vapor on the fucking pet truck, man. I had one of those vapor pens, and I just filled it up. It was just brand new. I took the inhaler with me. They have an asthma inhaler now. So I took for the pot for the refill. Oh, and it stabs. It fucks you up. So I took that with me to New York, and I sprayed it twice, a couple times on the plane, and it kept me there. And I hit it when I was in New York, and I hit it with Ari when I went over to see the tree and the fucking Saks Fifth Avenue and all that shit. And I ran out, so I had this brand new 2-gram oil from Perennium, and I opened it up before I charged it up. The first 10 hits,
it's like fucking death hits. Like it's just fucking clouds of smoke. So I hit it 2 times. Then I got on the plane, like 2 hours into the flight. I look at my daughter, and every time I would hit it, it would go by my daughter because she had the window seat. So I go, I can't let it happen. So I go, let me go to the back. I'm in the back with the fucking iPod on, listening to me. That's how fucking crazy I am. I'm listening. It's Wish You Were Here. That's the album I'm listening to because it was like Shine On You Crazy Time, man. Have a cigar. I ate it. I had like 3 4 red stars.
So you got a little magic.
I was fucked. I was fucked up the first 2.5 hours because I didn't get fucked up on the way there. It made a big difference. I got agitated 2-hour mark. At the 2.5 hour mark, if you don't have some, what's Mad Max is finished, right? You're ready to kill a motherfucker on the flight. Mad Max is a movie to watch on the fucking plane because there you are sitting there, everybody's driving, jumping over people and shit shooting motherfuckers, and you're sitting there next to some fucking politicians or some shit.
You want to get up.
So I said, fuck that. So I dosed myself on the way out. I had Virgin. I had a main cabin select. It's the one behind first class, so we could all sit together. Because first class, we couldn't all sit together. I would have to sit by myself. She'd be fucking crawling back and forth. So we're like, fuck that. Just get the main cabin select.
How tall is the child you have?
She's a fucking midget. She's 3, you know. She's just a little bit.
But how tall do you think she is?
She's up to.
Oh, that's not very tall.
No, she's a little baby.
Oh, that's not
so
very tall.
I got up, I go to the bathroom, I close the fucking door, and I'm in there, I'm hitting this bed, and I see clouds, Theo, and I'm like, wow.
What color was that?
Fucking clouds of smoke, and I'm hitting this vapor, and I'm hitting this fucking sap with the iPod on, listen to fucking Shine On You Crazy Diamond, and all of a sudden I hear, and I see the little red light going, and they're like, open up, are you smoking in there? And I put the thing in. And I take this out and I blow a couple clouds in it. And we're all done.
Visiting a
I can put my pants, which I really did piss. And then I fucking wash my hands. No, what's the problem? She goes, were you smoking in here? I go, no. She took, they take everything out of the garbage. They do everything. They look for the cigarette.
Yeah, you don't know what time to stand in there.
They're going, what happened? I came in the place. And we're going to head up. That's the next thing you know, you people knocking on my thing and doing, we don't smoke. I want the plane to go off. Then I'm sitting there going, they fucking know, they're just playing. Oh, really?
Churches sometimes
I sat there and I get my wife the keys and told my mother to listen to me in the bathroom. I got arrested, so take the car keys. I'll see you at the house. What did she say? She just fucking looked the other way.
A widespread phenomenon that is very much because you tend to focus on the larger centers where you have a lot of concentrating and
Now, did you think though somewhere you had that whenever you get to LA, there was going to be people?
Oh, fuck yeah. Before, I've been approaching at the plane one time on the way to Columbus.
Is it kind of cool or is it just fucking
there's a huge
if you get off a plane, you gotta know something in that side. That's really fucking cool. If you get off the plane and you're cool, one time I was in Columbus, I had weed and I said, I didn't do nothing. He leaned back and they hold on 1 second. He turned on, it was smaller settlements. So I said, fuck you. So I'm going to kick the chair. And he went and told the stewardess. So I was the bad guy. The rest of the fucking flight.
And then you start to feel like the fucking bad guy too. Like, oh, I'm the bad guy. You think you're the fucking bad guy?
You cocksucker, put that seat back there. And here's what happened. We went to Columbus. They got us off the plane. They got statements from both of us. They let us go. And a year later, got on the plane. That same fucking guy's on the plane. I go, how you doing? I just sat there the whole time.
Really cool.
So in all your
this, they got a
being on the
socket
plane,
here in the courtyard.
having weed under your nut and all that, you never once smoked a cigarette?
So nice. Beautiful socket here.
Wow, in 1983, I was flying.
You able to, didn't you?
Yeah, you can smoke in the flight.
In Russia, you can't.
Really? Go to the house of God with
Do anything in
healing.
Russia?
Oh, no. But I heard that you can.
Very
You can
important
smoke
day.
in
Very different kind of architecture with the courtyard, like the from the street. There's a fairly, quiet gate up front. When you come into the synagogue itself,
Russia never
I
once
walked
smoked on
in
a
for the
plane.
first time.
But in 1984,
This is the whole
February
like
1984,
a very, very excellent example of a time.
and it was
Really
Aspen,
provincial
Denver,
synagogue for
Jersey,
a community
on the
that
way
we
back
know
Then in Jersey, there was a soldier next to me that bowl of weed. And I'm like, you get high, that's when you can smoke cigarettes on the plane. He's like, let's go do it. We went to the back fucking other thing. Me and this guy had a wooden fucking bowl. I put the weed in there. We took 2 puffs. The fucking whole plane smelled like weed. Wow. They were past 2 smoking marijuana on the plane. We're going to search that shit. I walked down there with that soldier. Some little thing cops. Yeah, take a chance.
For a soldier, you got to, bro. Like, get a soldier high. Get him.
They fucking press heavy duty charges on one night. I got so fucked up at the airport. I really enjoyed 12 ounces of blow. And I was coming from New Jersey.
People from New Jersey get busted for coke more often than
I don't fucking know. I was a fucking criminal. And I was living in Aspen. And coke was $1,800 an ounce. Right. And I'm like, ain't fucking people paying me. I'm paying $800. And they're fucking paying $400. And I can cut it and still make money. I go, fuck it. So I started getting guns and bringing them to the East Coast and started bringing coke back. But this was the problem. I would take the 1 o'clock flight from New Jersey to Denver, and that's really 3 o'clock, which would get me in there like at 7. And then it would start snowing. I started taking connecting flight from Denver to Aspen. That flight would always get canceled. Here I am in Denver Airport. 12 ounces of blow. Beat out of my face at the fucking bar. I remember one night I was at the bar, just drinking, fucking doing line in the bathroom. I kept putting the coke in the locker. And I kept spending all my money in quarters taking the coke out. And I became friends with a guy that bought me and then started snorting. We got fucking lit at 6 a.m. I stayed in the airport all night getting fucking coked up, jerking off in the men's store, fucking bathroom.
That is dark and all.
That's fucking, yeah.
That's the dark side.
Oh my God.
That's the worst, bro. You just up with your fucking ideas, feeling your fucking pulse.
What's up, Lisa? It's been a week without an edible.
I know, I'm just glad I never
back from outer space. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm pretty high, man.
Oh, no, fuck you. Don't fuck around. My boy joined jiu-jitsu 3 months ago. At the end of this first fucking tournament. I've been going to jiu-jitsu for years. And I'm still scared to go on a tournament. Lee went Saturday.
It's so much more fun than you think. How does it
That's tough, bro. You know what place I took? No fucking place. I wasn't there. I was around the fucking Central Park with ducks. And then you are fucking choking motherfuckers. My heart goes out to you, bro. You're a bad fucker.
Yeah, it's commendable, bro. You could have been fourth, but you got disqualified.
That's true.
I had a little bit of a bronchitis right now, so I wanted to quit, but I knew if I didn't do it, you, John Bud, and everyone would come to the other go.
I understand.
What was the man's like?
I wanted to see you play out the
I was never scared of it. Like, I've said I wrestled in high school. I was never good, but I knew I wasn't gonna like physically die or occasionally someone breaks an arm or something. But that's not even the end of the world. It really, I've been losing weight for the past couple of years, and it really kicked it into gear that I need to finish losing the weight because because it was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I was going against people who were like 290, 280. So it wasn't an ideal situation for me. Were you pretty? If you would like to say, did you smoke first? No, God, people ask me that, man. I can't imagine doing that high.
It makes her
When Javier was choking me that night, and I was stoned out of my mind, I was like, "Are you?"
It's a different world.
Is it?
Oh,
could you be high and do it?
I tried a couple times. I almost had heart attack. Because when you start breathing heavy, your mind takes you away. Yeah. So, you know, like when you're on an edible and you breathe heavy, like when I go to the I was breathing heavy. Like I was having a hard time. So if I was on an edible, the edible takes your mind away. And also your mind, the edible tells your mind you're about to have a heart attack. So this is and you're fucking stuck around it just listening to your mind.
That's not true. Sometimes just here, I'll start having a little bit of a panic attack.
Yeah, the edibles. They create a lot of anxiety. A lot of people say, you know what, I like smoking pot. For me, it gives me anxiety. Yeah, it's not good for you. It's not good for you at all. If you get the uncomfortable feeling, that's time we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams of edible. it's an uncomfortable feeling. You go through an hour of like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
I feel pretty uncomfortable right now. I feel pretty high. Because I never smoked, so I feel fucking.
Why'd you start comedy?
Pretty high, man.
You've been around that life like 10 years.
Yeah, I've been around like 12, 13 years ago.
Okay, because I know you went out like you were really young, like 2005.
I was young, man. Did you ever miss the wake? You ever miss the wake, bro?
I miss eating what I want to eat. I miss, like, I didn't care.
Like, how much money you just eat the fuck out of something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I worked nice.
I worked.
Yeah, just fucking get whatever you want.
Oh, it's great. It's like eating football. Like, it's depressing for me. I don't watch football. Like, I used to watch football all day. And I would get a large pizza and 12 wings. Fucking 6 Diet Cokes. Oh, just great. Just not even worrying about it. Just not even worrying about it at all.
Did you ever sleep on a fucking like piece of crust or something? Like you would just eat like
not normally. Like we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m. and I would work nights. Yeah, we did it for like a year. At 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
And I was working nights on the TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would like it'd be like 8 in the morning, and I'd be eating Jack in the Box, and like sometimes I'd just pass out from eating it, well, no, just from all these things. But then I'd pass out for like the rapper and still be on my couch or something.
Oh, okay, because I never hear like people's like fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. Like I want to hear. It was just fucking hot chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man, when you're just filling your gills up.
I used to go. I got to 315. That was the highest I ever got. At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 Swedish Fish gummy bears. And I'm eating like those are the best. Those are still the best. I can't have, but those are the best. And then either Swedish Fish or gummy bears. Yeah, and just have them. And I would tell myself I would have the other. I would have 2 of each the next day. But I miss that. Now I have a fucking. It's depressing, but it's a taste good, but it's not.
It covers the spread. Yeah, when you really fucking want, that's the worst. Now you grew up in where?
Louisiana.
How far? We're
about 40 miles, yeah, 45 miles.
Your family's here.
Yeah, our family's like, we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had.
I mean, I've had 3 experiences.
Yeah.
One outside of New Orleans. And all my experiences have always been around food. Very food culture.
People love to eat.
Food culture. And depending on where the fuck you go, you know, somehow gators,
Shrimp poke place.
shrimp was like a motherfucker, you know. I went to shoot we shot that
North America, where a lot of
the articulations they put me in a hotel where they give you all
exist in
meals
our society were finally expressed
at first I was like,
in
I'm fucking in
contemporary
no fucking hotel.
society
Oh
where
my
people's
god.
Hotel food was good.
membership in the state is based on
Fucking meal
citizenship
was
rather
world class. And
than
I like the seven
membership in the
course.
state, which has its upsides and its downsides. We've discussed that in other lectures, but
Appetizer, you know, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So
artifacts like this great architectural artifacts like this in real life.
you have great metabolism.
And go up into the limit.
I wish, I worked out pretty decent. I wish that I fucking started. I wish I actually ate more. And like just like you would do, like you did just like some of that I just want to honestly just fucking. It's fun myself with fucking food and salt and fucking
It's fun
sugar.
for a little bit, but I would give anything to be as skinny as you are. So it's
Really?
Yeah, man, I've never been skinny, so this is like a new thing for me.
Oh, well, your whole life fucking feels a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still like 228 today, so it's not great, but it's better than 315.
You look fat to me, and I just thought like, man, this guy like he's got kind of a unique shape, and he's chill. But then I was like, oh, and then you feel fat. That's a
I have like, I don't feel any different at all, but it's like I would imagine. Well, I'm surprised you're not like beignets. Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp bones, I've never even had one. But it just looks.
There used to be a place in
baby formula too, actually down there. You see a lot of the sisters that get baby formula outside of French Quarter.
What do they do? In a bottle? No.
It's just canned.
You just saw that coming out this morning. As I don't think they probably don't break
Couple of
this large
sisters out there.
here. There's a smaller room somewhere else.
It's, you know, it's
during the
weird
week.
talking about it.
On Shabbat, the
Because I
holidays,
think that
they have
like
private
my
crowd.
best eating period, you start off skinny. Right? You got in high school, you play. I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal for breakfast and afterwards cake. Fuck that, a gallon of milk. Whatever the fuck milk is with the cereal.
Was he driving truck? That's insane.
He was in high school with weights. And then, I was eating too. I had a great appetite. And I moved to Colorado. They took away the 980. That's the only drink.
Several were saved by the community,
open steak sandwich at 2 in the morning.
later
With a fat appetite.
also, of course,
Dr. Rossi, you
Just go to bed with 18.
Yes, that's how I do it. So that's wrong. Man, place you get to bed with dirty teeth.
Dirty teeth. And, you don't I eat yet. When I go home, if I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooks. Just control. It's like a chicken cutlet. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's like 20 chicken cutlets. There's 20 chicken cutlets. You can fuck shit up. There'll be like one leftover chicken. You eat a chicken cutlet, you know? That's
exactly what you always my mom's been here for almost a week. I haven't eaten this good in 4 years. She's cooked breakfast. She hasn't made she's been sleeping a little late. We actually had a couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like she made brisket, she made all kinds of different kinds of chicken, and just the stack all my entire fridge is full of she made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers and you have to get the cook and serve pudding, not like pudding cups, but you have to cook pudding. And you just do layers of pudding and graham crackers, put it in the fridge and let it freeze up and then put some cream on it.
The more it changes, the more it stays the
Paula's
same.
been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it.
Sorry. We used to fill we used to have this game where you would fill like people's 2 dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, and then you'd slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth and keep it all in. Well, here's the thing. It starts as all, but you get parched because all your moisture is going to this thing, so your body starts to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, man. You feel like the desert. How old are you? I don't know. Like you was a child. Okay, like when I was like 8. Like 8, yeah, 7, 8, 11, and then 14 even. 14 even. And this one 18-year-old chick. 14. We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless. She was like fucking 14 shirtless. Shirtless. Why was that? I don't know. It's just the whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they were doing it different other girls, man. This girl was shirtless. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best looking dude you ever seen, right? We thought that until about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She just goes shirtless. We're like, we told her to put the shirt on in school. I don't know about the school. But she was in a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless. And there was like, there's fucking sugar in there. Yeah. It was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you don't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth with sugar. And you just slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid by the name of John Carney, not a black kid, but always great since he had a brother, Brian Carney. In those days, kids would have ADD and autism. He was just retarded. He had the cheeky eyes.
Very brief courtesy of
what
Schneider says in his first chapter.
And they used to torture. Yeah, we call them God's favorites.
They used to make him drink piss. They just a big bottle and close it and put it in the last bottle. He would take slap beer and he fucking drink it. I was never involved in shit with Brian Carney.
Was he handicapped?
No, he just wasn't sharp. He just wasn't a sharp kid. Nice kid. Always said, oh, Brian Carney. But they did weird things to him. Like they used to make him eat shit. Like they paid him like $15. To make him eat a lot of like weird stuff. Sexual shit. No. Like fill his mouth with pepper and shit like that. And then this other kid, the guy who they just fired, Miami Hurricanes defensive coordinator. When he was a kid, his brothers, all those guys, they used to tie him up. Bicycle, make him eat raw eggs, blow him up in his mouth, and all that shit. Like the bags of the shell, and smack him, blow the egg in his mouth. No wonder my man with the Penn State was an all-American back.
I would have hide in your town.
It was sick. God, I was too nerdy for that. The guy I got into it with when I did that club, before I met Lee, I did a club in New York City. The first time I went to New York, comedy on my own. I moved to a music club, right? And I went there, the guy that started the fight with me, his name was Brian Burns. And we were kids. We were having this morning. He had a legend.
Gives three
When
examples,
he
right?
was a gang of guys that would take you, tie you down, and they would put duct tape on your balls, fucking glue shit, take you, and they would call it a tape.
which is then, of course, repeated by the Nazis with the Stalin.
He was known for all that stuff, for spraying stuff on your balls. He was a
Operation
big time
Barbarossa invading the Soviet
And
Union.
you know what happens to all these girls? Beat up
His
later on
ways,
white
like
people.
for example,
After that
the city
night,
of
the girls
Lviv,
fucked
the
and
Jews.
I had already a plan. I kept coming in and trying to apologize. And I kept going, you know what, I can take this
And I think that's his idea, anticipatory obedience, that it's as if
So when you felt like, so it was crazy because the tide had switched from that dude, like it's been back in the day.
they step forward to provide it
he was
for the box.
when I was in 8th grade
So
or
what do you
7th grade,
make
he
of
was
those
already
examples of why you
torturizing people. They said if you play football, be careful. Because if something happened during football practice that you hit a barn or something, get his friends to give you the tape. Especially if you were Spanish or something.
Oh, that shit got racial, huh?
It was what it was.
Yeah.
It was what the fuck it was.
We have one Mexican kid that showed up in our town. We have any Spanish people. And we have one Mexican kid. Let me think what this kid's name was. I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class. And actually, in science class, they have these hamsters you can play with until the second bell rang or whatever. Then you have to give, put them in a cage and everybody they would do learning, And this fucking one time, they had this hamster, right? Superman, we named him. And I was holding him in this fucking big sweatshirt I had, right? And after class, I forgot he was in here. He fell asleep in the little dock, You put your hands, right? So after class, I just throw him a book bag. I'm running. Next, you don't get in a fight with two brothers, right? Get beat up pretty good. And one of them fucking killed this hamster that was still in his pouch. Fucking punch. So I've never had it, like, sometimes I'll pick out, like, I'm not even joking, bro. I'll have a dream where I feel like I had an abortion.
Poor Superman. I guess something wasn't going to be good.
Yeah, I think his name was Superman. Let me think. It might not have been Superman.
Take the fucking hamster in class and put your fucking pocket for it.
You was sitting in class, you had nothing to do. And it was nice to kind of have something. Next to that town, like a boy there called Covington, Vanderbilt, which we would go going to LSU and University of New Orleans. I graduated from the University of New Orleans.
With LSU, they still talk about
The town I grew up in.
Get the fuck out of here.
They lived and died in our town, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And Lee Harvey Oswald went to middle school in our town.
Get the fuck out of
I
here.
swear to God, dude. And I say this a lot, but in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University got a big testing facility center in our town, and a bunch of infected monkeys got out. They let us out of YMCA summer camp. Told the police to look for them, bro. I remember they came to summer camp. Basically, just had kids. Not kids, dude. The tallest boys. The tallest boys right out, and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chefs outside of Kenny Rogers Roasters, dude, on Highway 190. That's a true story, dude.
And they surrounded some chicks and next to a Kenny Rogers Roasters.
And this shit got racial. Like, people go around town, they were like, I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far the South York people were like, 90 monkeys just escaped from this place, whatever. You literally have, like, people riding around guns and Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals, man. Like, relax. Like, the shit almost got, it was weird. Like, they were like, these fucking monkeys. Like, they planned it. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was.
I just drew that name out because today's
the problem is in the terminology. Because I really like what Professor Snyder has to offer. Maybe it's not that we're looking at anticipatory
that's awesome.
obedience. Because sociologists, I would guess that most people just like keep their heads down, stay out of trouble, and take care of their families and so on. But there is a certain group of people who are engaged in anticipatory
I think I know a pretty good amount about him. I mean, I know he played, I know he played at LSU. I know he played
what does that new boss want? how can I
know his two
that
sons.
and therefore ignite my own cause? And I think that's the especially dangerous aspect of that.
So I mean, they were legends. It was kind of, it was a small town. Like, it was like, the biggest name in
If he lost his father, they were rushing to collect the Jews in order to stick them off. And I think in terms of the Soviet Union,
dude, they had a half-court in their upstairs in their house above
trying to prove
they had a basketball court.
the marriages didn't fuck around. That old man didn't fuck around.
That dude,
That's why he drank himself down Pistol Pete, because there was no childhood. His father man was in New Windsprings and shit. And that guy wasn't fast, but his fucking handling skills were just phenomenal. In my life, I've seen two people handle a ball fucking phenomenal. One was a guy named Pistol Pete Maravich, who was an NBA player. Another guy was a kid from South Carolina. His name was Jenny. White kid or black kid? White kid. He played basketball on acid. That's why he didn't get drafted, because he was such a freak. But his handling skills, I saw him play and I played against him when I got older. His handling skills were so fucking unbelievable. What he could do with a ball. Unless you see that right, it's really hard to explain, right? Even if you see Kobe Bryant pass, or whether, Stephen Marbury pass, it was the one dribble, the control that Pistol Pete had for white guys. And he had a tragic life. I don't think he won a championship.
He won a championship. I know, I think he still has the highest average per game for yards.
Yeah, because he shot 90 times a fucking game. His father would say, fuck those ball guys. Literally, fucking ball. Fuck those ball.
I heard he even tried to, sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey. Like, he would be on a team and they didn't play a team, and then he'd show up in a total different jersey. Like, I'm going to play both you guys.
Democrats by heart, but by understanding.
It was nuts, bro. But yeah, man, we got out to look for all types of chips that I got out of that joint. You can still look for it online. They got some old stores.
It's crazy because
they don't let it go on. Sorry.
I grew up in New York City, but in my heart, after I saw different places, there was a couple places I wish I would have grown up. One would have been New Orleans. One would have been Houston. And there was another place I wanted to grow up. When I was a kid, I became New York. You follow, like, there's always places like, I agree. I love being from where I'm from, but it would be interesting. Like, when I go to New Orleans, I'm driving around there as well. Is that it inspires me to think about this.
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like the song is a bad rap, of course. When I was driving, I drove across the country 3 times. I love this. I love it. Everyone's nice. It had nice weather. Like, I feel like I got a bad rap when I was playing that.
Professor Snyder offers us some sort of
people are chilling in that. But it's a lot of the same. Like, you definitely notice it's a lot of old-fashioned ideas out there. Like, people,
Western democracies today.
concepts are slow.
But that's what makes the South the South.
Right.
Listen, that's what makes the South the South. I read something in it last week when those guys, the terrorists, shot those people. Like the neighbor said he suspected something, but he didn't want to call up police because he didn't want to seem racist. Because he was politically correct. You understand? Our lives were too politically correct. What happened yesterday? Fucking Trump makes that announcement against Muslims. This fucking thing is the highest it's ever done. It's 35%. He's 20 points ahead of the fucking competition. 19 points ahead of the competition.
I like, you like Sleepy Black?
I think this is something that
I don't know. Ben Carson?
Oh, Jesus.
I can't vote, so I don't really know.
You can't even vote.
I got felonies. I don't want to fucking vote. It's too much pressure. Then you gotta be responsible for your fucking vote. I don't have that type of fucking conscience.
If you get a felony, you don't have to vote. Oh, that's awesome.
I don't mind.
You can't vote and you can't have a fucking gun. That's what they, that's the punishment they keep you like that. So I can't vote and I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun, but what voting got to do? I was disappointed, but after I thought about voting, I go, you know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people just wanted to get an opportunity to promote. Vote for me is like gambling. If I was voting on fucking Obama, I'm just pissed off right now. If follow me even a quarter of the fucking why the program is so Obama. They should do to people. Like if you make a bad vote, you vote for take 50 people out of each neighborhood, throw stones at them, you don't fuck.
They're all liars. And I don't vote. I got nothing. If I would have I
when there's no popular vote, I think it doesn't matter at all. Especially like when I grew up in Mass, there's no vote for Republican, you're throwing away your vote. Yeah. And then it doesn't make sense that the popular vote is the way it is. And then even if it did, they all lie anyways. So I don't get the point.
Do you think you would dress like if you were a politician? You think like you? Sometimes I think about that, like about fucking totally change the game, or like like a white beater or some crazy boots or something. Like if you were like, sometimes I think like, say if you was a governor or something, be like, wear these crazy boots, fucking dope jacket.
If I was a voting American. If I was a voting American, if I really was a voting American, I wouldn't give a fuck about abortion. That's had nothing to do with the price tag. Yeah, what are you gonna do? The country's in this state of the country right now. What are you gonna do to get us out of this state? Let's go step by step. For your 2 terms, let's go for the 8 years. Give me 8 years. How it's gonna pan out in the first year? What are you gonna take care of? What's second on the agenda? What's third? Yeah, we're gonna talk about the homeless problem. Really, like there's a ton of fucking problems you gotta take in before we worry about the right new. Homeless people will be homeless people. A lot of them are doing fine. You see them over here, the other 134 got change, then they won't all of them back. I'm driving a fucking Subaru. I'm like a fucking savage. Taking 2 lanes of fucking bike. And these cocksuckers are getting changed $1 grand a year at the end of the 134. Listen, man. It's not the point I'm talking about. But that's I want to know your plan. I want to know your plan step by step by step by step. How it applies to me as an American. I want you to plan it out for fucking people who make $50,000 or less. I want you to tell real people. Yeah. And now you were talking about the South, that they're slower, and that all that shit. You know what? I like that. Yeah. I like that that's there, and the reason why it's there. There's a reason why a white guy would say that he's going to stop Muslims from coming in right now. And people raise their hands and say half of them that say, oh, it's cruel or whatever. But the other half are Americans that feel, we got to stop this somewhere.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to shut it down. Bro. I would say if they had walls you can press a button right now, I'd put them up everywhere.
But it's not just that. It's, look at the fucking, the people, the white dude, it's people who shut up the movie theater. Let's not just blame one fucking show.
We got to find out who's in there. I just want to know who my neighbors are. We all got to figure this shit out. Who's here?
Listen, man, you said it best yourself. They're building buildings of people moving in and out. They just said that these people have a fucking passport duplication.
That's crazy. They're here. You don't think they're making millions on oil? They have everything. It's just, and I don't know because what are they going to do? Are they going to go around now knocking on your neighbor's doors? Like, hey, we're going to check all the Muslims out. You can't.
It's not even Muslims, but even just regular people,
I don't pay too much attention. If Trump hadn't said the things he said about Hispanics and this stuff about the Muslims, I think a lot more people would be on board.
Yeah.
I actually read an article yesterday that they're predicting that Trump is going to bow out at the end, just like he did the last time. So maybe he doesn't want too much support. I don't know.
Right.
But it's just crazy what people say, and then. Yeah, if you lay out a plan, right? What happens when they don't do any of what they said? Yeah. Like I voted the first time for Obama, and he said the whole thing like 100 days of closed Guantanamo. That was like the first thing he said, and it's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he couldn't close it. I don't know, but how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like,
let me ask you something.
Yeah, man.
Because I don't know nothing.
I'm a little high, though. You guys still?
I'm very high.
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Why was it important to you that they closed Guantanamo? Why is that? I'm not arguing with you. I just want to know.
Personally, I have no thoughts on that, but that was just the only thing I could think of. Right. Like that was he said in the 100 days I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not sure.
People want them to go down.
Yeah. Because it's like they're not giving them like fair trials. They're just keeping them there.
I did comedy there once.
Did you?
Yeah. For the troops there, not the prisoners, but it was pretty fun, I guess. I mean, I don't know nothing. I mean, it's chilling there. The chicks only had like 7 chicks, not even that hot, but some of the guys seemed friendly and we went swimming and everything. We had a good time.
Now, what made you want to get on stage?
My dad was real old when I was born. That's all. How old was he? 70. My dad was 70.
I got a little tissue.
You shit? No, that's like shit a little.
No. I got to blow my nose.
But yeah, I wonder what the hats I would wear, special pants I would wear if I was the president, bro. You ever wonder that, man? Like American flag pants? Yeah, like a little,
When something breaks.
How's this house podcast?
It's so good. It's on right now. I guess no. We can talk stream. Yeah, we're streaming right now on YouTube.
That's so good. Your dad was 70 years old.
That's crazy. How was that?
How was it? It was pretty nuts, bro. So wait, who's your Joey's high.
I think most of the people.
Do I seem super high, you think?
No, I thought it was funny when you said like going to go through learning.
Oh yeah, but I get just caught up with something like I'm pretty high though. Like if I'm trying to think, like say somebody like, say if I wasn't myself and I came up to me, okay, and I said, and I said, hi, were we talking about what? Like, what were we talking about?
Yeah, no, it's sometimes I wonder that, like, if I was sober watching a high person, would I know they were high?
Dude, I wonder if you came up to yourself, bro, would you even like who you are? Would you be like, look at this bitch right here?
That's deeper than I was thinking. Sometimes I talk to people.
Jack, what do you think? Would you like yourself, honestly, if you met yourself, dude, being 100% honest, that is 100% honest?
I hate when I do a movie, I have to go watch it. Or somebody makes me dread watching this fucking special. I'm dreading all that shit. I don't want to see me. I don't want to fucking hear me. I don't want to see my body. I don't want to see my physique.
What is it special?
No, we just shot something in Vegas.
Oh, you did? Was it awesome?
It was what it was. I gotta see it. I just went through the motions. I don't fucking know. It's good. I'm too high right now.
That's good.
Oh, is that? No, I hope it is. He was 7.
Yeah, he was old.
How old was your mother?
32. She was young.
Dad was slinging some dick.
He was throwing it out there, man.
That was his first marriage.
No, he'd been married one time before.
Maybe. Still alive before we talk about
No, he'd be old. It's all right. Appreciate it, man. He would be almost on. He'd be 106. 106 now.
I don't know. You like it 22 for a while. I know you've been around here for 10 years, maybe. So
yeah, he got old, man. He just, I don't know. And that's another mama, like, when I think about my mom, like, who would bang, like, an old guy? Like, that'd be crazy, I feel like.
Was he like an attractive man? Was he like...
Yeah, definitely handsome, but, I mean, he didn't need money. You know what I'm saying? Like, who kind of thugs it out with an old dude that many times?
Let's get back to the how old was your dad when he passed?
86.
So he was around till he was 16. God bless you, bro.
Yeah.
Got to have him till he was 16.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, man, it was kind of wild having like an old dad because all the time you spent with it was just like a little bunch of like kind of vignettes of like he'd take me to this bar sometimes with him, bro. And, the lady would give me fucking chocolates, right? And then, one night the lady, I'm not even joking, kept giving me chocolates. My dad, like, no more chocolates for me to eat. And I had probably 30, bro. Like, you could stop me from eating chocolates, bro. I'd just continue to put chocolates. If they had chocolates around me, I would just continue to put them into me. And this lady, my dad said, no. And then the lady took me to the side of the bar a little while later and just gave me fucking like almost like this lady wanted to like poison me or something, So he used to take me to do like weird shit like that. I don't know.
God bless you. Yeah, no. You fucking know. I lost my father when I was 3. I lost my brother when I was 16. So
it's crazy. Yeah, so some of the.
But right now, I had my daughter. I'm 49. Every morning I wake up. I can't lie to none of you guys. I wake up, I put my feet down. I go, God, thank you for giving me another day to see this little fucking girl. All I want is enough time. Just so I can give her the fucking mentality of the church. That's all I need. Let her work it out like I worked it out without my mom. That's the best way to fucking do it because I feel like I'm gonna die. I didn't blow. I ain't ass, man. God fucking knows. You get shot by one of these fucking monkeys. Who knows?
Yeah.
But you always, I always find it's amazing that now, like I would say, who the fuck would have a kid at 50?
Yeah.
Don Johnson had a kid at 52 and we were looking at him going, why would you have a fucking kid?
Yeah.
That's the most selfish fucking thing in the world. So I got my father. So now you're looking to live. Like, you're like, wait a second, I want to live for this child.
Right.
But fucking 70 and dead and balls of steel. Brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I got 2 younger sisters and an older brother. So
Same mom and dad.
Same mom and dad, yeah.
Oh, shit, you got 2 younger sisters.
Yeah, man, we had a wild. It was pretty wild. I mean, I guess I'm trying to think like more about what it was like. Like I remember like weird shit. I guess. I mean, I don't know about this. So, I remember like my dad would fucking. He let me drop like say. As soon as I was tall enough, like 11 years old, I remember being 11 years old, and my dad being like, "Hey, will you drive?" You know, because he couldn't turn his neck, you know. So like, he's like, "Hey, drive me." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll fucking drive you." I'll hit like 5'10". I'm good to look grocery store when I was 11. So next thing you know, I was driving dad places, dude. Like I remember we drove at the post office. He said go around the block, and I went around the block and fucking hit like 7 cars. But this fucking side of my dad had a Cutlass, like a Delta 88, you know, like just straight up fucking rig rider, bro. And I would just, and it was a piece of shit. It was all backed up. And I would just go around the block. And then anytime he let me drive on the interstate, I was doing like 70, 80 miles an hour driving to Hammond. It's probably about like 30 miles. My dad's just fast asleep in the fucking passenger side, son. So those are the fucking good old days, man.
I feel from you a little bit. Like you tell me the stories you're happy, you're missing and everything. But all these stories weird to tell sometimes. Weird to tell.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
it's not the normal American family like me. I have the same family.
Right.
So I can see that we all share that same little twitch because as you get older, you'll appreciate those stories. Because nobody fucking had a life like that. Right there when you're 11, that's like trying to fucking go on. Yeah. You know, that's cool.
You're all begging to drive.
You're begging to drive the fucking car at that age.
That's a good point.
City. Right. You know, cops know each other. You got pulled over. It's 30 fucking years in those days. Yeah. But just the fact that
Now this is basically
sometimes when your parents give you a lot of trust, it does something to you. It's bad.
Right.
You know, like you had an older that he saw life for what it was at 70. And I bet now when you tell those stories, sometimes you're like, should I even say the story? Let me tell you something, Theo. You have no idea how you are. You have no idea. You have no idea that you had this life because most kids can't even imagine that shit. Right. Most kids have to steal a car at 16. You know, and there's so many good points growing up. No matter how you grew up, as long as your parents were around, right? Just having a life is great. I know it's tough. People get adopted when they get stabbed, they get beat up and shit. You know, I'm very lucky. My dogs and mothers, man. My mom died. I didn't have to go into the system. You know, I was old enough to make my own decision. It's so weird. Today I realize I didn't do paperwork. My mom died. My friend said, "You want to live with us?" Like, yeah, that was it. I kept going to high school. Like nothing. I just switched my address. And nobody asked any questions. Who's your legal guardian? Me. My legal guardian. Me. Those are the fucking days. Yeah, I feel like kids can't have anything like that anymore. Like all the, I don't know, just this ambiance. I think before some of the technology we have now, it just made everything dope. One of the reasons why I wanted to go home with my wife and the baby was because of my paranoia of dying. I wanted to walk my daughter up and down the same streets I walked. I parked the car, I walked up, given that terrace, I walked down Union Drive. But the best walk we did was the park where we used to play basketball. Yeah. It was open. I took her in there. And now they replaced the hut. There used to be a hut there. And one of the most racist things I ever heard come out of a person's mouth was in that fucking hut. That me and everybody in the park looked at each other and it just kept fucking shaking our heads. There used to be a hut there. The guy's name was Mr. Kennel. His 2 sons are still alive, but the 1 son's still alive. Nice kid. I always liked Jackie's his name. This has to be 1975. We're in this park, and we're just playing tag. Whatever the fuck you play when you're 11 or 12. There was a basketball court, but in those days we weren't allowed a basketball court. The older kids were drunk. Unless they picked you, you couldn't fucking just play whatever, monkey bars and shit. Chill. And that hut was there, and it was the summertime. I'll never forget that Mr. Kennel was in that hut. And that was, you know, he was coming in there. Now he was sitting there with a fan on him in this little hut, and the window was slid open. And he's sitting there, he's got his glasses on. Mr. Cowell's got to be 40.
Right.
And there's 8 Spanish kids, 20 Italian kids, 6 Irish kids, and 1 fat black girl.
Blowing it.
With a huge, with a huge Julius Erving. She's a little kid.
Right.
She's got she's just she's throwing rocks together. They're all throwing rocks at each other. They're all having a good time. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, one of the white kids spits at Marlo. And Marlo spits back at the white kid. Mr. Cowell sees this. Now we're over here. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. He sees this and he slides open the window. And he pops his head and he goes, hey, don't let that nigga spit. Get out of here. Right? This is 1975. He goes, that shit'll go right through you. And he closed the window. And me and the other kids sat there and looked at each other like we had never heard. I heard nigger on a Richard Pryor album.
Yeah.
That was it. For him to yell it, that was the most great. And Marlo just kept spitting at the white kid like nothing happened. Marlo didn't give a fuck.
Damn, man.
That is great. Well, that hut is gone. My point is, the hut and its racism is gone. Right?
They had this kid that lived down the street from us named Boogie, and the dad was like a bus driver in our town, and he used to cut our hair, right? And
he's a bus driver that cut hair.
Yeah, he was a bus driver that cut hair. Here's the crazy part. I didn't think about this. The only haircut he knew how to give was his own cut, right? Like the style he had, right? And it was a fucking, it wasn't even a style, it just looked like shit, right? So all the boys and most of the girls had the same cut in our town. Everybody looked jacked up. But were we talking about black people? No. The priest yelled that shit, man.
The first time I was going to New Orleans, I was read about the mafia down there. You know, that guy ran the mob, and everybody thought that whole Kennedy assassination came out of New Orleans. It was also very interesting to me that I saw a quote. Richard Gere and Kim Basinger.
Fatal Attraction?
No. Fatal fucking Attraction. That's that chick that shows a pussy.
Oh, that's I know it is Sharon Stone.
Right. This is.
What if Sigourney Weaver showed her pussy? Would you look or not?
Fuck. Yeah, with that overall action. I love that sexy.
No Mercy.
No Mercy. It was a movie that came out in 1987 about white. 86 about white motherfuckers killing each other in New Orleans. And the guy that was her boyfriend bought her. He bought her from her mama.
Right.
He raised her and they put a woolly out and fucked her. She was beautiful. Kim Basinger. Can you imagine buying Kim Basinger? She's like 13.
She within.
And just feeding her steaks and fucking fattening her up. When she's 18, you give her a stab and you're married. She don't know no different. You hide her from the world. What time is it? I have no fucking idea. It's been 1982 for days. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask.
Do you think we all come from incest? Really, when you really think about it,
Well, we have to. Fucking island.
Oh, then you have to probably have.
There's incest. I know for a fact that my grandmother and my grandfather like third cousins or something like that. So there's got to be, I'm retarded from bloodstream. You know, something along. I know something happened. My uncle told me for the first time.
He said something right?
No, you don't, because you know that your great-grandmother and your great-grandfather were like third fucking cousins. Yeah. That's why the maiden name is weird. It's Valdez Malvarez or some shit. They just dropped the Malvarez or some shit. So it's an island. You come from a fucking island. There's got to be incest somewhere along the line.
I don't think I'd ever do incest, man. Even if I think I had the hottest family member ever, bro. Ever. Think about that, though, dude. Say a family cousin.
Listen, I don't want to talk about incest on the church.
Okay, my bad.
We got fucking boundaries here. We can't be talking about incest. I that's not what the fuck to do with it.
Okay,
I ain't got to bullshit nobody.
I thought you just said we couldn't talk about it.
When I was a kid, I had sex with like Puerto Rican cousins.
Oh, that's crazy.
Like your families grew up together, but you're not really blood. And they're like, you guys are cousins. Or some families encourage you. You guys should hook up. It'll be a nice wedding. I had sex with a little girl. She wasn't a little girl. She had hair. I didn't.
Wow.
First time, Evie was her name. She was older than me by a year. And I used to sleep over. One day she goes, look at it. I I looked at it and almost fucking died. Really? Hair on it. I sniffed it.
Dang, you got down there, huh? Young fella.
No, I didn't eat it. I just sniffed it, I think. I fucking ran away.
Yeah, that first smell is pretty strong. It's a real,
I don't remember. Why you gotta talk about smelling? What's happening?
I don't know, my bad. Is it Monday?
Fucking Thursday. What is it?
It's Thursday, dude.
Lisa Ann's gotta go back to his house, stoned to the
I hope to God my mom's asleep.
Why?
Because look how high I am.
Because you might be fine, man.
You should bring her half return. Just tell her how it's gonna go down.
Yeah, you want to do some Krav Maga, get fucking wicked.
There's a night you're gonna argue with her anyway.
Yeah.
No, she knows.
Bring over half a bone like that savage right in the liver.
Yeah.
No, as I was leaving, she's like, "I'm gonna freeze the food." She made me a whole bunch of food.
Wow.
And I was like, "You know what? Everything we had tonight, just leave it out because I don't want to eat that when I get home." And she's like, "The whole breast?" I was like, "Yeah, the whole breast."
Damn. I'm trying to think what I was gonna say, man. What were we talking about?
What made you jump on the fucking stage? What made you jump on the stage the first time?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I just thought, I guess, making people laugh was just the funniest. That was the best thing. Like, if people weren't laughing, I was like, what the fuck are we doing? We're just doing all this other shit, and then we wait for, and rarely somebody says something funny and we laugh. Like, why don't we do a little bit of the inverse, you know? Like, we do all this other shit. The best part is when somebody's laughing.
Was your dad funny?
He was pretty funny, man.
Where was he from?
He was from Nicaragua.
Answer that question.
So he was Nicaragua. Oh, Jesus Christ. No wonder he was slinging dick at 70. He should have made, when I thought he was a white dude, I was like, okay, he's a crazy. I thought he was like somebody from, like one of those Slash in the South.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. I don't give a fuck to get married to.
A lot of reptile.
You listen to Filipinos, no Spanish dudes. They got sperm eggs and that nutsack for their fucking thing. I swear to God, something.
They'll start a kid like a magician.
Those fucking old spaces, those fucking Filipinos. Janice, my daughter's godmother, her father had a kid at 74.
Yeah.
Why did you just pull out,
bro? They
40-year-old, 75.
Dude, they could do semen into a pond and it would start up at some point, man. They are so.
But then I watched that movie without the young chick. Yeah, and he was a fertility clinic with a bunch of other fucking dudes. They're like 50 or 20-year-olds.
What is that?
It's complicated.
Yeah, man, I remember. Oh, Puerto Ricans, you were talking. They used to say that's when you guys. Oh, I was talking about the first Mexican kid we had in our town, right? So we had class with the hamsters, right? Going back to that, right? That man, Mr. Blackwell's class. We had the hamsters.
They let you keep the hamsters after Superman?
No, that was it. I just mean it was that same time, right? Everybody would get a different pet. And we used to play this game where you would somebody would lay down and you would put a snake on their back or a fake snake on their back, right? And you would play guess if I have a snake on my back or not, right? And people would literally bet if they did or what they were going to guess. And then sometimes we would put this game where because they had this one rabbit in there that was always falling asleep. It was like almost, whatever rabbit narcolepsy kind of is, where he just drifts off there. Because it's a rabbit, they're not much, And you would set a rabbit on a pile of money and you try to pull the dollars out from under and without waking him up. That was like the biggest thing we used to do in class before class. But the problem with the thing that happened was this Mexican kid moved in named Nick, right? And the first thing he ever said in class, the man was in science, they also taught you sex ed, right? So the first day this kid, Nick, was in there, it was during the sex ed part, and he stands up and he goes, what does pop that cherry mean? That's what he said. He asked the question teacher, like, as serious as could be, he's like, what does pop that cherry mean? And then he ended up banging some girl like in 6th grade, right? And she broke up with him, broke his heart, and he started rapping. He was wore this t-shirt that said Nick the Rapper that he wrote on it with a marker, right? But he only put one P in it, and it said Nick the Raper on the fucking shirt that he wore. And they fucking expelled him. They expelled him.
That's racism.
I guess he was Mexican. But see, Mexican didn't play a part in it. He was a bad speller, and he fucking was asking stupid questions. What does pop that cherry mean?
pop that
By
cherry.
the time you get,
I'm not saying you don't hear that anymore. Dude. Never hear that shit.
Pop that cherry's gonna pop. You can tell if you look, watch how she walks.
I never popped into a cherry.
You didn't? No. You still out there? Though. Are you married? How long? You're not, bro. You're getting a little bit of fucking trim that's never been anywhere.
I don't know. That's a little pressure.
Dude, I'll tell you this. Buddy of mine, okay, first time my buddy got some trim, right? We were at this dance, and my buddy ended up, touching this gal's vagina after the deal, after the dance. And we were sitting around this fire at his house later, and so he's like, telling everybody what happened. And my buddy's dad came out, right, and heard it, and kept smelling my buddy's fingers in when we were standing up by the fire, dude, for probably like 40 minutes. Is that fucking nuts?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Oh, you can rub in your pants. What do you do?
Hardly, right? And then the same night, bro, I was sleeping in this guy's room. He had a bunch of pets stacked up on the walls because he loved all kinds of pets. And there's 5 of us sharing a bed, right? And then all night, bro, I can't sleep, right? Because I'm scared of all these animals, bro. I'm scared of all these animals, bro. And I can't sleep, right? And so I'm just thankful this dog keeps barking, man. I'm so high. There's this dog. I'm just thankful that this dog outside the window keeps barking. I'm like, because I'm awake, I can't sleep. All the 4 kids in this bed are asleep. And you can just hear these pets moving in their cages. And you have a big slump in the middle of the room. I'm spinning, right? So it's like whirling all these pets, right? And even though we can sleep, it's keeping them awake. Because you got to think, a ceiling fan for a pet, that's got to be like, a fucking tornado going off constantly, right? We don't think about that, So I'm fucking laying in the bed. Thankfully, there's dog barks every now and then. It keeps me company, right? Even though it's outside. And then you hear boom, 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 boom. My buddy's dad walked out there, killed the dog, right? Outside the fucking window. Went back to sleep, dude. Same dude that hours earlier had been smelling the other man's hand, man. Same man. And that's what blew my mind about the world. Like, how could at one moment go gentle, and then 7 hours later being blown a freaking animal's head open because it was barking. You have an animal in the woods, bro, it's gonna bark. The woods is out there. He probably hears everything. They said they can hear everything. Imagine hearing 6 times something. You fucking be angry with, your neighbor, 4 houses over. I don't know, man. I'm high.
Reggie talked about it. It says they gotta talk about killing dogs. They gotta bring me down. Bring that down.
Fucking hot dog. I'm sorry.
Cicely told me his girlfriend don't do laundry.
Oh, damn. You gonna have that laundry done?
Live with me. Why don't you do my laundry? I do my laundry.
Bro, if you're really in love with it, you should fucking leave a load over there. When you go back 2 days later, see if it's clean or not. That's what it's love.
No, but the thing is, she still lives with her mom. Her mom would do it.
Oh, wow.
Her mom has offered it.
Bring it over. Start you.
Is her mom married to a brother or not?
Have you ever had a fucking? Have you ever had
Who's
the other way?
Start to my door? No, that's not how why do I start?
You feel like an adult. Shit. Makes you feel like you have a checkbook, It makes you fucking feel good. That's what I miss, bro.
Before fucking you gotta go into the house. How you gonna act?
Nick the Raper.
So what's the first place you got on stage?
This place called Brown in Louisiana. There's a bar down there. And then I went on this thing called Stress, which is like a university, like a footing school that goes, like, you literally circumnavigate the globe. And I was in college. And they had an open mic on there. And they had a senior passenger on our cruise ship that had died, right? So they was keeping him in the freezer, right? So I just made some jokes about, like different, cold cut and shit. Like, this sandwich tastes like berry, and just vague shit like that. And kids are kind of laughing. And so then I got up, like an open mic thing on there. I got up on there. And it was fun, joking.
For a nice looking kid, you're a dark dude, and I like to buy you on stage, or you take people in a weird direction, and I look at you like, this fucking kid. I trust him with my fucking animals.
Thanks, man. Well, not that one, though.
Fucking dogs, they fucking
Well, a couple of brothers beat that animal up. I never did that. Super fan. I never did that. I was just, to be honest, a couple of brothers.
I killed a fucking rat a couple times.
I actually backed over a deer once with a fucking lawnmower. I'm really gonna share stories. I swear to God, man, it was a big bush hog, and I used to work on this farm in the summer times, right? And this man let me cut the grass with a huge bush hog. So one day I'm just cutting and I backed around and turning around and a fucking deer, man, ran over a deer with it. Actually, I didn't kill that deer. Damn, this is dark.
The deer jumped at my car once.
There you go. You killed it?
No,
I probably killed it.
no. Yeah, but I'm going 20 miles. I'm going 20 miles an hour.
You hit it at 20 miles an hour. We're talking how fast that is.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I had a dog bullshit.
Oh, no.
10 years ago, coming home, notched down, running my own business. Wow. Doing the speed limit. You're a fucking bullshit boulevard.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't even on bullshit. I was on that block that you cut from Olympic all the way up to Sunset. One of those veteran sent fucking a dog. I had to hit him straight up. He ran into my car. I almost lost my car and got more shot. And he was limping. Cars were going around him. I pulled over. I tried to get him. He ran that motherfucker. Once you know, they fucking run.
Yeah, they run forever.
You feel terrible. I mean, you feel fucking horrible. Whether it's a squirrel or whatever, you feel fucking terrible. You know, but
I'm not happy that
accidents happen.
I had a great time watching your guys. I had a great time watching your guys.
Thank you very much.
So much fun.
My cat's a good fucking animal, man.
Yeah.
I never had a cat.
Really, you had dogs?
I'm ready.
Yeah, you're ready.
We didn't have a dog, but I'm thinking about getting a dog. I'm thinking about it. I'm still considering.
If I didn't have as many allergies as I do, I'd get cats. Because, like, it was funny. Like, they have, like, little setups. Like, Roy would sit right at the edge of your kitchen and wait for somebody to, like, attack them and, like, get by. Like, I pause the TV to start watching them.
And Demi runs in the house. So Demi will go fuck with somebody else. Somebody else will swat her. He'll give him a look, go fuck you, or run into Gray. They drill him with 3 quick rights to the head. Then he'll go fuck you, dirty bitch. And then he'll go in the kitchen like, oh, shit, that bitch is crazy. It's a show to watch animals, whether they're dogs or cats, especially if you have 1 or 2 or 3.
And Gray went crazy for the ham chillings and stuff.
Yeah, they should have a cat. Like, do they have like a streaming cat channel? We can just watch cats whenever you want.
We should get you over. Wow, that's what we should do. We should get you an iPad and like put it up and like periscope the cats.
Yeah, you should start a cat town that dress up like different fucking ethnicities. So when they show up and interact, you could like, it's almost like a game of Risk.
I don't like people dress up their fucking shit.
Yeah.
I don't know why they do that. There's no dog that wants to have a fucking tuxedo on.
They had a kid in our town in this correlation, but that had really bad, like kind of, I don't think it was Down syndrome, but something pretty close. And his mom would dress him up constantly, like dress him up like you know, like almost like costumes all the time. Like he's in a pirate costume. Like this week, like his mom, like he was like it was always Halloween or something for him, you know.
You're a crazy young man. That's why I love him, buddy. Shout outs.
He's like, yeah, he's a panther, you know.
I want to give a shout out. Happy anniversary to Tina and Jimmy Joe, Abe Diaz, Jesse Bryant, Peter Mandy Barr, Jim Jorgensen, Paul Lynch, Jack Bratcher. What's happening, you bad MMA motherfucker? And my man Henry Solari. You better show up to class this week, cocksucker.
And Dustin Zawacki just had a baby.
Dustin Zawacki had a baby. Yeah. A lot of fucking things going on in the church fucking world.
Good energy.
Oh, and one quick thing, Steve Simone is doing a GoFundMe. Did you hear about that?
I heard that, something like that.
There's a bunch of great, he's doing great things for a couple families and kids and wants to do more for people at Children's Hospital. So Billboard retweeted it and while tweeting tonight, he's giving some kids who have some pretty terrible diseases, like some happy times and certain holidays.
That's awesome.
It's a good fucking
great heart, man.
So they give them blood, bringing sandwiches, always the kids. Hey, listen, man, it means the world to people when you visit them.
Yeah, he's exceptional, man. That guy's got a million hearts, bro. Good dude.
You know, it's really weird. We live in a place where people do weird things. You know, where people do weird things to get attention.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about Steve Simone, he does everything from the heart.
Yeah.
Good intentions, you know.
100%.
He's one of those dudes that's in LA that you're happy to be his friend. He keeps you grounded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you come from a society that's not selling their fucking blood in this town to get ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people in this town that you know, they come up to you, they talk to you, they don't give a fuck about you, man.
Yeah.
When you start making money, also you're the best thing in the world. They're there with their hand out, telling you how they help you. We always believed it. You know, where were you when I was living in that one bedroom apartment? You wouldn't take my call.
Yeah.
But you have to put it all into perspective. But there's a certain element in this town that you look at. When the coke finishes, they're gonna be gone. There's a certain element in this town that when the coke finishes, that's when they become your friend. Right. He's supposed to be those dudes. Yeah. It's really he brightens your day. He does. Old school.
He had lunch with me and my mom yesterday. Oh, he did? We went to Domingo. Unbelievable.
He has a lot of old school values that you look at. We went to eat last week. We got to New York Thursday night. We didn't do much. We got to New York about 5. Then Friday we started a fucking joint. Then Friday night we went to Rudy's. Did you go to Rudy's? Yeah. Place. It's been there since 1970. And that was nice. Well, he used to serve me. They had squid. And that's what they're known for, statewide.
Rudy's squid.
Squid.
Yeah.
Mussels.
Oh, like that. You got mad at me because I was too nervous to buy expenses. I got ravioli.
Oh, it was still delicious.
It was amazing.
It was amazing. Everything there is amazing. We were eating, and I could see something. My wife, and I asked her what happened, what's going on, and she goes, you know, I don't see this now. Like people are having a conversation, nobody's looking at their phone.
Yeah.
Guess what happened last week, guys? Ready for this? A girl who I fucked with on Facebook. Well, she was at the table next to us. Me and my wife sat there, and I go, Terry, this girl on the table over here on this date. I fucked with her on Facebook. What's this? And when she went to the bathroom, she came back home. And she was like, oh my God, I saw a post that you were in a park with the baby. I didn't know you were in Cliffside. It was fucking amazing. Like, what are the chances?
Clifton?
Cliffside. Cliffside Park is where this place is. And I saw somebody, you're gonna love this story. And I saw this girl, Joyce. And I saw her. And I go, what's happening? She goes, oh my God, how are you? And the guy she was with, like I knew her 30 years ago, she was married, but they break up, and now she's dating a kid named Mike Moore. That was one of those kids in the neighborhood that you always bumped into at 2 in the morning. Right. Like if you bumped into Mikey Moore, you were onto something. Right. Mikey Moore had a few bumps. He knew it was a few bumps, he might have a value, but he was always solid. Like Mikey Moore was solid. But he had a lot of claim to fame. Like Mikey Moore was one of those guys that people underrated. Yeah. And he'd light some motherfuckers up. Really? So one time we robbed a Chinese restaurant delivery guy. We just took his fucking card, dog. First of all, like, we brought the delivery to the park. Okay? You show up at the park.
How do you say that? Deliver to the park?
You fucking believe that? That's great. This is delivery day. They did delivery next to the park. When the guy came, we fucking bum rushed him. But listen to this. Mikey Moore delivered the Chinese food, kept the chicken, and came back and gave you a little taste of the face. You understand? After he dumped the fucking car, cleaned it off and pressed, the guy got hit in the head with like a bowling pin. Somebody better lift your fucking believe.
That's a gag.
Next to this park. This place, North Bergen is known for all these little parks, like 51st Street Park, and each park had a different personality, a different person represented that park. Like 64th Street Field, they were deep into fucking drugs and booze and fucking AC/DC and fucking music, and they fought, you know, they played football and they were heads, but they fucking fought. You know, 88th Street had more of a little, that park had a couple of dabblings of heroin up there. Artsy? No, artsy then. You know, I was telling somebody my neighborhood stores, with the Spick store and the Chick store, the Dragon Grocery was all the Chinese Cuban. That was the Chick store, and the Cuban place was the Spick store. That was our artsy. There was no art district. It was the Chick neighborhood, the black neighborhood, the fucking Spick neighborhood.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's it, man. And the South is just like that. Black and white, you know, just black and white, though. That's the crazy thing in our town, just black and white. That's what I would love about maybe like New York and New Jersey is there's so many types of people around there. That must have been awesome.
So what made you wake up in Los Angeles? Anybody call you?
Yeah, I had a buddy actually. I had a buddy who's like, come help me move, right? He lived out in San Francisco, so I was like, all right. He's like, come out and hang out with him one weekend. So I got a plane ticket, came out to meet him, right? When I get there, he's like, I'm moving. I'm like, what the fuck? Do you know I was coming in this weekend, right? He's like, nah, man, I'm moving down to LA. So I just went with him, and I just stayed for a while, back and forth, and stayed. It gets you, bro. It's kind of like this thing. I don't think I'll stay forever. Oh, I miss it every day, man.
Really? Still 10 years, 80s. How many times a year you go back?
Yeah, probably 4 times a year.
2 planes to go back?
One plane to go back.
You drive on 40 times?
Yeah, then I drive, get a rental car. I got nieces and nephews now. I actually had a niece that was just born like less than 24 hours ago, a little girl. So, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Stella Blue, that's her name. So, but yeah, it's a chill place, man. Good family. Good to go home, you know. I love going home.
I had you on the show for a reason, Theo. I just don't fucking anybody from the store on the show, anybody like that. I like your work ethic. You know, I think you're a solid guy. When I got to the store, I noticed something. That the older guys were dicks.
Yeah.
They were real dicks. First week at the store, I got to a fist fight.
Did you really? This last time back? Man.
1997.
Oh, okay.
I got past February fucking 19.
Wow.
By February 24th, I'm in a pushing match / fisticuffs in front of the Comedy Store. What saves me is Mitzi's getting out of the car. And she goes, what's going on, guys? And she sees me. She sees the other guy on the floor. And she looks at me and she smiles. So she knew what time it was. My first week is right now. I don't fuck around with her. Right? So I thought about you tonight, and I thought about why I was having you on. And I look at a lot of the guys at the Comedy Store. I give them the utmost respect because for me to be a better comic, I have to be a better gentleman to you young guys. What makes me, what's going to make me a great fucking comic is the love I give to you young guys. Now, when I can pass on, I can't pass on none people with addiction and chlamydia and bad fucking fungi toe. What you can learn from me is what I didn't do, what I didn't do. But the love I give you guys is the better I get as a comedian. And I know this because those guys that used to fucking hate on me, they're gone. Where? They're gone. I mean, Facebook's like some of them, right? They're gone, you know, they're gone. And they were miserable at the end. They sat there and sneered. And I'm sitting there and being supportive. And that young guy, I don't go on stage. I go to do my motherfucking act video, right? And when I see you back there, you have my utmost respect because you could have canceled, faked an injury, or done whatever. You go back there, you fuck up, then go give it for Joey, you fucking bang it. I watched you. Yeah. Don't think I don't watch it. Yeah. So I want you to understand where I'm fucking coming from. Dog, I got to a beef. I know one time. Feel, what the fuck would you do if I said, coming to the stage, there's nothing good to say about this guy, Theo Vaughn. What would you do to me on stage? I didn't do anything. I think I didn't want to go at that realm, even at that youth in college, even as crazy, coked up, Indian as I was, something at that moment. But to this day, I hate that guy, and I don't see him ever again. Damn. I won't see him on the store comic. On the store comic. Yeah. Like those older guys, I was there the night when this older comic had Joe Rogan on the main room. He brought Joe out, but he insulted Joe, and Joe said something to him, and they had to stop the show. They were going to duke it out. Fucking main room. Over what? Over the intro guy. It was, listen, man, the guy moved to town, but he's making 30 grand. You're here 20 fucking years, still getting a 1240 spot in the main room once a month. Yeah. What are you going to fucking feel like? All of a sudden, that kid comes that's dirty, and he's on an NBC show. Meanwhile, they've been telling you to fucking work clean, you get a trumpet. And, you know, and all of a sudden, this young kid comes along, and I learned from, instead of hating on the young guys, I learned from you fucking guys. You guys keep me current. I sit there sometimes and fucking, and I'm talking about Sebastian's established. No, Burr's established. I'm talking about you and Santini's and the fucking other guys. Yes, these are all young guys. Those people after midnight, I've been there. Yeah. I fucking been there where it's 12:45 and everybody went over. Now it's 1:10. Yeah. You got a 10:15 at ABC. Yeah. You follow me and there you are going, fuck, but you stay. So the only way for me to become better is to be, listen, if I want to be a mentor, I go back to prison.
Right.
And help almost get their GEDs. Okay? I can't mentor nobody. I'm not here to mentor nobody. I'm not going to lie to you. Sit here and give you notes. And who the fuck am I to give you fucking notes? These comics, I go, fuck am I to give you notes? All I can do is tell you, you're a bad motherfucker. Keep fucking these motherfuckers up.
Yeah.
That's all you can do. And I think you become, I learned this the last 2 years of the store. Really, because I've become a better comic. Because I'm sitting there, I went to the store, I would go out and see these young comics, and they were inspiring.
Yeah.
When you get older, you see these young guys, and you're like, God damn, I gotta pick my motherfucking game up. I gotta get
Dude, that's a good attitude,
I
man.
gotta go back to training camp. These young motherfuckers ain't fucking around. And then I backtrack, I go home to smoke a joint, like, I remember when Joey Diaz used to dot his T's, and whatever, dot his I's. You know what I'm saying? And top his T's.
Dude, man, that's, do you, I mean, that's fucking, I mean, I don't even know, man. It's nuts.
So always remember, like,
I mean, it's the same, man.
that store is our fucking home.
If you could go back in time, if you could go back in time, do you think, were you the same way a long time ago, or you say you just feel like you learned this really now? Like, do you feel like you were always like that? Because that's sort of like, it's hard to get the negative shit out of your head in this town, you know?
I had nothing going on. Why would somebody hate on me? I wasn't good looking. I was long in the tooth. I had no agent. I had nothing going on. The only person who gave me any fucking love was Mickey Shaw. That was it. And these old guys would sit there. They'd get there at 5 after 9. Theo, even if they didn't have a spot, they'd sit there and they'd sign up for that fucking list. And they'd work all night. And when you pulled out, you could see, like, all 6 of them, you know, like they would beg for you when they show up so they could do their 15 minutes and get their glory for those 15 minutes. They would sell their soul. They would wish a heart attack on you so they could get up and do your 50. You know, it was just a horrible feeling. You know what I'm saying? I had surgery. One of the reasons I stopped going to the store was I had a fat ball in my neck. And it kept getting bigger every time I got excited. It was the funniest thing. Come out of here, and it would just throb out of my fucking neck. It was a fat ball. And I finally got the ball, and I went down there. It wasn't cancer. It was just a fat ball. And the doctor had to slice my neck and stick his hand down there and take this fat ball out. And he showed it to me in a jar. And I'll never forget what the first thing I thought. When I looked at that fat ball, I thought about all the people that came up to me at the store. I don't know why, man. Right there in that operating table. Coming out of my anesthesia, pulling my wife, and he comes over, he goes, "You want to see the fat ball we took out?" And he showed it to me. First thing I thought about was all the people at the store that shake your hand and turn around like fuck you. You know, I thought about all those people. Hey, congratulations on Spider-Man 2. Fucking cokehead. Right. And you feel it, you know, on your team. Yeah. And you go home. And 20 years ago, I would come down off my coat and actually go to their house and knock on their door and say, "What the fuck was your problem last night?" But as I got older, I thought about why would they act that way? I can't lie to you. When I got you guys, I was jealous of people from 97 to like 98, man. And I figured out if I stopped being jealous, I could take that energy and do something good.
Yeah, that energy is basically adjusting that energy.
It's not a jealousy of a specific human being. It was a jealousy of how the fuck did you get elevated? I was in the belly room one night, 30. The fucking guy came up to me. "What the fuck are you talking about? I'm here all the fucking time and nobody says boo to me. You're here at the fucking belly room on a Sunday and elevated. Like, fucking I won't eat it. You're fucking trying to tell me. How did you get roasting? Right. I was in the main room on a Tuesday night. To the spot during the black show. What are you talking about? And here I am all the time. So it's that type of jealousy. How he had an agent and I didn't. Meanwhile, I was getting spots at the Improv, the store, and the last. Wow. You know, 3 months in, I was already.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because I knew Gilbert Escobar, so he put me on Mondays at the Laugh Factory. The Improv, like, I was around at the store. But that's all I had going on, right? So I couldn't figure out the hostility of these older cops. And it was like, you dealt with 3 from Tuesday to Thursday. And on the weekends, they disappeared and do whatever fucking shit they did. And then you dealt with another handful of them. And Charlie Hill was a good guy. Alan Stevens was a great Alan Stevens. You know, fucking Arliss opposite James Coburn. Yeah. He saw me at the store. He's like, "Oh, I have a role for you. It's coming up. Trust me." And all of a sudden, they called me. They gave me a fucking role. Charlie Hill was that guy. I'll never forget him calling me aside. "Listen, you gave me belly letters. Keep doing what you're doing. You know, don't get me wrong. There was 2 or 3 of them were gentlemen. But there was 10 of them that were just there to watch you fucking fail. So they could talk about you. So that's why I give you guys all the respect.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man.
Someday when you get older, you guys will be there.
I'll do that.
You're gonna go, you know what, man? I'm gonna give these young guys the respect because I know what they go through in daily life.
Yeah.
You get a bunch of no's, man. Yeah. So sometimes an older guy can look at you and say, "No, that ain't about addiction." Yeah. You know, tomorrow morning when you get the lottery ticket, you're not bitch. Fuck these motherfuckers. What up, Lee? San Diego the 17th is already sold out. So what they're gonna have in the second show, you're gonna put a mom, give them mama. I'm in fucking Utah, mama to mommy, get juice, huh? What date you got coming up, my brother?
I got coming up. I got Pittsburgh. I got Boston the 17th and 18th of this month, December. Sorry, Laugh Boston. I got Laugh Boston.
That's a great club.
Yeah, Laugh Boston the 18th and 19th. Actually, I think it is.
Don't forget to go to and tell them Lee sent you get 10% off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, Don. Yeah, Don, a part of it. I worked there for 2 years. And I got I got Pittsburgh January 6th through 8th, I think it is. Yeah, 8th through 11th, 6th through 10th in Pittsburgh.
Which I'm proud of you because you got the shooting.
Thanks, yeah, I got the Netflix special.
Like a motherfucker.
New Orleans, baby, holding down the South. Trying to, man. It was awesome. I never felt so much love and support from my hometown and all the people I grew up with. That just came out to fucking, it just like blew my mind, man. Like it was like kind of like validated like all the fucking negative thoughts you have when you're a kid, you know. It's like, oh man, maybe these people like I was an okay person. Yeah, I don't know.
How old were you the first time you left Covington to go to New Orleans and adventure by yourself without the parents? Can you think so?
15.
Can you think so?
Yeah, I got my dick sucked. It wasn't great, but lightly sucked pretty much by this girl.
When you were 15, you were already in bed.
No. I was just, I was getting out there.
What was your mentality like having an older dad?
Oh, I knew I was very aware. Very aware.
And you were more aware than the kids your age. You just didn't say that.
Yeah.
You had to say why you do these things.
Yeah, you seem weird. I feel like you're trying to like explain yourself.
You've always felt a lot. That's the way I've always felt.
Yeah, I've always felt. I've always felt pretty strange.
As you get older, you talk about it, but you still twitch. It's like I couldn't tell these stories 15 years ago.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way.
Well, dude, watching guys like you just fucking inspires like guys like me so much, man. Because it's like you just say whatever. Like I'll literally after seeing one of your sets, I'm like, God, just to get to that spot in your life, you can just be so open about shit. It's unreal. It's cool. It's inspiring. So thanks, man. Thanks.
I don't understand. You work hard, you come out here, you develop, and all of a sudden you get some guy that goes, you know, Theo, I really like your son's style, but I really like you for you to do a family show like a bitch.
Yeah.
And then you go to Lee on the side and go, hey, Lee, man, you're a pretty good writer. Hook me up in the afternoons. Let's write together.
Yeah.
And you write this act, and this and you.
Yeah.
And
oh, it'd be tough, man. I couldn't even imagine.
When I got here, I was so desperate. There was times I didn't have a voice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Every comedian goes through that, right? Where you come here and they confuse you a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you thought you had the goods. But now you start hearing things. And it's like Ronda Rousey right now. Ronda Rousey's not now because she got knocked out. Right. Ronda Rousey doesn't know where to start.
Right.
So it's the same thing for comics. Like you don't know. You've been knocked out. It's I don't know what the fuck I was saying.
It happens, man. It's intense. No worries. I'm Texas person. I'm going to be at 9 right now. Just like
let me do the fucking sponsors here. We'll get you the fuck out of here.
No, I don't mean that. I don't want to go. I'm just
No. We're going to get the fuck out of here. We're going to jiu-jitsu party, Joey. So I do a couple backflips, 6 circus, diesel legs.
Oh, I'll watch that shit, dude. I'll watch that shit. The only other thing I got is I have our Netflix special coming out at the end of February, so check it out. It's called No Offense.
And thanks for the love, man. Thanks for having me on, too.
Hey, man, you know, I love you to death. Like I said, I love all these young guys. I like watching you.
And all my friends love you, man.
And I go home at night and I think about it. I go, wow. You know, it's nice I can talk to all those young guys. It's nice that they don't treat me like I'm learning. That's why I go to the store. I get my spot.
Oh, dude, you have the maximum.
Because I don't want to be like the old guy, like fucking Joey Diaz, about a young man. I am fucking ashamed of myself.
It's you.
You know, I shouldn't, like a grandpa, I should be at home fucking mending a sweater, rubbing Lee's feet in the future. Rubbing my feet? Whatever. If I was your grandpa, you know, I'm a dirty grandpa. Anyway, let's talk about fucking underwear, right? It needs to be comfy, snug in all the right places. It needs to look good and feel good. I mean, that's the way, you know, you the way that's comfy. You want the world's most comfortable underwear, and that's MeUndies, plain and fucking simple, okay? I love MeUndies. You know why? Because it's got mold-out. Every pair of MeUndies is made of micro-mold-out fabric. It doesn't sound sexy right now, but once you feel your MeUndies, you'll never go back to wearing regular underwear ever again. I go to jiu-jitsu, I go to a gym now. That's all I wear is MeUndies. Yeah, because I want my nutsack to pop out.
Yeah.
I got that old man sitting down. Respect MeUndies, it keeps it tight, warm, it pulls the sweat away from your skin, your moisture. I've been in a position one time I had the knee surgery. I had the same underwear. I was like 18 hours.
Oh, that's good feeling.
That night I went to take my underwear off. I thought my nutsack was going to smell. It would be moist. It was fresh. That's when I got sold on MeUndies when I had the fucking surgery. So let me tell you something. With MeUndies, you feel more comfortable than ever before. Plus that, MeUndies has a ton of different colors to choose from. It's the only place you're going to find the same styles for him and for her. And they got a new signature design every month. They also just launched a new box of line. It's like wearing nothing at all, only better. With the holidays around the corner, MeUndies makes a perfect gift. I think it's a little late right now. You know what? Fuck, give it to them a little late before New Year's. You know, you never see the motherfuckers on the 25th anyway. Agreed. All right, so do me a favor. These, your parent stocking stuff, but who cares? I'm a pair anyway. Your dad needs some action. Everybody needs MeUndies. I don't care how old you are. Everybody needs a pair of MeUndies. So go to MeUndies.com right now /Joey, and you're going to get 20% off your first order, plus all orders in the U.S. and Canada. Tell them, Lee, they ship for free. MeUndies even has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep them, and you get the full refund. Bam! Plus the tax. That means you have nothing to lose, okay? What's today's date?
December 10th.
Boom! So if you order MeUndies before December 13th, your MeUndies will be arrive on time for Christmas. Plain and fucking simple. That means you got till bam! Sunday to order MeUndies. Go to MeUndies right now and get 20% off your first order of the world's most cool fucking underwear, head to head with any other pair of underwear. Go to MeUndies.com /Joey right now. That's MeUndies.com /Joey right now. I got the fucking leopard one with the sabotage with the swirl. I love those. Are my favorite ones. The black ones are a little too tight. Then they sent me these long pants. I cut those into underwear. That's the best investment I ever made.
We've done that.
I took it to the Armenian fucking sewer. She sewed them down. They're like loose boxes. You have no idea how comfortable MeUndies is. Go to MeUndies.com right now and get /Joey and get 20% off your first order. Free shipping in U.S. and Canada. What is going on?
Man, they coughed up, but it got like super strong. I don't know if it's because I'm on like, yeah. Is your mom gonna be fucking pissed, bro?
It's gonna be interesting. I'm praying to God she's asleep.
You have to, you gotta Periscope that.
Yeah, Periscope your mom coming in, yelling at you, looking at your eyeballs, man, your eyeballs, man. Stop to get somebody's ear. So you don't look so fucking obvious, cocksucker. Anyway, my favorite people in the world, especially now over the holidays, let me tell you something. There's no better gift than the gift of Onnit. Onnit's got, listen, Alpha Brain, 100% money back guarantee. Shroom Tech Sport, Shroom Tech Immune, M-Force Protein, kettlebells, weights, weighted vest, team. I mean, listen, I sit here and tell you all the great products they got. Do me a favor. Go to Onnit.com right now and press in. Church, boom, you get 10% off your first order. Me, I'm an M-protein go-go type of dude, and I also like the shroom tech sport before I go to jiu-jitsu. I'm still out of shape, but I'm still a fat fuck, but at least I go. I want to congratulate my brother Lee for taking third place in the fucking John Christmas tournament. Oh, he didn't about it. He didn't take shroom tech. I thought he would have taken first place. Anyway, back to motherfucking, all right, here we go. Yeah, but looking for you ever got a magazine, you're looking for a particular article. It's a pain in the ass to find. But guess what? Texture will carry your favorite magazine. Let's get into something about the magazines here. Texture is the app that gives you all access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone or tablet. Browse through hundreds of magazines and cherry pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections letting you dive deeper into the topics. Sign up for Texture right now, and in mere seconds gain insider access to the very best reads plus exclusive content with full access to top magazines across just every interest. Texture is the one present to open again and again. Do me a favor. Texture's offering my listeners a free trial right now. You go to texture.com/Joey. Give Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues, from Hot Rod, Diabetic Living, Entertainment Weekly. Let's start that one again. Disregard that past that. Listen, for all you magazine readers, let me tell you what I got for you guys for the holidays, all right? 2 words, 1 word. Texture.com, all right? Texture.com will get, listen, all I know is magazines are a pain in the ass. You ever go to People magazine that says they got a story in there, and you got to go through the pages, 80. Texture cuts that in half. Texture is the app that gives you all access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone or tablet. You get to browse hundreds of magazines and cherry pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics that interest you. Sign up for Texture right now, and in mere seconds, you're going to gain insider access to the very best reads plus exclusive content with the full access to the top magazines just about every interest. Texture is the one present to open again and again. Let me tell you the magazines you got on Texture, right? You got Bloomberg Markets, Bloomberg Business Week, Money Sense, Runner's World, Rolling Stone, 17, Siempre Mujer. You got Vanity Fair, Woman's Day, The New Yorker, Today's Parents, Surfer, Teen Vogue, The Hollywood Reporter. I can go on for an hour, all the magazines they got. The best thing is, Texture's offering my listeners a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Even better, if Texture has a gift between now and December 31st, think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues to the one on newsstands today. All of this fantastic gift for your loved one before December 31st. Try Texture for free right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Listen, man, you're going to fly. You want to read certain magazines, you download them before you go on the flight. You pop open your tablet, and there's your fucking articles that you want to read. Everything you want. Everything you read right in front of you. Plus, it gets deeper. It goes to certain articles, other articles that might interest you. Well, listen, do me a favor. The only way you're going to know for sure is go to texture.com/Joey and order right now. You're going to get a free trial on texture.com/Joey. You can download articles with whole issues for offline reading. Plus, you can share your subscription. Right? That's how much they run.
So that means it's basically a gift for you if you think about it. Like, if you share the subscription with your entire family, so you can see the magazine.
Let me tell you what else I got for you guys. All the action I got before the holidays, so you don't go Joey. What the fuck? You don't tell me what you got. It's the holiday season. You don't know. You show up at these fucking places, you don't know what to buy. Yeah. You know, like right now, I'm looking at gift cards, whatever Lee scratches his head, hats, you don't know what to give people. I got the fucking answer for your questions. And it's cheap, dude, when it gets delivered right to your door. You ready for this? I know what it is. Club W. Yeah, like Joey, what the hell is Club W? Club W is a is a what they call a wine. What they call
It's a wine club, wine subscription.
But it's a wine subscription. But it's something. It's the Great to Glass Wine Revolution. What that means is nothing. Let me break it down for you even better. For 9,000 years, people have been making wine. That's how long people have been confused about which wine to drink: red, white, Chardonnay, blah 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 blah. You get a headache after they drink the wine. But for many of us, it's the shopping that causes the real headache. So many choices, what to learn. There's chewy chicken, they got beef, and there's no guarantee you even like to buy. All right, let me tell you something. It's tough getting a bottle of wine, especially on the holidays. You gotta stop, park, do this, blah 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 blah. I get all that stuff. This is why I recommend this more than anything. I joined the new wine club, Club W. They changed the whole game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com. That's clubw.com, and it's a 6 simple question. Their algorithm creates a palate profile just for you. Let's say you like fruity wines, you like sweet wines, blah blah blah. Want to eat chicken, then they send the wine directly to your door, perfectly customized to match your taste. Club W is the leading Great to Glass wine revolution. They work directly with the vineyards and they cut out the middleman, which saves you dough. So with Club W, you get premium wine customized to your taste at a third of what they pay for at the store. You even have a no risk, 100% guarantee that you'll love what they send. Let's do this. Let's end the fucking drama here right now. Club W is offering my listeners 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey. That's clubw.com/Joey. Stop wasting time. Stop messing around at retail stores. Start drinking wine. You know you're gonna shit. Go to clubw.com/Joey. Get 50% off your first order and end this whole holiday bullshit. Right? That's clubw.com/Joey. I want to thank Club W. I want to thank Texture. I want to thank MeUndies. I want to thank the reason why I was giggling was there's a candle right there. And I kept thinking about how that candle was like that piece of paper. So I was thinking, oh, that's a wig. That's a wig. So everything is beautiful. Everybody's going to Sunday. We'll be back Sunday night. We might be back Saturday. We might go fight companion on, Periscope. We don't know what we're going to do. I want to thank my main man, Theo Vaughn. Thank you. I want to thank my main man, Lee Sciatica over here with this bad motherfucking hairdo. Beautiful eyeballs. And that's it, guys. I'll see you next week. Don't forget, next Thursday, San Diego. And after that, I'm at Ventura at the Chinese restaurant the 23rd.
Amen.
Yeah, you know.
Amen.
4 years of age. About 64.
Thank you,
to support Israel over
Shit, I don't know. Just because they're vegetables or because they're psychedelic?
I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm finding out with you. This show is brought to you by Tracker. Never lose anything again with Tracker. Listeners to this show, the Church of What's Happening Now, get a special discount of 30% off your entire order. Just go to thetracker.com, thetracker.com, and enter promo code church. That's right. That's thetracker.com, thetracker.com, and enter promo code church to get 30% off of your entire order. And the show is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Helix Sleep allows you to get a custom mattress online for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey. I'm doing good. Can you guys believe it? This is the best I've ever done. I'm not happy. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey and get $50 off of your order. That's helixsleep.com.
You read like the smartest brother in junior high.
I was always really excited to go to helixsleep.com/Joey to get $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/Joey, and go to onnit.com and use code word church to get 10% off all of the very optimization products like Alpha Brain and News.
I got Alpha Brain right now. Right, better put a track on your fucking dome, Messiah. Losing crown player.
Okay, Tori.
Oh shit! You have no fucking idea what cave you walked into. It's the Church of What's Happening Now, motherfuckers. Kick that muley.
reefer, mushroom, edible, laughter, laughter. Get your shit together, motherfuckers. Wednesday, May 25th. You are here. The day the devil was buried, raped, given a Cosby pill, and fucked in the ass. What's happening, gentlemen?
Amen, brother.
It's that type of party tonight. Theo Von in the house.
The devil asleep.
Lisa, yeah, with his little blue shirt on tonight. It's looking beautiful. We've got Lee in training. He fucked himself last week. Why the fuck would I do that? The girl from me forced us to Lee. You're in training. Yeah. You cannot go back when I'm out of town. Yeah. So he fucked up for 2 nights trying to kick up the milligrams and bring in mushrooms and hash and fuck.
Just for the record, he's up today. What he's saying is that on Saturdays when I take 500,
you're in training.
I get it.
You're in training. You're going to date 900 because all week before I make 900, you like to do it.
That's okay. It's all right, son. So you're an astronaut, dude.
They don't give a fuck. They just want us to keep eating fucking stars.
I'm never gonna stop eating stars.
Oh, they're delicious. They're delicious, nutritious. And they take you to the fucking psychological ride of your life. The Obama, what is it, baby?
I'm here, man. I'm freaking here, dude. I'm trying to keep the devil out of my system, bro.
But you see those mushrooms are fucking awful.
I'm feeling positive, dude. Ate me a little stem. I think I might need another, bro, just to get daddy. You know, just to get the fucking devil off my neck, son. There you go, huh? Some of this little torch, bro. This little baton.
Huh? Put this little black one.
Please, that's the longest one. That's the longest one in the bag. That's the other dog. That was the main one under the shit. I'm not even getting that shit.
That one in half.
No, you give him the worst half. Cheers, bro. Yeah. Cheers, you little fucking monster. Come on, Lee, get your brain up, man. You already looks fucked up. Your head is holding blood, bro. Your head's holding extra blood for your body.
The mushroom tastes terrible with this shit. I let it sit in my gum for a minute. Jesus Christ. We're gonna see some psilocybin shit. The church was happening now. You never know what's gonna happen. We might eat a mushroom. We might fucking eat acid. We might just do an edible. We might just be ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Might eat ass, bro.
Yeah, we might eat that. Listen, we all have on a Wednesday night. You should leave your fucking ass for the open door and tell them motherfuckers. I'll tell you what happened tonight. I had to go to Hollywood at 4:30 to do our thing. I had to do the beginning of it because I didn't do it yesterday. They say I didn't like this one.
So what's happening now?
Yeah, so I get off the fucking 101. First, I see two accidents on the 101. Back to back. Light day. Two dumb motherfuckers right in front of me. One thing into the same lane. It was perfect. It just went bam. And then this idiot kept going and hit him. I went right around that fucking moron.
Oh, you saw it happen?
I saw right. Wow, that's beautiful. And people like call the police. I don't know about it. It's got nothing to do with Uncle Joey. I got shit to do with people that say I gotta get back in the HOV lane. What shit is always
let them fight, let them gun each other down, bro.
So then as I'm pulling off, another motherfucker goes straight. I mean, this guy shoots into the fucking lane of the people coming from like Universal City and off to Lancashire. And he just shoots into that lane. Sideswipes the motherfucker. I just went around it. It was like
ready to go by, like on one of those 80s.
I beeped at him, though. Hey, they both looked at me like, what the fuck?
I know you always beep at him and you like wave.
I waved both of me.
Yeah, it's really messed up. You're beeping and then it's like, how the fuck waves?
They just look at me like fucking. So I get off the fucking window. I get off I exit Lancashire and I go north on Lancashire. And I make the fucking left on Magnolia and I'm thirsty as fuck. I got 10 minutes to kill before I gotta pick up the baby, so I go to 7-Eleven. As I walk up to 7-Eleven, it's bump day today at 7-Eleven.
Oh yeah.
It's fucking major league bump.
I got brothers out there up front?
One brother.
First of all, get him, dude. Every black community, you gotta go to your local 7-Eleven. That's somebody's dad, that's somebody's uncle, that's somebody's any 7-Eleven, there's a brother out there right now. Go get him and bring him home.
There was
okay?
one brother. There was 3 white dudes. There was a creepy white dude.
Oh, that's the worst. That guy.
I come out and the simple brother says, "Hey man, I'm having a rough time. Can you spare some change on the way out?" Very polite. The 3 white guys are like, hey, we need money. Can you help? And the fucking moron
moron just sat there talking to himself with his hand on the program. He was like one of those language people. I don't know what the fuck he was saying. I go in, I get the water. You know what, man? I refrained from giving those people money because I saw that show where they stand on Laurel Canyon. And they fucking drive to their fucking BMW. They walk to the BMW with, $20 quarters and shit. And I fucking had a dollar bill. I had 20s in the wallet, but I paid with an ATM. I don't know what. Oh, no, I paid with, I had $3 bills. I bought to one water. I had the $1. And I said, you know what? I'm going to give it to the black dude.
Okay. My brother, I don't know why.
He was by the door. He was polite.
Right.
The 3 white dudes, at that age, I refused to ask somebody, a dinner or something, but not to stand in front of a fucking place. 3 of them. Not one, 3 of them. 3 of them. That's not necessary. 3 you guys panhandling? Okay.
Split it.
How about one guy panhandles and the other 2 go bug somebody? Do something. You gotta do something. Proactive. Go to that diner across the street after they take the garbage out. Do something. No, they're like expecting people to give it to them. And the other guy was just half retarded. I'm going to give him $1 to do what? To go over to the park and hit his head with a tree 1,000 times. So I just gave it to the black guys. We got the fucking car. The 3 white guys said shit to me. Started saying racial shit.
Really?
Black dude got out. I said, I'm like the 3 white motherfuckers. Tremendous. I just saw 2 car accidents. And now to see 1 black dude go because 3 young white dudes. The 3 young white dudes backed up.
Wow.
3 fucking dudes backed up. They tapped out like Ted Cruz.
Damn.
Fuck, we didn't fight. 3 white dudes, 3 little 19-year-old white dudes. Against 1 black dude that was homeless. He hadn't had a meal in like an hour.
You got nothing to lose.
And I sat in my car and I watched. I told those 3 dudes to go fuck themselves. And they looked at me and the black guy continued at him. Wow, I just closed the car, opened the window, listened to it. The 3 white dudes walked away.
He just tuned in.
Fuck yeah. Oh, you never get to see a good fucking spectacle.
No. Oh, not, especially not on the West Coast.
No, you never.
You see a shooting or that
you see a lot more spectacle where you're from.
down south. I saw a brother take a bite out of a Vietnamese guy once. Took a huge bite out of the fucking arm, bro. Meat and everything. Ripped it right out. The Vietnamese guy was like threatening him with all this karate shit and everything. Fucking did, right?
Right, think about it. That's the way to do it. That stops karate all the time. Because I don't care what type of karate you got, they got no defense for the fight. You know what I'm saying? Well, what if a motherfucker goes to fight you? Hold on, I gotta call the main track. Fucking Okinawa.
My kimono on, and they bite your ass, dude. And you remember that every time you try to fucking hug somebody, and if you got a little divot in it, you got a speed bump in your fucking hug.
Why did I let me talking to eat mushrooms on a Wednesday night? Look at your head.
Because, bro. Damn, dude, what the fuck?
You're already fucked up.
You give me 800 before they let
go training. I told you, when you go down the fuck, when you join the Marines, they'll say to Miami, with a fucking seagull. No, they say you're a fucking Paris Island jet.
What Marines are you in?
My own private Marine. That's what's happening now.
I love it, bro.
Our own Marines, they come in all shapes and sizes.
Hey, man, well, enlist me,
He's
man.
not used to the Marines.
That's all I don't.
We do some very good fucking plate glass window with guys in here flying through with a helmet. You know how much damage you could do?
Yeah.
Please. Come on.
Why are you going to tell me that? I'm not sleeping. I'm just trying to imagine being like a human battery.
Yeah, you can do that. We'll put some shoulder pads on you and a fucking helmet with no t-shirt on. You come through that window, you have no idea. You thought that black dude scared those 3 white kids. You ain't seen nothing yet. With a SWAT sticker on your forehead with a beard. Nobody's gonna stop you. Hey, now, people will put their guns up and go, no. Yeah. This guy's got a SWAT sticker on his head with a helmet and a fucking pair of shoulder pads. He's showing up like he's got bad intentions.
Oh, you should run for governor in that outfit.
What's up, Lee? You have a good time last night?
I had a great time last night. It was it's fun. I've been in the last few times because they've done. I think they did 1 or 2 seasons of digital, and then this is the 3rd season of TV. And it's just like the people I get to I got to hang out with Steve Simone all night. But then I saw Brian Regan was there, which
which was cool, and
Big J. Okerson
was there.
Oh, the Ari show?
Yeah, last night. A lot of people just hanging out.
Yeah.
You know, and who else was there? Josh Adam Myers had like 6 bitches with him. Fucking, Korean set food.
Yeah.
Are you going up? No. He's just there with 6 bitches. Fucking set food. They combing his hair.
He's like, I just took the bus over for dinner.
You don't give a fuck, Josh Adam. If it's a Comedy Central, but he's dead. My show got picked up. I don't give a fuck. Do I play to sing a song? I'm not doing it.
I saw Vince Vaughn last night at the Comedy Store too. He was just hanging out with just him, I guess him and Steve Byrne, his buddies. So he came out to hang out with them. And then him and Sebastian Maniscalco were talking for a long time. But he was super cool. I went right up to him because I did his Wild West Comedy Fest last year. So I went right up to him. I was like, Vince, I fucking and he was super cool. He's like, yeah. And I was like, I met your sister last year at the Comedy Festival. We talked about 10 minutes. He's cool as hell. Anyway, so that was just kind of cool at the store. But I'm jealous I get to do the Ari show, man. This is
a showcase for him.
Yeah.
Showcase. It's at the school every Tuesday upstairs.
Oh, they're not.
He says, why don't put me on the How many stories you got?
Yeah.
A lot more stories that most people forget in their fucking life, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And it's fucking feeling high.
I watched your special, and it's my favorite part about your special.
Oh my god!
It's just you're so goofy, and it just goes in ways like that's my favorite part about Joey's comedy. It's just sometimes when it goes ways they don't expect.
Right.
Sometimes if you watch enough stand-up comedy, sometimes you can just guess the punchline.
Right.
And when you can't, and when it's especially when it's so goofy, it was great. It was like because Joey and I always talk whenever there's a new special up we watch it. We discuss it. It's good. Yours is one of the only few that's been used. Yeah, we won't tell the two.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that, dude. Especially coming from somebody that's seen so many comedians and it works with Chuck, and I appreciate that.
Well, the funny thing is that you enjoy what we like. That's what I like. Sometimes that people have too much respect for the punchline. That's not really the punchline. It's that little stupid line you say afterwards. And listen, right now, it's working today. There ain't nobody better than you saying that little stupid line afterward, because that line, that little stupid line, is a funnier thought that most people get all day.
Right.
And it's your inner voice.
Right.
I have the same inner voice. My inner voice cracks me up all day. Yeah. When you think it's funny, it's so fucking bizarre. And then you try that last little well, you know, and that kills it. And people from the South do that. They have that last little 3-word fucking sentence at the end of it that just fucking makes the whole joke.
Yeah. Well, you inspire me, man. After seeing you over at the store, dude, like, because you're selling, like, it's not you're selling, but like my intention when I came out here was never to sell jokes. I wanted to just be me. And then after I got caught up for a long time, I thought, like, fuck it, nobody likes me. I gotta fit in just like everybody else. But then I saw you at the store one night, dude, and that fucking music went on. I'm like, what is this going on? I'm like, are they about to park a cruise ship on the fucking stage? And then you come up and fucking whipped everybody up. Bunch of fucking hamsters in there. When you left, I was like, I am never not gonna be myself again.
When you come out to Los Angeles and you're here 3 months or you're here 2 months and somebody's interested in you and they take you to lunch and they sign you as a commercial agent or a theatrical agent or a manager, doesn't matter. They're going to send you out for an audition. Most people don't know that it can be any audition, a commercial audition. And the first words out of your mouth, I don't give a fuck if you're classically trained, is I don't know what to do. Or you're going to say something. Their response is going to be yourself. And you're like, thanks. And you hear that, guys, fucking 15 years before one day you go, oh, I know what they're doing. Yeah. I wasn't getting it. The whole time I'm here, I'm trying to be Doug Stanhope. I'm trying to be Paul Moody. I'm not saying, I'm just saying it. I'm not saying I want to be I'm trying to be Nick DiPaolo. I'm trying to be Mitch Hedberg. What if people go home and go, what if I could put Nick DiPaolo or Mitch Hedberg? But the funniest character that I is the character they hired. Because that's the reason why they came out, is because of that fucking character that's gotten them through everything for 15 years, that voice.
Yeah.
That voice that you only let out in front of your friends. And then your friends like that is fucking hilarious. We're having a conversation at the store one night, like last week. Some guy got found with 30 pounds of hamster bones. You know,
they did in my town.
It just doesn't. Right away, you gotta stop what you're doing in that conversation and giggle. Because 9 out of 10 people wouldn't be proud that that happened. You know what I'm saying? Like they wouldn't even mention it. If somebody was up and go, are you from New Orleans? Not really. Wait a second. I gotta go. You know, you get to that point, most fucking people would be embarrassed to say something, or it would take them 10 minutes after everybody told their story to say, oh, by the way, there's a guy with nothing. Just talking.
Oh, yeah.
Man, he came out with it. I'm fucking illegal guy in the college. What's he talking about? Hamster meat. What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, they busted it, man.
Listen,
they got it. What? Thank God. No, I'm glad they got it, dude. 30 pounds like a hamster. Like, I mean, that's because there's not as much meat. There's very little bone in a hamster, right? A ham probably has like a quarter, like an eighth of an ounce in its chest plate, right? You can't even make a wish on their bones, you know? There's nothing in there. Where do you get all those hamsters from? That's well, they breed them in our guys to work for this group. They used to sell tattooed hamsters and guinea pigs after they tattoo them? Yeah, they used to work concerts and raves. They would say it's tattoos to make people not be as sad about it. But it was a brand, of what? But like heat, bro. For what? Like what is that? 311 Green Day, anything like a different band. Toadies. I swear to God, Toadies, Acid Bath, who else? Raves. We used to truck these hams into the city and fucking bend them, bro. We did, man. Because there wasn't much work in our town, dude. You know, you had to get what you could get, and they had a man that bred hamsters, and they had to do the tattoos, and they didn't vet up. That was a merger. That was a big business. And they started
man, I got this 300 miles of my house and shit. Somebody was like, you know what, man? I'm a pretty good tattoo artist.
That's so easy.
A merger is full.
That means someone listening to this right now has had a hamster with no band label on it.
It's a hamster. Listen, if I went to a concert, they think I'm bringing a hamster home with my crazy beast. No, I'm not. I'm about to rob. I'm going to be fucked up the whole night with this hamster.
When you leave, Coco, when you leave the place, that's when we get you, bro. You get it there. Hey, people are leaving on ecstasy pills. They're on Molly. You leave, you get that fucking ham, you get that one piece of God. They buy it every time, bro.
I was on the road with a podcast and I told the truth. I made half a drink. I didn't give a fuck. She didn't come to me. I don't say nothing to him. You come to me. This guy fucked me. This is the way. I'll ask you a bunch of questions. We'll lay a road plan for you to torture this guy, mid-slap him, shoot him. He just fucked up the guy's house on fire, steal his mail, whatever the fuck. And at first, like I was a kid, I really was like, if you fucked a man, just wait and rob your house. Just rob your fucking house. That's it. Right? You get your house robbed. That's it. And I'm taking the most important thing for you in that fucking house. I would steal 8 ball cash jewelry. The fact that they love their sneakers, I'm taking the sneakers too. So when you see it, like, man, something busted into my house and took my sneakers, they took all my jewelry. So steal their spoons for everything. Anything I knew would get me. I'm a professional torturer. And when I got to Boulder in 87, got to Boulder in December Colorado? 6 years. Looking for cops, drug dealers. I owed like 60,000 cash.
So you went to Boulder?
I was in Aspen. Fucking causing damage. The 86. Please, you have no idea. I was international. You understand? So I'm up in Aspen. I fuck up. But the girl from Boulder, I had already a warrant at Boulder. And I'm like, take a chance. Let's go back to Boulder. We get pulled over, no warrant. And I got arrested for fucking reefer. Doesn't really matter. The whole story is, I got a job the week before fucking Denver gets beat up by the Giants in the Super Bowl. Like that fucking Thursday I started the job. And
at least on the griddle over here.
That's fucked up.
Hang in there, bro.
Let's not see the Devils for a second. We'll cut it short and then we'll do a periscope with the lights off. Black Sabbath, we told ourselves for rock and roll, and we'll lock the door and make bets to see how the thing before Lee comes and shoot out the window.
We locked this big girl in our town. We locked this big girl one time. We ate some acid, and we locked this big girl into a room at this party. And then we kept going in there with fucking pots of fucking warm water. Fucking poured it on. I feel bad. I feel horrible, dude. I didn't look. There was kids, and we're on acid, dude. And then, bro,
you can't tell me this story on straight. You gotta tell me how much you locked the girl.
I just remember.
How old were you?
I just remembered it. Probably 16. Oh, that's terrible. I know, but here's the thing. Let's say I was 14. That way it makes it sound not as bad. But look, she ate acid with us, bro. She ate acid with us, dude. And what happened was that we kept going in the room with like these pots of water. I don't know why we had the pots of water. I think we just were fucked up, dude. And we would like pour a little on her, but not like torture. She wasn't in a cage or nothing. She was just, free range in this room, right? But I think she was scared to come out. And then one time we went in, bro. We heard this loud sound and we went in. And she had ran against one of the walls so hard, bro, and fucking moved the entire wall in the house, dude. Huge girl, about 240 pounds. Beautiful girl, too. The most beautiful, biggest girl that I've ever known. Beautiful girl, beautiful hair, beautiful face, large and beautiful. But she fucking got lifted, bro. And yeah, man, fuck. Just came down a little bit on that. I just had a little mushroom fucking high.
Fuck you. So I get
what are you talking about? You're a
both job.
Oh yeah.
Get ridiculous wages. They put me as a shagger. It's a body shop, combination detail shop. And they made me a shagger, which means I clean bathrooms, I take garbage out, I pick up customers, and it was $175 a week for like 90 fucking hours. Like I was the first one there. I had to be there at 7. Thing opened at 8:30 or 8. I had to be there at 7 to fucking sweep, shovel snow. $175 a week. I'll fucking clean off all the cars, start them all up, all of them, bring them into the body shop according to order numbers. I did the whole thing, man. And I like to listen. I was fucked up for a long time. This was a great little job for me. But you know what, man? $175 for all these hours, these motherfuckers are getting a little fat off me. And I'm like, fuck it, I want to go to the detail shop. So I started petitioning to go to the detail shop. I was a really good fucking check. They knew my work ethic. The guy was from fucking New York State, Steve something. There's so many fucking Steves in my life. Every time I look up his name, look on Facebook, because he was good to me, Steve. And in fact, Steve was the dude who introduced me to Stephen Tidwell, the dude who I kidnapped Ken Bella with. So, that's how I knew all these guys. So I petitioned Steve. I'm Steve. That's it, man. I'm a great shagger. I want the fucking job in the back. Sick and tired of making $175.
Yeah.
I'll make $200 a fucking day like these fucking canoes.
Yeah.
So one of the guys heard me. He didn't like me. His name was Dirk something. Dirk wasn't a tough guy, but he was one of these guys that would fight me to the end. And he had the body shop guys. He had the whatever guys. The detailers. They were the side detailers were kind of a little cunty, right? I knew like 2 of them that were really cool. The other 2 cunty.
Because they were above you.
Yeah, he was a supervisor. So I said, how am I going to get this motherfucker? I see a dead rat in a corner. And I put it in his jacket pocket. Put it in his jacket pocket. The next morning, this guy comes in with a dead in his car. And the jacket holding on to me. He drove home all night with the mouse in his pocket. And then this morning, he fucking got his car, reached in for a pack of cigarettes, and there's this fucking rat in his pocket. And he crashed the car. He fucking got that's what the damn was for. Oh, fuck yeah. He fucked up the side of his car into like trees. I'm like, that fuck him, he loved this car. He was one of those dudes that loves car. He waxed it every day. Shit, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Holy.
Beautiful, man.
Like another star bounce.
Yeah, you gotta fucking fucking shot him, bro. You need to fucking get up the Mexican milkmaid, bro. Get her to spray in your mouth a little fucking thing. Get your back. You got a baby bird, you little. Get your back on the branch. Get your back on the branch.
It's fucked up for you people when I watch this.
Dude, I remember one time we Joey's fucking died a million. I used to have a friend.
He was describing the girl I was dating to me. He was her father. And he goes, thank God you got her off. Because when she was a kid, I used to call her Dollar. Because she Dollar. Dollar. That's a great fucking day. Give me a dollar. Give me a dollar. Give me a dollar. Give me how many fucking dollars? How many fucking dollars do you need today? It was dollar.
Dude, I remember this. Yeah, now I feel bad about what we did to that bigger girl, bro.
Yeah, you can't make it,
But we didn't do it because she was big. We just did it. She just got fucked up and she couldn't get out the room, Like, I got fucked. One of my best friends got fucked up one time when he started talking about Asian people. We never even seen any Asians in our life. And he started in your life? No, and I guess maybe like in a past life he might have known some Asians, And so he started bringing up their names, bro, and knowing them and knowing shit about them on this mattress in this house. And I'm like, fuck, dude, you're fucked up, bro. I'm leaving, right? So apparently I'm the kind of friend that when your friend is at his worst, you fucking leave, bro. Because I was just
talking about Chinese people.
Yeah, well,
I've never met Chinese people.
We never known any.
So what is he saying?
He's just saying like, hey, you remember fucking you remember fucking Sun Lam, bro? He was there for us, and all this shit. I'm like, Sun Lam, bro? We don't know him, dude. And he was fucking like talking about Dorothy. We didn't know any Asians, bro. I'm like, I gotta get away from this thing.
No Asians. That was not when you were in Dallas before.
No, we live in a small town, dude. I mean, I remember we probably had about 2,000 growing up. Oh, shit. This one dude I remember was trying to be an Elvis impersonator. He said he was Elvis impersonator, but he was just fucking alcoholic. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need any Elvis, bro. We got 2,000 people. We need fucking gas money, and we need jobs. Yeah, we need ideas, bro. Some fucking ideas.
Those fucking Elvis impersonators are pain in the ass. They really are.
Get a fucking life.
I gotta tell you something. I told you before when I first got into comedy, when I got serious about it in '94, there was a guy in Denver who you should go to comedy with. I know his haircut looked familiar. And you look at somebody like that, haircut looks familiar. Oh my, I'm on cold pills. I'm big, badass. I got big bad. I got terrible habits. What the fuck about somebody's haircut? Terrible. And all of a sudden I got a call from him. I'm doing a gig. Talking those days, $50. And I'm like, yeah, I'll be there now. But I show up and he comes to the door and he's got to weigh 350 and he's got the belt on to hold out the suit. The guy is,
Did you know that was gonna be like?
No, I knew the whole time. I was up preparing for this shit. And I walk in the fucking door and he is fucking bigger than life. And I'm like, he's like, I'm the Elvis impersonator. Just do 10 minutes in front of me. You know what? I think I was supposed to get $50. He gave me a yardstick. And then he called me 3 months later. He goes, hey, I opened up a bar. Hilarious. So I get to this bar. It's Wednesday nights. He's the main act. And he brings in 3 comedians. At the end, he's singing all those Elvis songs that he's fucking horrible. I mean, he's fucking horrible. He's smoking cigarettes. His teeth are green. Yeah, they're horrible. He's fucking fat. He let himself go by.
Sounds like Elvis.
That sounds like no voice. You know what this guy did? He was an Elvis impersonator and someone that was his claim to fame. I mean, the whole inside of the club was Elvis themed.
Right.
But it had no write-ups about him. All the awards he won and shit. He was a Vegas boy.
It was no good. Maybe at some point.
I mean, you know, at this point, and he fucking bought this club. They bought him out in Vegas. Like they bought him out because this voice is so bad. I don't fucking know. And he went to Colorado and opened up a fucking little bar. Like it wasn't even a bar, yeah. It was like an old boutique, and he turned it into a bar during the week. And he's saying, "Oh, this is a woman's club. Hysterical. But you know what, man? Whatever the guy said, he would always pay me double. I never tried to stick a finger up my ass. He never did drugs, nothing. He always bought me a drink. You know, take a drink. You know, don't pay. He goes, I'm not gonna give you 2 minutes. I'm supposed to be drunk. Even if you have money, I don't want you to drink it. Go drink next door." But he was selling, like he liked me as a comic, and he always paid me. Low smoke on my ass, and like he was gonna make a video and take me to Vegas. Thinking back, and I forgot his name, and I'm really sorry. But dude, he was just a terrible Elvis. Yeah. You know, Elvis fucking, no. I think if Elvis came back to life, he'd shoot half these person. Like that's hell for Elvis. Like that's his hell.
That's a great movie. Elvis comes back.
Elvis fucking back.
Kills all your fucking impersonators.
That's it. All the bad ones that make it. Instead of ISIS coming in and shooting everybody, it's a fat Elvis with a missing leg and a decapitated neck and shit. He shoots people, goes to the kitchen, he takes them, they leaves and shit. And the cops don't mess with him because it's Elvis.
This dude was the worst, bro. He was the worst, and he wasn't like he had no work. They let him dress up like like Santa around Christmas and wave at the trains and shit coming in that, you know, like seasonal greeter, you know. And he'd always like you'd see him and he'd be like, oh, you know, it's like, go fuck out, dude. Yeah.
It's just us.
You're an alcoholic.
Yeah, you know, fucking Elvis person.
You're not even in uniform. You're in an alley right now. And his kids had to be Pentecostal. He had 4 kids, no mom. He had to be Pentecostals, kept them in the yard.
What's Pentecostal?
It just means they wear like big clothes, believe in like God, like a lot. You know, but they wear like just huge clothes, like cheap clothes. Like they look like the kids look like rodeo clothes, you know, like that is look. You know, like, and the girl let me feel the breast actually one time through the bar. They had a barbed wire fence around the house. The girl let me feel some fucking titty. What was her name? What's it? Barbara, I think.
Barbara fucking Barbara.
Yeah, Barbara fucking breast, right? Let me feel that fucking hard nipple. There's some fucking Barbara, right? I don't look at his son. You see fucking tuna and ice cream every day and vomit on the bus, dude. It's a big boy fucking beat him up.
Would he eat the vomit? Would he eat the first of the ice cream?
I don't know. He showed up with both of them already in them. People would fucking pay. You know, he'd be sick. No, he'd be sick, dude. And the fucking dad made the kid a wooden shirt one year for fucking Christmas, dude. Made him a fucking shirt out of wood. I'm going for church. It's Wednesday. I swear to God, dude, like, cool. Just like a big box. It was horrible. I mean, at the time, it was cool. You know, at the time, it was kind of beautiful. The kid, like, cried and shit when he met it.
Fucking right now watching that fire jumping up and down with black people. Yeah, fucking donuts and shit. And you're over here telling me this crazy shit. Oh, I'll see some mushroom on Wednesday. I'm sitting on this house, dude. What is wrong with me? I actually know better, but I don't give a fuck. I guess I got to the point where, you know what? I look at my drawer and I got Quaaludes in there. I got fucking grenades.
You got fucking baby pacifier.
I'm done. I gotta know all the shit that's in there. Baby pacifier.
But those are for you.
You know, you look at all this mushrooms and people growing, you're like, what the fuck? People actually do this shit every night. I'm sitting, you know.
Yeah, but my friends today, they were excited, like, you going mad flavor, dude, we're gonna tune in. You know? I mean, so I think that you know, we're getting a left side of the drink that other people don't get to live, you know, when you're sitting at home, and, you know, you probably sit next to your wife or your husband, or, you know, somebody you might not even fucking, maybe you do love them still, but who knows, you know, you need a little fucking speed bump, you know, but yeah, that dude, his son a wooden shirt, and then some kids right there, swastikas on it, man. Yeah, they spray painted swastikas on the wood. But no, we didn't have any Jews either. We didn't have anybody. You know, people just seen like a swastika on like a pamphlet or something. You know, but we didn't have any Jews. It was just this local art. And somebody fucking spray painted it.
Now, what was the population of black people out of 2000?
They probably had, I would guess, about 1,100 brothers, and they were gaining ground quick. Dude, you could hear them fucking at night. If you put your ear up to the woods, that's what they would say.
But it was like any Latinos that were market at that time, creeping in.
Yeah, one kid.
How long have you been gone for now?
One kid. I've been gone for, from that town, I've been gone for, there was probably maybe 13. I've been gone. Yeah, I'm 36 now. Whatever that is. 23. Yeah, thanks, mate.
It's a real Jew, even with mushrooms. Fucking he could be passed out, but just pop us at 23. He'll go right back to sleep, a little sleep after.
He's still giving estimates. They have one Mexican kid, this kid, Nicholas, man, the raper. He fucking was wearing rapper on his shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Say about that?
Yeah, raper.
Yeah, they fucking wrote raper and expelled. That was the first Mexican. Is he winning your back? Oh, man, my dad was Nicaraguan. I'm some Polish Nicaraguan. I'm wearing a few, you know. There's probably 11 of us out there.
Polish Nicaraguan. That is fucking crazy.
Yeah, man. So I was getting fucking.
So when you were 13, where'd you
moved to this neighboring town. I went like live with the family. They had like I got emancipated and lived with the family. So they were cool. They were cool. They sort of wore.
But it would be a mistake.
It's crazy because I always think of my mom died. We didn't do no paperwork.
Yeah,
I got to move to the people's house. I just changed my address at school. That's it. There was no fucking paperwork. I didn't do nothing.
That was it.
Fucking crazy.
You know what's weird about when something like that happens when you're young is that there's no real stop. Life just goes on. That's when you realize that life just goes on. When something heavy like that happens, you lose a parent, and the next day is just there. It's like, and then the next day is there.
I spoke to a teacher of mine that just lost his mom. This guy's 64. 64. He's like, I think a year every day since my mom died because I can't imagine how you did it. It's being like bulletproof, like bulletproof at that age. You don't even know what's going on, but it catches up with you. All that shit catches up with you. Caught up with me 5 years later.
Really?
Yeah. You know, you're young. You're involved in activities. You have so much going on.
Yeah.
That it never really sets in. It sets in like level 4. And then through the years, you still have to pay for that. You still have to do that work. You're going to talk to somebody. For me, it was just fucking going in the closet by myself at night and getting high for 12 hours. 11 hours. That's when you know. Like, I got high like anybody else. You do a couple lines, you giggle.
Yeah.
But then the fucking grams chopped up between 4 people become grams divided by 2 people.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden one night you find yourself with a package at home. Like you actually, like you split the gram and you have 2 bumps at home.
Oh, yeah.
I should have brought more. And that's the beginning of the end.
That's, yeah, I've been in the end before.
People don't know the beginning of the end. It's when you start going
The end
by yourself. You look away, you're like, I'm off the door.
Yeah.
I got booze, I got ice cubes.
I got pornography.
I got straws, I got everything. I don't need nobody.
That's the worst.
Fuck. That's when your mind is somewhere else.
Oh, at 7 a.m. you're tugging on a fucking hot dick. It's limp.
Oh, shit. You're in the shower now. Trying to fantasize of 4th grade back. It's horrible. It's a horrible existence. But damn, it's cool when you're out with people and talking. You know, you get in your car, there's no more blow. And nobody has to live another baggage. That's what's fun in those days. It's gone. Okay. What do we do now? We smoke pot, everybody passes out. That's it. But then that's how it starts. You're by yourself. And then you start calling people and you're by yourself to get more.
Yeah. Oh, fuck that.
I used to go to that.
I've done that recently.
I used to go to El Compadre by Graham at 9 o'clock.
Damn, over here on Sunset?
Yeah. The whole Graham in 2 lines. 1 o'clock, start coming down. I call another guy that was a DJ. And he would come over at 1:15, 1:30 when he got off work. I was somewhere in Hollywood then. What the fuck did I call him? I called him something.
I don't know, my brain is fucking trash. happening right now, bro. I feel like a spaceship just took off out of my head.
How about you, Lee? How you feel?
That was a good explanation. What's going on?
What's it?
Yeah, I'm going with that.
I'm more tired than anything. I didn't sleep last night. You didn't? No, I got home. We got at 12:30 last night.
Yeah.
Well, I went down. Drank some water, took my shoes off, put the TV on. I thought it was 11:15.
Yeah. That was 2.
And it was 12:25. We walked at 12:35 to say I'm walking to my door or something. He said,
Yeah.
I think I stayed up till 1. I went to bed, but didn't fall asleep. I started tossing and turning and tossing and turning, thinking about you said. Thinking about who was there. You know, it's too real when you're there.
Right.
Sometimes you go to those parties or functions and you see somebody like Theo Vaughn, but he's talking. And I'm talking. And Theo's cool. Theo knows the business. Oh, this chick's a bitch. I'm taking this picture home. You know, there's always something. And you go home and that hits you that night. You had to say hello to Theo.
Right, I feel bad.
I didn't see you, Theo. That's the shit like that. Before you go to
But it's nice because you're a friendly dude. That a lot of people, bro, when that shit doesn't go through your head, I think that's when that's when something's wrong.
Well, you get high. Listen, you get high, you have knockdown. So sometimes the fucking camera moves really fast.
Yeah.
It's not till you go home and look at the paper, look at the film.
Yeah.
You editing the film, you see what's going on. And now is when you see, oh shit, I fucking saw Theo there. Wait, did you see Theo there? Yeah, what happened to him? I don't know, he was doing something to say hello to you there. No, was he mad? No, he smiled. He was talking to some broad. That's a guy that's talking about videos. And next thing you know, you're off. And the next morning, you'll say the same thing.
Yeah.
I seen Joe there last night. What the fuck happened? How the fuck didn't I talk? That's what happened. You know, you go home and you play that channel. I wasn't drinking. I don't drink. Yeah. I just smoked dope. I can't imagine if I drank when I used to drink and I would decipher the night. The next morning, you just wake up and just lay in bed for 10 minutes. Yeah. You pee, you grab something to drink, you sit back down. And you're like, what the fuck happened, isn't it? And you see little flashes, and then, you put shit together, and next thing you know, your buddy calls you. Did you really help me?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to that fucking monster. It's always some fucking monster, dude. Bro, I remember this one girl, we had this thing for a while. If you would fist clean a chick, right? That's if you would get a chick home and she would fall asleep or at her place or at your place, and you put like a piece of fist clean over her body. Right?
What the hell is fist
clean? It's like, you know what it is? It's like that material. Yeah, the some haters, right? Yeah, the raiders. Keep raiding off and stuff, right? What the fuck? People can hang out. Yeah, because if you really want to go to spook a girl, then that's like, I hear from a woman I heard who woke up on some biscuit once. She said it was the scariest experience of her life, bro. So then we were like, oh, we gotta do this with some chicks, right? So we had this thing. He would fucking put biscuit over. Is it like this blue thing?
It always has holes at the end because they always need to rope it together.
It's clear. No, it's clear. It's the clear stuff.
Oh, the clear is okay.
It's that good.
It's a little thicker.
Yeah, it's a little thicker, right?
Yeah, biscuit.
So you would
that. You know, I used to use that for roofing.
Yeah, it's for that. It's for painting.
For the first layer of roofing in Colorado, you got to use biscuit because it's cold. It was cold at the time, the first 18 inches or something like that. If it's the same, it's a little thicker. But this shit comes with glue on it. It doesn't. Who the fuck?
Look, dude.
What the fuck do I know? I don't know.
I mean, but there's about 30 chicks out there that have woke up under some fucking biscuit. You know who you are. You know what I'm saying?
More biscuit on them?
No more. That's fucking
Just the
biscuit. I'm sure they've been coming and they've been murdered. You know? You probably think they're gonna see a detective and they pull that shit off. That's gangster, son. If you could do that, that's gangster. We did that, dude. When you watch them, fuck, we would watch them wake up. Fucking Dexter. Taking them to all we laughed, dude. We had to go to the airport. I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just That's what I'm talking about.
I'm fucking laughing, giggling for real.
Fucking
Don't get me wrong. Some of this mushroom pod is out in this fucking left. We'll listen to this tomorrow and go, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong?
These fucking hamster killers.
You gotta loosen up from time to time, people. Every once in a while, take the stick out of your ass and giggle. And wake up the next morning and go, wow.
Check out a Mexican girl. Fuck a girl, you don't even know what she's saying, bro. You know? Make sure the expression on her face is positive. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise that shit might be illegal. But that used to be something I would do when I got in town, man. Somebody set me up with a girl like she was saying at all. You know, I don't know, just try to use like my, you know, just like regular, you know, like just, it's almost like playing Clue. It's like playing charades when you fuck the end, you know? That's what it's like, dude. Take somebody that you don't know, learn something different. Meet a girl, take a girl from Nairobi or from fucking China, you know, somewhere.
No, it's just interesting because I was talking to Steve Small, like you were talking to like a group of 5 or 6 guys last night, and you like could talk to all of them at once with like command and like the circle. I can't do that, and so like it's like something I always wanted to do. I don't know, it's just cool. Like I'm always a more one-on-one kind of person.
Yeah,
but to be able to talk to command the attention of like 6 people, it was just cool to watch.
I wish I could be more one-on-one. People tell me I can't do one-on-one, so I trade with you.
Yeah, you know what I'm doing one-on-one. When it's people like that, just tell the story. That's the shit I used to do growing up in Ashways, where there's 8 motherfuckers hanging on the corner. If you want to, where I grew up, if you want to word, if you pay attention, it'll be fun. You got one shot at this. Right. There's just 8 motherfuckers hanging on the corner.
Oh, especially in your area, I'm sure. So, yeah. In the southeast, it'll be a beat.
When you bang, for the bang. Right, listen to it. Because you only got like 4 bangs left.
Right.
That people won't pay attention. Yeah. All right, keep it up. Get a notebook with your day job.
Yeah, dude. That used to be the funnest, man. Was making people laugh at the lunch table, man. That was the funnest thing. Until they had milk spray out of their nose. That's when I would leave. And it'd always be the bell would ring. Everybody would be back in class. We one motherfucker would just keep listening for some reason. I would just hold him by his fucking arms across the table and keep telling him shit until they fucking sprayed out of his nose. And then I would leave, dude. You know, they had the first wig I ever met was Schmartel. I think the first wig I ever met, this kid named Brian St. Pierre, bro. And they put him in class.
A white dude that was trying to be black.
Yeah, he was a white dude. They put him nowhere, bro. And just, you know, he was raised like kind of like, you know, he was like Mowgli, you know, like he was just fucking spent out of town, you know, because the brothers really got a hold of him. And he was cool though. He was a cool dude, man. He was, bro. He was like a Mowgli, you know.
My whole body just shook. I thought it was another great movie.
He was like that's an inner yoga, bro. That's an inner yoga. But look, man, they put him in a mentally handicapped class because they'd never seen him before. They'd never seen him before. They put him in class with kids with Down syndrome, with kids in wheelchairs. They put him.
What? Just a dude who had couldn't he just be like, hey guys, this is the way I want to talk.
I don't even know what the fuck you're saying to me right now. You sound like him right now. They probably put you in that corner.
I'm leaving with you, dude.
You don't even know what you're saying. You're like that fucking.
No, I put that winger in the special class.
That's how you sounded. That's what that dude sounded like. That was a dollar today. He was like, cousin it? Shit. I'm over here, you know.
Before we started, Lee kept thinking he was hearing a buzz in the mic.
Oh my God, people, we started late. Now Lee was looking around the room like.
Now he's making a buzz in the mic.
Listen to him. He's the walking buzz over here. When I was 19, I was with Louis Lito. And this dude, Kurt Gilbert, told me the night after ACDC at the Palladium in New Jersey. It was like summer 1980. Yeah, it was right after ACDC came back. It was a Saturday night. Right. We were going to movies to watch. I had no idea. On the way back, me and Castellino gave each other a look. And all Kurt kept saying, I hear something. Because was the night before we did acid and blow and throughout the whole night. He kept saying, I keep hearing my ears breaking up. You've been fucking 16 and you do a gram of blow and a fucking mic without acid. Listen, him and I did. We stopped. One of the most awkward people. I grew up in a cocaine culture, so I knew when people were doing it. My mom's hand would stick close to the dick.
Yeah.
A little
T-Rex.
What's a little T-Rex? My mom was one of those. Her hand would like you put with somebody else and shit, right? So I knew the hand movement. When I was 16, I got a job at Rental Lumber, and there was a guy there that blew my fucking mind. There was a cat on my tongue, and I forgot the fuck.
I forgot what I was talking about.
It really don't matter. The guy was a really nice guy, but once he did one line of coke, every inhibition, every physical strength he had was off. Like duck faces in his hand. His name is Jack Finn.
I'm Jack Finn.
I'll never forget the one day
Jack Finn, bro. He started fucking swimming.
Oh my God, he was fucked up badly. And he walks into work. I'm 16. He walks into work all fucked up. That's the first time I heard that expression. He goes, boss, let me get 100 on the arm till Monday. And the boss looks at me and goes, my arm's heavy, and walked away. And I'm with him. Jack Finn was a fiend. But once he the word on the street was Jack Finn is tremendous until alcohol hits his tongue. Right? Then it's different. You should have seen it. And he was tremendous. He'd give you money when he was drunk. He was a great guy, but just to see the transformation. But Jack Finn had something else. Jack Finn hung at a dirty barn we saw his sounds.
They got some gutter butts.
This is 1980 before fucking they started breaking those down.
Wow.
The people that hung the barn were fucking savages. Damn, they sold this cocaine and just looking at it. Fucked with your eye. And I had my Trino out there. ACDC came back to the Palladium.
Oh, we used to sell hamsters at the ACDC shows, full circle.
Just stop the fuck. Sorry. This is when Mark Scott died and Brian Johnson in the band. That's how old I am. This was fucking huge. Him and me and Kurt were walking into the city and we go, where are we going to get coke? We're going to take a bus from the city to Jersey. Let's take a cab down. We saw Jack Finn. And for $15, he gave us a bottle. And we got on there. We got back on the cab. We made the cab wait for us. And the cab, we did a little box go. This is when it came to a bottle of the
Oh, yeah.
There was not a gram in there. There had to be like 9/10 of a gram.
Right.
Me and Kurt were doing it. And it was August 2nd, 1980. And it had to be 95. What's the temperature? 95 degrees. 100% humidity. New York City.
Right.
And I'll never forget, I had Lee jeans on with a white t-shirt and sneakers. And that's the first time ever that, even after the fact that I got home,
you thought you might be.
No, my pants were drenched and my socks were drenched with my sweat.
Wow.
Like I had sweat so constant that I jumped up and down so much.
Yeah, it's a good feeling.
Then in the concert, me and Kurt pop the acid. And we have like vodka and Gatorade. We're drinking. How old are you then? 16. Okay. 16, 17 pounds. We're fucking lit. Yeah. We get out of the concert, still gotta have that bottle of blood. Yeah. We're on the whatever, the train back to the bumps. So we didn't finish the gram. We went home. I went to wherever I was living. Next morning I wake up and there's coke. I'm fucked up. So the next day, it's a late night. In those days, that was called a late night. That was a Friday night or whatever. It was a Friday night, so Saturday, let's go to the movie. So let's go to the movies. So we went to the movie, but that whole day, Kurt kept saying, my ears are still ringing from the blow last night. That's how bad that coke was. So we went to the whole day passes. That morning he said it, but the whole day passes. We're at a movie now. We walk out of that 11 o'clock at night. I'll never forget, it was raining. And we were walking back down from Fairview, New Jersey into North Bergen. It's fucking raining. Kurt kept saying, guys, my ears are still ringing. of a sudden I look at Digger, and Digger looks at me, and we playing. Yeah, well, like, I ain't ringing. Kurt looks at me, and I'm like, yeah, I hear some ringing. And I fucking sold the kill, yeah, I fucking hear it. I can't believe it. Kurt's like, you guys hear it? This ain't me, what the fuck? And there was a pothole like 8 feet away, just screamed. There was gutter water in there. Kurt ran over, took that pothole and started splashing it this way. And he's like, okay, good now. You guys still hear the ring? I'm like, we fucking hear it. He just took off with that pothole on
Did you ever see him again?
Oh, yeah. Candace died 6 months ago. Oh, man. He bought a Subway sandwich outside and opened it, peeled off. He didn't even eat the sandwich. He just looked at it and joked.
That's how he died. He just bought a Subway sandwich and he fucking had a heart attack.
Outside.
You gotta switch to quiz.
I'm telling you, though. That Subway, that should have killed a motherfucker. I've been telling him for years. One day he's like, you know, man, I thought about radio sentiment, and I think you're right. Those people have no respect, no bread. I had a guy who worked at Subway told me he was in there twice a day, every fucking day at attention. Damn, this motherfucker had a loyalty card. Damn, bro. He was a Mexican to the end. That chick that don't lift the right hand because he got hit by a car. He knew her name. He knew
I knew the shifts. They got one-handed. You knew their shifts?
Oh, he knew shifts. He knew who gave you more letters.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He knew what I'm telling you. He was like the fucking coach system.
Wow, bro. That's crazy.
The red zone in real life died. Fucking 6 months ago.
Rest in peace.
Like everybody, it was shocking. Yeah. He bought the Subway sandwich. How they knew was they had to get the cameras from the Subway sandwich. And they sit down, open it up. He smelled that motherfucker. I didn't kick the bucket.
Because you didn't like your dear friend. What? Damn, what is that? You're their dear friend.
I didn't go and you kicked the bucket.
Yeah. That's sad, man. Dude, rest in peace. Yeah, rest in peace. First concert I ever went to. Oh, this pedophile took us, right? I'm not even joking, dude. Rest in peace, he's dead. This dude, Richard Langenstein, bro. His family owned a fucking deli, dude, over in New Orleans. Famous.
How did he bring you to a concert?
He's not Italian. Me and my little girlfriend at the time, Jessica, we met him at church, right? Because he was, I guess he was daylight as a decent person, right? So we met him at church, okay? So I was like, hey, you know, that's, and they called him Big Richard, bro, because he was big and he had all the fucking, you know, his skin was scabbing up, he had different colors on his arms. And we're like, you know, the fucking Lord's leopard print was fucking coming out of him, right? So we went over to his house, well, let's go to his house and I'll take him some cookies on Sunday and watch the Saints game with him.
No, we should make that second step.
We should.
No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm crying.
Oh, my God.
I'm crying and I have no words.
I'm sorry, keep going.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, look, I'll
let you know I'm fucking up to the gills.
Okay, I'll make
There's a lot of nights. There's a lot of nights I can't even I walk out of here, he's all fucked up, I don't get it. Tonight is my God's punishment, I'm fucked up. I should have not eaten that second step. That shit was growing in fucking cow shit. I can still taste it in my mouth. I used to go to Listerine 2 times.
So we went over to the dude's house, right? We took some cookies over there, watched the Saints game. They started substitute teaching at the school I was going to. Big Richard. Big Richard. And then the kids listening.
Parents, I'm going over my buddy. I want to cuddle with his old man. I'm watching.
Well, I told the guy, like, my parents was, I told the girl's parents, like, she was there, the mother was there, we met him at church, like, yeah, that's sweetie all. Over there and watch substitute at the school. Yes, we started substitute at the school. I didn't realize it at the time, like, now I realize it's ironic the dude starts fucking subbing, because I'll be honest, I was a handsome kid. You know, the dude starts subbing. I have fucking long hair, full hair, fucking strong, and the fucking, you know, fucking chest and shoulders like a fucking the strongest French bulldog you ever seen, right? So we go over to his house. Then the next time I see him at substitute at the school, then he's like, "Yeah, come back over." I'm like, "My girl can't come." He's like, "Oh, just come over, watch the Saints game, right?" I'll come over, breaks out a little bit of herb, right? Gets me high, right? So then the next couple of times I start bringing my friends over there, dude. Then he starts fucking like getting us all stoned, and everybody was smoking out of apples, and we're doing all kinds of fancy stunts, you know, just fucking herb stunts. You know, my buddy Scott, my buddy Glenn, we're over there herbing up with Big Richard, you know. And we kind of, you smoke a little extra with him because you think he might die, you know. He's old, he's in his 80s, you know. He's in his 80s. Yeah, bro.
You'll be over 80 and still be perverted.
You gotta respect the
This
game.
is way before my age. Yeah. This guy he just saw an ice cream truck. He got hard. You know,
I think he just wanted to get a look at it.
how the fuck are you 80 and still perverted?
So he was out there PVing, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro? So one time, dude, and I'll tell you how we found out that he was a pervert, right? We didn't tell me. It didn't catch on with us, right? So we fucking dumb, dude. I'm so gullible, bro. I'll get molested 1 million times. Like I'm gonna tell this, molesters, if you're out there, bro, you have so many fingers, I'm sure you got about 30 fucking child molesters. Statistically, dude, cue me in here. Statistically, bro, you probably got 30 fans of the child molesters. You missed your chance. I'm gonna say that. You missed your fucking chance with this kid dynamite, dude. And I was gullible, bro. And I was a good kid. And I was strong, bro. I had some long hair. Anyway, fuck. Joey's gone, dude. Joey's fucking left, bro. What if it's telling you? What's up? Oh, you don't even know. What if it's telling you the story or not? Go for it, buddy. Give me a I'll take you so you even know what the story was about. You know? I knew a second ago, but now. Keep going from where you could. Alright, so the child molested, bro. We didn't know. Thought he was an 80-year-old.
So he has like a full career.
I guess, dude. Like in our town, you can be 80 and still substitute teach, I guess, right?
So that's like. What the heck is left?
He's coming out fucking green.
Oh, my fucking dick is on.
How'd you think that to do it? You don't leave nothing for everyone on the show.
Not tonight, though. Okay, good.
When I can get a guest that's down.
Okay, yeah. I'm out. Unless y'all have never done it, I might do it with y'all. First time was there.
I was locked up.
Oh, you done it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but never with a needle. I'm a push because I never do it right. Now I can handle it. I'll put Santana on the iTunes and look the other way on the iPod. There's a little black chick down at Bobo. That chick, you don't even feel it taking the blood out of you.
Damn.
Oh,
Is that at Bobo's airport or hospital? I'm serious.
Look at that.
Okay.
Oh my God, dude! When I walk in there at the Bobo, when I gotta do a physical or whatever, I always see her and I get happy because I'm that serious.
Yeah.
She's
a champ, huh?
This little Philippine chick up here, up at this one, up around fucking Market St. Laurent, whatever that hospital is over here. Fucking Boston Market. I'm just saying, yo, we keep thinking to all the hospitals out here.
Yeah. Who gives a fuck? Just write hospital on the side.
I just want to know what it's like.
You gotta give a fuck. Yeah.
So you're gonna go drive it.
I don't think there's a hospital there. St. Laurent.
That is a fucking perfume.
I don't fucking know. Well, I look like I'm sophisticated. I'm not sophisticated.
I'm not. But yeah, I just want to at least let everybody know that the pedophile died. I don't want people thinking that
it was 80. I could be a 90 is still pedophile. Jesus Christ. A 90-year-old pedophile. Somebody has not been doing their fucking job.
He took us to a Marilyn Manson concert, my first concert I've ever been to. He was probably about 82, right? We were 14, bro. He takes us to Mayan Center at 15. But I remember being in the back, me and my buddy Scott, and somebody's like, how old is that kid? And somebody else is like, oh, they're fucking like 13. And I remember something going, oh, somebody's gonna fuck them. That's what the dude said, bro. In the bathroom, an adult. We're just like, what? Dude, and then we were back in the audience.
Say that. Yeah. Not even go home and go, what happened to those 2 kids? I'm gonna get fucked. You know,
what fuck is
like you're lying there in bed that night. You go, I'm gonna say my prayers. How can you say your prayers? Don't you say what happened to those 2 kids? They might be getting fucked right now. Nobody intervened.
As far as we can
what fucking savage say that to some
legendary
information. What a fucking puppet monster.
What about the parents? Like, what? Was it just like free, like babysitting?
No, I don't know.
Like, how are the parents?
His parents went home watching daytime television. He's 14. He told me he was going to the library to do a fucking book report. And the girl told her parents the same thing. But they already had it worked out with this 82-year-old pedophile. We'll go to the Madison Square Garden concert, and after the concert, we'll see what happens.
What did he dress like? Did he dress like an old man, or did he dress like a
No, he dressed like fucking Tom Jones.
primarily for
what does he look like? He's dressed like in your vision of him.
Like, it was even like an old man with like khakis and a round belt.
What difference would it make? He fucking knew. He can't describe you. Fucking Tom Ford pedophile.
lots of content.
Give a fuck. He's a profile of a pedophile.
So a lot of reasons why
Kill pedophiles aware.
sort of the
What are 82? Yeah. And then when Marilyn Manson concert.
and with their
I didn't know we wore like the jeans and the shirt, like the Marilyn Manson shirt that you tried to rock out in 82.
What, dude?
they're able to
What are you fucking saying? I'm not blaming on you, bro. I am fucking lit, bro. Cyan. Fucking Asian American.
bearing in mind our overall discussion right now, which is Jew law, and the idea of the law is
It's a beautiful fucking night to be alive, people. This is it. You can sit there and go, I owe this guy 800. I owe this guy. You fucking giggle your win.
Yeah, it's true, dude. You owe everybody.
You go for me and I sat there crying, wasting my time.
very
Wasting your time, whatever.
these were
Yeah, man, I'm just there.
What changed it for you, man? Because I literally feel like I spent the last 10 seconds
Sit
on
there
it.
and like a mom, you know, listen, man, it's a DNA thing. You know,
This
that's
is
the guy if I go out before I come home, I drive by leaves.
post-dating
You know,
from the
I
Jew's
drive by
actual
leaves.
presence
They're
there.
my
And there's
preparation just to make
questions
sure the
about,
house is not fine.
was
So
who
I
did
got
the
knocked
actual
on by Joe's
these
patrol the
privileges
area.
for the very first time.
Joey's out here
Was he
fucking
staged a
facial
reality?
moisturizer.
Going through a settlement.
I'll be honest, bro. I use fucking facial moisturizer, bro. I'll admit some shit, dude. I'll get some shit on my chest. I use facial moisturizer, bro.
Bishop, but he is
What
active
else,
here
dude?
in his fuel capacity as the
I
Lord.
fucking went to
And
bed
he
when I
writes,
was 28.
when I wanted to
Okay.
make the village
Yeah, you
inspire into a city,
Not every
I thought
Yeah,
he
not
would
every week I go
honor
fucking
of our place.
I got like a fucking Bichon.
so fucking let it go.
Once a year I say this ain't for you, toilet. No,
And
fucking keep
then
it
the charter goes through a whole series
I feel
of
like
things that really good will do
Yeah,
for the Jews.
I didn't know it was dark because like you can't control it. That is true. You can't control it. And other kids like you can't go sleep in other kids' houses.
Relationship.
So
Intentionally backdated military what it says.
you gotta
First of all, what we're saying is the Jews
Yeah,
have the
you
right
can't
bring
to
special
have a
sheets.
separate
yeah, you
wall
sure.
It's not to bring special sheets.
explicitly
It's
refers to the
They
right
have
of the
no
Jews
special
to
ones that they put
self-defense.
under the sheet.
And that the wall around their
And
community,
it sounded when you got on the bed, it sounded like
communities in Boca Raton, is designed specifically to protect people.
dude, they used to have a
He says
buzzer.
the
They
Jews
would
have the
give you that
right
the
to
buzzer. If they
engage
got wet,
in
it would go off
commerce
and wake you
in
up.
city limits right
These
up to
buzzer
the
on the way
line
in the early
river.
90s or late
And he
80s.
specifically
And I remember
says
they
the
gave
wharf
it to me.
as
If
well,
it
which
buzzed,
means
if it
that they
buzzed,
can
at all,
river
wake
trade,
you up.
which is extremely
And
important.
you electrocution? That was a bad idea. I'm sure some fucking retard died
The
from
second stuff
Open up business.
that was
Dude,
bad.
yeah, I got to be on stage and all
This is
that.
an evil society.
You think?
Business is
Yeah,
controlled by
You know,
guilds.
but I didn't smoke any weed.
become a shoemaker, you have to.
That shit tells that shit lies to you.
First, you have to be accepted as an apprentice.
Also, wash your ass, man. Like, I just gotta go lab.
Where you're allowed to set up a shingle on your own.
Recall you start that motherfucker also give that second lunch. Yeah, this is deadly shit. It just comes out like a wave. Yes, might as well. We got some weed.
Rudiger
Got some record players.
to establish a cemetery, very important, right?
That's it. Listen to music.
Several
Get stoned.
institutions.
I didn't bring enough weed to leave him. Faith wants to get high, so I just brought a little canister.
They will not be charged.
They don't say, oh, the child molester. Let me just simply say, he died. He died in prison.
Traveling
So
place
So
to
you
place.
get arrested.
Shows up at Speyer.
here's how we
Won't be held up
one
in
time
case
when
they
we
do
got
not
snakes
want
with
to
us.
house or you must pay a heavy
I
tax.
was in a kid.
Lots of places,
I was in a
centuries
kitchen.
into the future,
And my buddy was
will
sitting
ban
in the
Jews
living room with me.
through their places.
And I said, I yelled back in the living room and said, hey, Big Rich.
How long the Jew could remain.
I said, do you have any sour cream?
He
And
says, Rudiger
my
says
buddy
that
Scott
sitting
yells back, no, but you can have some of this sweet cream.
has the same
Right?
authority
And then
Jews
I hear Big
as the
Richard
mayor of
sitting there
Speyer
sitting next to my buddy. Say to him, I have some. That's what he said, and that's what it all changed in our heads. Like, he's having some friendly older dude buying us steaks and smoking us out.
Archisynagogus
Yeah,
can actually judge cases.
fucking mad, man.
According to public law, because they judge
Jokes
them
is losing.
themselves.
He's looking at fucking
We'll speak a
touch
little later about
junk.
what happens when you have
I feel like fucking young, fucking pumping shit again.
He specifically says that Jews may employ Christians as nurses.
I sit here
This is a very hot issue for
like a man. I tell you that. I was in front. I grew up around some
and
fucked
also
up people.
Rudiger says that
Like I
they're
didn't know
allowed
till
to
years
slaughter
later,
cows for their
how they
consumption,
died.
and they're allowed to sell the
I grew
non-kosher
around some
parts.
fucked up people, and my mom took chances with me
Very
in that
basic
bar.
Ashkenazi
She
practice
took a big chance when I was a kid. She told
Asiatic
me, "We're
nerve
gonna fucking bar." Because any night, she was
thigh
around that bar.
of a cow is
When I
forbidden.
was young, I saw a
The
gay
section
guy
in
run,
the book
pull
of
a gun
Genesis
on.
where Jacob
I'm not
is
doing this, brother. Yeah, like in the afternoon, we could do it in the
angel.
afternoon.
It says specifically in the Bible that Jews no longer have Asiatic nerve.
Can you tell him pull the gun?
Oh, tremendous gay fella. Tremendous.
In Hashem,
And
what it is.
then that was that.
So,
Another night, there was an incident with two
removing
guys
that
pulling a
particular
gun.
sciatic nerve is
And I was
very
sitting there, I was
difficult.
looking at my
It's much more convenient
And
as
after that, my
become
mom said,
widespread
you know what,
Ashkenazi
man,
practice
that's
to
it.
simply
No
take
more
that
worship,
whole
but it was
section
like
of the
work.
cow and sell it
That
to
little fucking world, that little
non-Jews
stop
to
office in the
that
back was
nerve
made,
to make the
the
rest
area was made.
So he says, no
Because I
problem.
usually wasn't fucking snoring over there.
Outlines some responsibilities
I'm thinking like it's like my emphysema. And it's fucking movie. I'm fucking like, what the fuck? My emphysema is acting up. It's fucking weird. We're passing out. Snoring up a storm.
church for some of the
Landed like, I'm fucking dead.
and they are in charge of guarding their own walls.
That's what I think
So
about it,
the
man. Like these fucking guys that live around. And not once was I asked to touch somebody's dick. Like I read some of this
It's actually
testimony.
pretty attractive.
Yeah, I know it's not
Why Jews would
because
say,
I
hey,
didn't come from this world.
there's actually a place for us here. There's
At
a nice
all,
carpet
like not at all.
privileges.
He really got some guy's car in his hands. Like you might take it now, I think about it. You know,
Was there an accident?
Certainly,
you know, it was purposely touching the dick, on the way up just to see my reaction.
but for now,
And if I was me,
watching this
he
video,
would have attacked.
very much
As
for
the light, the door opened, and I just ran out of there with the basketball. And it's so weird. I've been thinking about this topic because now I have a child, and you have to watch him, you know. And I was talking to my sister-in-law, and my sister-in-law's the sweetest person in the world.
She got molested.
No, and she told me one day we were talking, and she goes, "Listen, do me a favor. Now that you have a child, I just want you to know, so don't trust nobody. You don't watch those people do surprise attacks and don't trust nobody with your kid. Yeah, you have to. And she's a Christian chick, don't curse, don't drink, don't smoke dope. You know, this is like a paranoid individual. She raised the daughter. And I know there was issues one time. There was issues with the guy at the church that was a pastor.
the greatest story.
Why do you think they go to that church? It's the same place, huh? They probably go to church because honestly, they probably feel like they really need God. They just don't want. I mean, why?
For a little while, the church
The children tonight will check.
but eventually
even after it's like the people who got out. I was never being my coach. Not for nothing. You can't smoke coke. You're gonna die. And we kept smoking coke. You can't keep smoking cigarettes. We keep smoking cigarettes. We keep cheeseburgers. We love it. That's one thing. But for you to bring a child to somebody that you know is a fucking pervert, to give you 2 million. That's published. 50 years old. Don't 50 years old to a woman that broke the code. And the fucking stories were beyond belief. I mean, I guess the stories are beyond belief. If you want to get down and really get down, but why go there? There's no reason to go there.
Yeah, that's why I keep telling you.
What this girl told me made me hate her parents. Because, again, I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't give a fuck about what you do. But for you to drag your kid down the dark cave. What's up, man? What's going on, buddy? You all right? I'm going to get right over there. You want to go outside and get some air? I'm okay. Tell me the truth. Go outside and get some air. Let me do some fucking all the shout outs here. We'll practice. No, don't start. Let them get electrocuted. It's all right. We need somebody to get electrocuted.
I got to get off the younger man. My brother's saying, man. And I don't know if you're out there.
You stop already. But you don't like to go.
Yeah, the fair. They looked a day early to the fair to test the ride. We didn't know. We didn't know we were getting 30 cents on the ride. Please on the ones and twos. Like a fucking do it now. I'm not ready.
You want some head though? Is it time for you to get some head? Wait, we don't give a fuck.
The fucking Canada.
Yeah, you get up. You need help to get up and get some head. You're not gonna farm on the fucking table. The can and head late. We'll do one out 2 nights in a row. We gotta be doing Washington's on a Monday night. My main man, the Australian warrior, boss warrior, my man Conrad LeClaire, Burning Sage, Parish Mickey, Early Sweet Cake, Bobby and Crystal, my main people in Austin representing, Freddie Correa, comic of the year in Vegas, Lance Armstrong, my dog, and my fucking man, Hero Jr. Making that fucking happen.
Rest in peace, man.
Them bad motherfuckers.
They died. People died,
If they were dead, I would give the French. Lee, how you feeling? You need some air? You need some water? I'm fine. Don't keep telling me you're fine.
They don't want the balls on me when they
What's happening is that you're a great guest. You make me fucking dial laughing. To see you in late tonight is a fucking the way to end the month. This is a true Labor Day. Memorial Day. Yes. You're on the fucking flag if you're a fucking soldier. Represent the motherfuckers. You're not playing to go stab people. Fucking great.
They're warriors, dude. I could never do that.
I really do. Never do that.
I could stab somebody.
Listen, though. That's the problem. You have to wear a suit or a fucking flag on the lapel. That's all bullshit.
Hey, man.
10 minutes of your time, you're in the balcony smoking a joint. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at the fucking freedoms that I have.
Yeah.
Look at the freedoms that I have. I'm not doing dick.
Yeah.
There's a dude right now who's smoking a joint over there in Warzone. It's because the last 16 hours, he's been getting hit with fucking shrapnel, body parts, and smelling fucking people getting lit on fire.
Yeah.
And here I am complaining because I gotta get up in 4 hours. Ain't that a fucking bitch? You know what I'm saying? So you always gotta think that's the real Memorial Day. It's not about a fucking barbecue and You know, look at a wall, make believe, give a fuck. It's about just realizing what happened. That's the biggest thing is realization. Getting on a fucking plane and going over to a foreign place. People talking to you in a fucked up language. They're trying to attack you. You don't know who's who. They all look like police say that. You're like, what the fuck is going on in the world?
Yeah.
So this Netflix special, you know well. It's great enough. I really like it.
I feel like people like it. But you just don't know. It just inspires me. It gives you a chance. I know you know, putting out a special album, you get to see yourself a little bit. It gives you a chance to step away from that. And now, for the first time, I feel like, you know, people recognize me as a comedian. I have fans for the first time, you know, and so I feel like that's like a blessing. I didn't really realize before. I thought I had a million fans. That's just a lot that's in your head, but now I feel like I have a real fan too. Like, what's going on? Like, I had people that were excited I was coming here today. So that's good. That made me feel fucking human, dude. You know?
First of all,
except all the
beautiful though. Just got the fucking Lord running through it. I love that, bro. That's Christ. That's Christ reaching for me. You can see that.
If you were with the podcast this day one,
you can see that.
We is the fucking man. And tonight we finally fucking I can see it. I can see it. As this podcast goes, you have no idea, man. This motherfucker who sees him an hour after this and sees how funny it is. He'll pass out right in front of you.
Yeah, he's in
Turn the lights up. Black Sabbath time. So we come life every like 8 minutes. And change up and skin.
And that's the crazy part. Some people will be like, that's fucked up, but to be brave enough to just let yourself go like that and relax like that, that's a beauty. I fucking know that. You know? He's looking for fucking Easter baskets, bro. You know? That's beautiful, dude. Fucking just lift out and start looking for Easter baskets, bro. You know? You feel like the fucking brothers ain't chasing you. Like, I'll be honest with you, dude. 90% of my day,
I'm thinking about brothers chasing
I feel like they got fucking brothers only 2 blocks over.
Leave the brothers alone.
Honestly,
The brothers alone. They ain't chasing
I know they're not. I'm just saying that's all.
I don't know. I have to say it.
Okay, I'll take it on top.
It just wasn't brothers. I had 15 different people chasing me. The real fucking deal. That's Czechoslovakians. Countries that we've heard of. Shit, chasing me. Leave. What go? You need some fucking air. You want to start a better job? What do we need? That's what you need. Some pH. The star I got.
I'm thinking of a pH.
Listen, by the way, pH 1 is a beautiful thing. Widespread. What we do is he's got special stuff. They have a special pH to bring it back to life.
I feel like a fucking Christmas tree.
I'm telling you, it's the way to do it on a fucking Thursday night.
It really is.
Sitting around with your little fucking buddies. All right, 2 p.m.
Fucking Coco Diaz, we did it. I'll be in Cleveland next weekend. Nope, I'm actually at the Hard Rock Casino.
Look at you right downtown in the middle of everything.
Hard Rock Casino. So I'm looking forward to that. That's Friday through Sunday in Cleveland. The week after that, the week after that, because it's already the end of May. You know that, Joe?
Oh shit! I'm already got my June 1st. And because I got no business till June 8th.
Yeah, I'm at the Hard Rock Casino in Cleveland. It's actually in the Birds, man. Hard Rock Casino in Cleveland, Northfield. June 3rd through the 5th. And I'm at Punchline in Atlanta, June 9th through the 12th. You can catch me on Doug Benson's podcast. I'll be on his podcast there too. I think they're taping that there. Then I'm going to the beach with my family. We'll be down there in fucking St. Joe's. Like I don't know if it's Alabama or Florida. That's going to be fucked up. I'll be vlogging a little bit of that. I dropped a vlog on YouTube. You can check it out. It's called This Past Weekend. And I'll be with my family. And then that's it, man. I can just say crazy shit now. I'm so fucked up. In July, I'll be in
Next week,
I'm just going through
Jesus Christ.
2 days. We're times so fucking
He works on the webpage. He starts dropping things in 2019. He's doing a fucking show in 2019. I'll be giving blood. And it's on the fucking zombie. It's already you gotta sit there. Like a man's who's been shot.
Hey, but look, in typical Memorial Day festival, we ain't leaving this fucking soldier. We ain't fucking leaving this one in the world, man. And just thank you guys so much for having me.
The Warriors just use their original self.
I love it.
So they get through the
all those fake foundations, man. It is sad when people do that.
My wife would drag a dog in me.
You want to give you money, bro? Give your money to your fucking neighbor. Find somebody who you know in person.
I do the 7-Eleven when you walk.
There you go.
First met the door was polite.
There you go. First one at the door was polite. And I will be at that bar.
No,
I don't.
Let's do this shit. Hold on, what's it? It's not tragic what's happening now. Listen, you're unique. You don't walk like anybody. You don't talk like anybody. You don't sleep like anybody. So why is your mattress one size fits all? Because the custom mattress will cost you $5,000 to $10,000. Wow. Until now, introducing Helix Sleep, where you can buy mattresses online, customized for you for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. You follow me? You go to Helix.com now, you answer a few simple questions based on 4 differences. The result will be a custom sleep profile used to build you the most comfortable mattress. Listen, you'll ever sleep on your life. Everybody has a fucking bum mattress.
Oh, my mattress is horrible.
It's fucking bum mattress. And sometimes they say, well, you can spend the extra dough. This is fucking a real deal Sleepfield. And for couples, you customize inside the mattress. Your mattress will arrive at your door in about a week. And shipping, are you ready for this? 100% fucking free. Helix customers record 30% improvement in overall sleep quality. You got 100 nights to try it out. And if you don't love it, if you're not in love with it, don't pick it up for free and give you 100% refund. No questions asked. Who else does that for the mattress? 100 nights. That's 3 months of your fat ass rolling around a mattress, killing it. And if you don't like it, you send it back like the savage that you are. No questions asked. You follow me?
Send it back with your life in it.
That's right. You have 100 nights, okay? That's why everybody from GQ Magazine and Forbes all talking sleep. You go to helixsleep.com right now. That's what I'm going to do. /Joey. And I'm going to give you $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/Joey. And that's $50 off your order. helixsleep.com/Joey. Listen to me. If you like sleeping, this is the mattress for you. Condition where you want it. Who you think you're folks enjoy for that? Number 2, here's the platform. You got smart cards, you got smart phones, you got smart homes. Technology has made everything smart. Losing your stuff still makes smart people feel stupid. Dean Delray said for the first time in his life he lost his keys yesterday for 45 minutes. I told him the same thing. I'm tired of getting people around. Tracker makes losing things a thing of the past. Tracker is a point-sized device that locates this place. Keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair Tracker to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location within the tap of a button. It's that easy. You lose your phone? No problem. Press the button on Tracker and your phone rings. Listen to this. Even if it's on silent. Who's better than you? That's what Tracker does. So basically, with over 1.5 million devices, Tracker has the largest GPS network in the world. So your lost item shows up on a map, even if it's miles away. You're never going to lose anything away again with Tracker. Listeners of the show, you ready for this? What I'm doing for you? Man, I'm going to give you 30% off your entire order. Go to Tracker.com and enter the promo code CHURCH. The hardest thing you'll have to find is their website. But do me a favor. Again, go to Tracker.com right now. Tracker.com right now and enter the promo code CHURCH for 30% off your entire order. Again, that's Tracker.com, promo code CHURCH. CHURCH. That was better than you people. Again, Tracker.com right now, hit the promo code CHURCH. 30% 50% off your order. That's how we make it happen here in the church and what's happening now. And never figure out how to come. Without that, I wouldn't fucking right now. Without the alpha brain cycle I do, without my head force protein.
You on steroids or no?
No, look at me. I'm a fat fuck on steroids. If I was on steroids, I'd have muscle and choke the hip right now. I'd be helping him out right now.
Logan's got him. The fucking Logan's got me. I didn't know, dog. You look strong.
Fuck, dog. I got no muscle.
It could be fat. It could be muscle.
Fucking
It could be loose
I got itches over here. I got a rash under my arm. That's the shit.
Put a diaper on it.
Fuck that shit. Now I'm getting all itchy from the mushrooms and shit. There was some fucking cyropeptides and shit. This poor guy.
He's trying to fucking ease on
right now. Put Dracula on your ass. Or LeeDraca.com. If God knows where they're going to take you. I'm going to lose you for sure. I know you got a strong
ambulance, bro.
No, that's not cool. That's not one of those Mexican ambulances. Got a corner. They'll take it to
You have to take whoever $150 to jerk you off.
They'll jerk you off. That's the type of people.
I know a girl for $360, dude, will fucking treat you right for 24 hours. Beautiful woman.
360, there you go. Look, he's falling asleep. Anyway, that's why the problem with this fucking mamook is he don't take shroom, takes what? He don't take shroom, take meal. He's a fucking mook. Anyway, do me a favor, go to .com right now and press the code to the church. How do you spell it? There you go. And you get 10% off your order delivered right to your house, man. Don't play around. Listen, honor is the way to go. I wouldn't blow smoke up your ass. It's a great, you sure you're fucking high. He's taking his shirt off. It's a muscle content. I'm high. What are you saying? With my on steroids. Look at my fat fuck. She's looking at my fat and shit. Same muscle. Jesus Christ, my arm. My shirt up. My muscles up with that fucking sleeves. Anyway, again, right now, I want to thank Helix Sleep. I want to thank Honest. I want to thank my main man, Theo Vaughn, for coming on and saying, fuck these motherfuckers. We're going to eat a shroom, and that's how we can
get it. That's what the people died for.
That's right. It's fucking Wednesday night at the church studios. We love you, motherfuckers. Stay black. See you Sunday night for a special late Memorial Day. Little addition of churches to break the monotony up. I
love that, bro. See you moments in the mud.
With the fucking music on. Let's do this.
Church yourself.
You do this shit. Oh shit. Listen to this shit. I'm getting all scratchy with the fucking mushroom now.
No, bro.
It's like he's 3 Vikings. Now I'm burping fucking dog shit. I burped in the back. My lower voice. My burp, my piss.
The worst is me trying to get a weed that girl out.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You'll be able to say, you were right all around. Since the Jews were there originally, since the Jews possess the ancestral tradition, that the only way that tradition of Christianity can be validated is if its originators were able to say, yes, in fact, we were wrong, we're right, let's move on to this faith. This is a theological relationship that is really baked into Christianity. It's not nearly as strong in Islam. Islam developed a couple of notions that allowed Muslims to regard Jews who were kind of like their intellectual grandparents rather than their spiritual parents. And so there's more of a distance with the Jews. There are similarities, but it's very important to Christianity. And in fact, it colors much of Catholic relationship with the Jews and with the state of Israel through the present day. But for now, how is that expressed in reality? So according to St. Augustine, basically the Doctrine of Witness says that Jews must be preserved, but they should not be preserved in an elevated state. In other words, if the whole idea is to keep the Jews around in order to reinforce Christian belief and to validate the credibility of Christianity, then it doesn't make sense if the Jews are, obviously engaged in a lot of consumption that is conspicuous before their neighbors. If you have a Christian peasant walking down the street and he sees, 12th century, a Jew driving by in a Bentley or something, and says, wait a second, how come I live in a mud hut and this guy drives a Bentley, right? So the idea is that the Jews have to be sort of, repressed so that their success in the material realm is not supremacy outside Europe. This is seen in many different pieces of legislation. The requirement of Jews to wear a distinctive humiliating badge, restrictions on movement, their settlement, their economic activity, and so on, much of which is really antithetical to what the king the state is trying to do, which is to expand churches because they bring in a lot of money. So this is something that's sort of like built into Christianity. We see it repeated several times throughout medieval legislation from the Church canon. Now, where this is perhaps most strongly seen in canon law with regards to Jews is a whole bunch of legislation that specifically bans fraternization between Jews and Christians. We see it in the Council of Elvira in Spain in the 4th century, where the Jews and Christians are specifically banned from, meals together, drink wine together, things like that. Note that Jews, by the way, are also engaged in pretty legislation that emerges from the Talmud. For example, the ban on drinking wine by non-Jews, the discussion about that. So the idea was to try and keep them separate, or that both Jews and Christians would maintain their distinct traditions. The Christian legislation seems to be very concerned that Jews will, in fact, affect Christian belief and would erode it in a very significant way. So we see a lot of these kinds of things. Also, by the way, to note that they have passed laws like Christians are forbidden to attend Jewish religious ceremonies in synagogue, something that apparently was quite popular in John Chrysostom's Antioch and elsewhere. Now, but when we move to medieval Europe in particular, besides the fraternization issues, which will receive a lot of attention in the 12th century and 13th century as the church grows stronger, one of the things in the early period that was especially important, as we discussed in the last video, is the idea of slave ownership, and specifically slaves who become Christians. One of the most important voices on this is a bishop named Agobard, who is based in Lyon, which is on the Rhone River in France. And Agobard was absolutely furious with the notion that Jews, who are supposed to be like in a demeaned state, according to the Doctrine and Witness, should own Christian slaves. Now, Agobard was not against slavery per se. Everyone owned slaves. He wasn't trying to change the institution of slavery. What he really objected to is the idea that Jews who should be in a lowly state should own Christians, and they should, Christians should be forced to do what Jews tell them to do, not in a regular employment arrangement, but in a slavery arrangement. So he offered, for example, to compensate Jews for any Christian slaves that they might have, which threatened the social order. We see that Emperor Henry IV's charter specifically forbade this because slaves can say, hey, I'm just going to get myself baptized. Agobard will pay off my debt to the Jew, and then I'll be free. And it's a great way out. So the state specifically wanted to stop that because they wanted to keep the social order the way it was. They wanted to keep the Jews losing their slaves at once. We should also know that Agobard's offer wasn't quite as generous as it sounds, because its currency had been valued in his lifetime, and that he was offering to pay gold value when the current value of slaves was actually far higher. So anyway, Agobard wrote a lot of things in his disciples' book, both things which tend to be increasingly just slavery was one of the issues of the But it's also important to know that there's another phenomenon going on, which is mentioned in this process, a strange story in the church of the story is he was born in 814 to an aristocratic family. He was educated from his childhood in a monastery, and then he showed some talent, so he was moved to the imperial court. Very scholarly, moved for high office, and then something weird happened. He asked for permission to go on a pilgrimage to Rome. He was given that particular privilege, and on his way he changed his journey. He went instead to Spain, converted to Judaism, grew a beard, married a Jewish wife, the whole thing, it's absolutely fantastic. This was like a shotgun museum. This was like a stand-up. And what was even worse is that while he was in Spain, in the Muslim-controlled part of Spain, where Jews had a lot more freedom at this time, he engaged in debate with a Jew who had converted to Christianity. And a lot of that correspondence has in fact been preserved. So the whole discussion of his conversion is absolutely fascinating. And it points to kind of an insecurity on the part of the church that what happened if, Jews were, what would happen if Jerusalem expands to a great degree and Christians are attracted by it. This is especially true because at this time the church was especially interested in discovering the Hebraica Veritas. They had been working with a Latin translation of the Bible for a very long time. It's called the Vulgate. But as scholarship developed, we actually were like, can we really rely on this translation? It would be nice to know what the actual original said. Of course, one of the original Jewish experts. And all this content of churchmen and scholar Jews posed a risk to Christian. This is likely what happened with Bodo, who, by the way, was an active Christian. So anyway, he engages in this extensive debate with this individual named Alvaro, who is a Jewish convert to Christianity. And this was an explosive debate that had a tremendous amount of so much more to say about it, but I think this is illustrative of the tensions that erupted between Jews and the church in the 9th century in particular. We're going to have to see how this relationship will unfold over the Middle Ages. Thank you very much.
Check out Behind the Flow, a podcast documentary series following the launch of San Diego football.
San Diego coming down the last year will be a game changer because this region has been hungry for anti-professional soccer teams creating a presence.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most important aspects of my development of early Jewish is
I am too.
You click the yellow stars.
I didn't pick all of them.
You gotta leave at least 3 more. Shit.
Fucking knife in order, Lee. You fucking muscle hamster.
This show is presented by On It. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The new year means a fresh start for your business, and a great year starts with making great hires. Our listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter.com/church. The show is also brought to you by Lyft. Go to Lyft.com. Lyft is where drivers can make up to $35 an hour, and getting started is just a tap away. Sign up today at Lyft.com/Joey. Sign up today to drive for Lyft at Lyft.com/Joey.
This structure
Oh shit, kick that mule, motherfucker. It's all over. 2017. The restraining order's over. It's over. We're kicking this mule with Theo Bond, my nephew Lee Sayat. Take your uncle motherfucking Joe. Kick it, Lee. Blast the fucking speakers. I want the speakers to blow up, Lee. I want to see somebody's ball blow up. It's not happy for us.
What that change was, so we can go back and try to understand.
I want to see my dick try to fuck my ass, bro.
Major changes.
Oh shit.
Revolution was a way of looking at Jews who lived in France as actual citizens rather than sort of like
oh shit
residents, people who were
What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Happy New Year to you and yours. I hope this is a happy year for you. I hope you're healthy. Because if you ain't healthy, you can't get your dicks up, and you cannot make any kids. You understand me? You cannot get kids. So, my number one, one of my favorite people in this fucking city is on the show tonight, Theo Vaughn, my little fucking Jewish nephew who already started the new year off. Puking the edibles tonight. I don't know what's this. You know what happened? You know what happened, bro. You know what happened? Fucking little money away from me for a week. You didn't keep up the training. Okay. First of all, I don't want to hear a story. I don't want to hear a story. I know exactly what happened. 10 years you've never puked around me except that one night. Yes, that never went deep. I burped in my own mouth. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you burped a little mushroom. You pissed a little singular burp. A little bit of belly cum. A little bit of fucking yellow acid and fluid. What? Keep your tongue going 4 or 5 hours that night, Lee. I took you to fucking SEAL training that night. Going up the fucking barbed wire and shit. That was something that I felt horrible about. But tonight, you didn't even let the medication hit you. You fucking.
Those chocolate Luna is.
But you told me you bought 4 of them. You took them down the wall.
I did. You can see. I have video evidence. That's why. This is why.
Did you eat the whole thing?
Of course I did. What do you mean eat the whole thing?
Did you on camera do magician tricks? Like
no, I didn't. I never do it.
I used to have to watch him. He would put these at you. Yeah, remember those fingers? They move real good. That's magician.
They keep 10% of the tricks in a box.
Yeah, they invented the fucking magician. Fucking Jews. That's who invented the magician. They just were going about that shit.
Yeah, they all magicians out of the womb, bro. Hey, man, you know, last time I saw him leave, was if we got squealing on the patio. Fucked up. The craziest part about that, Joey, was when I came in, I thought I heard I'm like, there's kind of a squealing in the microphone at first. But he's like, I'll fix it by the end. It was him. It was him. Like a fucking disabled gerbil, bro. Like a fucking.
That's how I felt. That was like the deepest I've ever been on my show.
I'll tell you, look like a damn welfare gerbil.
It was chocolate mushrooms that smelled like Parmesan cheese. He was eating it and it was falling out of his mouth. I just put it in my mouth and drank it. I didn't deal with it. He wants to fucking chew it. He wants to snack it. See, this is every one thing. You gotta swallow them drugs, dog. You can't be fucking
around. That's what I tried to do tonight, and that's why I puked up on the floor. Because you said you were making fun of me. You're like, just swallow that motherfucking thing away. And it was like still a whole chunk, and my body just is like, I think my body is starting to fight back because I was thinking that's fucked up over the weekend.
Because you do them every night and you do little amounts. You gotta go pee straight.
You gotta get in there, bro.
16, 1800 by yourself.
Yeah, you gotta get your bowels high, Lee.
I ain't telling you, they don't do that for nobody.
That's what we talked about.
Advertising, you're
First of all, I was doing over 1,000.
No, you weren't.
I was too.
You gotta get your bowels high, bro. I want your shit to be scared. That's how high you gotta get.
It's so funny. We were having a conversation before the podcast started about, about this is like, I guarantee there's a lot of people today walking around with an ice pack on their head going, what the fuck happened 2 nights ago? Like, I'm about to get 2 drinks and I ended up blowing 4 guys. My asshole shut. You don't know what realm you get into, you know. And when we spoke today, realm and value, like, listen, I'm trying to keep my life together. I mean, I'm good looking. I don't want to fade away. So I've been behaving myself. Was your main thing alcohol, and then you went crazy?
Yeah, I mean, well, I just ended up getting key, you know, like I ended up getting into drugs usually sometimes at night.
With drugs without the alcohol, or they have alcohol had to soften you up first?
I think I would just. You know, it's a good question, man. Alcohol has never been a thing for me. I never cared about alcohol. I just, once people started having cocaine around, I just kind of like the smell of it, you know what I'm saying, bro?
Nothing else,
no, nothing like that, dude. We used to do, like, back in the day, some dude came through the neighborhood, I remember, with some kind of, I don't know what, LSD suppository, some kind of suppositories, dude. People were doing, it was like just, you know, these like little, they were kind of, I don't want to say pink, they were kind of red and little, fucking throwing rainbow treats up your ass,
It's
you
not
know?
manly enough of its thing.
I mean, it was, yeah, and people was doing LSD suppositories. Dude had about, I remember he probably had about 400. I don't know where he got them from, Germany or some Iceland or something. You know, and to us, that was like, they got them from Saturn. You know, we never even heard of that. Germany, you know, to do this. And people were doing acid, you know, or whatever it was, doing the suppositories, I remember for a while. So I liked psychedelics a little bit when I was younger. And what else, dude? And then, but out here, I don't know what happened. I just had a couple of crazy nights, and then I was like, I'm gonna try something different, man. So I just decided I'm gonna stop partying. So now I got about 6 months I've been sober since I'm. The last time I walked out of here, I went over to the Improv and did a set high on mushrooms, and they were flicking the lights on stage. I still have it on video, man. I'll put it out. I'll put it out for your for your legion.
How old are you now?
36, man. I'm an adult.
It's tough to say to yourself, this is it. You know, you have those nights, and like we were saying, you've had a spectacular night. In my world, like where I came from, that's a spectacular night.
Oh, yeah.
Get in the cab, go football. The guy showed up with a chick, you fucked the chick in the cab.
No, he did.
Oh, he fucked her in the cab. Oh, no, this is crazy. Now, what time did this night end?
Dude, so what happened with that night was, let me revamp it for you. So what happened was, I went to a party, bro, and I didn't even plan on drinking.
No, you're in New York.
I'm in New York City. Yep, I'm in New York City. Yep, I was doing comedy. I had a sublet there. I was just kind of experiencing the city. We talked once or twice when I was there, you know, and I was enjoying it, man. It was good. And then I went to a party one night, and afterwards, they were drinking at the party. And I just felt uncomfortable, dude. To be honest, man, most of my life I have felt uncomfortable, bro. I don't know what it is. Like in a lot of environments, I just feel uncomfortable.
Out of place.
Out of place.
Yeah.
You feel that ever?
All the time.
What do you mean ever? There's more times that I feel in place like that. Like that's the weird times. But it's like my girlfriend and I were just talking about it because we stayed in on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
But seeing the shots of Times Square and seeing the shots of the clubs, maybe I should have done something a little bit more social. But that is not. I'd rather be in a box than in a club. Like it seems that would feel so uncomfortable there. Like a New Year's Eve club, like that's not me at all.
You don't see in the club today. Show you the picture. You don't see people getting fucking molested in the background and people, you know. But at least light a candle or something. Later, you do anything?
Oh well, yeah. Well, he's gonna make fun of me. We went away the week before. We went to Long Beach. That's my big time.
Took a trip to Long Beach.
I don't know.
Probably to pick up rent.
This is amazing. This is just amazing.
So anyway, I can't even get what it did. That was it. You took your girl to a fucking walk.
No, she took me.
Jesus Christ.
But then we just decided to come home because it was raining.
Because it was raining.
Yeah, we're gonna sit in someone else's apartment on New Year's Eve down in Long Beach when I have a nicer apartment up here.
What the fuck?
It's a horror show. I tried. And I keep
it sounds like the Notebook. It sounds like the Notebook for two people on Down syndrome.
No, this was something that when he told me, I go, what? Now when he told me, I thought they were going to leave Friday night, go to a hotel like normal Americans, right?
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning, get a little room service, gives her a stab, and take a walk down, come back, smoke a joint, eat a stop, maybe about 6. Take it to a nice fucking restaurant, 6, 7 o'clock setting, dog. So you're out of there by 9:30, you take it back to the apartment, give it straight up, eat 3 more stars, and watch some stupid movie. That's what he was doing. I got a call from him Thursday at lunchtime. So we're about to leave. And I go, leave where? Long Beach. I almost shot myself in the fucking head. I knew this kid can't be this stupid. And then that night I went to dinner. I had to do a set last week, and I had 2 hours to kill. I told him, I'm going to make dinner. I'm going to eat dinner in Hollywood. There's no sense in me coming back. I did a set for Penn State. So I had 2 hours to kill, so I went to Chivo. That's one of my favorite places.
Good place. I've never even been there.
I don't eat the pizza. I don't eat none of that shit. I get the salad. It's delicious. The minute, whatever salad. And the Big Mama spaghetti with no meat. Just pasta, white sauce, and they got cheese. And they give you a small serving. It's always been good. I've been eating there for fucking years. Wow. And that's what I eat. I go there 3 times a year, though. If I'm lucky, I got 3 times to drive by. I got an hour here. Yeah, I got an audition. I plan it. I go, okay. I got an hour and a half. Might as well go to fucking cheap to your dad. I get excited. Yeah. I sit next to a guy. I go to the bar and I see the bartender. He's an old door guy from the Improv. We start chit-chatting. 2 things down from me is a guy from Emerson College. And right away, I asked him, what do they teach you up there? Because I was in college. And I don't know, I'm not sure anymore. I go, I hired him because I thought he was sharper than I was, but lately he's been slimming. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
And that was late?
That was late. Long Beach, Thursday afternoon for New Year's. I could see, like I said, Friday after all the traffic is here's the best one. Here's the best one of all. I call him Thursday night, or he calls me, we're talking in the conversation. Also, he goes, yeah, we Airbnb. I go, you're not even in a fucking hotel with like a fucking elliptical. Then you go to the elliptical, you've been home all week with her, and now you go down there for 2 more fucking nights with her to do nothing, to look at each other and eat cookies and shit.
At a stranger's apartment.
And watch really bad TV in a stranger's apartment. This was something that I was like, I don't know. Like fucking squatters. When they called me Saturday and told me he was coming back, I wanted to tell him just GPS the car to the Santa Monica Pier. Take the car right up the fucking pier. Because it ain't getting no better in your life. He went away to Long Beach, and every morning when I woke up since then, today there was a burglary in Long Beach where they shot the burglar. He shot the burglar every day. I woke up and that morning, all I was waiting for, praying for it to be like Lee's apartment, like to see Lee fucking shot in the head, like Lee got hit by a car coming with a box of wings. And they got poor girlfriend on the van. I don't know what happened. I didn't stop her.
The saddest part is
who the fuck goes to Long Beach?
I don't know. Lee used to treat himself to a nice night at Chibo at the bar, and now years later he's finally got a girl.
No, that wasn't me. He was at Chibo that night and he was thinking about me.
I was from Emerson. I had to ask him, what do they teach you there? They teach you anything? What the fuck do you have to eat there?
I'll be honest. Okay, this was we couldn't fly anywhere. We didn't have enough time, so this is what you chose. But we actually had a good time. The fucking aquarium and Queen Mary are fucking awesome. You're still in this spot. But this is what I did want to talk to you guys about.
The aquarium
is it feels like it was the weirdest experience of my life.
Did you touch any animals, like at the petting zoo in there?
Yeah, well, the aquarium, yeah, but at I thought you were talking about the apartment for a second.
Not at the Airbnb, dude. You fucking had other roommates.
So there's roaches in the apartment.
You massaging other roommates.
No, thank God there weren't roommates.
Imagine if there was a roommate. He takes his lady out.
No, it was like a horror show. Yeah. I live in a fucking world between him and my wife. I'm not gonna make it to 56. I'm not gonna make it to I just got 4 weeks in that house with my wife. Wow. It's a torture chamber. Fucking house of horrors. I love it with all my heart.
It's a torture chamber. What's the worst part? Like, what's the worst part? Honestly,
it being 9:30
in the morning
at night, and just sitting there not having a spot because I don't want to be at the store every night, bro.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to be that guy. I don't need to be at the store every night. There's young guys coming up. I know how I felt when I was coming up and I had shit to do. And there's some old guy that's coming down. I'm good enough. 2 spots a week, I'm good. This week I'm doing Thursday. Tomorrow night I'll do flappers. If I get out jiu-jitsu early Wednesday, I'll pop into someplace. But, you know, I got a gig Friday. Fucking good. I'm not working on nothing. I'm just putting a couple bits together, finding my new fucking voice, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, when you travel, it breaks the monotony up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And I was home for 4 fucking weeks. And it was the holidays. And one of those weeks, the baby was home all week. That's tough.
Baby's off to school?
All week. 1 week vacation.
And
it rained 3 of those days. You know what I'm saying? So she wanted to ride the bicycle.
It's like a triple threat. So the parents hate.
And the truth of the matter is that I'm a dud. I've always been a dud, you know. Lee says that he was uncomfortable. say where I feel comfortable. I feel comfortable in a bar with a bartender. I looked at a woman in 1924. Yeah. She still has tits. She wears push-up bras. She's got freckles on her tits. She's got a sense of humor. The bar seats 20. She serves some fucking food in there that's kick-ass. There's a jukebox. There's music. You know what? At this age, I don't want a fucking pool table. Yeah. I don't want a dartboard. I don't want a lot of movement. I never like movement. Yeah. Sit down, have a fucking beer, and talk to me if you want to do this. If you'll be moving around, go somewhere else. Yeah. Pool and arguments. I can't walk. This guy's throwing a fucking dart at me. I just want to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I want to do. That's my ideal bar. And to be strictly honest with you, since the age of 16, that was always my ideal bar. Once we started going out to those discos, I've said it once, I've said it before. My wife asked me on the ride home the other day from dinner, we were listening to Studio 54 on Sirius XM, and she goes, so you used to go disco dancing? No, you crazy. I was a kid when that shit came out. I go, when I was in high school, I could put a handful of times I went to clubs, the studio, but I went to studio in 84. There's nothing going on in the studio no more. It was on Thursday night. 84? Yeah, I was going to club area like twice. I went to like the rooftop 4, 5, 6 times. But I was never a club guy, bro. Look at me. I knew who the fuck I was. I belonged to the neighborhood bar with a bartender named Lila. Yeah. She had a dog behind the bar. The dog slept the whole fucking time. That's the bar I grew up in, Joe and Mary's. They had a little circular biscuit tent, like a bakery thing in the middle. And they would have a cover, and in the middle there was ham and cheese sandwiches, because it had them. So if you want a sandwich, you just went over and got it. They had Stewart sandwiches, and next to it was don't cook line called Chicken Delight. It was a chicken fill, not chicken fillet. This is when chicken was chicken. And one of the kids we hung with was the fucking cook. So at the end of the shift, he'd come over to the bar with a box of chicken. Chicken beautiful. It was then you had a tab, and the guy that ran the place was a loan shark. If you fucking hit the brand 8 bar, you could borrow 300 from on the spot. I still own 8,000 from 1982. I never. The first time I went to Vegas, dog, I knew it wasn't for me. Yeah. I just always felt very insecure in those places. Always, still do. Yeah, that's how I felt. Still do. And I always had an excuse in my head on why I felt insecure. When I was younger, it was that I wasn't good looking enough and I'm a criminal. These people are all nice people. These are the environment I want to hang with. These people don't want to hang with me. Yeah. And when I got to a certain age, I was too old. And now I'm like, I just feel like I'm playing out a fucking pervert. Yeah. Like I remember being 25, seeing like 50-year-old guys, thinking, why is this fucking guy here? This is a pervert. Lee is a sweetheart. I've seen Lee at a bar. No, I can tell he's a gentleman. Lee wants to go to a bar and watch a football game and have a bucket of wings. And he wants to yell maybe a little bit. He doesn't want nobody close to him yelling. He doesn't want nobody. Lee'll pay $3 extra just to, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is the white section. Lee wouldn't do good in Studio 54. What's he going to do? Have one drink? People are trying to talk to him. I never liked going to a place where the music was loud. That's where you lose Uncle Joey. Yeah. If I can't talk to you the way we're talking now, I'm lost. I'm lost, you know? Yeah, see, that's the same as for me, man. But for some reason, I kept making excuses that made me, like, less than, you know? So, like, oh, it's my fault that I don't fit in here. Instead of just being like, oh, this isn't my environment, you know? Now, why didn't you feel it was your environment? I just felt like you said, older? No, I felt like, you know, like these people were rich, or these people were better than me, or these people, I'm kind of a bit of a miscreant, you know. I grew up on the other side of the tracks, and these people.
Well, they don't know it. Like, that's the thing I always thought, because my whole thing comes from, like, I've always been chubby and short. You're like a tall, in-shape, good-looking dude. I look at you, and I think there's nothing wrong in his life at all. Like, there's no way he's self-conscious about anything.
Well, that's what goes wrong, man. I look at you and I think this guy's fucking
what
got it all.
What environment do you feel comfortable in?
Just a more real environment, a more just calm.
10 people, 50 people, 100 people.
Yeah, as long as, I can feel okay at 10, 50. When it gets to be a little more than that, sometimes it's just too much. But when the music's loud and I can't communicate with people, then that's where I start to feel uncomfortable.
That's my end. That's my fun.
But I kept going back. I kept thinking there was something wrong with me, that the environment was okay. But it wasn't, man. And that's what happened that night. I went to this club, and they had a party for my friend's fashion line. And then I got in this taxi after this girl gets in with me. I left early because I was going to be on Opie and Jim Norton. This when Opie and Jim were still together. And this beautiful girl gets in the taxi with me, this Asian girl. And she just started talking about the night. She said that she had fun at the party, but that her boyfriend wasn't in town. Then she goes, her boyfriend's never in town. Then she's like, what happens in taxis stays in taxis, right? That's what she said. So I'm thinking, fuck yeah, you know, like, she wants me to make a move on her. So I make a move, shut me down. And I don't know if that's what made me feel weird after that or whatever, but the taxi dropped her off after that. And then it was just me and the driver, bro. And this dude spoke another language, you know, something fucking fancy, you know, something that could play soccer, you know, like this dude, you know, like this dude was betting on fucking foreign soccer games on his phone for sure, you know. And I thought he said drugs, dude, and I just said cocaine. That's what I said. And next thing you know, we're in North Harlem. He bought some cocaine for us. He comes back in the car. We're doing cocaine. And then he's like, I got a gift for you. I got a gift, you know. And I thought it was going to be, you know, I grew up in like a troubled area. I thought it was going to be his dick, you know. Like, you know, that's what I was expecting anyway. And then a hooker, a prostitute knocks on the door, you know. This lady gets in, and I think it was a man, honestly, in hindsight. She had these big sunglasses on. Kind of a man's face that was under the sunglasses.
You have cocktails in here at this point?
Yeah, a couple tequilas, dude. And so now we're partying, bro. Me and the driver were first partying for about an hour. Dude, I got so high, I remember thinking, where is the driver? That's how fucking high I was. And he was sitting next to me doing cocaine.
Yeah, at what point does this become not a taxi cab ride? Like, when does the meter get turned off? Like, this
the meter's going, bro. The meter's at about 270, bro. No. So he's got to fucking be positive because I'm paying for this experience, bro. So then, dude, this hooker gets in. She had kind of long hair, huge sunglasses, covered about 60% of her face. And the 40% of her face you could see, to me, looked like a man's face, right? Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just, like, if I were on a game show and it was like, guess 40% of this person's face, I would have guessed man first, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, look like a man's face, you know? Or it looked like a woman that just shaved recently. That's what it looked like, you know? So anyway, we're all getting high together, and the hooker starts making advances towards me. Bro, this sounds ridiculous. And I got out of the car, man. I felt uncomfortable, dude. So,
you're like, I don't understand. In my world, I'm thinking, you're a Louisiana boy in fucking Harlem. No shit, you feel out of place. I feel out of place there. No, I always felt comfortable in North Harlem.
Yeah.
Like I know that neighborhood where you're at. You know what I'm saying? You're not in the Bronx yet. Right? You're not in the
Bronx. I don't know where we're at.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. You don't know where we're at. It was a dark. That's all that matters, yeah. You ain't having a good time if you got the dark neighborhood on one part of the night.
I was racing when I know when I'm back. You know, I know when I'm back.
Bro, what time is all this going down?
It's about 3:30.
All right, so what happened? So you walk out the cab. Where are you now? You get another cab?
No, I'm in the street. Luigi comes out after me. That's the dude I was partying with, the driver. And dude, you know what's crazy is he had even one of the lights in the taxi wouldn't go off, and he made like this little paper mache thing and put it over the light, bro. Like this dude was, I mean, I don't think he was homosexual, but this dude was about the most romantic fucking cab driver I've ever spent time with, dude. And dude, it was more romantic in that taxi than it was in your fucking Airbnb, bro. That's the saddest part. So, dude, I get out, he comes out after me. He made me give him $100, right? And I gave him the 100 because I was a little scared at this point. And I'm thinking he's gonna pay the hooker and she'll go. But then I look back over there a couple minutes later, a minute later. and they're kissing on each other's necks. He spent him $100 with this hooker, dude. He fucking just got this $100 out of me, bro.
Wait, so your taxi driver bullied you into buying him a hooker?
No, he owed him money anyway. Right away, he took the money. Luigi took the money and said, "Hold on 5 minutes. Let me get $20 worth off this hooker."
He took that money and reinvested it in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And look, I respect hookers, man. Like, you know, I've been through some tough nights, man.
Not fucking North Harlem.
But still, man.
I don't give a fuck.
You know, I respect women that are out there if they got to be out there selling their body.
I got nothing against that.
I know you don't.
But in North Harlem, you ain't getting into nothing good. You understand me?
You keep saying North Harlem.
I don't know.
Like East Harlem.
Listen, all I know is I used to go to Harlem to buy coke, and I'd see women out there. And dog, let me tell you something. It's an illusion.
Yeah.
It's an illusion. First of all, 4 out of 10 of them got mixed in.
Oh, damn.
4 out of 10 of those chicks.
They don't like
in those days. It was, you gotta remember, up in Harlem in those days, the Bronx, it was open fucking corral. And in the 90s, the Russians came.
Oh, yeah.
And I never saw it, but I had friends tell me, you go to Queens, and there'd be 6-foot Russian blondes with leopard mini skirts. Then you give them 300 just to eat their assholes. They were that hot, banging like they took over, so all the other ones, the crack holes disappeared.
Yeah.
All that, you know. But in those days, even when I got in trouble with my buddy, you know, Dodger, and we were going over there, those hookers, yeah, those city rattlers, those days, you gotta, that takes a certain nerve.
Yeah, a lot of them work at the Popeyes during the daytime.
No, they don't work. They're at the clinic in the daytime. Get blood transfusions too.
We used to have this lady Victoria, Miss Victoria, in our neighborhood, bro. You could pull up, bro. You could eat her ass for like $40, right? She'd sit in your car window, dude, just put her ass in your fucking car window, like a fucking to-go box, you know? You could, if you had somebody driving, you could even have them drive the block, and she would just sit in there like a little side item, bro. But so this dude Luigi, I give him the 100 to get back in the car. They're making out. I'm kind of pissed, dude. I don't want to bring that negative energy back into the car, right? So I deal with my feelings out in the street for a minute, kind of process through that.
Why do you want to bring negative feelings back into the car?
Just because I'm really extremely high, man. I'm under the influence of cocaine. It's almost 4 a.m. And I don't know these people that well, and I still need to get home. And for some reason, at this point, I feel like Luigi is responsible to get me home, right? So I get back in the front seat, right? And they're hooking up in the back, little blowjob, like it's getting wild, you know. And I want to still do cocaine, you know. So but I don't want to interrupt them, dude. So I remember trying to quietly do cocaine in the front seat, just like the softest little inhale you could do. Oh yeah, some dude. I was definitely listening hard. You know? I mean, dude,
all you smell is like cologne. Like when you walk in the middle of them, all you smells like fucking heavy duty perfume. Covering up.
I'm trying to remember. She smelled like violence to me and tattooed. She was a tough lady or man. I mean, I thought she was a man. The face looked like a man's face to me, but she had big sunglasses on. She could have been one of those taller Vietnamese people that kind of look black at night, you know. So we're in there, and now I'm in the car, and I'm trying to quietly do cocaine, dude. Like, just like a fucking, just like just doing it in like an installments. Like, had a bump on the way away.
Why do you have to just fucking? They're back there fucking. Why can't you just?
Because there's something wrong with me where I sacrifice other people. Like, I just feel like I gotta be considerate at all times. I don't want to interrupt them, dude. I guess I don't know, man. I was fucked up, bro. So they're partying. At one point, I remember even turning my head back and just dumping cocaine quietly into the top of my nose, like this. just as quiet as I could be. And a cop goes by, dude. Cop goes by. I get scared. I tell Luigi I'm scared, bro. He don't give a fuck, dude. This is when I realized like he didn't care about me as much as I cared about him, I guess. And he's like, you drive. You drive. And that's when I got in the driver's seat. And I drove, man. I drove us about a mile and a half. You don't know where I was, dude. And then I pulled over because a voice in my head, bro. First, a voice in my head is like, dude, at least it was like, you're out here, bro. You're high. You know, you're doing cocaine. but at least you're making money, you know? Like I was working like I was a cab driver, and that's all I can do. My brain's fucked up. Like, this ain't my cab. You know, I gotta pay for this. And my brain was like, you don't have a commercial driver's license. And that's what got me to pull over, dude. That technicality that if a cop stopped me, that I wouldn't have one. And I pulled over. I got another taxi, got back to my hotel room, finished doing my cocaine, and I had to go to OP and Jim Norton that morning. And it's 5:30 now, dude. I took 3 showers, bro, in 10 minutes. Right?
I have one question.
Yeah.
Did he pay Luigi or did he just kind of get out and just get into another cab?
No, we ended up in a little bit of an argument at the end. I left $100 on the car seat. And yelled adios at him really loud, bro. I don't even know if he spoke Spanish. I'm just screaming adios at him and this fucking hooker who had the smallest tits I've ever seen, bro. It looked like a man's chest. But then I go to Opie and Jim, dude, and the other guest for the day is Daryl Strawberry. And I could not even feel my face, dude. I couldn't even think. And that's when I was like, this is bad luck. You know, I didn't even talk. They're asking me questions, dude. I couldn't even, like, I couldn't feel my face. All my thoughts was coming out of my neck. Like I was running on neck thoughts, dude. I'm fucking thinking with my neck, bro. So I fucking sat there for 3 hours, bro. Just roasted. Now I know how you feel, kind of like. I just sat there, just boiling in my own fucking drug-induced bullshit. And then I fucking left, bro. And I'm halfway down the walk over there, I realized I had on fucking sweatpants with jeans over them, bro. Horrible. That's like a catheter outfit. Like you might be getting a catheter, you might have to stay overnight.
You know, while I'm sitting here, because I'm like, you know, just people like Lee, he's a sweetheart. I wish to God Lee never does a drug. He would never do a drug. But for some people, some experiences like that experience,
yeah,
to wake up on OP, because you basically woke up on OP and Jimmy, and you're coming down off the juice. You're not paranoid, but you can't talk either. You're in that stage. Yeah, you're in that stage of fucking. Why the fuck am I even here? It's horrible. Yeah, I'm sitting here going, I remember doing that 10,000 times. Oh, not, you know, being in a cab with a hooker, but when you said horrible. When I was growing up, I had a friend, and he had a girlfriend. He was about 7 years older than me. He's dead now, God rest his soul. But he had a girlfriend who was fucking banging. Wow. And I saw her naked once when I was like 18. That shit stayed with me. That was jerk off material for like 6 months. I go ahead, I disappear, I do my thing. I go to Colorado, I do a little time. I'm back in Jersey in 93. And I reconnect with a friend of mine. And he goes, what are you doing tonight? I go, nothing. What do you want to do? He goes, let's go out. Meet me at Teaneck at this, I forget the name of the place. It's a popular place for that age group, you know, and I went there, met him about 7. Yeah, Teaneck, Tenafly. It's a Teaneck. It's Artist Cafe, something like that. Something like very chic. So a lot of kids from my neighborhood thought, you know, as they got older, they went there for a few drinks. And I was at this time, I'm 31 years old. I'm doing comedy already. I'm not getting nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking on no doors and shit. But I'm doing fucking comedy. And I hook up with them at the time. I'm a fucking fiend, you know. It's 35 a gram on 178th Street. 25 if you want it clean. I go in there and get right off the bat and jack. Bam! This shit was glass. On aluminum foil, and they give you a blast when you walked in. Oh, that's beautiful. They sat you down. They go, what do you want to do? And you go, I don't know. It takes a 35. And then, what do you want to do? You want to taste 20? And you go there, and then they walk you out to the door, and you walk back to your car, and the cops are paying for it. And they put you back on not Amsterdam, but one of those streets under the bridge. Yeah. And then rule number 1, you took the Lincoln Tunnel back. Go in to get a fucking hot dog, roll a joint. These idiots that would get back on the George Washington Bridge, they had spotters. Right? They just seen you go over. They pull you over, now they confiscate your fucking car. You have to give it to them because if not, they'll bring the dog and they're gonna get you anyway. Right. So don't fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? It was hardcore. Damn. So I went over there first. That was my automatic first stop of the night. And I had it down to a science in those days. Sometimes I'd walk over and take the bus back. Same difference. Oh, listen, he'd be high on that bus, though, huh? No, I wouldn't do it. Oh, yeah, wait till you get up. No, I'd do that little blast that he'd give me. Like, by the time I got to the bus, I'd be coming down like a little bit like.
But how Theo was saying that he felt uncomfortable there his first time. Do you remember how you felt the first couple times you went there before you became old hat? Like, were you freaked out, or was it already at that point?
Since my mom had a dry cleaner in the Bronx, probably in your system. And yes, and my mom had a bar in Union City, and my mom had a bar in Harlem at a young age. It's in my system. Yeah. I had a friend of mine take me over once to the city, and when I got back in the car, he goes, "It's amazing how you blended right in." He goes, "You knew the walk." I knew those first 10 years of my life. I lived in New York City. Those first 7 years of my life in this country, I lived in New York City. I went to school in the heart of New York City. Yeah. I went to school on 89th Street, PS 166, from K1 to fucking 3rd grade. Then I went to graduate school in Jersey. But all that time, I got the patois of the city. Yeah. My mom's action was on 125th. My Santeria action was on 148th. I knew the fucking city. You understand me? Then I got older and I knew George Washington Bridge. I knew the fucking streets. My stepdad shot a dude on 148th Street right near the Santeria party. I knew the escape route. I knew where to drop the gun on Riverside Drive. I knew that situation. So I get the coke. I go back to Jersey. I meet him in those days. I'm not a big drinker, but I'm the type of guy. See, I'll call you up and go, "What are you doing tonight?" "No, let's go get a drink." "Now, where did you go, Joey?" "I got an audition tomorrow, dog. Don't even start your shit tonight." "Yo, bro, I wouldn't invite you for a drink. I have a joint in my pocket." We go, we have one drink, we have 2 drinks, we have 3 drinks. All of a sudden, that chick you used to fuck shows up, and with a friend that sucked my dick that time at El Compadre, right? It's not dirty, it's early. Theo, let's get a taste. "No, bro, I got that big audition. ABC. Fuck, you give me 10 more minutes. I'll get the chick to buy him another fucking double kamikaze. Then he'll be begging me for a blast." And that's right there. That would bring me down. Yeah. I went up with the intention. I got a good, I'm pretty good. I want to tell you, listen, we got to do shit tomorrow. I'm pretty good about it. Towards the end, I wasn't going. I would slow it out before fucking audition. Damn. I have to go down to an audition at Fox. One time, towards the end, towards 2006, dog, after the longest shot, I got a little fucking weird. Yeah? Yeah. And one day, I get this audition directly from Fox. They're like, "We want you to read for this role." Yeah. It's been done before. The crazy roommate, the bookie money. Right, his mom supports him. He can't get a job, has a shame, and they were looking for anyway. Yeah, all right. I'll never forget my fucking coked up, ready to quit mine. I said, "You know what? They're looking for this guy. I might as well go in there like this guy." So I did something I never did a day before. I stopped shaving. Oh, that you glued hair to your face? No, what do you think? I'm fucking half a fucking... No, dude. We used to glue hair to our face to make beards. Pubic hair, too, during Halloween. Stop. Some of it was gray, I didn't put gel in my hair. I just put water in my hair. And I fucking went in there like 2 hours after doing coke. And I went in front of the camera with the casting director, me and the camera, bro. And after the first read, she goes, "Stop." She goes, "I think you better go home. I'm gonna make believe this never happened." Really? Yeah. She knew you were high? Yeah. How did she know? She must have been grammed up occasionally. Yeah, I could tell, but it was very disrespectful. She never said a word. Wow. She called the agent at the time and said, "Hey, this kid was fucked up.
I hit on an Asian lady recently who was a casting director, and she told my manager on me.
Really?
Yeah, I get back home, and he's like, she said you did a pretty good job, but she said he was hitting on her the whole time.
Which casting?
I don't even remember. She's beautiful though, too.
Down on the south side.
Oh, this was in
west side?
No, this was in out here in Burbank somewhere.
Okay. There used to be an Asian girl in the office here that was something out of a fucking movie.
Yeah.
She used to cast on the west side. Her and her partner used to have a cat, and the partner was no fucking slouch either. I walked in there one day, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, what's going on with these casting directors?
Yeah.
I don't know where she is now, but it's probably the same one.
This girl was stunning. I didn't mean to hit on her. I was just being a natural man, you know? Like, I can't help it. Like, oh, what's offensive? And I wasn't saying anything like, you know, touching my crotch or anything like that. You know, I was probably just saying, oh, you look nice today or something like that, you know? Like, I can't help it if I got a little fervor in my voice for a woman. You know, that's a sin out here these days, you know? Oh, you want to bust a nut on a lady? You're a fucking, you know, you're a deviant, you know? You're Charles Manson if you want to do that, you know?
Charles Manson studied Scientologist. He still studies Scientologist. How crazy is that shit?
He's a little pussy, dude. I'll beat that dude's ass. I swear to God, you let that dude out for 1 minute, fucking used car lot. I'll beat that motherfucking dude's ass, bro.
Why do you hate Charles Manson so much?
Because he's a pussy, dude. He made other people, he made hot chicks go out and kill people. I mean, it's kind of romantic and shit, but at the same time, he's a pussy.
Let me tell you something. As a child, I read that book, and that book fucked me up.
It really?
When I was about 13, after I got let back, it really fucked with me. Because I wasn't let back material. I had just gotten caught up in some fucking fantasy world.
Yeah.
But that teacher, Mr. Kingwall, who was a fucking prick.
He left you back?
Yeah, he left me back. No, I let myself back. I had summer school, but I went to summer school. I did the same fucking thing. You have 3 misses in summer school. You're done.
You're done.
I fucking missed 3 classes over this chick because that's the only time I get together with her.
It's the first 3. Jimmy, it's the first 3.
I was in love, dog. I didn't give a fuck.
That young love will get you.
And I thought that my dog was just say passing to this in 8th grade. Nah, they held me back. It was fucking brutal. It fucked with me. It fucked with everything I had. So Mr. Kingwall is part of every month you had to do a book report for him. The only problem was it was an oral book report. So he would take the book and dissect it. At that time, man, I was so pissed off at myself. He was still my English teacher. Even though I got put in Mr. Barone's class. Mr. Barone, I took him to the premiere of the Grudge Match. That's how tight I am with Barone. That's beautiful. No, Barone was tight, but he was the beauty of it. Me and Barone hated each other in the 7th grade. Like, he kept telling me the whole way, you better not get on the back, or you're going to get me next year, it's going to be all over. And so that fucking last day of school, if you have to go to 8th grade, you go to 8th grade. If you have to go to summer school, they just put you in the other 7th grade class. So the whole fucking 8 hours, Barone kept busting my balls. It's going to be fun. You sit here all next year. I'm going to fail you again. 7th grade to your night. Because you're going to be driving the other kids to school. He would torment me. So he tormented me, dog, for like 4 or 5 hours. And on the way out of the classroom, I saw his keys on the desk. I took his fucking car keys. And I walked home and threw the fucking weights away and shit. And that old lady pulls up my house with a cab. Where's my fucking keys? And we didn't talk again. And the next day I got a lot back. And I was in his classroom where he never mentioned it ever again.
Pretty cool of him.
And after about 2 months, we became tight because I realized he was a good basketball player and shit. So, I'm fucking glad we ended up talking about this shit.
We had this dude, Mr. Larry. We had this black kid in our school, Mr. Larry. He got held back so long, he just made him a janitor one time in middle school. He was there. I remember him being like, he could piss. His trick was he'd come in while you were peeing at the urinal, he'd piss over into the urine. And finally, he was in 5th grade for so long, they just made him a janitor. I mean, he's probably still, if that school's still open, he's probably still there.
Can you imagine only being in the 5th grade, they pull your sons? talking, and the staff has been talking. It's not going to work out for you, but lucky for you, we have an opening in the janitorial services department. What does that mean? Listen, we'll give you $1 for every dollar. We'll match it so you can join the army when you're 30.
I thought that probably means you at least 16 or something. So that was what, like 7 times going through the 5th grade.
Tell you something. I was a kid. You were stupid.
Really handsome too.
Listen, when I was a kid, you were stupid. They told you to decide when you were 16.
Yeah.
The teachers at school pull you aside and listen.
Oh my God.
You're wasting your time, man. When you get to high school, just sign up for the job as a mechanic. I swear to God, teachers were honest in the 70s.
Well, that's a better way. Now they want everybody to push forward. I remember the first Wigger went to our school. I told you guys that before. The first Wigger, this kid Brian St. Pierre went to our school, and they'd never seen it before, you know, and they thought he was mentally handicapped. They put him in. They made him eat the third lunch. You know, the third lunch is a special lunch where those kids are in there. You know, they make some of their own food and they eat it. You know, to make them have a talent. And he was in there, dude. This Wigger, so you'd have like, you know, you have like kids who really had mental illnesses and, you know, everything, all the DS and everything. And then you'd have fucking Brian St. Pierre wearing a Charlotte Hornets pullover, dribbling an invisible basketball all day, bro. Just posting up mental kids in the lunch line, bro. They'd never seen it. They thought he was mentally handicapped just because he wanted to, you know, play with the brothers. Just different times.
They had him cook lunch every day still. Like, you didn't say anything.
Once a week, they'd have them make some of their own recipes for lunch, you know? It's cool. I mean, we had a good group of handicapped kids at our school, I remember.
I'm fucked up, dog. Those stars hit me hard tonight. That's what happened. You know why they hit me hard? Because I trained last week. I didn't eat stars last week.
Lee sprayed out of his face. I didn't get
stars last week at all.
I sprayed it, bro. Myself off.
See, still here, bro.
Eating stars and shit. Fucking around.
I had transmission from my
No, you didn't. You threw the chocolate
away.
away.
Jesus.
So
That's why I have to do everything on Periscope. Thank God for Periscope.
Lee's fearless, man. I don't see how you do it, Lee. I really don't.
He's really not doing choice anymore.
He does like a little bit. He goes like this in front of the camera. He goes, I'm going to eat some chocolate. He takes a picture right there. He chews into this 80 milligrams, whatever. He throws this away. And he tells people he ate it. And then I ate the whole thing. And it was coming through his fucking fingers. You should have seen him.
He was killing out, huh?
You know, when you were telling your story, bro, the thing that I was thinking about the most were the 200 of those stories that I had that I wish I had the time. I wish I had the fucking time to, and I got 10 that roll around in my head sometimes, and one of them will pop up in the middle of the night before I'm about to fall asleep and my whole body shatters, bro. Those are those type of stories, especially when it comes to drugs.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to fucking drugs. And you know, the next morning you wake up and you're like, that's fucked up. I can't get my life together. I gotta call somebody. But, you know, 10 days later it happens again. And, you know, and sometimes it's sex, or sometimes it's crazy sex. You go to a girl's house, her sister and her stepfather in the room, and everybody's banging, and you're like, what the fuck am I a part of? You know, I just want to watch the fucking thing.
Is that a real scenario?
Lee, you would be fucking surprised what you bump out into when you're out there. Yeah. Especially when I started to do comedy, you'd be surprised what I bump into. And I had you one night talk about my body was shaking. Yeah, my body was shaking. Telling me just triple tours, just bolder, just, you know, life was a certain way when I lived in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Boy, was I fucking.
I remember trying to fuck this girl on roller skates one time. You ever try to do that, dude?
No.
At Halloween. Unbelievable, bro. But that was drug induced. I remember.
Never been arrested.
Dude, I got arrested maybe one time. We're all high at some house. And they brought a kid. The cops show up and they brought a kid from downstairs, right? And they said, this kid is here. Everybody's going in for contributing to delinquency of a minor. And then but once you got outside, kids were paying and getting out of the thing. They put us in the like slave shackles, you know, things they put between two legs, you know, and then hook you to the person in front of you. What is it? That shit, we had to walk downstairs. So it was the dumbest thing ever, bro. It must have taken us 40 minutes to get downstairs in these fucking leg shackles with these two stupid cops. But they brought this kid down, and then later there was a rumor that this was a stage kid. They were paying somebody's kid to fucking. They would sneak him in the back, put him in people's houses, and come down in pajamas, and then made money because it busted everybody else. Because now they got a charge on everybody contributing. What else did I go in for? Nothing serious, man.
Oh, God bless you, man. Listen.
But that was the thing. I just wanted to get. Part of me was like,
96, you got a fucking career. You're on the upswing right now. You know what? You fucked around. You gotta get dick sucked. I'm not telling you to go get married, but it's time to start watching your back, because this is when you're a good-looking guy. Shows are getting developed, and you could be the number 2 dude. Pick up a check, 5 years, no drama. You know, you already did it.
Yeah, I've had so much fun, bro.
You know, once you get everything out of the way, this place becomes a complete different animal.
Yeah,
you know, and then Lindsay Lohan survived it. The fucking Hilton kid survived it. Some people don't.
Yeah,
some people don't. And I told you when I walked in here, I'm happy about the podcast. I'm happy that I get to see Lee, and we get out and we talk shit, and he makes a living, and I make a living, and we sell tickets, and you know, guys like you come on here, and people get to hear you. I like doing stand-up. I don't think I could do this shit if I was doing low.
Yeah,
there's no fucking way. This podcast would have been done.
Would have fell apart.
Lee wouldn't even have been talking to me no more by this point. Lee would have gone. He left me there 4 fucking days in a row. You know, who's gonna come out of the house?
Yeah. That was I just don't. I need to take if this is where I'm kind of ending up once in a while, even once in a while. I just want to get.
So nothing happened after the cab ride. After that shook you enough.
Oh well, with seeing Daryl Strawberries was shook me.
The next day,
because he was 13 years sober, and he was like, I mean, this dude was eloquent. He had his life put together. He's a multi-millionaire now. And then he was pushing the documentary 30 for 30, the new one with Doc Gooden.
But Doc Gooden wouldn't show up.
Doc Gooden couldn't show up because he's
all
sick.
Fucked up. Yeah, he's all fucked up.
And I know my life isn't their lives, but it made me think, okay, you just got to monitor what's going on. Because I didn't like to party. I just like to put myself in a crazy situation.
Fuck yeah, me too.
You know?
That's what I was thinking about the whole time you're saying that. I go,
yeah.
I don't miss the drugs. I miss the 6 o'clock on the Camino, waking up and some girl gives you a Audi to drive home. You're like, what the fuck just happened last night?
Yeah. Dude, I was in Louisville one time. I came out of a show. They had a big group in a limousine. They invited me to go to an after party with them, right? I was like, I'm only coming if my boy can come. And they're like, who's your boy? And I'm like, LeCedric. They had a brother nearby in this Louis Vuitton jacket, dude. Probably about 60% homeless, right? And they're like, that's your boy? And I didn't even talk to this dude, right? And I was like, yeah, that's my boy. Like, all right, he can come. So I fucking walk over to him, look him right in the eyes. And I was like, what's up, man? Deal? He's like, sick of the sick. And I was like, all right, dude, I told these people you're my friend. You ever been in a limousine? He's like, nah. I was like, all right, come get in with us. Just act like you're my friend, right? We're going to a party. He's like, all right, man. So we go in the limo, bro. We're in there, hot chicks, dudes, people fucking. LeCedric kept saying, we're friends. That's what he kept saying out loud, right? Kind of fucking not the best actor, bro. Did we get to this house party? It's a nice, cool fucking party, bro. I'm downstairs, I'm in the kitchen. Somebody's making us a drink. I'm talking to somebody. It's 6 minutes later, I hear fucking somebody scream. I hear a window break, right? Somebody comes running down. They said some dude just stole like 4 purses out of the coat room upstairs and fucking jumped out a window.
That would have been me, Doug.
And that was fucking LeCedric, bro. And that was like, and everybody there was like crying and pissed. And some girl was like furious because all her tampons were in there or something. I remember she got pissed. She was a tough girl. She was like one of those people that slide the thing on the ice, she said. Curlers? Yeah, she was a curler. And but I was, in my head, I was like, this is the best fucking night ever.
No, that's...
So just shit like that where I just love to put life just in precarious situations, man.
Did you black out ever?
You never get invited to another house party?
Oh, I blacked out one time here in Hollywood, and that scared me. I woke up in my own bed. I had no clue how I got there. I wet the bed. I wet the bed till I was about 30 anyway. So, did you too?
Not until I was like a teenager.
Oh, that's nothing, bro. And that was a pretty crazy night.
Hold on 1 second. You went to bed till you were 13.
I don't know, probably around there, I guess, yeah.
I gotta watch you like a hawk.
Damn.
Those people always arsonists.
It might have been a little bit later. Maybe not 13, but close, maybe 10, at least.
Well, 10 ain't far from 13 if you're talking at least.
No, but yeah, I had a huge issue with it. It was terrible.
Dude, I used to have them buzzer underwear, bro. They put these underwear on you, and when the urine would hit them, a buzzer would go off, right? I'm not joking. Look them up online. This ain't no joke, bro. So I went to my grandparents. My mother didn't tell them that I had these, right?
I'm really hoping these are real things. Not just like a torture device your parents put on you.
Not at all. They by themselves. This doctor gave it to us. This dude was a bona fide doctor. So we went there. I got the electric pants on, you know.
What should I Google?
I'm getting my rest on. Buzzer underwear for urinators. Google buzzer underwear for urinators. So then, but they didn't tell my grandfather, right? So he had a small house, bro, little bitty house. So my fucking cross butt, like he wakes up in the middle of the night, dude.
You're on fire.
I'm not on fire, but I'm buzzing on, bro. Because I had apple juice, man. I piss big on apple juice, dude. I fucking spray out on the AJ. So I'm in there just buzzing, dude. I didn't know. And he came in. He didn't know.
Yeah, give me a pad, Lee.
He didn't know what was going on.
Oh my God.
He comes in. He's scared, bro.
How loud is this?
In a little bitty house, you could hear it from down
I just want to wake my wife up in the middle of the night, like twice a week.
I would just do 2 drops of you, and it goes off. And so my grandfather's in there, right? And he's all scared and shit. And
this would have been terrible when I was a kid.
And he's pushing me with a broomstick, dude. He thought I was dead, dude. He didn't know what happened to me. He thought I was possessed or dead. He's pushing me with a broomstick to wake me up, and he was worried because he had one of those hard makers, and he was worried he would get electrocuted. He thought something was happening. He thought the house had short-circuited and the phone company had fucked up. That's what he thought, the phone company had fucked up. So he thinks I'm fucking just laying there buzzing like it's a fucking mystery. But he died, man. My grandfather ended up. He died.
I love people. I love laughing. I love laughing at shit like this. Yeah, right there.
I forgot about that. This has been the best, man. I appreciate you having me on because I was sick the past 2 days, man.
What was wrong with you?
Oh, man, I had adult diarrhea, bro, to be honest.
It happens. Those fucking flights. You're eating fucking Katrina leftover stuff.
Yeah.
They still got some guys got it in stock.
Oh, they're serving fucking crippled pig pussy down there, bro. And I was eating about a handful.
Fucking around down there, Jack. Oh my God. I'm high on those stars because, like I said, I hate fucking transmitting and a couple of these moon things. The night I killed the cookies was the night I ate the transmission fluid and the moon thing. And I was home all night. Oh my God, I fucking killed those cookies.
I want some cookies, man. Dude, I ate half a cookie one time. I never had one. This a couple of years ago. I invited this casting director, right, out to a comedy show. So she comes, but the comedy show was the next night. I had the nights wrong. So I felt bad, and she was cute. And I was like, well, at least I'll get her dinner because she came all this way. I didn't want to be like a, just like you said, like a mook, So I had this lady dinner. We're sitting there eating dinner. She gave me a pot cookie. And I got high, man. I never had one. And I didn't know how we knew each other. And it was like a nice restaurant. And I started thinking that this was like my girlfriend, I was like, fuck, dude. I don't know what. And I tried to make a move on her by the cab saying, dude. And she's like, what the fuck are you doing? And she wasn't my girlfriend, man. And anyway, that was it. That was it, dude. But yeah, stuff dangerously. I think is what I'm getting at here.
I thought it was a buzzer, like a vibrating.
No, it's like a.
It makes an sound.
Instead of getting it over, you got the car, drove an hour and a half to go to the apartment.
Dude, yeah, Airbnb is not for anyone.
When you told me that, Lee, I was like, I can't. This is a horror show. This is so happening. What are you mad at Airbnb for?
Yeah, you should host a romantic getaway.
I'm not mad at Airbnb. It's just It was just weird. It was just this person's apartment, and like her stuff was there. And it was just her bed. Like I was like, we should bring sheets. And it was just not.
You brought your own sheets?
I wanted to, but we didn't. She's like, no, this is what they do. They make money doing this. This is all they have. It's an industry. I don't know. But
it's an industry.
Yeah, I like hotels. So from now on, I just said from now on we'll do hotels.
Yeah, man, splurge, man. Throw the extra $9 out there and get a fucking hotel.
He knows all the
No, I've
sites.
been to hotels.
He knows everything. He'll get 90% off fucking hotels.
Oh, you should be on
here. Dean, Del Rey, they know how to get a hotel room. I don't know how to do none of that shit.
People try to be like, I don't know, it's cool. It's like you get to be as part of the community. It was right on the beach, which was nice. But
oh wow, I didn't know that.
It was cool, but I'd still rather be in a hotel on the freeway. It's just, I don't know. Like even though I know more people probably are on those sheets, to be honest.
And sheets make you nervous?
Yeah, I do. Ever since, no, I didn't cook with none of that silverware. But ever since I've been with him, I just get on look. I never had skin issues, and now I get styes. If I work in a hotel.
So trust me. Yeah, but I got a call. His ear is swollen.
That's why I sleep on my stomach. I was
sleep on your stomach.
I do.
Like a fucking dead animal.
Yeah,
like an armadillo.
Yeah, or on my side. Mostly I either on my stomach or my side.
Jesus Christ. Do your arms touch the ground?
Yeah.
How do you even do that, bro?
I have no idea, dog.
Who sleeps on their stomach? Face down?
No, it's yeah.
Face to the side.
Pillows, yeah.
Oh, face to the side. Jesus Christ, I thought you slept face down.
I think I have like a massage table in my bedroom. No, but
I just trying to. Dude, you're a fucking unreal thing.
I figure what we were talking about.
They should have dolls. They should have the Messiah dolls, bro. They're indestructible, dude.
It was just. Airbnb, it was not. It's a hotel. We was just. I get it in like places where you want to rent a cabin or something like that.
Was it a spare bedroom or was it?
We had a full apartment.
It was her personal bedroom, though.
Yes.
Okay, see, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
All that people banging my bed, come on my headboard and shit.
People spraying out.
Oh yeah, we disrespected. We disrespected that bed.
Let me tell you something. You just come on the headboard and rub it in like fucking lemon. What's that joy? What's that shit you polish wood with? Old English. They come back. They gotta sleep with that old Diaz lurking over your head and shit.
Yeah,
Old English. That's a liquor. That's a malt liquor.
That's why we left. I knew it was gonna rain. There was gonna be fireworks, so we were gonna stay if there was gonna be fireworks. But then it was raining, and it was just like this person's. It was like her college apartment, kind of. It was like everything that was like someone else went to IKEA.
And they stayed out in a dorm at fucking
pretty much
Cal State Long Beach.
It was not good. It was not good. But my girlfriend is young, but the activities were great, and she just isn't making a lot of money yet. So
did she have a good time?
Oh yeah, we had a good time.
The activities great.
Dude, she had a good time, lady. That's what counts.
Yeah, of course. And we had a great time. We have a great time together. It's just
that's love.
I'm the old weird one who just wants to be in hotels. But
now, do you try to act not older on your girlfriend? She's younger. That's one thing I've noticed.
Well, I'm not that much. I'm like 2 years older.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's not weird. But people should go to Museum Stoned more. It's fun. It's like that. Have you been to the Queen Mary?
I've been to the other place.
museum down there, the fucking Zoolander.
The aquarium? Yeah, the aquarium was supposed to too.
Yeah. It's a nice time. It's beautiful down there. It really is. They redid Home Beach.
Yeah.
It's just not a vacation resort thing.
And we had the best Mexican food I've had in
That's the
California.
first thing I said to you that afternoon. I go, make sure you get the Mexican food. Don't get a fucking chain.
Oh boy, Simon Rex is going down there with him and Cody. Do you know him, Simon Rex? Dirt Nasty?
No.
Oh, you gotta meet him. He's great, bro. So funny.
No, it's great to fucking get sober, man.
Yeah, it's cleared my head up a
Get
little.
sober. Listen, man, I don't give a fuck what anybody tells you. And the quicker you catch yourself, the better off it is, you know?
Yeah.
It might take you a year to get sober, but it's so good when you do. Do you feel better? What's the difference right now that you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
No reefer, no sleeping pills,
no,
nothing. Just straight up water.
maybe I'll hit up a Cialis 5 milligram, you know, if I'm trying to party a little, you know. If I'm trying to treat a lady to an evening or something, but you know, I'll drop $9 on that. I got a dude that'll, you know.
When does that start happening?
What? The Cialis 5 milligram? Oh, I throw that just because, look, dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I could be Michael Jordan, but if I could have Scottie Pippen next to me, bro, I'll do it, you know? Like, there's no point in not having him in the ring with you, you know? You know, you don't show, you know, you gotta bring a knife to a fun fight, you know what I'm saying?
So petrified being one of those things.
Oh, you gotta go, bro, dude, I'll put one of those in my butt, dude. They go quick to your cock, dude.
What is this fucking? In the last week, we've had somebody who put what she put in their asshole? Coke.
Ecstasy?
Ecstasy.
Oh yeah, boofing. These kids are boofing when they blow cocaine in each other's butts.
What?
I read about that. That's a Colorado thing.
What do they do?
They put cocaine in the end of a straw, and then they put the other end into somebody's butt, and they blow it in there. It's called boofing.
I did that 25 fucking years ago. I invented that with a dollar bill. You boof with a dollar bill. You get the hepatitis C attached to the dollar bill and shit. If I don't have hepatitis C, I ain't got nothing.
Oh, yeah, man, bro.
From all those fucking dollar bills and snorting that shit. I'm staring at them. Oh my God. What the fuck?
So yeah, I hit a sabbatical, man, but I hit a sabbatical, so that's where I'm at. But it's chill. What I feel, because I just got a lot on my plate right now, and at least each time I can show up for it, you know? Like every day I know I can do what's required of me, you know? And my mind already tries to beat me up a lot. My mind, you know, first thing out of the game, my mind is like, you fag, you know, you nigga. Sometimes my mind calls me nigga, you know? Like, Jesus Christ, I guess my own brain using the N-word, you know? And it's just like, that stuff's just channelizing, you know, sometimes. So at least I know each day when I'm sober, it's like if I haven't been drinking or partying, then I'm able to get up and like battle my own demons and go at the day head on, you know. And I got enough war stories, and now I'm able to think out my war stories a little bit better. Because sometimes I was too busy making new stories to even think about the old ones. So now I'm able to look through the old ones and be like, oh, this could be a good story. And I can share those stories. So my stand-up has gotten better. I put it together a new hour in the past year.
You ready to shoot another special?
I'm ready, man.
You feel good about it?
Oh, I feel good, dude.
Where would you shoot this time?
This time I would do Chicago, or I would do here in LA, I think, because I got enough friends that understand me. You know? And it might be delusional. Otherwise, I would do Dallas. Dallas, bro. I love those people. They're fucking everything, dude.
You're working Dallas, the improv?
Yeah, I work improv. But I worked the one out yeah, Addison. Yeah.
That was one of my favorite clubs.
It is a great club, isn't it?
One of my favorite. But the whole town used to be 50 yards away. Now they switched to there.
The one I stayed at was really close.
You could walk through how many minutes?
Literally, not even joking. 2.5 minutes, maybe less.
Then they put you back in that hotel. They said they took you out of this. I was like, nah.
Oh, they did take you out for a little while. The first time I went, they had me stay at some other place down the street.
And you had to drive down there or some shit.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't do that shit, man. But yeah, man, I had some other crazy. I mean, I remember one night, body slamming a bunch of hookers dressed up like a fucking Genghis Khan, doing get Korean hookers and.
One of the last times I saw you,
got out one night and went to your apartment, and you were gacked up, and you called the chick, listen, you're the wrong chick.
Oh yeah, some lady had some lady with a mole, a big mole, and I set her with my buddy's a dermatologist.
I didn't know how to answer that.
Yeah, but hookers and stuff were never really my deal. I mean, my deal was I would just want to party and create stories. You know, like I never got into really that. I mean, that guy brought the hooker in the taxi. You know, that's Luigi's deal. That's his life. It was nice of him because I think he was trying to be a friend to me, but you know, I didn't need that. You know, I was just looking to party.
It's really weird when you live a certain lifestyle. You come to a point one day where you know what, I can't do this no more, because eventually something bad is going to happen. Luigi could have stabbed me.
Yeah.
The hooker could have slit my throat while I was putting my neck back to put coke in my nose. A fucking 1,000 things could go wrong. You know, from experience, man, now if I could do it again, I always went to my business. Listen, I went into those neighborhoods late at night. I think about it, my fucking skin like just wants to shake like a spirit touched me. Yeah. It's the weirdest thing. Like, I remember being at a bar in like Fort Lee, New Jersey, and knowing that the place is going to close at 3 and we got to make it over at 3 in the morning. But when you get to that place, the place is closed. So now you got to get to the Bronx. Are you fucking kidding me? Now you gotta cross a bridge and another bridge with coke in your fucking car. They confiscate that car and you're doing 7.5 years somewhere. And you're still doing it. Yeah. And you're still going to that bad neighborhood. And that's all you need is for a cop to see a hooker walk towards your car and her talking to you. You get them pulled over. Yeah. It's that easy. They see a woman 18 inches from your car, you get fucking pulled over.
Unless you're Miss Victoria, dude, who just drop her ass into your passenger seat, dude. That lady would hang on the side of your car. That's basically the, what's that food place where you go and they run out to your car and set the thing on the tray on the side? Sonic, right? It's basically the Sonic.
Well, I'm telling you, better than a Monday, the first Monday of the new year. Look at you and shit.
Amen, man. Good to be here, man.
Good to have you.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Victoria, I wonder what she's up to now.
Who's Victoria?
The hooker. That lady who would drop her ass in your car for $16, $18 probably. I saw my whole neighborhood the other day. I'll tell you about that next time.
Whereas the church gets a hand descending crown church, the synagogue gets a sword driven into the top of the skull.
How do you feel, Lee? How you feeling?
I'm feeling alright.
So the same day that the chocolate tube came out.
Yeah, I also ate the first half of the chocolate bar. So it was like something. Some parts of something stated that whatever's in there is working.
Real.
Okay, it's a fucking periscope. That's the fucking craziest thing.
You got the whole thing.
You always do great. I thought to yourself, oh, you bought 4 bars. You trained last week like a soldier. But as it was happening, I should have known. I had that feeling like Ronda Rousey when she was standing next to the referee. I should have known this was a hoax.
Listen, I mean, no disrespect. I know a lot of good people who make a lot of great edibles. Chocolate doesn't really ever sit well in my stomach. It's weird. Wow, a chubby dude who just chocolate is not in it for me.
You ain't a chocolate guy. I don't remember that.
No, sir.
How many weeks a month do you travel?
Probably 20 weeks. I do like 20 weeks on the road. Then I spend time with my family. So I do 3 weeks at home during the year. And then I'm doing enough work in town where it's good to be home, you know? Like I can make, decent money just even staying in the city.
You fly every night during the week?
5 nights a week, I've said, you know. Actually, I'll probably get up 6, dude, honestly. I try to take one off, though, just to make sure that I'm able to know what I'm doing when I get to the club, you know?
If I'm in training, I want to be out 6 nights a week. I get 6 cents. If I'm fucking around, I like to do 4.
Yeah.
I'll go out one night and bang 2. Just so I'm out 3 nights and I can stay Friday night with my family, leave it open. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you mean on the road?
Yeah, I have to go out twice a month, man.
Yeah, twice a month. That's what I like to do.
Twice a month is the most I could do. 6 nights. Let's do this shit. Do this shit. Do this shit. Oh shit, Lee Sciatico, look at you with a new shirt on. What'd you do with the old shirt?
It's not bad. I think they're trying to work hard. I just didn't want to wear a stinky shirt. But, oh my god, that was fucking. And you just eat them like they're nothing, which is the weirdest part to me.
There's no fucking state of mind, Lee.
There's no state of mind, but these things are tasty.
It's chocolate. It's chocolate. I don't taste nothing.
I about it the other day. Mushrooms have shit on them. And you just don't.
Yeah, not all of them.
Oh, yeah, they do.
The ones I give you, I clean off.
You don't clean nothing off.
Yes, I personally clean the fucking mushrooms off of you. Well, before you came in, I was telling Lee that, you know what, man, I really like the holidays. But those 5 days afterward just really rough on me, man.
Yeah.
I just want New Year's to fucking come and go. I had a nice time New Year's. I'm happy Joe had me open from Dorf, even Tony Hinchcliffe, nice fucking people. Wow. We did this show and got the fuck out and nobody hung out, nothing. But, I was home by 11:45.
That's beautiful.
Man, nobody got their feelings hurt. My wife was there, you know. But that's it. I'm not doing it no more. I've done enough of them. You know what I'm saying? 25 years. I've done probably fucking 20 years of New Year's. That's it, man. I bombed hard on fucking New Year's.
New Year's is hard.
New Year's is hard. I bombed fucking hard. One of the hardest bombs of my life was Miami Improv, where I was fucking kicking ass as a feature act.
Yeah.
New Year's, like 99. Oh, did I eat a bag of shit in Flames, Salazar?
Oh, really?
Oh, boy.
I saw him at a diner in New York not long ago.
I bet, too.
Dude, I swear to God, Joey, I'm walking with Sarah Tiana, you know her.
Yeah.
And there's a guy sitting in the diner by himself. It's 2:30 in the morning. We've been at the comedy clubs and stuff. We're gonna eat. And I'd never met Angel in my life. I'd only heard stories about him, right? I'd seen a couple pictures. And I was like, I think that's Angel Salazar. He's drinking a glass of wine in a shitty diner. We go in, dude, and it was him. We sat there and talked to him for a while. He tried to fuck Sarah a little bit, which I respected.
Yeah.
And then, and that was it.
What's your name?
Yeah.
You want to go to the club with me?
It was cool to see him, man, because I only heard stories.
He works in percentages. He's an interesting fucking fellow. You know what, man? He gave me a lot of encouragement early on. You know, I can't lie. He's a good dude in that way. When I got to meet him, it was, I appreciated what he had done. That was a little too fast for me. He was rocking and rolling, Jay.
Yeah, he used to party hard.
He goes hard. And I was going hard at the time. And I was going, wow, this guy goes fucking hard. Like El Paso. We get to El Paso. It was Tuesday through Saturday. Let me tell you something. As soon as I got down there, there was somebody waiting for me with a chunk that just got over a border in somebody's shoe. That first time,
it's not like a size 10, huh?
I get fucking lit up. This shit was fucking tremendous, you know. And from there on, every night there was somebody at the club wearing something that's El Paso, bro. When he would come to town, the phone at the condo would start ringing the night before. Wow. People, because Angel there, people wanted to take him out. That Scarface thing, people will be, when he's 80 in a funeral, in an old man's home, Every day somebody will be taking them out, taking pictures of them. Check it out. Buying them lunch, bringing them clothes. It's amazing. People fell in love with that character hard. It just goes to show you. He still sells tickets. He's not selling out. Right. But he still sells tickets. He's not fucking Michael Jackson. Right. But he still sells 100 tickets a show. It doesn't matter. He takes pictures. People go there and look at him. It's 30 fucking years later. That was 30 goddamn years ago, right? That's amazing. 83. Well, yeah, 83, 90, boom, boom, yeah. That's amazing. He was born in 94, right? 88, 94. Who gives a Frenchman? Fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, fucking late, bro. Unbelievable. I'm just happy to see you alive every time I come back in here. It always boosts my spirits to know you're still going. You know? We ain't going nowhere. I know. It's indestructible. We're going to take a leave for a ride now. We'll talk about this shit. Kick him out the car, make him walk home and stuff. Meet a girl. His name is Luigi. In a car. We the scale me a little bit at night. At least never really have fun. Yeah, we need to get you out of one of the neighborhoods one night, dude. Get you a little clan outfit. Sure. Take him out of one of the neighborhoods. Oh my God. I'm joking, bro. I don't think you'd make a good Klansman, lady. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't think you would. He's Jewish. Yeah, you could cross over though. Because you have to be Christian first to be Klansman, you probably do. I think it's like, you just can't be Jewish. They'll be like, hey, what are you talking about? I want to do this year, man, as a comic. This year, man, I want to get this other special. New album is gonna come out soon. We just locked it actually about 3 days ago. Called 30-Pound Bag of Hamster Bones. And so I'm excited about that. What else, man? We got a couple of great shows that we're pitching, so I'm excited about that. I wouldn't mind meeting a girl, maybe falling in love, you know, or at least being an honorable boy. You know, I don't know if I've ever been that in my life, dude. You know, I was out there, you know, licking pussy after dark, you know, out there in the streets and just, you know, just tasting the flavors of the universe, you know. Now that you quit drinking, it's a different game out there, huh? It's not that easy to lure them back. Oh, no, girls want you more now. Do they? Oh, I think in a heartbeat, yeah. I've had more offers these days for, like, I've just had more offers, I think, just because I'm... Because you look like you do, like, oh, like, because I'm clear. If I go sober, it's not like people are like, oh, Leo, why is that your dick? Like, well, no. They might, Lee. I don't think so. You know, bro, they might. Look, I didn't think, you know, I've never thought I was very handsome, Lee, if that makes you feel any better. You're stunning, sir. No, it's nice of you to say. But yeah, I think so. Those are some of my work dreams, you know. Outside of that, I want to be a better brother. I want to have a little bit more relationship with a God, you know, a higher power. Yeah, those are things that I want to do, man. And I want to help other people somehow. I just want to do something, even if it's little, you know, answer the phone when somebody calls if I know they need help. Not that I would, even if it's some muppet, you know, that I normally wouldn't fucking answer, you know. You're 36. This is about the time that you got to sit there and go, Jesus Christ. What's next now? I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. Yeah. What the fuck does it go? Where does it end up? Do I join the Beatles? Yeah. You know, this is I moved here, you know, like a 30-something, and it was rough. I don't know for sure, and I'm like, if I fail at this, I don't have a lot of options. I can sell over the phone, I can sell cars and shit. I don't think I can sell things over the phone for 20 fucking years, though. So I gotta make this comedy shit work one way or another. Like, that's how I didn't know. This was it, man. Wow, that's brave, bro. That's brave. I had done everything else. Yeah. Come on, who the fuck are you kidding? I had every opportunity in the world to learn how to be a brick mason, a roofer. Oh yeah, I could have been 1,000 things. An electrician. I could have been a fucking, those people who would pipe for the fucking pipes. Yeah. The irrigation pipes. Some guy fucking, when I was 19, said, listen, man, work the summer. If you like it, invest a little bit. If you like it, you fucking stay around. We raise your salary. If you like it, you buy in. He goes, I'm partners with these two guys. We make a little
fuck, we cut it up every month. It's not a lot, but at least you make some money. You know, it wasn't a bad deal. But I had great opportunities when I was a young man. Fucking great opportunities. And they would come to me and go, listen, man, stick around. You're a sharp guy. Stick around. Stick around. I want to run this place tomorrow. Yeah. You can't be like that. You can't, because of stupid shit. I lost great jobs, you know. But I'm happy I did. Because I wouldn't be where I am. I would have found what I really wanted to do. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, 100%.
It's kind of awkward why you're going through it. I know a lot of people right now that are listening to this are going through that. They're going through stuff. Transition from one situation to another. Yeah. It seems like you just have to keep fucking pushing.
Yeah, because your life or your higher power has a plan for you, bro. Even if you, and I'm not trying to sound like some Christian weirdo or anything like that. I'm just saying that life has a plan for you, and you just gotta fucking, you know, if you out there get your ass eaten through a car window or whatever you're doing, just know that that doesn't define you. And just a little speed bump, you know, that's just a little ingredient in your recipe, man. Because I used to bury a guy's shit in my neighborhood for free when I was growing up. You know, he died.
You know, I lived such a fucking. The other part of this holiday, I didn't like that I had a great Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve was fucking phenomenal. The family, we had a great Christmas too. That was all cool. It was like Tuesday and Wednesday got real. Like, what the fuck do you do all day?
Damn, you had a tough time after that Christmas.
My back's white. My wife's back was hurt. I was at the park with the baby, to be honest. She riding a little bike with her and stuff like that, you know. She got a bike reaper, so I was a fucking blast. But, you know, after that, it was like, what do? You wait till 10:45 to go to the store. You're like fucking dying. I want shit to happen. You're like, come on, baby, let's shoot something.
Yeah, life slows down.
Life slows down, man. For me, fuck. I ain't getting no younger, dog.
Yeah. You don't need it? Like, you need like a 3-4 days to do nothing? You probably do. See, that's what I'm wondering too. How do you not feel like that, man? That's how I would feel a lot. That's how I feel sometimes. I'm happy to have that downtime.
I had downtime. My world, that was downtime.
Yeah.
Those couple days over Christmas, that's downtime.
You had too much of it.
You're recharging, blah, 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 blah. In the back of my mind, I want to be writing. I couldn't really write. Everybody was around me. You know, it was kind of distracting over the holiday. It was just,
it's a bit much sometimes, bro.
I did write the fucking book, though. I did write the book every day, whether it was a sentence, a paragraph, a new chapter. I cut something in. I did do that, which was interesting. But the problem is when you're on the road, I lose that because the computer I have on the road just sucks fucking dick. It's a surface. And my wife was like, you know, I don't know what the fuck happened. I gotta ask her what the fuck happened. Yeah, so I really do. But I only focus on that stuff when I'm home. And I only focus when it's early in the morning. Yeah. I really like to lock myself in and take 2 hits of the pipe. And I watch that shit, you know.
Daddy work, yeah. It's good, man. When your brain is nice.
Did you get to watch the Ronda Rousey fight?
And loose. No, honestly, bro, I don't like watching women fight, bro. I watched a lot of women street fight when I was growing up. There's a lot of, these chicks were always fucking fighting. I don't know. So some of it I don't like. I do respect it. I think these women are tough and talented. You know, unbelievable.
Did you watch it?
Yes.
What did you think?
I thought, well, personally, I've said this before, that I thought just unsure that, like, they want. I was like, why are they making Wanda the favorite? She's been gone for a year, and this other girl has been crazy good for a while. And my dad was saying today that she usually attacks and just gets people down, and in 12 seconds they're done. And she didn't seem like she had the same urgency this time. That's what he said. And he's a very amateur fan. And to me, I don't even know about that. It just seemed like don't know if she has to be there for a contract. Or it didn't even look like a fight was put up to me.
I thought it was very sad.
Yeah, I watched it. I watched the replay.
Like I said yesterday, I said, right before it started, I went to the bathroom. As I was pissing myself, what? Ron's going to win this fight. Let her win. Let her retire. Vent her frustrations and the media and how she felt and how she was treated. Tell a few people to go fuck themselves. And you never see Ronda Rousey again unless she's a spokesman for Fox Sports or something.
Yeah.
You know what? Nunez will fight somebody for the interim belt and she'll get the championship back. Nobody's feelings get hurt here. This couldn't end no matter what. I come back and sit down and put my feet up and they're off. I see what happened. A part of me was so fucking sad. A part of me was so fucking sad because a part of me thought that she'd never recover from that if it took her that long. Say when you won about Conor McGregor, he got choked out, and a week later he was out there talking shit. That was the difference between Ronda and Conor.
Do you think that is because
that was the big difference, okay? You can't sit in your ass. We all lose. I understand you work hard. I work hard. You work hard. Lee works hard. We all fucking work hard, bro. To do anything in this business, to make a dent in this business, you have to work hard. To excel in your field, whatever field that you do, you have to put that extra fucking hour in that nobody knows about. You know what I'm saying? Like you get to work like, but you want that fucking IT job or whatever job you want. You gotta put an extra 2-3 hours on a Sunday. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what life is all about. Even if you do it at home, you wake up 2 hours early, we all fucking do that shit. What are we talking about? Rousey. But, now she's saying, they made a statement, and dog, nobody was sadder than I was. It's not like I bet her or nothing. There was no reason to. I was very entertained with Dominic Cruz and the other guy. If I was going to bet anything, that fight, I was just going to sit back and watch. And while it was going down, man, I thought about everything. I'm like, again, I saw her hitting pads with the guy. I saw her doing nothing different. Yeah. I didn't see nobody different sparring with her. I didn't see no kickboxer in there sparring with her. I just saw her hitting pads. And it all came to me and I felt sad. And I feel sad that she lost. I can't imagine how bad she feels, to lose 2 in a row and like that on national. This one here. I think a lot of people feel the way I did. She wasn't even in the game. Yeah. It seemed like at first when she got hit, it came to her that she was in the fucking octagon. That's what it seemed like to me. And she was all gone from there. Like Rogan said, she threw a couple kicks, which is something out of her repertoire. And the move she does so greatly, it was gracefully that your chicken came and returned the punch in there. So,
yeah, I think maybe you could be right. It was just a contractual thing,
I have no idea. And I have no interaction with this guy. But why do you guys think she sticks with a certain coach who, from whatever you hear, is
maybe they love her?
No one likes her. No, well, she's dating someone else who she brought to that coach.
I mean, who knows? I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
Well, man, sometimes loyalty is loyalty, even if sometimes if it's blind. And that's what it is with him and her. God bless her. At least she's loyal to someone, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, man.
A lot of the tapes are being released from the fight and stuff. People have said something. Listen, I'm not an expert in boxing or MMA to talk about who's a good coach or who's not a good fucking coach. I don't know anything about that shit. All you know is the results in the octagon or in the ring. I know Freddie Roach is good because the Filipino guy Pacquiao has been champion for 2,000 years. I know whoever trains Fort Mayweather must be good because whoever trains him, I know the guys down in Winklejohn down in New Mexico, they're good. They got John Jones, they got Pete
lot of camps that are fucking great. That don't mean the people are going to be great there. Why Rhonda, after she got knocked out by Holly Holm, why didn't she go start anew? I don't know.
I mean, she's been busy. She's done a bunch of advertising. I mean, who knows? It's a good question, man. I don't know enough about it. I gotta fucking ask so bad, man.
Forget, go fucking pee. I gotta do some shout outs. Again, this show is presented from my favorite motherfuckers in the world. On it. Let me tell you something while on it. I've been back on the shroom tech sport again. I gotta tell you people something unbelievable again. I tried the one that had Force Protein today. They didn't have it. So instead, I got some Alpha Brain and I got one of the club bats. That's how I'm rolling for 2017. I suggest you do the same Alpha Brain. Start with Alpha Brain because the money back guarantee you're in. And they don't even want the money back. You think you're not sharp enough in 2017? It starts at Alpha Brain, bitch. Go to .com right now and press in Church, CHURCH. You get 10% off your first order. On.com again, the code is Church, CHURCH. I want to thank my main man, Rory Oliva, for the badass Bruce Lee book. He brought me a fucking an old Jeet Kune Do book. You know, I love you, Jack Wilgan. Cat 143, Talking Land, Nick Ray Majewski, Darren Carter with his fucking push-ups. Spooky over the holidays, looking good. CJ Blake and Rachel A. Little over there getting married down there in motherfucking Houston. Close that door for you.
Yeah, I gotta slip, Daddy.
What's that? I don't know what the fuck I want to do in 2017. I just want to fucking live. Lisa, I'm gonna do a podcast a couple days a week with my main man. I want to be a better dad. I want to try to be a better husband. And that's all you can fucking be, you know what I'm saying? I know I don't want to travel anymore as much as I'm doing. I got some cities I gotta go out of respect, you know, so I gotta pick my fucking cities next year and make up my decisions, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now I think look, man, I mean, I just love watching you work, man, so I'm happy you're
watching you work, and I'm happy that when we spoke on the phone today, you told me about your decision. Okay, listen, I'm happy with anything that's sober. I gotta tell you, some people, you're my enemy. You can't do anything. You know, I got sober. I've been sober 8 years. I got the utmost respect for you because I know where you've been.
Yeah.
Listen, man, you want me to look you in the eye and tell you being sober is fun? Sorry. I would never fucking tell you that. Yeah, man. I've had moments of clarity because I quit the coke. I went on like a dirty day, like a 40-something day, no reefer thing, where I just ate pop cookies from the pharmacy, and I didn't smoke. And I remember how different everything felt. And I wasn't doing coke for a while. It's different when you have control of your life totally.
Yeah.
See, you could always turn down the bread or the fucking cheeseburger.
Yeah.
You could always go to the fucking gym. You could always, drink and drive and shit like that. Something I always gave it was those fucking drugs, man.
Yeah.
My life had total control, except those drugs, but those drugs ruin everything you're doing.
Yeah.
Just like Lee and I spoke about, all the alcohol, all the heroin, all the pills, you think you're making it happen. I thought I was going to happen. Believe it or not, brother. Look at big-time movies. My comedy was eating shit.
Yeah.
If you think my comedy is shit now, you should have seen it 10 years ago. Because there was no emotional connection with cocaine and drinking.
Yeah.
There's no emotional connection. You just stuck there like a parrot. Just fucking talking stupidity. So once that whole booze, whenever I see a young comic on stage or booze, it does something to me.
Yeah.
Because in all my 25 years, you know how many times I brought booze up to the stage? Maybe 3 times.
Yeah.
I never thought it looked good. I always thought you'd give me like the wrong impression. I don't know why. I have friends that do it. I've never said nothing. It's none of my fucking business what people do.
can see that.
A lot of comics like it because the moral is you sell more booze than the comics drinking.
I didn't realize that.
Sure, the comics drinking.
Yeah, it makes sense.
He's up there doing shots. People are start sending him shots. And who's not going to do a shot? Let me do a shot. We have to. Let's do another fucking shot. Next thing you know, you're fucking puking on stage. You're burnt naked on Joe Rogan's podcast weighing into. He lost by 2 pounds.
He lost by 2 pounds, but they're both under obese, so I think Ari has to pay now.
Who?
Ari has to pay.
Who won?
Well, Segura was 219 today, and Rover was 221. So, but they both have to be under 227. So then if they're both under 227, then Ari has to pay.
Wow. What was the price?
No price, just they were both trying to get under obese, and then there's no price.
What does Ari have to pay?
They're going on a trip or to an event.
Nice. It's a good deal. I gotta take a trip, man. I gotta slip up here, Jeff.
Where you going?
I gotta go home. I gotta put an episode of my own podcast up. So I gotta go over my editor.
Listen, man, I'm happy you dropped by and opened up the fucking year with us, my friend.
Dude, I wouldn't have had it any other way, man.
No, man, I'm fucking happy that you can come by and show there's a fire out there and shit.
Fucking burn it down, bro.
What a fucking night tonight, my friend.
That's what's up, dude.
And rolling. Listen, I couldn't wait to get out of the house and do a fucking podcast.
Amen.
I did one last night with those guys. It went well. I knew tonight would go well with you. Whatever's burning down, fucking close.
Let it burn, baby. Trump, baby. Let it burn, dude.
Don't say that.
Sorry, just let it burn, dude.
Don't say that. We're trapped in here with no bicycles. We're
I
trapped in here
borrow
with no
your daughter.
I got no bicycle in here. Look at it. We got a chair to barricade ourselves with no oxygen. We'll be dead within 2 fucking minutes. Take bazooka this place.
Hilarious.
All right, my brother. Where you headed this weekend?
This weekend I'm in town. I'm in Virginia Beach in a couple of weeks. At the Funny Bone, the last weekend, January 26th through January 24th through the 8th.
Are you writing your sobriety down? Are you writing about your sobriety at all?
I mean, right now I'm just.
I'm talking about on stage. I'm not talking about. No. I'm talking about putting a notebook about you. What are you feeling? What the fuck is different? Why will I go back to drinking? Hanging out with characters like Joe Diaz up to 2 a.m.
No, right now I'm working, man. I didn't have a dad when I was also have a lot of emotional issues and stuff from growing up. Just that stuff I got to deal with. So, I mean, I'm always doing my comedy. I mean, my comedy's. I love my comedy. I'm happy to have it. I feel blessed to have this skill and ability, but at the same time, I'm dealing with other personal stuff first, because that's what I got to get right. But at the same time, my comedy's is I feel like better than ever. So. It's all simultaneous. As long as I care about myself to keep working at stuff, then everything else will work itself out.
I gotta respect that, man. I love you. Either whatever you want to do. If you want to do bondage, if you want to do heroin, I love you either way. If you want to stay clean, I love you. What can I tell you? I just want you to be happy and get the best. Like we talked about before this show. Listen, if you know anything about me, bro, I can't drive a BMW.
Yeah.
I know the fuck I am.
Yeah.
For me, living here now and having a great time, like I said, 20 years later, I've seen so many people that had more opportunity than me vanish.
Yeah.
Vanish. Sometimes I look them up on Facebook, I see them. They're in real estate now or something like that, but they vanish from this.
Yeah.
You know what? This wasn't really a dream for me. This was more like let's see what could happen.
Yeah.
In 2 years, if I book an extra role, I'll be happy with that. Can you imagine? All I want to do is be an extra. I never thought Mitchie was going to make me a regular and shit like that.
Yeah.
Just to be in this situation, to wake up and to be with Lee. I'm telling you, man. I'm fucking ecstatic.
Yeah.
The type of comedy is too much pressure. If you look at it now from outside, there's a level of comedy. You can live your life and do great. Margaret Cho's been doing it for years.
Yeah.
She's just been sliding through. Everybody else is doing this and doing that. Margaret Cho's still selling out improvs on the weekend, bro.
Yeah.
Well, who the fuck are you kidding? She's been doing this for 30 years. If I've been doing this for 25, she's been doing this for 30 years.
You just fucking take 3 months off, reinvent yourself, write a special, do this, do that, you know?
You're good.
You're young, man. You got the world by the balls. So.
No, I've already lived out. I mean, all my dreams, I feel like I've already had almost in a lot of ways. So I feel like I'm fucking just playing around and over, you know? Like I've far exceeded my expectations.
How many years you been here, so?
I've been doing comedy 13 years.
How many years you been in Los Angeles?
13, 12.
And fucking deal. You know what? Write it out.
Yeah.
You might as well go to Hollywood Lawn and buy a plot and sell this. And I'll see you guys in 80 fucking years, right?
Bury me
right here.
Bury me face down. I want that Lee Syatt treatment.
You don't want to be over in Louisiana. You want to be buried here.
I'll only get buried over there in Mississippi. I already found a graveyard I like, dude.
Did you really?
Yeah, they got a brother that cuts it, dude. My brother cuts the grass. He wears a full suit when he cuts it every Sunday, no matter how hot he is.
I feel like you probably won't be there when you get there.
Nah, this man will be cutting grass forever, bro.
He wears a suit.
Wears his full suit.
Of the South.
And then you got little hills out there, and a man cuts it in a suit. Dude.
How do you get home? Take 2 flights?
Sometimes I take one to New Orleans and then drive north. Sometimes I take 2 into Baton Rouge. That's where my family's at now, in Baton Rouge. But, yeah, man, I had a great holidays, man. And I mean, it started off great, dude. Did a show with Amy Schumer, New Year's Eve. We fucking murdered it in New Orleans. Now I'm here with fucking Joey Diaz. Who's tomorrow? Fucking Johnny Depp's son? Huh? Luther Vandross? Who's next, bro?
How big was the
Gerald Levert?
How big was the theater?
I think 2,100. It's at 2,100. But she had downsized from another place because, just because New Orleans, you're not going to sell a lot of comedy tickets on New Year's Eve. It's a party city. People go there to drink, you know? People go there to drink. People only have television sets, bro. They chilling, dude.
New Orleans, Miami. There's a couple cities that comedy has always been hard, so we've discussed this before.
Yeah.
That's why I was really interested in, she's doing New Orleans. I kept thinking maybe she's doing a riverboat casino. I don't know if they have those there.
Well, she does it because she loves it. All of her friends, that's her favorite city. So she goes there every New Year's Eve anyway. So all of her friends go down there, and it's always a big party. So,
it's an 8 o'clock show or a midnight show?
It's an 8 o'clock show.
Yeah, that's how pimps do it. You walk out at 10:30, there's no magic ball. Pictures till 11. The car's leaving. I love you guys. See you in a year from now. Boom.
Yeah, it was perfect, man. I mean, it was fun, man. She's funny to be around. She's just
brother.
She's funny to be around.
That's good. You're working.
Oh, I feel great. I feel absolutely great. I got a slip, Jay.
All right, dude. Do your thing. I'm going to be over at the Calusa Casino Friday, January 6th, and next weekend, Larry's in Cleveland. But let me talk to you about something here that you may, I want to talk to you about a smart way to earn extra money and get an extra $5 bonus driving with Lyft. You know, are you in between jobs? Are you looking to earn extra money for your kids' college fund? Are you going back to school yourself? Are you thinking of writing the next American novel? I mean, there's got to be something. You're seeking alternative funding for a new startup. Listen, this is what we're doing. There's other ride-sharing apps out there, but Lyft said drivers right. It's a flexible way to make extra money anytime from nearly anywhere. All you need is a car. Lyft drivers can make up to $35 an hour and get started. It's just a tap away. You can drive mornings, nights, weekends. Just flip into driver mode and start making money. Plus, Lyft drivers get their tips right from the app. Those apps add up fast, all right? And you don't have to wait for days or weeks to get paid. You can cash out instantly once you've made $50 thanks to Express Pay. It all adds up. Driving with Lyft is super flexible. It allows you to keep 100% of your tips, and it's always there when you need extra cash. Sign up today at Lyft.com/Joey. And right now, Lyft has a special offer for our listeners. You'll get $500 a new drive bonus after you complete 100 rides within 30 days. Go to Lyft.com/Joey today and start making extra money and get your $500 new driver bonus. Who's better up with Joey? I got your ass out there, pimping, driving, cutting motherfuckers off on Lyft. Again, go to Lyft.com. Stop sitting there, you fucking mook. Your grandmother died. left you a nice car, and you're sitting there eating pizza, and you're giving a fuck about who's the fucking kid's father. I'm Maury. Go to live.com right now. Is that what it is, Lee?
Yes, sir.
Go to live.com right now /Joey and start making money and get your $500 bonus right now. How's that one for you? Joey's getting your fucking jobs. How bad is your life when Uncle Joey's getting your jobs? Well, here's another thing, guys. You own a business, you're looking for the right people. It's tough to get right people. If I didn't like Lee, I'd be looking for the right people. But I love Lee, you know what I'm saying?
Amen.
Lee doesn't train.
He's getting better. He's growing.
Check in with Ollie Boss. He already has my back.
Ollie Boss in Australia. Ollie
Boss knows all.
No, but listen, let me tell you something. People, you know I love you all. I got a business. You want to get some good people. It's a new year, which means you want a fresh start for your business. And a great year starts with making great hires. But posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter, you can jumpstart your hiring in 2017. Post your job on 200 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, and all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll into ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person. Quickly. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used over 1 million businesses. And right now, my listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. One more time, go post your job for free. The job. What is it?
ZipRecruiter.com/church.
Once again, one more time. Try it for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church.
Amen, bro. Lisa Sayette spraying out his face, dude.
What are you laughing about?
Which Lee, you fucking monster? Can I drop my dates in, Joe?
What?
My dates?
Drop whatever you want, my brother.
We drop this
Drop
hot.
the next 3 weeks.
We drop this hot batch of universe on you guys. I'm gonna be in all these are all American dates, bro. Trump won't let me out the country, son. You know how we doing it. January 26th through 29th, I'll be in Virginia Beach at the Funny Bone. Who goes to the beach in the winter? This MF. February 2nd through 4th, I'll be in Chicago, out in Schaumburg, Illinois at the Improv. February 22nd through 25th, I'll be at Comedy Works South. So get in there, get your nuts hard, huh? Bring your hard ass nutsack in there. Let's do that. Let's do it right, huh? Bring some pussy, huh, Lee?
I guess I'll bring the her nutsack.
Okay, right on, bro. But Joey, I want to thank you so much, man. I love you, bro. You know that, man.
Thank you for coming on. I got fucked up tonight. Those stars, that chocolate. I was unlike other people who, you know, haven't trained over.
He's hitting that squeal, that beautiful Lee squeal, man. But yeah, you too, Lee. Great to be here with you, man. I really appreciate it.
Everything is going to be great. Thank you for listening to the church. You know, I love you with all my heart. If you're around this Friday, Calusa Casino, it's a one time. Myself and my man Steve D. Simone. You know what I'm saying?
I love him.
Stay black, people. Have a great night or great day. Happy New Year once again. Do your thing, write your goals, do your push-ups. It's all going to be beautiful, all right? Stay black.
Really appreciate you staying up late. I know it's late for you. Opportunity to I want to say, I appreciate Jerry now and I writing in your family, and our dear friend, and those of us her approach as With that, again, appreciate the late night for you, and thank you very much for that kind introduction, Tyler Posey. I'm really grateful that I recorded it because this will give me an opportunity to play it for my mother later, especially from and this has been a really tough last couple of weeks, I have to say. There's been a lot of news about the Jews internet, this was not always in a positive way. In fact, I noted that yesterday the phrase "blood Jews" is actually the top thing I heard. A lot of it has to do, of course, with the topic that we're discussing today, how various celebrities people have made some out of that. Our original topic, which we discussed many months ago, Rabbi Rothschild, was we were going to look at the topic of Jews of exotic which is like the title, but looking at those different parts of the world, look at communities that were perhaps less African American, less conforming to the expectations and standards of Ashkenazi society, which happens to be for the last 100 years or so dominant community, but by no means. And then as the political and social environment began to change over the last few weeks, we decided to shift this a little bit, and we're going to look specifically at the core issue that seems to be affecting so many people in a negative way recently. I'm going to avoid the race because I feel that it's not a helpful thing. It's very little scientific merit. It's remarkably little different between races other than what we perceive material level. But we do perceive differences in others, and unfortunately we translate that often to negative attitudes. I'd like to look at the issue of groups of color, the history of them all, and really important history. Today, we're going to start with the Dawkins Society. We're going to look at the fact that not Jews have a color, and it has to be in our society a very valuable color. It's white color, or at least it has been. But it is not the only color, and it is probably not as one of my colleagues at university, very inspirational student of color when I used to take your experience like ours, Michael, she said to me, you're going to have a very hard time explaining to Ashkenazi that you weren't necessarily always that's the material that we look at today, and then we are going to touch on today, but next week we're going to focus on the Jews of Africa in particular, and after that, on election, we're going to Jews of Asia. All fascinating, very good, so let me start with why is this? A passage is a remarkable itinerary of Benjamin of Israel. This is a 12th century traveler who, I think it's on this map here, started out in northern Spain, made his way over the top of the Mediterranean, drinking Provence and down to Italy, all the way to a major city in the Mediterranean, a lot of time in Israel, and we're not exactly sure, but I remember everybody coming out of the entire everywhere he recorded details of what he saw. Specifically, the Jewish years. So we talked about how big the Jewish community is, famous personalities there. He describes some fascinating things water, translators, he talks about their false messiah, David Alloy, and stories. For a long time, he is the source. I also says a lot about creative biography. The source we have for all kinds of information. Worldwide, is a remarkable traveler. It's the kind of journey that really only a few could take at this time because he was able to travel with the first crusade era through Christian and Muslim lands relative to unmolested. It is absolutely remarkable document. It was valued as soon as it came out, and it was translated from multiple European languages. Unfortunately, the earliest versions of the manuscripts we have are somewhat corrupted. They got edited by various editors for things that were important to them at that time, but nevertheless, it remains an absolutely remarkable source. Now, in the context of his travels, he has something to say about the Malabar coast of India. That's on the lower west side of India. And it is probably someplace he's never visited. He speaks about a lot of places that he didn't visit, so I've heard about other people to neighboring areas. So it does not appear that he actually saw this. But nevertheless, what he was doing, so thinking about that speech, and so you say, anyhow, in those areas, there are about 100 people there. I also have something here it is in English. Basically, he's talking about reported what a place probably is, but he heard it. Isn't that fascinating? Everybody there is traveling. And watching it so not traveling and he says, I'm going to black there too. The next thing he says is, like he says, what's every single thing? What's the quality of the Torah study? Are they where black just incidental factor, unlike if they were left-handed. If you were to say, by the way, isn't it fascinating? This community is so unusual because most of them are left-handed. Wow. And now that I told you that fun fact, I'm going to tell you all kinds of important things. By the way, I'm Florida. Left-handedness is pronounced in the Jewish population as well as in the general population. Although that may not be the case period, because unlike the next episode, so what I'm trying to say about this particular example is that the Yama Tudela encountered the idea of black Jews. Just he said that's a fun fact. But it's not really that important. It's not a relevant fact because everybody has red hair. And then I went on to what is actually important. In a nutshell, I'd like to do that chapter to look at what are the sort of tangible facts. Unfortunately, we live in a time right now, today, where these issues are exaggerated importance. Many of us have been concerned by the apparent rise of the Israelite, which is a movement that has although at the same time, I think And hopefully this will not represent and much of all can see because they are not the first as they're not the last who believe that they are of Jewish extraction. And there may in fact be merit to that. That's but what's frightening about this is that there's unusual buildings. Some of those for example, there's a protest that occurred just last week here in New York State, actually the whole city of Brooklyn. And these are some of the flyers that you see that the argument that many Israelite groups maintain, not all, they argue that they are in fact the quote-unquote real ways and the other groups call themselves, which is basically that's fact being talking. And more than that, there is this place there is just a lot of nonsense going on with that. I myself can tell you that as an associate, I never as far as I'm concerned, they're perfectly welcome to do whatever they want. It doesn't really bother me. I hope they don't impinge my beliefs about my identity. And as you can see from this flyer, there's also strange admixtures of Christian elements as well. Many of these Israelite movements, very generally the term Israelite borrow heavily from Christianity or lean Christian in their beliefs as well, and they tend to draw from some of the master elements of Christianity, like this passage from Revelation, referring to the synagogue of Satan. By the way, I unfortunately have spent a fair amount of time every day over the past few weeks going through my YouTube feed on the comments to make sure that it's a little bit clearer before my kids get in a place to the synagogue of Satan. I'm very grateful because now I can ban people for life for my channel. And I think I have enough banned viewers on my list that they can have their own synagogue of Satan. So I can follow my so that's cool. It's not a joke because some of the more extreme people who associate with have been associated all with terrible violence, including shootings in Jersey City, violence upstate New York. Beyond the violence, we should know that there are many Israelite congregations that have very good relationships with other Jewish groups. Even if there's still this who is Jewish, who is not. And a lot of this wrangling over who gets to use the government has caused chaos in the group. And I think this is probably the first time in my life that I've ever quoted professional basketball players, LeBron James, to say that I identify very much with what he says about this conversation. If you're promoting from the same take that the American system and provide them an actual duct that's going to flow into the attic and a small return that's going to allow air to flow into the attic. Another way to treat the attic like I treat any other specialized house that's got a return area. A lot of times being done, they don't have to be big, which is just adding the size of almost every system. And adding that. So let's go more into actually one exception from maybe a moisture vent. And it is certainly once again judged by my comment box because everybody seems to argue one color seal off the air seal. Let's try and figure out that question. What does the disability allows you to suggest? No clear cut for the ag space or on the water system. We do have some sensitive data, and we do have some very suggestive data from the ag. The reason that's so brilliant. Let's start with biblical passages. According to during the summer, that having the book of Genesis, the use of the Jewish people are salvation
layer is now coming out of the zone. It's 160 degrees up there. It doesn't radiate down into the house at night. There's 1,000 reasons why.
Later on, several other family members already have come
no longer insulated rafters, making the attic continuous space. And you also get the benefit that if you go to you can now finally grow some plywood out there. That makes sense.
Say, hey, wait a second. How can it say that? Because physically looks so different from all the people. And we don't have evidence of any of that objections. Secondly, if we assume, not necessarily an assumption we have to take, but if we assume that the people who live there today basically look like the people who live there in antiquity, then we should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually want to do. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that we tend to have a little darker complexion. So look that up. Darker hair color, a little child on the right, a little bit lighter hair color. I think they can easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. But basically, they look Middle Eastern. They look Syrian. They look the same kind of family of complexion, eye color, hair color. And this is probably based on the reasonable assumption that also back then, photos look like the people today in place. This is probably what Abraham there are other people living there, and Israel in particular is also Africa, Asia, and Europe. So there are lots of conflicts. But let's just also add some artwork that we have from history. There is really interesting good decorations and all kinds of artwork because of the still have here you see a podcast documentary series led by Big So. Some scholars can identify with their led by
on America's number one podcast.
Western Asiatics, which is up from the land of Canaan, the land of people today, they seem to look pretty similar to what we saw as Syria. Another example of this more or less as you can see, there's clearly two different
Free iHeartRadio app is the number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Specifically identified as you get an impression of a mixed population coming together build the storehouse Ramses, those are very necessary not have and they seem to look a little bit different than the figure leaning on the right actually seems to have blue eyes. It's hard to tell whether that's just a degradation of his color, but you can clearly have somewhat lighter complexion, but they still don't quite look like puppets.
I just want to see this.
Here we have finally a picture where we can say these are definitely Jews. You can tell because all their luggage they got closed off.
A lot of people
this is unfortunately a sad. This is a part of the last issue why as serious as an actor of material displaced many out of the last issue of period of time, which is just lost.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your Google Home, desktop, streaming, Android TV, and plus the easiest your Google Assistant. It can be playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play to your favorite AM stations from iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Desktop, and Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Decisions determine results.
In terms of biblical text, there are stand on the sidelines, passages that refer to
have my education, push myself to learn new skills.
they were
My decision
at
to
some
serve
level
part-time in the Army National Guard,
but at the same time they're also part of
you decide.
Moses, for example, well, there's a whole discussion of this object by the California National Guard. So on the one hand, the fact that she's identified differently, either by her place of geographic origin or possibly by her political position, but at the same time, she's knows she's white, and yet even though she's identified as someone other, she's also you also have this passage in Song of Songs, which is a highly allegorical representation of identification with God. And this passage here, we're representing Jewish people. It says, Shemora which is translated black, but
There's a lot to know about HATTR. As a matter of fact, we know that Dr.
That's most importantly, this is a metaphor that it's hard to be any more inside the fact, despite the difference. So that's to summarize what we know from the data about skin color based on some common sense, current ethnographic data, biblical text, and literary argument. So the next big question, I would really seek an honest writing, comedians, things like that. So you were writing primarily with Irish people, also had to be white. That occurred in the end of the 19th century into the 20th century. Italians also, around the same time that Jews had earlier, were also white. White. There is a certain point where it's too dark, expanding whiteness to them. Not saying that as a positive thing, but that's simply how it works. So let's get to the more simple question. Okay, we know a little bit about how people get white eligible, how they're considered white in American society in particular, but how do they get this specific skin tone? How do you take a picture and it looks so like articles, scientific articles, preprint, expanding appearing in very prestigious scientific journal that is based on a study of rays that were uncovered in airport journal. Here is a photograph of this site where the rays were uncovered just outside the old city wall. The top picture is right there on the right, there's the old city wall. And below the battery, they found these rays. The article is by Waldman and all of them. Genome-wide data from medical journals show that the Ashkenazi founder of the predated the 14th century. Basically, what they did was, here is a rare moment where you have an opportunity to study DNA of individuals' specific moments and look at the genetic history. That's exactly what they did. They did so with great respect. That's Waldman and others at Hebrew University, many of them respected institutions. They went to electric authorities to ask, how are we allowed to study these bones? We have lots of questions that we can ask these bones, but there's a lot of molecular ramifications around disturbing rays at all. So we need permission to study the teeth that were already dislodged from the skulls of their teeth under that are not considered part of their body. They aren't like something teeth that already fallen off the skull. So they lovingly took these teeth and they analyzed DNA. They also did some fascinating things with analyzing the enamel of the teeth and the traits and the diet and water supply. But let's focus on the genetic material. The graveyard was dated fairly accurately to right about 1350. There was one person there who died of obvious violence or head trauma, but it does not appear that there was a graveyard that was suffering as a result of an uprising after the Black Death. So it was that was a normal graveyard, and there were some people not in the sense of making the fire rate did die of violence, but most of them died on the inside of the windows. What did they learn from if the fire actually arrives at the outside of the window? Basically, they were able to gauge the founder of that fire resistant, and that shattered glass implications for our question of inside the car. So have a look at this diagram here, which shows a genetic bottom. The bottom end is earlier in time, and the top end is contemporary. So here at the bottom, we've got Jews in ancient Israel. So they landed Israel for millennia. And then they have two. And at the very top, this is modern Ashkenazi during the day. But they will not provide privacy at night when the light source is coming from the inside. Period, you've got lots of people mixing in with privacy is a factor. Small original distribution window that's associated with Abraham. You know, people like the Bible refers to but not in Moab and other historical sources like going outside. It's just about knocking out our sun. And then Yabene, this was most famous one. But obviously there are thousands of neighboring peoples who end up marrying in this smallest group that's traced their linear back living in the land of Israel, slowly incorporating other peoples and their genetic stock. Then a disastrous war. The Great War of 66 through 74, which resulted in the destruction of the temple, and massive numbers of Jewish slaves shipped off to Israel. Josephus was our primary source for this period. He often exaggerates numbers, but many historians think it's probably pretty accurate in this period. He writes about 97,000 Jews shipped off. And then 60 years later, we had another revolt, Bar Kokhba rebellion, and 135 went once again looting people, particularly Judea itself. Jews are shipped off to Rome for the slave markets, or also the Canaan other places. So you've got now a big population of Jews living in Rome. By the way, there was a population of Jews living in Rome that predated the war. And a lot of it was a hatred that goes back well into the first century before the Common Era, scattered out to the second century before the Common Era, and Judah after the first we have corresponding evidence from Cicero and various other evidence. So now we've got a big population in Rome, and they become free after some time, and they're significantly mixing, just like they were in Israel, both south and north, and they live north of Tyre. And then you have the boundary of this is something which we actually have described in Jewish sources. So this is not like really surprise to us at all. Sometime around the year 800, a small group of Jews left northern Italy, sort of caves, they left their homes in northern Italy and made their way up to Savannah. If those people during this is attested not only in the literary record that we have in the Old but we also have DNA evidence that predates this particular study from Hereford that even shows that roughly half of Judeans who come from Ashkenaz are descended from for presumably Italian women married Jewish men. Judaism is patrilineal, so Jews are going to be central representatives of different cultures, so it's assumed there was some different there. But let's go back to where we are here. The founder event happens with 800 Sunnis, and the remains that were studied in this particular paper come from Hereford a good 500 years later. And by studying the DNA of these teams, they're able to draw connections backwards, specifically to this all the same. One thing that is not supported by the data, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole here, but their anti-Semites in particular are very angry with this on the Ashkenazi Jews have nothing to do with the Jews at all, so they are actually a Central Asian people called the Khazars. You know that there was some weird event that happened in the 8th century where some Khazars apparently lived in Medina. Fascinating. But the Khazarian princess, which was advanced by King Iran to try quickly to try and undercut the Ashkenazi connections around this field, biblical people, argued that modern Ashkenazim are actually real and constant Central Asian the DNA data is studied many other along with this where they graphically historically so it's just bottom line, what exactly are the Ashkenazi native? Have a look at this map. This is a DNA mapping trajectory of migration that was identified in and the airport data confirms this based on represents each chunk of probably around the 13th century, making their way through Italy, being the superstar performances, and then up to Germany, where they come to the there to spread out the in particular, that's where there are some Sephardic admixtures. There's some green lines there that suggest other routes of migration across the coast of North Africa. And this is not accounting for every single Jew, but it does include what the numbers look like. Study the DNA of these airport Ashkenazi Jews, who, by the way, this is a story, a certain time story, is remarkably similar to modern Ashkenazi Jews. In fact, modern Ashkenazi Jews have a much narrower spectrum of DNA than the airport Jews in a broader group. About 15 to 45% of the DNA of those Jews in 1850 was from the Americans. How large? 45 to 70% Science Foundation and other agencies. Slightly different balances between South and different portions that are represented in Hartford, but this tells the whole story about the lighter complexion. Ashkenazi Jews look lighter skin primarily because they passed through Italy over the course of 800-odd years before they decided to make their way to Germany. Once they got to Germany, they basically didn't intermarry at all. There were a very, very small number, huge level of endogamy that resulted in that's basically the story. To return to the larger perspective, one thing that any of this, a lot of data from archaeology, from biblical texts, rabbinic texts, DNA studies, what difference does it make? I'm proud to work with publishers.
While our unwavering commitment to caring for cancer patients drives us forward, our experienced specialists combine state-of-the-art technology with groundbreaking clinical trials, bringing tomorrow's treatments to our patients today. Together, we're pioneering a new era in treatment where leading-edge solutions meet compassionate care for a brighter future. Visit UCLHealth.org today. Powered by University of California.
The production of the world's first pirate that is versus the first $50 one of the languages used by Ethiopian to allow them to play the native language that has that basic Hebrew translation. So they can access to which they were largely shut out. Theirs is a message of theirs is a message of we are one large this is something that's hard to talk very powerfully. I don't have maybe noting the slight difference between us as an aspect of diversity as kind of a fun factor. It's not interesting. There are really that kind of people here. But really, we should be focusing on the things that make something good. The final thing I'd like to get across here is that in my research, I came across this wonderful channel, The House of the Rabbi, that is run by a beautiful couple, and the last name is Hart. So that's the way And when you're there, they're very charming and articulate, straightforward. Highly recommend you check them out and subscribe. They're talking about things that mean a lot to them. They're talking about things like marriage, elevating the family. And I look at this and I just say, wow, they're so excited about you. I want some of that excitement to rub off on them. And I don't want to spend time thinking about it. I wish that other people would feel similar. With that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and for the patience that you showed by listening to what's going on. Stop talking now. Yeah, it's not that cozy.
No, I'm not familiar with that process that is part of the 10 fumigation. But I can tell you this, it's come such a long road in the last 25, 27 years since the house was fumigated before. And you've got a lot of options for these things. My encouragement is that you talk to a pest control company that has, in fact, in their arsenal, a lot of options. And you'd be surprised how few of those companies are out there. There's a lot of pest control companies that just get into the biz, they just pick up the stuff that everybody does. They'll do a little spot treatment here or there, but if anything is beyond what they're comfortable with, then...
Hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. Thank you so much for all the positive feedback I received from last week's lecture. I hope that we'll be able to cover some similar ground tonight as we look specifically at the Jews of Africa. You know, to try and actually encompass that topic within a 1 hour lecture is absurd. It's like saying, who are the Jews of Europe, or even who are the Jews of Israel? It's an extremely complex and very, very diverse topic. Africa is a huge continent with thousands of ethnicities and languages, and Jews are similarly diverse within the continent. My goal for tonight is to try and give you a very broad overview, focus in specifically on the Jews of Ethiopia, about whom we know the most, and then we're going to come back to North America and talk about the populations of Jews from Africa in America. So that's the plan for tonight. Here, have a look at the satellite photograph of Africa. We've got Jews in Africa in the ancient period. Ahead of the biblical period, we have Jews in Elephantine. We spent a little bit of time looking at that location. We've got Jews in Alexandria, Egypt, very important site of Jews in antiquity. Kairouan, Jews in Ethiopia. By the way, I'm putting these up kind of like in chronological order of when these communities were first established. Lots of Jews in Algeria and in Morocco. Several West African regions that support Jewish populations. Much of the background historical information is largely lost and very